The recruitment fair was bustling with a constant flow of people. Li Ran was among the many job seekers. Before graduation, he believed that a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan with weekends off was the bare minimum. However, after graduating, he found that even a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan was not entirely unacceptable. As the clock approached 4 in the afternoon, the fair was winding down. Why are there so many sales positions? It's either making phone calls or selling something, credit cards or loans. Are people really that desperate for money these days? Li Ran murmured to himself while seated. But reflecting on his own situation, he realized he was indeed in need of money. "Young man, are you here to find a job?" A voice from behind him interrupted his thoughts. Turning around, Li Ran saw an elderly man in a suit, sporting a white beard. His first impression was somewhat jarring, particularly the incongruity between the man's white beard and his pristine black suit. In his mind, Li Ran envisioned the old man clad in traditional Taoist robes, akin to Lin Jingying, wielding a feather duster who would truly embody the essence of an immortal. However, he noticed the elderly man struggling to set up a pop-up banner that displayed a job advertisement. "Sir, are you here to hire someone?" It was surprising to see someone of his age participating in recruitment efforts. The old man nodded, saying, "Indeed, I arrived late. Most job seekers have already left." "Young man, you're looking for work too, aren't you? Come take a look." Intrigued, Li Ran approached to examine the old man's job listing. The position was primarily for a worker to help manage a medicinal herb garden, essentially a pharmacist's assistant. The requirements were minimal: water the plants, till the soil, and attend to various other tasks in the garden. However, when Li Ran saw the salary, his eyes widened with excitement. The base salary during the probation period was guaranteed at 10,000 yuan, with full social security benefits and additional perks. Upon confirmation, the salary would remain no less than 10,000 yuan. Li Ran inquired, "Wow, sir, why is the salary for this position so high? Are there any hidden requirements?" Indeed, after a day of job hunting, he found most positions offered a minimum salary of 3,000 yuan. Some companies even claimed that sales relied solely on commissions, disregarding base salaries. Hearing that made Li Ran feel infuriated. It seemed like a deceptive game. The old man nodded and asked, "May I ask how old you are?" Li Ran replied, "I'm 25, having graduated just over a year ago." The old man continued to probe, "When is your birthday?" Li Ran answered, "January 24. Upon hearing this, the old man scrutinized Li Ran and began to calculate on his fingers. "You're 25 this year, born on January 24th, which corresponds to the 18th day of the 12th lunar month. Your element is a mix of earth and wood, with a touch of water, quite suitable indeed." Li Ran was taken aback. How could he be calculating? Could it be that this old man was from a coastal region? He had read online that in places like Guangdong and Fujian, employers often assess one's fate when hiring. If your fate aligned favorably with the employers, they would offer a high salary. Otherwise, no matter your qualifications, you would be overlooked. "Sir, where are you from?" The old man stroked his beard and replied, "I hail from Jiangshui." Li Ran was puzzled. The phrase sounded rather elaborate. At that moment, the old man began to scrutinize Li Ran from head to toe, appearing increasingly satisfied, nodding and smiling as he examined him. Feeling the old man's intense gaze, Li Ran was unnerved. Could he be a human trafficker? He had heard tales of companies that lure people in with high salaries, only to whisk them away on a supposed overseas trip, leaving them stranded in places like northern Myanmar or Cambodia. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ran said, "Sir, I think I might not be suitable. I'll let you continue with your work. I'm heading home." Upon hearing this, the old man urgently grasped Li Ran's arm and exclaimed, "Young man, don't be hasty. I believe you are quite suitable. Let's sign a contract today, and I'll advance you a month's salary." Li Ran felt alarmed, suspecting this was a scam, and attempted to break free from the old man's grip. Yet despite his age, the old man's grip was surprisingly strong, holding Li Ran firmly in place regardless of his efforts to escape. "Sir, please let go. If you don't, I'll have to call the police." He felt a surge of panic. The old man quickly explained, "Young man, don't be afraid. I'll advance you 2 months' salary. Just provide me with your bank account number, and I'll transfer it immediately." Li Ran hesitated for a moment before deciding against calling the police. With a cautious spirit, he replied, "My account number is XXX. It's a construction bank card." In less than 5 minutes, Li Ran received a notification on his phone. "Your account ending in 3248 received a deposit of 20,000 yuan on July 10th at 16:35. Available balance, 20,602.23 yuan. Note, salary. To his astonishment, the old man had indeed transferred him 20,000 yuan. Li Ran was left utterly bewildered. He never expected the old man to act so decisively. This completely disrupted his train of thought. What do you think? Young man, I'm not trying to deceive you. You can verify our company's name. We are registered with the Business Bureau and operate legally. Realizing he had been overly excited, the old man encouraged Li Ran to check the business information to assure him he wasn't a fraud. Li Ran entered Li's Han Herbal Medicine Company, limited on his phone. Indeed, it existed and had been registered for over 50 years, an established company with a long history. After some thought, Li Ran asked, "Could I see the contract first? Are there any unfair clauses?" The old man shook his head vigorously, insisting, "No, absolutely none. Feel free to look." Taking the printed contract, Li Ran found the contents to be standard, devoid of any unjust terms. Now it was Li Ran's turn to feel exhilarated, earning over 10,000 yuan a month for merely watering plants and tilling soil. He never imagined such fortune would arrive so unexpectedly. Thus, he signed a contract, having already received an advance on his salary. Where else could he find such a company? Even upon returning home, Li Ran struggled to believe it was real. Yet the balance in his bank account was undeniably substantial, earning over 10,000 yuan a month in Kuan City, a third-tier city, surely placed him in the high income bracket. The next morning, Li Ran donned the suit he had purchased online and tied his tie following a tutorial he found. After all, this was a job offering a monthly salary above 10,000 yuan, deserving of respect. Even if the tasks were merely watering and tilling, the salary was impressive. He left home and rented a shared bicycle, navigating to 168 Beijing Road, a distance of less than 5 kilometers. The work hours began at 9 in the morning, but Li Ran arrived by 8:30. However, upon seeing the address, he fell into a state of self-doubt. 168 Beijing Road was not an office, but rather a guest house. More accurately, it barely qualified as one. The sign on the door prominently displayed, "Old Tian's Guest House." Could he have made a mistake? Yet this was indeed 168 Beijing Road. Upon closer inspection, he finally noticed a small sign beneath the Goose House's name, indicating Li's Han Herbal Medicine Company. Standing at the entrance, he hesitated briefly before ultimately deciding to enter and inquire. As he stepped through the glass doors of the guest house, he was greeted by a lovely young woman at the reception desk. Why is she referred to as a beautiful sister? It is because she is adorned in a white shirt that accentuates her impressive figure, paired with a short skirt that reveals her long, elegant legs, and complemented by alluring black stockings that would provoke the imagination of most men. Who could fathom that such an exquisite sister would be found in a humble lodging? It seems almost implausible. Oh, you require accommodation? The receptionist inquired with a slightly languid tone upon noticing the arrival of a guest. Li Ran cleared his throat and asked, "Excuse me, is this the Lishan Herbal Medicine Company?" The woman appraised Li Ran from head to toe before nodding and responding, "Indeed, this is the place. You must be Li Ran, correct? The boss has informed me of your arrival for onboarding today. My name is Peony, and I believe I am your senior. You may call me Sister Peony from now on." It was genuinely the right place. At this moment, Li Ran began to survey his surroundings, which bore little resemblance to a conventional office. Peony retrieved a sheet of paper from the front desk and handed it to Li Ran, saying, "This contains important notes for new employees. Please review it carefully and memorize its contents. Additionally, place your photocopied documents here. I will assist you with the onboarding process." Taking the employee notice, Li Ran glanced through it and couldn't help but murmur an acknowledgement. Employee notice, one that did not relieve oneself in the herb garden. 2. Water all the herbs in the garden every morning. 3. The water fetching facility is in room 1 of the Cheongtai Pavilion. Avoid room 2 unless necessary. 4. Monkeys may come to steal peaches from the orchard. Remember to set traps. 5. The Peony Fairy has an affinity for brawny men. 6. Each day after work, secure the hair of the ginseng doll with a red string. Li Ran read through these peculiar instructions. He scratched his head, pondering how it seemed as if the herbs had come to life otherwise. How could there be a ginseng doll? "Follow me," Peony said, making her way upstairs. Li Ran glanced back at the entrance, and then at Sister Peony ascending the stairs before he decided to follow. Presumably, the company was located above. Arriving at the door of room 888 on the second floor, Peony paused, looking at Li Ran before declaring, "You will work here from now on." She opened the door and stepped inside. Without hesitation, Li Ran followed her in. Suddenly, the scene before him transformed. Room 888 was far from the outdated furnishings he had envisioned. Instead, he found himself in a sunlit herbal garden, imbued with the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs. Chapter 2. These flowers are not proper. Suddenly, Li Ran and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment. He beheld the transformation of Sister Peony, who had metamorphosed into a celestial being. The Peony Fairy. At that moment, the Peony Fairy floated gracefully in mid-air, clad in an ethereal silk gown that billowed without wind, her radiant aura shimmering behind her. This scene nearly brought Li Ran to his knees. Had he known, he shouldn't have consumed the mushroom-filled buns that morning. Witnessing such a divine spectacle, he felt as if he had been poisoned. It must be said that the buns sold by the shopkeeper were of exquisite quality. The Peony Fairy beckoned to Li Ran, and he felt an irresistible urge to glide towards her. Goodness, he was convinced he had indeed been poisoned. He implored, "Quick, take me to the hospital. I've seen Sister Peony transform into a fairy." Upon hearing this, the Peony Fairy, who had previously exuded an air of aloofness, burst into laughter. "You are not poisoned. I am indeed a fairy." Li Ran felt as if the poison had seeped into his very being, leaving him hopeless. The fact that this fairy was conversing with him was utterly bewildering. The Peony Fairy extended 2 fingers towards him and asked, "How many fingers do I have?" 2. Li Ran replied. Then she displayed 5 slender fingers, swaying them before him. "And this?" After counting, Li Ran answered hesitantly, 5. No sooner had he spoken than he heard a resounding slap. 5 delicate finger marks were imprinted on his cheek, the impact just right, leaving a fiery sting. "Does it hurt?" she inquired. "Yes, it hurts, sister. Why did you hit me?" he protested. The Peony Fairy replied, "If it hurts, it proves you are not poisoned and are not hallucinating. This is real." Li Ran found her reasoning quite compelling. "So, sister, you truly are a fairy, and I am not hallucinating from the mushrooms?" The Peony Fairy nodded affirmatively. "I am indeed the Peony Fairy, and our boss is the legendary Shennong. You must work in the boss and Appo's medicinal garden now, understand?" Li Ran slapped his own face again, confirming the pain. It seemed he was truly not poisoned, which meant all of this was indeed real. He had genuinely witnessed a fairy. How extraordinary. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Wait, sister. Does this mean I have become a fairy too?" "Oh no, I can't be dead." He recalled the tales of the Tang monk in Journey to the West, who, while crossing water, had transformed, unaware that his mortal self had perished. He feared he might find his own body lying at the entrance of 888. "I Don and Appo's. T wanna die? I Haven and Appo's. T even had a girlfriend yet, and my parents are waiting for me to come home." A wave of sorrow enveloped him, as if he were truly severed from his family. The Peony Fairy chuckled at his musings. "What are you thinking? You are still alive. You are but a mortal. How could you become a fairy? If you don't believe me, try holding your breath and see if you still need to breathe." Heeding her words, Li Ran attempted to hold his breath. Within a minute, he felt as if he would perish without air. It appeared he was indeed alive. "Now you understand you are alive, right?" The Peony Fairy continued. "You have signed a contract with Shennong. You cannot breach it, as it is a labor agreement. You must understand that violating Shennong and Appo's contract has severe consequences, for he is a deity. From now on, you simply need to work diligently in the medicinal garden. I am your supervisor. Do you understand? Also, you must not disclose your employment here after work. Do you comprehend?" Li Ran numbly nodded, feeling as if he were in a dream, albeit a tangible one. The Peony Fairy conjured a booklet from thin air. "Follow the tasks outlined here for your daily duties. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. You haven't watered the plants this morning. Go now." With that, Li Ran found himself back on the ground, while the Peony Fairy floated gracefully to the fence gate. Upon opening it, he saw the pathway to the guest house. Watching her close the door behind her, Li Ran stood still for a long moment. Shennong? Peony Fairy? He was actually working for Shennong? It dawned upon him that deities truly existed. Right at 168, Beijing Road in the old Tian guest house. Opening the work booklet, he discovered that the first task of the day was to water the herbs. Searching around, he spotted 2 fence gates not far away, with Chongtai Pavilion inscribed above. The left gate led to room 1, while the right led to room 2. The water was to be fetched from room 1, where he found a wooden bucket placed at the door. The areas requiring watering included Wanhuating, Sijenzich, Rinchin Mountain, and the Peach Orchard, among others. Observing the medicinal garden, Li Ran noted its considerable size. Watering each section would surely be exhausting. Yet, considering that his boss was Shennong and had already transferred 20,000 yuan to him, he was determined to work diligently. Pushing open the door to Cheongtai Pavilion Room 1. The scene before him shifted once more. Mist swirled, and water flowed melodiously, revealing a massive jade pool. The water within was crystal clear, and as it flowed, it emitted a spectrum of colorful mist. Without a doubt, this water was extraordinary. Should he take a sip? As he bent down to drink, he noticed the water seemed to shy away from his lips, as though it were alive. He attempted to scoop it with his hands, but once again, it eluded him. This was intriguing. The water must be divine, capable of granting immortality with a single sip. After several attempts to drink directly, he realized the water could only be contained within the wooden bucket. Sure enough, when he placed the bucket in the pool, the water splashed in eagerly. However, when he tried to drink from the bucket, the water inside stubbornly refused to allow him a sip. It was quite extraordinary. It seemed that this water had a mind of its own. Fine, if you want to let me drink, I want to drink. It's not a big deal. Just wait. I could always urinate in the pool. No sooner had he uttered those words than the water in the pool coalesced into a hand, delivering a resounding slap to his face, leaving him utterly bewildered. This is too much. If you don't want me to drink, just say so. Why at me? And then, to his astonishment, he received another slap. All right, I can't take you on. I want to drink. He conceded, begrudgingly exiting with a bucket of water. Convinced that the water was certainly enchanted. Perhaps there was a fairy within it, much like the Peony Fairy, who had a penchant for slapping faces. He observed that this was indeed wanhui-ing, where he was to water first. Approaching the pavilion, he noted the lack of flowers. Only a few blooms were present, which hardly warranted the name wanhui-ing. As he examined the flowers, they appeared wilted, as if they hadn't been watered for days. Hey ladies, a young man has arrived. Perk up. Suddenly, a feminine voice echoed, startling Li Ran. Who is speaking? He then noticed that the drooping flowers raised their heads in unison to face him. Oh, it's a young man. I was speaking to you. I am the Peony Fairy, one flower declared. Li Ran gazed at the blossoms, realizing that the flower at the forefront was the one conversing with him. Peony Fairy? The pink flower nodded, affirming, I am indeed the Peony Fairy. Li Ran lowered his gaze upon the talking flower, inquiring, why haven't you transformed into a human like the Peony Fairy? Indeed, the Peony Fairy had become human. How come the Peony Fairy remained merely a flower? The Peony Fairy replied, my cultivation is insufficient for transformation, otherwise I would have been out flirting with young men like that little flirt. Peony. Li Ran thought to himself, given that he had encountered this fairy today. A talking flower no longer seemed extraordinary. His acceptance had significantly increased. Dear fairies, I have come to water you. You must be parched in this state, he said, pouring water from the bucket. The Peony Fairy exclaimed, young man, our lack of spirit is not due to insufficient watering. We need to see some muscular men. Some abs to invigorate us. Startled, Li Ran recalled the notice for newcomers, which mentioned the Peony Fairy's desire to see muscular men. This was indeed true. However, where could he possibly find such men? At that moment, the Peony Fairy asked, young man, do you have abs? Li Ran replied, I do. But what do you need them for? The Peony Fairy urged, quickly, take off your shirt and show us. We need some stimulation. It seemed they wished to see him as a muscular man. Gritting his teeth, Li Ran removed his shirt, exposing his upper body, untouched by the opposite sex. He had always exercised, and his abs were visible. Yet, he was met with a chorus of disappointment. Humph, only six-pack abs. That's not impressive. What a letdown. Exasperated, he thought, they were complaining despite his free display. Are you even real herbs? The Peony Fairy was the first to protest. Young man, we want to see muscular men. We desire 8-pack abs. If we don't get to see them, we will report you to Shennong. Yes, we want to see muscular men. We want to see abs. I want to see the abs of Ping Yuyan. The flowers protested in unison, causing Li Ran a headache. Stop. Let me think of a solution. Thus, he took out his phone and searched for images of muscular men with 8-pack abs. At that moment, he felt somewhat perverse. Would anyone think his sexual orientation was questionable if they saw him now? Would this suffice? Li Ran brightened the screen to reveal a muscular man with 8-pack abs. The Peony Fairy perked up instantly, her interest piqued. Yes, just like that. Sisters, come quickly to see the 8-pack abs. Wow, there are even V-lines. Li Ran, feeling helpless, handed the phone to the Peony Fairy. To his astonishment, She used leaves to take the phone and began swiping the screen as if she were human. Well, that's a golden waste. Sister Peony, I want to see Peng Yuyan's 8-pack abs. I adore him. A wave of disbelief washed over Li Ran. These flowers were indeed utterly unrefined. Chapter 3. The Weeping Willows in the Peach Grove. Having resolved those frivolous matters, Li Ran finally arrived at the Four Gentlemen Pavilion. Compared to the Orchid Pavilion, the Four Gentlemen Pavilion was considerably more spacious. As soon as he pushed open the door, he heard someone reciting poetry. I know it is not snow, yet there is a faint fragrance. What a delightful fragrance it is. What is that scent? Listen to this line. After sitting long, unaware of the fragrance in the room, I opened the window to find butterflies flying in. And Oppos, now that is truly exquisite. What can be said about the fragrance? This line is truly remarkable. Among flowers, I favor the chrysanthemum, for when this flower blooms, no other blooms remain. I believe this line, as the sun rises. It still aligns with the heavens, deserves the title of exquisite. For gentlemen, clad in traditional attire, were engaged in a spirited debate over the merits of each other's verses. Li Ran, carrying a bucket of water, interjected, "Pardon my intrusion, but I have come to water the plants. Do you have any particular preferences? Please inform me, and I shall see if I can accommodate you." After being asked by the Peony Fairy to remove his shirt to display his abs, he felt that every plant in this garden harbored some mischief. Thus, he chose to inquire first to avoid any unexpected demands. Upon hearing his words, the four gentlemen turned their attention to Li Ran. The plum gentleman asked, "Are you the new apprentice?" Li Ran nodded, replying, "Yes, today is my first day." The other three regarded him briefly before exclaiming in unison, "Brother, please help us settle this debate. Which of these lines do you find more exquisite?" Li Ran furrowed his brow, uncertain which line was superior. I'm just here to water the plants. I don't really understand poetry." At that moment, the orchid gentleman stepped forward, saying, "Pray tell, what do you think of this line?" And Oppos, after sitting long, unaware of the fragrance in the room, "I opened the window to find butterflies flying in." And Oppos, "Is it not splendid?" Li Ran was about to respond when the chrysanthemum gentleman interjected, "You should first consider this line." And Oppos, "Among flowers, I favor the chrysanthemum, for when this flower blooms, no other blooms remain." Does that not sound marvelous? Noticing the plum gentleman was also about to pose a question, Li Ran hurriedly interrupted, "Stop. Let me clarify. You four gentlemen represent the four gentlemen, correct?" They all nodded in agreement. Li Ran continued, "Each line possesses its own charm. As the saying goes, in imp, Oppos, in literature, there is no first. In martial arts, there is no second. In imp, Oppos, how about this? Instead of arguing, why not settle it with a friendly duel?" The four gentlemen responded in unison, "We, the four gentlemen, prefer discourse over combat. To resort to fighting is beneath us." Li Ran was at a loss for words. "Then what is the purpose of your debate? If none of you is willing to concede, what does it mean?" The four gentlemen replied, "It is the joy of the discourse." Li Ran shrugged, resigned, and began to water the plants. Fortunately, they had been diverted from their previous topic, and no peculiar requests arose. As he approached the ginseng mountain, the rich scent of herbs enveloped him. Instinctively, he inhaled deeply. After all, this was the legendary garden of Shennong, and one could easily surmise that the herbs within were of exceptional quality. The aroma alone promised longevity. However, the next moment, the pleasant scent was overshadowed. He spotted a small child, merely 4 or 5 years old, squatting on a rock with his backside exposed, relieving himself. The so-called fragrance wafted from the mess he had made. Li Ran, taken aback, called out from the entrance, "This is not a place for such indiscretions." As soon as his voice rang out, the child sprang up and disappeared in a flash. Oh dear, such a timid little one. It was evident that this was one of the Ginseng Mountain and Oppos' little ginseng children. Initially, Li Ran had thought the child might be mischievous and play tricks on him. But instead, his shout sent the child scurrying away. Not caring much, Li Ran noticed a red string on the rocks. Following the string inward, he discovered a ginseng plant adorned with red blossoms. Surely, this was the essence of the ginseng child. Without a second thought, he lifted the bucket and prepared to water it. "Don't pour it on my head. I will get sick." A small boy's voice piped up. Li Ran responded, "Oh, where should I pour it then?" The ginseng child replied, "Pour it on the stone beside me." Looking at the nearby stone, he noticed a shallow indentation. "Here?" Li Ran pointed at the hollow stone. "Yes, right there." Confirming the spot, he poured the entire bucket of water into the stone hollow. In the next instant, a naked child suddenly appeared in the hollow, beginning to bathe. The child giggled, and had Li Ran not known this was a ginseng spirit, he might have mistaken it for a playful little boy. However, it was and Appos. Long before the child wrinkled his nose, expressing discontent. This water tastes strange. Li Ran, puzzled, asked, what seems to be wrong with it? The ginseng spirit replied, it lacks the fragrance of the fairy sister. Did you fetch this water from room 1? Li Ran nodded, indicating there was no issue. Moreover, the employee handbook did not specify that the water for ginseng spirits must come from room 2. The ginseng spirit, sulking, said, no. I want the water from room 2. Only that water carries the sin of the fairy sister. Li Ran was bewildered. However, he explained, but room 2 is off limits. The ginseng spirit stood up, pouting, no, I want the water from room 2. The employee guidelines explicitly forbade entry into room 2, making it impossible to fulfill the ginseng spirit's request. I cannot go to room 2. Seeing Li Ran's resolute stance, the ginseng spirit changed his tone. Would you like to know what lies within room 2? He wore a mysterious expression. Hearing this, Li Ran and Appos' eyes sparkled momentarily, but he quickly deduced the spirit and Appos' intentions. There must be a reason for room 2 and Appos' restrictions, and the ginseng spirit and Appos' words suggested it wanted him to enter. Although he was curious, he had already encountered numerous surprises today, and his curiosity about room 2 had diminished. I am not interested, he replied nonchalantly. The ginseng spirit, sensing Li Ran and Appos' disinterest, deflated like a punctured balloon, burying his face in the water to blow bubbles, ignoring Li Ran. Not wishing to linger, Li Ran moved on, as there were still many places that required his attention. As he approached the peach grove, the sweet fragrance of peach blossoms wafted toward him from a distance. He soon beheld a grove filled with blooming peach trees, oddly adorned with unripe peaches. The simultaneous presence of blossoms and fruit on the same tree contradicted the laws of biological growth. However, before he could examine it closely, he spotted a graceful silhouette in a pink dress deep within the grove. Could it be a peach fairy? Surely, she must be enchanting. Just by observing the silhouette, Li Ran felt certain she was a beauty. Thus, he carried his water straight toward her, eager to behold the peach fairy's visage. As he drew closer, he heard a lively voice. Little Six, there are bugs on your roots. The girl seemed to be conversing with a peach tree. Please bear with me. I shall pull you out and chase those bugs away, she said, suddenly wrapping her arms around the peach tree, bending low. Hey! Then Li Ran beheld a young maiden of exquisite beauty, who began to uproot a peach tree, thick as a bucket, inch by inch from the ground. Astonishing. This was akin to a real-life version of pulling up a willow by its roots, yet it was executed by a charming and lovely girl. It seemed utterly incongruous. Li Ran stood in a daze, watching as she extracted the entire peach tree, only to discover a plump worm at the base of the roots, which she promptly crushed. Impressive. This was Li Ran and Appos' first assessment of the girl. Initially, he had feared that such an action would doom the peach tree, but to his astonishment, he witnessed her returning the tree to the very hole from which it had been removed, and remarkably, the roots rebared themselves. Indeed, everything here possessed an extraordinary essence. At that moment, the girl noticed Li Ran's presence and turned to face him. Are you new here? She inquired. Li Ran smiled and nodded. Upon seeing his affirmation, the girl approached him with a smile and introduced herself. I am Tao Yao Yao. And you? Li Ran replied, I am Li Ran. Chapter 4. Nightmare emerging from the peach orchard. Li Ran had finally made his first friend here, Tao Yao Yao. Although she could be somewhat boisterous, her cheerful demeanor was undeniable, particularly when she smiled, revealing 2 delicate dimples. Li Ran considered her one of the more respectable figures in this medicinal garden. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Li Ran concluded his day's work. He was finally able to retrieve his phone from the Peony Fairy for today's youth. A day without scrolling through their phones feels incomplete, and Li Ran was no exception. Yet, upon reclaiming his device, he discovered it had run out of battery. In contrast, the flowers within the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion appeared quite spirited after a day of observing the burly men. Additionally, the ginseng doll was rather mischievous, insisting that Li Ran fetch water for him from room 2. However, Li Ran was not inclined to comply, opting instead to grab a net, as he found it impossible to run away. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Li Ran wrapped up his workday. He approached the front desk of the Old Tian guest house to report his day's tasks to the Peony Fairy, who was currently his direct supervisor. As for the venerable Shennong, the owner, Li Ran had yet to meet him, but that was of little concern. For now, although this job brimmed with fantasy, it was still quite acceptable. Unless you have other arrangements, I shall take my leave for the day, Li Ran said, gazing at the beautiful fairy. Although she was indeed lovely, he dared not dwell on it. Who knows if these fairies possess mind-reading abilities? If she were to discover his youthful thoughts, he might find himself in trouble. After all, he was working for a deity, and caution was paramount. The Peony Fairy lifted her gaze and blinked her enchanting eyes, furrowing her brow as if she were somewhat displeased with Li Ran. Puzzled, he wondered if he had performed poorly in his duties today. However, upon reflection, it seemed he had done well. He had watered the necessary plants, and even managed to tie up the most troublesome ginseng sprite. Upon your return, you must remember never to disclose your work to anyone. Not even a word, do you understand? The Peony Fairy stated calmly. Li Ran nodded, understood. I will keep it to myself. He recognized that sharing this with anyone would be futile. Who would believe him? Working for Shennong and encountering fairies was a notion that contradicted the very essence of socialist core values. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Until tomorrow. As he reached the door, Li Ran smiled and bid farewell to the Peony Fairy. Wait a moment, she called out. It would be best if you refrain from wandering too much lately. If possible, it would be wise to honor your boss at home. Upon hearing this, Li Ran instinctively nodded. Shennong was indeed a mighty deity, although it felt odd to venerate his employer at home. He had never heard of a worker honoring their capitalist boss. Yet, in this case, honoring Shennong seemed entirely appropriate. On his way home, Li Ran made a special trip to a sculpture market to purchase a statue of Shennong. Unfortunately, they did not have any. Most of the offerings were statues of the god of wealth, Guanyin, and others. It seemed that, despite Shennong's renown, temples dedicated to him were scarce in Huaxia. Afterward, Li Ran visited a large flower and bird market. Although they lacked a Shennong statue, they offered custom orders. He paid a deposit of 300 yuan and agreed on a price of 2,000 yuan for a statue. In the afternoon, the flower and bird market was not very crowded. But there were still some vendors selling pets by the roadside, orange cats, Huaxia rural dogs, and the like. As he gazed at the vibrant flowers and plants in the market, Li Ran couldn't help but think of the herbs in the Shennong garden. Previously, he would never have imagined that these plants could speak, let alone have a fondness for muscular men. Had he encountered a talking flower while strolling, he would likely have been startled. Yet now, he found it all rather normal. Indeed, the world was wonderfully strange. Stopping before a shop, Li Ran admired its well-decorated interior, which resembled a tropical rainforest. An ancient, twisted tree was planted in an artificially created pool, its branches adorned with moss and even some orchids. The pool was lined with pebbles and planted with aquatic plants, and small fish swam within. This created a miniature ecosystem, evoking the sensation of stepping into a rainforest. The shop owner, upon noticing Li Ran, glanced at him and then returned to his tasks, disregarding him. Dressed in ordinary attire, Li Ran appeared quite youthful and did not fit the profile of their target clientele, who were typically affluent customers seeking bespoke indoor landscapes. However, Li Ran remained unfazed, casually inspecting the surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed a mushroom growing at the base of the landscape tree. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not just any mushroom, but a peculiar purple rasher. Surely this must be fake. It resembles a poisonous mushroom, Li Ran muttered. Rasher is usually red or yellow, not this flamboyant hue. The owner must have placed it there to attract customers. You are the fake. Your entire family is fake, a faint voice protested. Li Ran did not hear this and stepped out of the shop, unaware that a trace of purple aura clung to him as he left. Upon returning home, Li Ran aimlessly scrolled through his phone. Many classmates were lamenting about the difficulty of finding jobs. Before graduation, they all believed themselves to be the nation's key talents, destined to receive the respect due to university graduates. However, after graduating, they discovered they were merely the leftover scraps of supposed prodigies, promised lucrative salaries but instead earning a meager 3,000 yuan a month. Li Ran sighed, pondering whether it was merely luck that he had secured such a fantastical job. Contemporary youth are accustomed to staying up late, often lying in bed bored, scrolling through Douyin or other apps. Li Ran, however, alternated between the two. Yet, for reasons unknown, he found himself drifting off to sleep unusually early that night. In his dream, Li Ran found himself in a rainforest, inhaling the moist air and feeling utterly at ease. Suddenly, a gentle fragrance wafted toward him, and he unconsciously inhaled deeply. The scene shifted, and he found himself beside a misty pool. To his astonishment, he glimpsed a fair, delicate figure bathing within the water. Was someone truly bathing? Li Ran's heart raced as he surveyed the curves of the figure in the water. He was certain it was a beautiful woman. How could this be? Had his recent dedication to studying biology in the local area bewitched him? for reasons unknown. Li Ran stepped into the pool, slowly moving toward the enchanting silhouette. He was eager to discover who it was. As he approached to within 3 meters, the figure in the water paused, seemingly aware of his presence. Li Ran felt a sudden tightening in his chest, instinctively glancing around. Apart from the mist and the aquatic plants and trees, there was no one else in sight. As he beheld the graceful figure slowly turning around, his heart raced with a blend of anticipation and fear. Such a scene he had only witnessed in films before. His eyes widened as he sought to discern the visage of this enchanting silhouette. Finally, he recognized the face. Good heavens, it was the dormitory matron. To his astonishment, it was none other than the matron from the dormitory below. In shock, Li Ran jolted awake with a gasp. Panting heavily, he reached for his phone to check the time. It was 2:30 a.m. What on earth? Could it be that I am under too much stress lately? How could I dream of the dormitory matron? It was utterly terrifying. He had expected an alluring encounter in his dream. Yet it turned into a nightmare with the matron's appearance. Sleep eluded him now, and Li Ran felt the need to scroll through his phone to dispel the horrifying images from his mind, lest they haunt him psychologically. However, after only a brief while, he drifted back into a slumber. To his bewilderment, he found himself back in the previous dream. Li Ran, I can't believe you dared to spy on me while I bathe. You've got quite the audacity, the matron chided playfully. But I must admit, I like it. Since you're here, why not join me? Li Ran was utterly flabbergasted. No, this can't be happening. No, matron, I didn't mean to. I was just dreaming. I had no idea you would be bathing here. As he watched the matron approach him with a beaming smile, panic surged within him. It was too horrifying. Oh, I understand. You young people have a fondness for older women. It can save you a decade of hard work. I own 10 rental properties, so supporting you would be no trouble, as long as you promise to live happily with me. Desperation took hold of Li Ran, and he turned to flee. Yet, he discovered that the muck beneath his feet ensnared him, rendering him completely immobile. Suddenly, he felt a pair of hands encircle his back. This is it. He felt like a helpless little rabbit, doomed to a dire fate. Don and Appos, worry, dear. I and Appos, am quite tender-hearted, the matron and Appos' soothing voice whispered near his ear, sending chills down his spine. With a start, Li Ran woke once more. His familiar bedroom greeted him, the comforting sight of his bed. He gasped for breath, slapping himself to confirm he was not dreaming. What a bizarre dream this was. At this moment, he felt too afraid to sleep again, terrified of being pampered by the matron in another dream. It was now 3:30 a.m., and he resolved to remain awake, fearing that if he fell asleep again, he would inevitably return to that nightmarish scenario, a prospect that filled him with despair and dread. Chapter 5. The monkey stealing peaches. As Li Ran watched a video of a coolly dressed young woman on his phone, he unknowingly drifted back to sleep. Young man, you're back. I knew you couldn't bear to leave me, the dormitory matron said, her arms tightening around him. Slowly, Li Ran turned to face her. Why? Did I fall asleep again? How long is this going to last? Li Ran felt on the verge of tears, bewildered by the continuity of this dream. It seemed utterly unreasonable. He dared not look at the matron's increasingly close face, feeling her heavy breaths brushing against his ear. No. In a fit of panic, Li Ran bent forward and, summoning all his strength, executed an over-the-shoulder throw on the matron. A splash echoed as water flew everywhere. With a startled cry, he jolted awake to find himself seated on the living room sofa. He slapped his face twice. Wake up. If you Don and Appos, the matron will take advantage of you. Even though his cheeks stung from the slaps, Li Ran felt as if he were still ensnared in a dream. Perhaps a double or even a multi-layered dream. He recalled the plot of Inception, where one believes they are awake, yet they remain in a dream. How else could he explain dreaming of the matron 3 times? It defied logic. Feeling unsettled, Li Ran headed to the bathroom, turned on the shower, and let the cold water cascade over him. The icy sensation confirmed he was not dreaming, yet he was too frightened to sleep again. After some thought, he began pacing in his room, donning his Bluetooth headphones and turning the volume to maximum. His goal was to stay awake. He was genuinely terrified of losing his virtue in his dreams. Having remained single for over 20 years, he couldn't bear to relinquish his precious chastity to the matron. Even in a dream. As the sun rose once more, the clock struck 7:30. Li Ran, sporting dark circles under his eyes, felt exhausted but dared not succumb to sleep. It was daytime now. Surely the matron wouldn't be waiting for him in a dream. However, he couldn't afford to sleep now. It was time to go to work. Arriving at the old Tian Inn, Li Ran mustered his energy to greet the enchanting Peony Fairy. Good morning, Fairy Sister. After all, she was his direct superior, and courtesy was essential. This morning, the Peony Fairy wore a fitted white shirt paired with a short skirt and black stockings, embodying the essence of a professional woman. Upon seeing Li Ran's disheveled appearance, she frowned. What happened last night? Did you not sleep at all? Li Ran scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, I had a nightmare last night and didn't sleep well. He dared not divulge to her that he had nearly been accosted by the matron. Yet, as he moved closer, the Peony Fairy suddenly twitched her nose. Wait a moment. Li Ran, puzzled, instinctively halted. What's wrong, Fairy Sister? Do you have other plans? At that moment, a faint lavender aura suddenly surged from Li Ran, swiftly darting away. The Peony Fairy's expression sharpened as she attempted to intercept it, but the violet essence moved too swiftly. She merely caught a glimpse of the purple glow before her expression reverted to neutrality. She held reservations about stepping outside the old Tian Inn, unless absolutely necessary. She preferred to remain within its confines. Li Ran, oblivious to this fleeting occurrence, continued about his business. Go to work. You should discuss your nightmare with Tao Yaoyao. She might be able to assist you. After saying this, the professional woman resumed her phone activities. Li Ran acknowledged her, then ascended to the second floor, entering room 888, where he arrived at the medicinal garden. On his second day of work, he needed to water the plants, then till the soil, among other tasks. Carrying a bucket of water, he paused to glance at the closed wooden door of the second room. Truth be told, he was somewhat curious about the second room. However, since the employee handbook stated that entering was prohibited, he decided against it. He would focus on his duties and address other matters later. As before, the Peony Fairy and the other untransformed flowers were engrossed in watching muscular men, but today they expanded their focus beyond Asia to include Europe and America. The Four Gentlemen of Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum continued their animated debates. This time, Li Ran chose to ignore them and left after completing his watering duties. Inside the ginseng mountain, Li Ran discovered a new little friend. Upon entering, he witnessed two children grappling with each other. It turned out to be the young He Shou Wu from next door. Observing the scuffle, it seemed the ginseng child had the upper hand, quickly pinning He Shou Wu to the ground. Despite their small stature, the little ginseng was fierce, pulling out clumps of He Shou Wu's hair, which transformed into scattered leaves as they fell. This could not continue, so Li Ran fetched 2 nets to separate the children. Although the young He Shou Wu was trapped, he cursed, Is ginseng really that impressive? Just wait, I'll uproot you. The little ginseng retorted, Come on. Do you think I'm scared of you? Li Ran, don't hold me back. Today, I'm going to make this ugly carrot bald. Naturally, Li Ran wouldn't allow their brawl to persist. You two need to settle down, or I'll call the Peony Fairy. As the de facto manager of the medicinal garden, the Peony Fairy commanded respect, and the herbs were wary of her, especially these 2 little rascals. As expected, upon hearing Li Ran mention calling the Peony Fairy, the 2 feuding children immediately yielded. However, neither would concede to the other, staring each other down from their respective nets. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the fragrance of peach blossoms. With a bucket of water in hand, Li Ran pushed open the wooden door, but to his surprise, he found no sign of Tao Yaoyao. Where could she be? He searched the peach grove, but found no one. Suddenly, he noticed a hole in the fence. He had overlooked it yesterday due to the overgrown grass. Approaching the hole, he intended to inspect it, as repairing the fence was part of his duties. Just as he reached the hole, he heard Tao Yaoyao's voice. Li Ran, don't get too close, it's dangerous. Tao Yaoyao had appeared behind him, startling him. However, upon recognizing her, he calmed down. Huh? Dangerous? Tao Yaoyao nodded, saying, The peaches are about to ripen, and a few monkeys have been trying to steal them. It's infuriating. Li Ran peered outside the hole, shrouded in mist, and saw no monkeys. Huh, where do these monkeys come from? Exactly. I've searched this entire medicinal garden and never encountered any monkeys. Tao Yaoyao frowned in disdain. It's that Monkey King. I don't know how he found this little world, but he occasionally sends his monkeys to steal peaches. It drives me mad. Monkey King? Li Ran and Appos, eyes lit up. Are you talking about the great sage, Sun Wukong? Tao Yaoyao nodded but furrowed her brow, clearly displeased with the legendary figure. Before Li Ran could continue his inquiry, Tao Yaoyao suddenly twitched her nose and said, Li Ran, have you encountered something recently? There seems to be a hint of an alluring scent about you. Huh, what alluring scent? Li Ran responded, perplexed. Without uttering a word, Tao Yao Yao leaned her delicate face closer to Li Ran and took a careful whiff. Indeed, there was an alluring fragrance. It was evident that he had recently come into contact with something unusual. Tao Yao Yao was confident in the acuity of her sense of smell. Li Ran, too, inhaled deeply. But aside from the faint fragrance of peach blossoms emanating from Tao Yao Yao, he detected nothing amiss. Tao Yao Yao scrutinized Li Ran from head to toe, seemingly reaching a conclusion. Stop sniffing. You won't be able to smell it. With those dark circles under your eyes, you must not have slept well last night. Did you have a nightmare? The mere mention of the topic reminded Li Ran of the dismal experience he had endured the previous night, where he had nearly fallen victim to the advances of the dormitory matron. It was indeed an experience that could only be described as tragic. Chapter 6. The Perils of Work. Indeed, it is quite terrifying. Tao Yao Yao nodded and remarked, You carry the sin of the Yingwozi, so it must be true. Li Ran inquired, perplexed, What is Yingwozi? After a moment of contemplation, Tao Yao Yao explained, It is a type of spirit mushroom used to cultivate demonic arts. This entity has a penchant for invading dreams, conjuring nightmares, and siphoning one's essence. Ah? Li Ran exclaimed, recalling the matron who awaited his attention in his dreams. It was no wonder he experienced such bizarre dreams. Now it all made sense. He then remembered a colorful mushroom he had seen at the flower and bird market and shared this with Tao Yao Yao. Upon hearing Li Ran's words, Tao Yao Yao queried, Did you perhaps speak ill of it? While Yingwozi is indeed associated with demonic practices, it typically does not invade dreams lightly. Is that so? Li Ran mused, recalling his comments from the previous day, where he had dismissed it as a fake mushroom. This Yingwozi certainly seemed to hold a grudge. However, such matters were no longer of significance, as the Peony Fairy had assured him that Tao Yao Yao could resolve the issue. All he desired now was a restful night's sleep, free from the matron's fervent attentions. Alas, I do not know. Sister Peony mentioned you could handle this. I simply wish to sleep soundly tonight. Could you assist me? Sister Tao? In that moment, Li Ran was unashamed, for his pride had always been robust. Furthermore, seeking assistance from a fairy sister hardly seemed embarrassing. After all, such a request was not easily granted to others. Just as Li Ran pondered, a sudden cry echoed, Who dares to harm me? The great sage? My tail. Who? Li Ran turned abruptly towards the source of the voice, but Tao Yao Yao was swifter, darting towards the sound, which emanated from a cave entrance. Ah, great monkey. I did not expect you to come steal peaches this time. Where do you think you're going? Tao Yao Yao exclaimed, stamping her foot, causing the ground to tremble as she unleashed several waves of energy, all of which missed their mark. Humph! Stingy creature, I shall not hold it against you. In a flash of golden light, only a few strands of golden monkey hair remained at the trap's entrance. Li Ran stood in astonishment. Could this be the legendary great sage? Is it not a bit too embarrassing to be caught in a trap? Seeing the culprit flee, Tao Yao Yao wore an expression of frustration, lamenting that she had acted too slowly. Otherwise, she would have surely captured the great monkey for a good thrashing. Li Ran approached her, smiling ingratiatingly. Wow, Sister Tao, was that truly the great sage? You scared him away. That is incredible. Regardless of whether Tao Yao Yao had genuinely frightened the great sage, Li Ran felt compelled to flatter her, for he was in need of her assistance. After all, nearly every person from Huaxia grew up hearing tales of the great sage who had caused great chaos in heaven. And to have such a figure scared off by a mere peach fairy was somewhat hard to fathom. Tao Yao Yao, in annoyance, stamped her foot and replied, That was merely one of the great monkey's incarnations. However, in this small realm, even if his true form were to appear, I would still be able to subdue him. Li Ran continued his flattery. Of course, Sister Tao, you are formidable and possess profound cultivation. You could surely give the great monkey a sound beating. Tao Yao Yao cast a sidelong glance at Li Ran and said, You are quite amusing. It is only your second day here, and you are already so brazen. Though your words are rather pleasing. Within this realm, I can overpower the great monkey, but outside, it is a different story. This place is a barrier set by the esteemed Shennong. Unless one possesses cultivation surpassing his, they will find their abilities suppressed upon entry. Finally enlightened, Li Ran nodded. Oh, I see now. No wonder. Nevertheless, Sister Tao is still quite impressive. Tao Yao Yao raised her small fist, declaring, This matter is not finished. The great monkey has suffered this time. He will surely seek revenge. These peaches are a new variety cultivated by the esteemed Shennong, specially commissioned by the Queen Mother. Therefore, if you ever encounter anything suspicious, you must inform me promptly. Li Ran nodded vigorously, expressing that he understood. Tao Yao Yao then continued, While Yingwozi possesses some cultivation, it is not formidable. As you are our apothecary's assistant, I cannot allow you to be bullied. Thus, I will accompany you tonight to capture the Yinghuozi. Accompany me? Li Ran hesitated, as the employee regulations of the apothecary stated that materials were not permitted to leave the premises. And every day he needed to ensure that each herb was accounted for before leaving. Noticing Li Ran's hesitation, Tao Yaoyao reassured him, I am different from them. We will be going out together more frequently. The previous assistant followed the same path. Oh, is that so? Li Ran replied. Sister Tao, I am somewhat curious about the previous assistants. Where did they go? Since yesterday, he had been pondering this question. The apothecary had once had assistants, but their whereabouts were a mystery. Aside from the fairy sisters and herbs, he had not encountered any human colleagues. However, as Li Ran had just arrived, he refrained from asking too many questions. Tao Yaoyao regarded him with a meaningful expression before stating, they perished, their very essence obliterated. Swallowed by a great demon while gathering herbs. Is gathering herbs so dangerous? Li Ran was taken aback. It seemed this job carried life-threatening risks, which had not been disclosed during the contract signing. He had suspected that the monthly salary of 10,000 was too good to be true, especially when working for a deity. Sister Tao, will I also need to gather herbs in the future? He inquired tentatively. Tao Yaoyao nodded affirmatively, naturally. In this world, spiritual energy is dwindling, and herbs with sentience are becoming increasingly rare. The esteemed Shennong seeks to collect these spiritual herbs and cultivate them, lest the spiritual energy completely deplete and these herbs become extinct. However, most of the places where these spiritual herbs grow are under the control of great demons, and some are exceedingly perilous. As Tao Yaoyao spoke, Li Ran recalled the online novels he had read. In the 21st century, it was indeed an era devoid of magic, compelling humanity to develop technological prowess, ultimately achieving mechanical ascension. He had previously dismissed such notions as mere fabrications of authors, like Wen Feng Baiyu, who often spun fanciful tales. However, hearing it from Tao Yaoyao made it seem far more credible. It appeared that the end of the magical era was not mere nonsense. You need not concern yourself with these matters for now. You will learn in due time. Although Yinghuozi practices demonic arts, it is still a type of spiritual herb. If we can capture it and nurture it well, it may one day become a divine mushroom. Li Ran contemplated whether he should resign from this job, but it seemed circumstances did not allow for such a choice. Very well, it appears I have no other option, he thought, recalling the recruitment fair when they had directly transferred 20,000 to him. It was all a trap. Noticing the change in Li Ran's expression, Tao Yaoyao reassured him. There is no need to worry too much. When we go out to gather herbs, we will usually accompany you. To be frank, with my cultivation and that of the four gentlemen, Mylan, Zhu, and Zhu, here in the apothecary, aside from being unable to defeat Sister Peony, we are formidable figures. We can certainly contend with any great demon we encounter. Li Ran murmured, if you are all so powerful, then what need is there for me? Surely you can manage without me. Pi Chaoyao shook her head and said, that is not permissible. Since the establishment of the nation, the cultivation of spirits has been prohibited. If we venture out alone, it will undoubtedly cause fluctuations in the earthly fortune. Therefore, whenever we gather herbs, we must do so accompanied by another, to prevent any disturbances in the realm of mortals. Li Ran, perplexed, could only nod in a manner that suggested partial understanding. Regardless, he had already signed this contract, akin to a bond of servitude. Should he resign from a different company, he might face the loss of wages. However, to resign here could very well cost him his life. He was, after all, serving the venerable Shennong. Breaching the contract? That could likely mean losing his very humanity. Indeed, in this era where economic development reigns supreme, even deities have become capitalists, and the stakes are life itself. Chapter 7. The Iron Maiden Tao Yaoyao patted Li Ran on the shoulder, yet her petite hand possessed an astonishing strength, causing Li Ran to kneel before her in surprise. Li Ran gazed at Tao Yaoyao with a look of lamentation, astonished that such power could be concealed within her diminutive frame. Perhaps she truly was like a fairy. Tao Yaoyao, with a hint of disdain, glanced at Li Ran and remarked, look at your towering stature, yet you are so feeble. What has happened to this world? Just look at me, I possess muscles. With that, she rolled up her sleeves, proudly showcasing her biceps. Indeed, she was muscular, and her strength was undeniable. Li Ran mused to himself, no wonder she can uproot peach trees. She must be the legendary berserk Lolita. Noticing how Li Ran was awestruck by her biceps, Tao Yaoyao's face beamed with pride. This was precisely the effect she desired. As they approached the end of the workday, Tao Yaoyao excitedly declared, let us go. I want to try a new gym. Ever since that herbalist was devoured by the great demon, I haven't set foot in a gym for half a year. The mere thought of it thrilled her, and she tuggedly ran towards the garden's exit. Wait a moment. I haven't counted the number of people. The little ginseng spirit isn't tied up yet. Please wait for me, Li Ran called out, engrossed in conversation with Tao Yaoyao and neglecting his closing duties. Tao Yaoyao, growing impatient, protested, "You're delaying my workout. Just wait here. I'll check." She strutted to the entrance of the herbal garden, hands on her hips, and shouted, "Is everyone present? If not, make a sound." Li Ran sensed something was amiss but found it difficult to retort. Many spiritual herbs seemed to tremble at the mere mention of the girl capable of uprooting peach trees, responding in unison, some even clamoring to answer. Moments later, satisfied, Tao Yaoyao nodded and said, "Everyone's here. It's complete." She marched over to Ginseng Mountain, ready to secure the little ginseng spirit for Li Ran. The little ginseng spirit was notoriously mischievous. Even yesterday, it took Li Ran considerable effort to catch it with a net. However, today, the little ginseng spirit was remarkably obedient. Before Li Ran could even grasp the red cord to tie it, the spirit had already bound itself. "Sister Tao, I'm being very good. Look, I tied myself up. Are you going out? Have fun." The little ginseng spirit grinned, demonstrating its sincerity by tying itself in a tight knot. Li Ran's lips twitched. It was evident that Tao Yaoyao was a dominant figure in the herbal garden, second only to the Peony Fairy. The little ginseng spirit must have faced her wrath often, for it had learned its lesson well. As they passed the Four Gentlemen Pavilion, Tao Yaoyao paused, a hint of boastfulness in her tone. "I'm going out." "Don't be envious, you four." The four gentlemen, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, looked at Li Ran and Tao Yaoyao with expressions of envy. Their eyes filled with a yearning for the outside world. Upon reaching the front desk, perhaps due to the heat of the day, the Peony Fairy had removed her stockings, her fair legs particularly eye-catching. Without lifting her head, she commanded, "Remember to return on time tomorrow morning." Tao Yaoyao nodded, assuring her they would return promptly. As soon as they exited the old guest house, Tao Yaoyao excitedly pulled Li Ran along, exclaiming, "Let us go. Take me to the nearby gym." Seemingly dissatisfied with Li Ran and Appo's pace, she snatched his phone and began searching for gyms on Baidu Maps, quickly hailing a taxi. Li Ran, unable to voice his frustration, thought, "Didn't we agree to go catch the troublesome Huajiji? What did going to the gym have to do with that?" The nearest gym was not far, and within minutes they arrived. Dressed in a pink hanfu, Tao Yaoyao dragged Li Ran into the gym at a brisk pace. Li Ran wished to pause. Yet Tao Yaoyao's strength was overwhelming. Who could imagine a girl around 160 centimeters pulling along a man of 180 centimeters as easily as leading a teddy bear? "Hello. Do you have an appointment with a coach? Sir, do you need to register for a membership or just try it out first?" The receptionist greeted them warmly. Noticing their unfamiliar faces, clearly, they were not regulars. New clients warranted a thorough introduction. If they could recommend an annual membership, the commission would be substantial. However, the receptionist assumed Li Ran was the one coming to work out, glancing at him rather than the girl in the pink hanfu, who seemed an unlikely candidate for gym activities. Tao Yaoyao surveyed the gym equipment with palpable excitement. "Li Ran, you pay. I'm going to lift weights." With that, she dashed into the gym. Li Ran could only respond with disbelief. The receptionist, equally astonished, had not anticipated the sweet girl had come to work out. Li Ran, unfamiliar with gym protocols, inquired, "How much does it cost to work out here?" The receptionist, momentarily flustered, smiled and asked, "Does your girlfriend need a personal trainer?" "We charge per session." She assumed Tao Yaoyao was Li Ran's girlfriend, coming for some sculpting or feminine fitness. "Trainer? Of course. I'm not sure. She probably just wants to try today. Do you have such a package?" The receptionist explained, "Well, you could get your girlfriend a membership. We offer quarterly and annual memberships. If you sign up for the annual one now, you'll receive a 20% discount, plus 5 complimentary sessions with a professional fitness coach." Just as Li Ran was about to inquire about the pricing, he was suddenly struck dumb by the scene unfolding in the gym. Before him stood a delightful girl in a pink hanfu, effortlessly squatting with a barbell at an astonishing speed, as if the weight were non-existent. Li Ran exclaimed in disbelief. "What the hell?" Each side of the barbell was loaded with 5 10-kilogram weights, totaling a staggering 200 pounds. After squatting for a while, Tao Yaoyao seemed to find it too light and picked up an additional 200 pounds, squatting while holding one in each hand, her speed only increasing. Heavens! For 100 pounds appeared weightless in her grasp. Not only Li Ran, but also the receptionist and the muscular men in the gym stood agape, unable to comprehend the sight before them. Several brawny men, whose physiques rivaled that of a bullfrog, questioned their very existence. Was this truly a human? A girl in a hanfu lifting 400 pounds? The receptionist stammered, Sir, perhaps you should try a session first. If you like it, you can always sign up later. Li Ran slowly approached, watching Tao Yaoyao lift the barbell with effortless grace. He began to wonder if bringing her to the gym was indeed a grave mistake. A burly man approached Li Ran, patting him on the shoulder. Bro, is this your girlfriend? She has something else. Is she a weightlifter? Incredible! Li Ran remained speechless, wishing he could sink into the ground. This is utterly absurd. The muscular man suddenly had a realization, looking at Li Ran with sympathy. Dude, you might want to listen to your girlfriend from now on. I feel for you, man. With that, he patted Li Ran in a gesture of camaraderie. Chapter 8. Even dogs do not cultivate immortality upon witnessing such a stark and formidable scene. The patrons of the gym silently reached for their phones, eager to capture a video or photograph. However, for reasons unknown, it appeared that everyone's devices collectively malfunctioned today. Either they were out of battery or frozen. In essence, not a single soul managed to record this astonishing moment, leaving them mere spectators. After a vigorous session with the barbell, Tao Yaoyao transitioned to other strength training equipment, continuing her vigorous display as if these machines were mere replicas fashioned from sponge, bearing little weight. During this time, two muscular men attempted to lift the previously abandoned barbell, yet none could replicate the ease with which Tao Yaoyao performed. She was a phenomenon, an extraordinary force, a wondrous girl. No one paid heed to how Li Ran spent those 2 hours. After an initial shock, he felt only embarrassment. He sensed that during these 2 hours, his toes could have carved out multiple 3-bedroom apartments. He resolutely decided that he would never again accompany Tao Yaoyao on such outings. Finally, shortly after 9 in the evening, Tao Yaoyao, still brimming with energy, followed Li Ran home. Along the way, she seemed to regard the ornamental trees lining the street as potential gym equipment. Had Li Ran not restrained her, she might have uprooted one. Ultimately, they returned home without incident, and Li Ran exhaled in relief. His home was laid out in a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room format. His parents occupied 1 bedroom, his sister another, and he had the 3rd. However, with his parents away on a business trip and his sister having just started college, he offered Tao Yaoyao his sister's room for the night. Dear Tao Xianjie, if you find yourself bored, feel free to watch some television or browse the internet. I must warn you, though, that my furniture is of the cheapest quality, so please be gentle with it. He was genuinely fearful that she might feel underwhelmed and resort to lifting his sofa or coffee table for a workout, an utterly terrifying prospect. Tao Yaoyao nodded, reassuring him. Do not worry. I am only interested in professional gym equipment. Fortunately, she did not continue her workout, perhaps fatigued from the day's exertion. Instead, she settled in front of the computer to browse the internet. Relieved, Li Ran cautiously took a seat on the sofa and began scrolling through his phone. Opening WeChat, he contemplated whether to send a message to Lu Dongling. After a moment's reflection, he decided against it. His previous attempts at communication had gone unanswered, often leaving him feeling rather foolish. Never mind. I cannot be a sycophant, for the fate of a sycophant is to end up with nothing. In comparison to such a fruitless pursuit, he found it preferable to watch the alluring female influencers on Douyin, who seemingly rescued countless hapless men. At least, one could glimpse a fair amount without spending money, though, should one wish to tip, perhaps they might even call him daddy. However, before he could indulge for long, his phone chimed with a notification of a transaction. A message from the bank informed him of an expenditure of 856 yuan. Li Ran puzzled, opening the message to investigate. This charge stemmed from a purchase on Taobao. What on earth did I buy that cost so much? Before he could check Taobao to ascertain if he had been a victim of fraudulent charges, another message arrived. This time, the amount was even more staggering too, 300 yuan. What is happening? Are online shopping platforms brazenly robbing us now? Ding. Another transaction alert. This time, it was for 700 yuan. Ding. Yet another notification, this one for 500 yuan. In less than 3 minutes, he had inexplicably spent over 5,000 yuan. Li Ran's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth did I purchase? Done. Tao Yaoyao stretched languidly, a satisfied smile gracing her face as she glanced at the computer. At that moment, Li Ran beheld his Taobao purchase history, which revealed that he had inexplicably acquired several pieces of gym equipment. Realizing the implication, he approached Tao Yaoyao, seeking clarification. What do you mean by this, Tao Xianjie? he inquired, gesturing to the shopping interface displayed on the screen. Without concern, she replied, well, I intend to come out often in the future. So I thought I would buy some gym equipment. These are the most basic models, not expensive at all. Do not worry, I won't be spending much. Li Ran felt a mix of anger and indignation. Sister, we are hardly acquainted, and yet you have spent over 5,000 yuan of my money without a thought. Did you even consider that I am not some wealthy elite? Tao Yao scoffed. What is this amount? You seem so pained over it. I know you have money, but I do not. You can spend your own, but this is my life savings. Tao Yao retorted, money? I do not possess any. I am an immortal. What need have I for money? It is but a worldly possession. But I desire such worldly possessions, Li Ran countered, and I do not disdain them. In his heart, he mused, if only I could overpower you, I would certainly give you a good thrashing. Yet, he dared not act, should he provoke her. It would be he who faced her wrath. Tao Yao smirked. I will not squander your money without reason. Allow me to pose you a question. Li Ran, feeling utterly disenchanted, replied, go ahead and ask. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tao Yao inquired, would you like to cultivate immortality? Immortality? Are you serious? She nodded, affirming. Indeed, immortality. Li Ran probed. Can one earn a fortune through cultivation? If I cultivate, will I become an immortal, able to soar through the heavens and traverse the earth? Tao Yao responded, I suppose not. I am quite impoverished myself. As for becoming an immortal, that depends on one's talent. Upon hearing this, Li Ran exclaimed, then what is the point of cultivating? If one lacks wealth and cannot attain immortality, what benefit is there to it? In the fantasy novels, cultivation requires both wealth and status, alongside immense power to reshape mountains and fill seas, not to mention the ability to take multiple wives. This is what I envision when I think of cultivation. If one is nothing, then what is the purpose of cultivation? Even dogs would not bother with it. Tao Yao scrutinized Li Ran, surprised to find his indifference toward the prospect of immortality. Were others to hear of the chance to cultivate, they would likely bow before her, pleading for her to accept them as disciples. Yet, for Li Ran to refuse the opportunity to cultivate was unacceptable. After some thought, Tao Yao remarked, cultivating immortality does have its advantages, especially for those of my lineage. Men who cultivate tend to attract numerous admirers, often pursued relentlessly. Is that so? Li Ran's eyes brightened with interest. Really? Tao Yao confirmed, absolutely. Li Ran felt his heart stir. The notion of attracting a multitude of beautiful women held undeniable appeal. Imagining a horde of admirers chasing after him, he considered that he might need to bolster his vitality with some ginseng if it became overwhelming. Noticing Li Ran's burgeoning interest, Tao Yao and Appo's lively eyes sparkled with triumph. So, what do you think? Do you wish to learn? Li Ran nodded eagerly, of course. I would love to learn. If such an extraordinary method of cultivation existed, he would no longer be a mere sycophant. In that scenario, it would be others vying for his attention. At this moment, Tao Yao exhibited an air of profound mystery. She gestured towards the computer screen and said, it is not impossible to learn, but I cannot impart my knowledge for free. I still require a few pieces of fitness equipment. Do you think I should purchase them? The thought of the over 5,000 yuan he had just spent made Li Ran's heart ache. However, he gritted his teeth and replied, buy whatever you need. Don't hold back. As he uttered these words, they escaped his clenched teeth, one by one. A cunning smile crept upon Tao Yao's lips. Now that's more like it. Don't worry, it won't cost you too much. I'm only buying a few barbells. What does a beautiful girl need with so many barbells? They cannot be consumed. Watching Tao Yao browse fitness equipment on Taobao, Li Ran couldn't help but ponder how she knew his payment password. Wait, how did you know my payment password? Tao Yao replied without turning her head. I saw it when we went to buy water this afternoon. Li Ran felt a surge of disbelief. No way. After this, he definitely needed to change his payment password. After spending another 5,000 yuan, Tao Yao finally nodded in satisfaction. That should suffice for now. We can discuss more later. Li Ran's heart bled. Over 10,000 yuan, his entire month's salary, had vanished in an instant, purchasing nothing but a pile of useless metal. He mused that it would have been better for Tao Yao to exercise with his coffee table and sofa. 10,000 yuan. Just like that, gone. Li Ran tried to calm himself. Sister Tao Yao, now that you have made your purchases, you should teach me, right? Tao nodded, then shook her head, saying, it's late. You should sleep. Tonight's focus is to capture the spirit of the Yingwozi. What? Is this what it means to take the money and run? When will you teach me? Tao replied, let us wait until tomorrow. I will teach you when we return to the herb garden. Li Ran sighed, all right then. Night fell swiftly, and after a quick shower, Li Ran lay down. Perhaps due to a restless night prior, he soon drifted off to sleep, briefly glancing at the edge of his dreams. Unbeknownst to him, Tao Yao had quietly vanished, as if she had never been there. Only Li Ran's Taobao purchase records bore witness to the fact that the girl had acquired several barbells. Deep in slumber, Li Ran was oblivious to a wisp of delicate purple smoke that, carried by the gentle breeze, entered his dreamscape. The familiar mist enveloped him, and he found himself at the familiar pool. Ah, there you are, young man. And he has been waiting for you. In the pool. The dormitory matron gazed at Li Ran with a smile. At this moment, he realized he had returned to a well-known dream, accompanied by the familiar matron. Oh no. This is a disaster. However, this time, Li Ran was acutely aware that he was dreaming. The muck in the pool clung to his feet, and he instinctively tried to retreat, but it was a futile hope. As the matron approached, he began to glance around in panic. Where was Tao Yao? If she didn't show up soon, he would truly be in trouble. He was still an unblemished boy. He absolutely could not be handled here. Not even in a dream. As the matron came within striking distance, Tao Yao was still nowhere to be seen. Despair washed over Li Ran. Could it be that Tao Yao had fallen asleep? Ying Huozi, I advise you not to act recklessly. I know your true identity. Do not use the matron to frighten me. He now had no choice but to attempt to reveal her true identity to intimidate the matron. As expected, upon hearing Li Ran's words, the matron paused. Oh? You know who I am. You must be quite extraordinary. Which sect do you belong to? No, you have no cultivation. But how do you know my true identity? Li Ran feigned calmness. I assure you, my identity is beyond your comprehension. Otherwise, someone will come to collect you. This Ying Huozi who practices demonic arts. I suggest you cease your actions. As long as you do not disturb me again, I will pretend this incident never occurred. The matron regarded him, uncertain of how he uncovered her true identity, but it was evident that he was merely putting on a brave front. Since you dislike my matron appearance, I shall change my form. A swirl of purple smoke enveloped her, and the matron transformed into a towering figure of a man. Haha. How do you like this form? Rest assured, I will treat you well. Li Ran and Apos. S eyes widened in horror. This form was far worse than the matron. He felt a wave of dread wash over him. Clearly, if this figure succeeded, he would be in grave danger. Stay back. Sister Tao Yao, where are you? Hurry and come out. Tao, if you don't show up soon, I'm finished. Li Ran was engulfed in despair, yearning to escape but finding no way out. Just then, a flurry of pink peach blossoms began to descend from above, and the muck that had ensnared his feet loosened its grip. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ran fled. Not daring to linger. Tao? The imposing figure of the Ying Huozi was taken aback, attempting to flee. But it was too late. The falling blossoms erupted in midair, scattering into countless pink fragments, shattering the dreamscape. In that instant, Li Ran jolted awake from his dream. At the bedside, Tao Yao held a small girl clad in purple. So you dare to cause chaos so soon after transforming? Do you think we, from the herb garden, are easy to provoke? With that, Tao Yao raised her hand and brought it down upon the small girl's backside. With her strength from weightlifting, the blow landed heavily. The girl, a manifestation of Ying Huozi, attempted to escape but found her power sealed by Tao Yao. The sharp sting on her backside prompted her to wail pitifully. If it were any other time, Li Ran would have felt sympathy for a crying girl. However, this was the unpredictable Ying Huozi, who had frightened him in the dream. The matron was one thing, but to also face a hulking figure, did she think Li Ran was easy prey? She deserved a proper thrashing. Anything less would not suffice to quell the indignation. Chapter 9. The Peach Blossom Spring Breeze Technique. After quite some time, Tao Yao finally ceased her efforts with satisfaction. Let us go and retrieve her main body, she declared. The purpose of this outing was to bring back the Ying Huozi to the medicinal garden, so it was imperative to locate its essence. The Ying Huozi appeared terrified. As a spiritual herb, its greatest fear was the potential harm to its main body. Yet, at this moment, she was merely a pawn in the hands of others, and her fear was of no consequence. Reluctantly, Li Ran had no choice but to accompany Tao Yao to the flower and bird market in the dead of night. Fortunately, being a cultivator, Tao Yao transformed into a wisp of smoke and entered a shop directly. When she emerged, she held the colorful Ying Huozi in her hands. It was indeed the essence. She conjured a small box from thin air and placed the Ying Huozi's main body within it. By morning, they would be able to plant the Ying Huozi in the medicinal garden. At last, it was over. Li Ran sighed in relief. Still haunted by the shadows of that dream, he genuinely feared the sudden appearance of a dormitory matron who might impose unthinkable consequences upon him. However, at 6 o'clock the next morning, Li Ran was awakened by Tao Yao, who was eager to hit the gym. "My dear sister, it's only 6 o'clock. Will the gym even be open?" Even if it were open, Li Ran was not keen on accompanying her. Yet, Tao Yao was relentless, dragging him toward the gym they had visited the previous day. Indeed, at 6 in the morning, the gym was closed. But that was no obstacle for Tao Yao. She transformed into pink smoke once more and entered the gym. Thus, she began her workout, this time more astonishing than before. Performing squats with 2 barbells, lifting a staggering 800 pounds, double the 400 pounds from yesterday. Fortunately, no one witnessed this spectacle, or it would have surely been terrifying. Finally, at 8 o'clock, Tao Yao concluded her workout with a satisfied expression. Li Ran resolved that he would never again take Tao Yao out. Arriving at the old Tian guest house, Tao Yao handed the small wooden box to the Peony Fairy. Transplanting spiritual herbs was beyond Li Ran's current capabilities. Although the Yinghua Ji had taken form, it remained a plant, which required a proper synergy for growth. On the 3rd day back at work, Li Ran continued with the routine of watering, loosening soil, and showcasing muscular men for the Peony Fairy and others. But after finishing his tasks for the day, he went to the peach orchard, anticipating the promise Tao Yao had made yesterday. He was intrigued by the method of cultivation that attracted the favor of beautiful women. Tao Yao, hands on her hips, regarded Li Ran with an amused expression. She was aware of his motivation for wanting to cultivate, which elicited a hint of disdain in her eyes. Oh, men, especially worldly men, are never to be trusted. Li Ran stood there grinning, unfazed by her remarks. After all, being criticized was hardly a significant matter. "Peach Fairy, you promised me. Do not go back on your word, or I shall request a refund tonight." Tao Yao shot him a glare, saying, "You dare? I will break your legs." Li Ran remained silent, merely observing her. He refrained from responding to her threat, fully aware she might indeed follow through, and thus could only protest in silence. Very well, he conceded, with a wave of her hand. The surrounding peach blossoms began to swirl and scatter. Then, with her index finger, she pointed at Li Ran's forehead, causing the dancing petals to integrate into his being. At that moment, Li Ran's mind was flooded with text, the peach blossom spring breeze technique. This was the cultivation method Tao Yao was imparting to him. As the blossoms melded into his body, Tao Yao remarked, "This technique is actually more suited for female practitioners, while men can also cultivate it. There are certain side effects." Hearing this, Li Ran felt a twinge of unease. "What kind of side effects? Will I go mad?" Tao Yao shook her head. "Not at all. The peach blossom spring breeze technique consists of 12 levels. With each level you cultivate, your power will surge significantly, surpassing that of your fellow cultivators by several folds. However, for men, after each breakthrough, there will be a special month." "A special month? Does that mean?" Li Ran pondered, wondering if it would involve bleeding. "Isn't a month rather lengthy?" he thought, but dared not voice his concerns. Tao Yao continued. "After you cultivate the peach blossom spring breeze technique, during the month following each advancement, you will be especially appealing to women." Li Ran's eyes lit up. Was it not a good thing to be favored by women? Did that even count as a side effect? "Oh, that doesn't sound too bad," he thought. Tao Yao rolled her eyes at him. "Ignorant child. If you become intimate with a woman during that month, you will fall in rank, and the person you engage with will use that opportunity to advance their own cultivation. In other words, the hard-earned progress you made will be given away. To absorb yang and replenish yin," he mused. "Isn't this akin to being a furnace?" It seemed that this method of attracting beautiful women came at a cost. Li Ran suddenly felt embarrassed by this peculiar method of cultivation, realizing that he would have to guard himself each month after he advanced. In that case, I could just hide after leveling up, he reasoned. Indeed, if he kept a low profile for a month, he could emerge unscathed. Tao Yao chuckled. "That depends on whether you can keep it up. If female cultivators discover you are practicing the peach blossom spring breeze technique, they will likely seize you and keep you for themselves, pressuring you to cultivate and advance, and once you do, you'll become nothing more than their tool." "What? Such a scenario exists?" Tao Yao nodded. "Indeed. If you encounter attractive female cultivators, it would be fine. But beware of those old monsters, especially the elderly women who might capture you, and you would have no means of resisting." Li Ran felt a chill run down his spine. He recalled the matron from his dream. "Peach Fairy, is there any way I can opt out of this cultivation? Is it too late to have second thoughts?" He was genuinely apprehensive about being targeted by those old witches and becoming their plaything. "No, I have already infused the peach blossom spring breeze technique into your body. Even if you wish to refrain from cultivating, you must do so." With a sly smile, Tao Yao Yao vanished in a flash. In the peach grove, Li Ran stood alone, dazed and bewildered. He felt as though he had been tricked, yet he was powerless to retaliate. Had he known, he would have never pursued cultivation. The regret weighed heavily on him. The thought of being ensnared by a formidable elderly woman left him with goosebumps. Cultivation? What nonsense! He resolved to seek out the Peony Fairy for assistance. She was his only hope. He had no desire to become a male pet for an old hag. Chapter 10. The Enigma of the Womb. Before long, Li Ran, looking quite aggrieved, arrived at the front desk of the old Tian Inn. He recounted in detail the predicament caused by Tao Yao Yao to Fairy Peony, for she was now his only hope. Sister Peony, I am in dire straits. Upon witnessing Li Ran's distressed demeanor, Fairy Peony couldn't help but chuckle. It's not as dire as you think. While it is true that men practicing the peach blossom spring breeze technique may encounter unique circumstances, it largely depends on the situation. Generally, only those of the same cultivation level can absorb your essence, so there is no need for you to fret over this matter. Listening to Fairy Peony's explanation, Li Ran began to grasp the situation. Only female cultivators of equal cultivation could draw from him, and as for those formidable old hags, they likely wouldn't deign to notice Li Ran. With this thought, he felt somewhat reassured. After all, whether he wished to be absorbed or not would depend on his consent. However, you must exercise caution. You cannot let anyone discover that you are practicing the peach blossom spring breeze technique, or it could lead to complications. Furthermore, you must control yourself to avoid undoing 10 years of arduous training in a single moment, she cautioned. Li Ran, still somewhat reluctant, inquired, Sister Peony, is it possible for me not to cultivate this technique? Fairy Peony shook her head firmly. That is not an option. Tao Yao Yao has embedded the peach blossom spring breeze technique into your foundation. Should you attempt to practice another technique, they will conflict, and you may very well fall into madness. Moreover, cultivating the peach blossom spring breeze technique is beneficial. It will maximize your absorption of the surrounding spiritual energy, greatly aiding your development. Is that so? Then I suppose I have no choice, Li Ran replied, his expression a mix of resignation and acceptance. At that moment, Fairy Peony continued, moreover, the technique Tao Yao Yao has instilled within you will automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with your breath, akin to an idle gaming experience. If you focus intently on your cultivation, your progress will be accelerated. Li Ran acknowledged this with a simple "oh" as he exited the old Tian Inn. His mood was neither particularly good nor bad. In a sense, he was now a cultivator, and his path in life had irrevocably changed. Perhaps it was from the moment he stepped into the old Tian Inn that his life took a completely different turn. Yet for Li Ran, the acceptance of this new reality was still a challenge. As Li Ran walked away, Tao Yao Yao appeared at the front desk, seemingly out of nowhere. Sister Peony, do you think we are being too hasty? Perhaps he will never unravel the mystery of the womb in this lifetime. Forcing him to cultivate might actually be detrimental. Fairy Peony cast a meaningful glance in the direction Li Ran had just departed, replying calmly, we cannot concern ourselves with such matters. This is the arrangement of the venerable Shennong. We shall simply observe. If he can unravel the enigma of the womb, he might be able to prevent the depletion of spiritual energy. If not, we shall have to wait for the next lifetime. Tao Yao nodded silently, deep in thought. Fairy Peony continued, I have heard from the other side that a 9-tiered heavy tower has been discovered in the Shudi region, and some sects are preparing to take action. Upon hearing this, Tao Yao's face lit up with excitement. Am I going as well? That would be wonderful. The thought of venturing out and hitting the gym thrilled her. Fairy Peony smirked slightly. Not this time. Let the 4 gentlemen accompany Li Ran instead. Tao Yao protested, why not? Fairy Peony replied, there is no reason. It is the will of the venerable Shennong. Tao Yao pouted and muttered softly. Clearly, it's your decision, yet you attribute it to Shennong. Fairy Peony shot her a glare. What? Are you dissatisfied? Tao Yao, feigning innocence, responded, dissatisfied? How could I possibly be? Upon arriving home, Li Ran received a call from his childhood friend, Zhao Jingzhou. Hello, Li Ran, where are you? What is up, Zhao? Do you have something to share? Zhao Jingzhou chuckled. Have you eaten? If not, come out, let and amp, Oppos, let's have a drink tonight. Li Ran recalled that it had been nearly 4 years since he last saw Zhao Jingzhou. After graduating high school, they had gone their separate ways to different universities, with Zhao studying away from home. It seemed he had now returned to his hometown after graduation. They occasionally chatted online, yet the bond of friendship remained strong. When something arose, a phone call sufficed to reconnect. Sounds good. Where shall we go? Zhao Jingzhou replied. Let us grab a bite and then head to a lively place for some fun. Li Ran's interest peaked upon hearing this. Where are we going? Zhao Xingzheng mentioned a newly opened bar, saying, it's a place owned by a buddy of mine. We'll go there tonight. I've heard there are plenty of beautiful women. Li Ran had already changed into his clothes, but he retorted, I must inform you that I am a model citizen of progressive values. I do not frequent such establishments, as they would hinder my studies. On the other end of the line, Zhao Xingzheng scoffed dismissively. Oh, spare me the pretense. Hurry up, I'll be downstairs shortly. Tonight, I'm treating. Li Ran chuckled. All right, I'll defer to you, Mr. Zhao. Li Ran came from a modest family, while Zhao Xingzheng's family owned a company. During their college years, Zhao always drove a BMW, a stark contrast to his peers. Indeed, after a brief wait downstairs, Zhao Xingzheng's flashy pink BMW pulled up in front of Li Ran. He rolled down the window, grinning, let us go. Tonight, I'll introduce you to some lovely ladies and ensure you stop falling in love with your own hand. Li Ran shot him an exasperated glance. Get lost, you. After enjoying a meal at a favorite snack shop from their high school days, they hurried to a newly opened bar in the city center called No Return. It was just past 8 in the evening, and the venue was already bustling with patrons. With the sweltering summer heat, numerous young women clad in shorts or skirts, flaunting their long legs, strolled in groups. Wow, this place has attracted quite a crowd of lovely ladies right from its opening, Li Ran remarked, perplexed. In a short span, he witnessed many girls entering the bar, and objectively speaking, their quality was commendable. While they could not compare to Fairy Peony and Tao Yao Yao from the Medicine Garden, they were still quite appealing. Zhao Xingzheng explained. The bar is hosting a promotional event for its grand opening. Women can enter for free, and drinks are at a 30% discount. That's why so many are here. Otherwise, do you think I would bring you along? Li Ran nodded. Ah, that makes sense. Quite a good deal. Although men were charged, tonight Zhao Xingzheng was treating him, so he would enjoy the same privileges as the women. Zhao Xingzheng pulled out his phone and made a call. Shortly after, a flamboyantly dressed man emerged from the bar to greet them. Young Master Zhao, you've arrived. Our boss Wang has some matters to attend to and sent me to fetch you. You can leave your car here. A valet will take care of it. Your reserved booth is ready. Zhao Xingzheng nodded and handed the man a pack of cigarettes. Thanks. The well-dressed man accepted the cigarettes with polite gratitude. Before long, they were seated at a specially arranged booth. The atmosphere was lively, filled with numerous guests, particularly an abundance of women. In the hot summer evening, a glance around revealed countless long legs, captivating enough to leave one spellbound and drooling. Chapter 11. Breaking through the Qi refinement realm at the bar as time passed. The number of patrons in the bar swelled, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. On the table shared by Li Ran and Zhao Xingzheng, an array of drinks and snacks was laid out. However, the expansive booth was dominated by the two solitary men. Zhao, don't you think it's a bit awkward for just the two of us, old men, to be drinking alone? Li Ran mused, munching on a piece of watermelon, though his gaze wandered to the women swaying to the music around them. Despite being surrounded by booths, theirs was conspicuously devoid of female company, which was undeniably a tad embarrassing. During his university days, Li Ran had frequented such venues, but his financial situation had never paralleled that of Zhao Xingzheng. Back then, he would share a table with his college roommates, often without even chairs, and they had to take turns using the restroom lest they returned to find their table cleared by the cleaning staff. However, tonight was different. Mingling with the affluent allowed him a taste of the extravagant lifestyle. Regrettably, while the drinks flowed freely, not a single woman approached their table. Zhao Xingzheng chuckled and remarked, Stop pretending. It's evident you're unfamiliar with the unwritten rules here. If you want women, let me show you how it's done. He beckoned a waitress and whispered something to her. Moments later, he dramatically tossed the keys to his BMW onto the table. Soon after, a group of elegantly dressed women, bearing bottles of champagne, made their way toward them. It was clear that Zhao Xingzheng and Apos' order of 6 bottles of Ace of Spades had drawn attention, as several women began casting glances their way. Li Ran seized the opportunity to tease, So, your so-called skill is just a matter of cash, huh? Zhao Xingzheng chuckled, giving Li Ran a friendly pat on the shoulder. It's just for fun, don't take it too seriously. Many come here seeking thrills or to connect with wealthy patrons, hoping to sell their fleeting time for a good price. I've seen online auctions where spots near that hot dog-loving rich kid, Wang, started at 20,000. As anticipated, it wasn't too long before a few adventurous women approached Li Ran and Zhao Xingzheng. These women, sharp-eyed and bold, quickly discerned that the true wealthy patron was Zhao Xingzheng, leaving Li Ran feeling rather neglected. He couldn't help but self-deprecate with a smile, pondering why, despite his charm, no one seemed interested in him. Fortunately, Zhao Xingzhong, being Li Ran's childhood friend and loyal ally, managed to engage with the women, prompting a few to approach Li Ran with playful smiles. "Hey, handsome. Is this your first time here? You seem a bit shy," one particularly alluring woman with cascading waves teased, inching closer to him. Li Ran, caught off guard by her flirtation, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, despite his previous attempts to appear nonchalant. Curiously, he wondered how she had seen through his facade. "How did you know it was my first time?" he asked. The woman, covering her mouth with a playful laugh, replied. "Zhao told me. He said you just returned from studying abroad and wanted us to show you the ropes tonight." Li Ran was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "Oh, right. P.S. Just worried I've gotten too bookish. It's nice to step out for a change." The implication of his status as an overseas student lent credibility to his persona, especially with Zhao Zhengzhong, a genuine tycoon, by his side. "Where did you study?" Another woman chimed in, inching closer. Li Ran hesitated, realizing that naming prestigious institutions like Harvard or Cambridge would blow his cover. Instead, he opted for a lesser-known university that still ranked within the top 100 globally. "Have you heard of the University of Pennsylvania? It's not very famous. I was just there enjoying life." The two women paused, momentarily taken aback by the unfamiliar name. However, one of them, the one with the cascading waves, discreetly pulled out her phone to look it up. To her surprise, she found it ranked 83rd worldwide, located in the United States. Instantly, her demeanor shifted, and she began engaging Li Ran enthusiastically, often leaning in closer, teasingly brushing against him. Li Ran felt a rush of warmth flooding through him, particularly in his lower abdomen, as if a small furnace had ignited within. Finally, overwhelmed by the sensation, what on earth is happening? I merely intended to unlock my phone, yet it ended up crushed in my hand. The girl beside me was equally bewildered. If she didn't want to share her WeChat, that was fine. But why crush my phone? Sigh. It was unintentional. Perhaps I was too excited to see a beautiful woman and accidentally damaged my phone. The quality of today's phones is truly disappointing, huh? Li Ran awkwardly chuckled to diffuse the tension. But the situation was far from over. Two more girls approached. "Hey, can we join you for some fun?" Visually, these girls were quite attractive. "Of course, please have a seat," Li Ran replied enthusiastically. As soon as the two girls settled down, another pair appeared. "Do you have a girlfriend?" One of the short-haired girls greeted Li Ran with a smile. "No, I don't. Are you offering to introduce someone?" He chuckled. The short-haired girl, evidently more vivacious, playfully winked at him and said, "Oh, that's great. What do you think of me? Do I resemble your future wife? My goodness, am I being flirted with?" To be honest, this was Li Ran's first encounter with such bold teasing from a girl. The two girls who had just sat down looked displeased. "Hey, what about us? Aren't we your type? What on earth is happening today? Several girls are vying to be my girlfriend." The girl with the big waves, who had been keeping Li Ran company, suddenly became competitive. She leaned in closer, flaunting her curves. While she might not be the most attractive, she certainly had her assets. Nearby, Zhao Zhengzhong, amidst the crowd of girls, noticed the sudden influx of attention towards Li Ran. But that was not the end of it. More girls approached Li Ran, asking for his WeChat, and some directly inquired if he was in need of a girlfriend. What is going on? Is this my lucky night? So many girls are asking for my WeChat. It defies logic. At that moment, Li Ran realized something was amiss. Oh no, have I just transcended to a new realm? Otherwise, how could this happen? Before him, over a dozen girls were clamoring for his WeChat. Li Ran was neither a celebrity nor a wealthy heir. The circumstances were evidently peculiar. He never anticipated that a simple outing would lead to such a breakthrough, a side effect of cultivating the peach blossom spring breeze technique. And he had exerted more strength than he realized, so that is how it was. Likely, he was the only one in the entire cultivation world experiencing this. As he observed the increasing number of girls surrounding him, Zhao Xingzhong found the situation rather dull. What is up with this guy today, attracting all these women? Li Ran found himself encircled by a group of girls, unable to escape. Under normal circumstances, he would welcome any number of admirers. It was either his demise or the girls failing to rise from their beds. However, for the past month, he had to maintain his composure. Otherwise, all would be in vain. "Hey, where are you touching?" "No, don't do that. Don't pull. That is not a belt." Several girls, taking advantage of Li Ran and Appo's moment of distraction, began to touch him indiscriminately. "This won't he do. I must leave immediately. Old Zhao, I can't handle this anymore. I'm leaving." Despite his best efforts to restrain himself, when Li Ran pushed, several girls toppled over. He didn't have time to dwell on it. He bolted away. The commotion attracted attention within the venue, as many patrons turned their heads. Some men, who had finally managed to take a girl out, found themselves interrupted by her rushing over to Li Ran, insisting on getting his WeChat and clamoring to be his girlfriend. Is that a celebrity? Could it be the wealthy heir? Let us follow him outside and see. Witnessing Li Ran's frantic escape, those who had failed to obtain his WeChat chased after him. The crowd erupted in excitement. The DJ and the microphone host stood in confusion. What is happening? How could a lively party turn into a scene where a throng of girls chased after one person? At this moment, Li Ran comprehended the terrifying aftermath of cultivating the peach blossom spring breeze technique, as several girls relentlessly pursued him, clamoring to return home with him. If he consented, he could easily end up in bed with one of them tonight. Zhao Xingzhong watched in astonishment. Is this some kind of joke? Upon seeing Li Ran flee, he lost interest in continuing to play and hurriedly followed after him, curious about the bizarre situation unfolding. This spectacle caused a stir throughout the venue. Rumors spread that a certain wealthy heir had come to visit, and now that he was recognized, he was making his exit. Nonsense. Someone claimed Jaicho was here, chased by female fans for autographs and photos. No, I think I heard Wang Lihong was here. The venue buzzed with chatter, completely losing interest in dancing. Outside, the security staff were equally bewildered. They witnessed a throng of girls chasing a man, shouting as they ran. Hey, can I be your girlfriend? Wait for me. What is your type? I can change for you. One girl even shouted, what is your favorite position? I'm a dance major, and I can unlock many poses. From a distance, the scene resembled a zombie outbreak, a horde of zombies pursuing a lone survivor, eager for a feast. Zhao Xingzhong, having had a few drinks, hailed a taxi to rescue Li Ran from his predicament. Li Ran hurriedly opened the door and jumped in. Driver, step on it. Accelerate. The faster, the better. The taxi driver looked back at the swarm of girls pursuing Li Ran, utterly perplexed by the unfolding scenario. Chapter 12. Am I really a star? The taxi driver pressed the accelerator, swiftly distancing himself from the pursuers behind. Once he ensured he was no longer being followed, Li Ran let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that being popular among young women wasn't necessarily a blessing. Fortunately, we live in a society governed by law. Otherwise, he felt those overly enthusiastic girls might have directly taken matters into their own hands. Throughout the journey, the taxi driver occasionally glanced at the rearview mirror. Excuse me. Are you that male celebrity? He inquired, curiosity etched on his face. It was clear he had recognized someone, but who could it be? The driver mused that the person didn't appear particularly handsome. Li Ran casually replied, have you seen Chinese Paladin? The driver nodded, his expression turning to one of astonishment. Oh my goodness, so you're Hu Gu. No wonder. Huh? Hu Gu? Li Ran thought to himself that he had intended to claim he was Eddie Peng. Given the driver's assertion, he decided to play along, feigning an air of mystery. Shoo, don't let it slip. I've gone to great lengths to disguise myself. Yet here I am, still recognized. The driver's expression shifted to one of understanding. Upon arriving at Li Ran's residence, the driver hesitantly asked, could I get your autograph? This is the first time a star has ridden in my cab. He handed over a notebook and pen, looking at Li Ran with a hopeful gaze. Sure, no problem, Li Ran replied, scrawling his name before closing the notebook and handing it back. Zhao Xingzhong, who had been watching, momentarily questioned whether his childhood friend genuinely resembled Hu Gu. However, he soon saw Li Ran had signed Kuan-Sheng Peng Yuan, and he felt reassured that this was indeed his longtime friend, familiar yet amusingly different. When it came time to pay, the driver offered a discount, only charging the base fare. Once Li Ran and Zhao Xingzhong had walked away, the driver opened the notebook to find the hasty signature. Kuan-Sheng Peng Yuan? Wasn't he that Hu Gu? Back at home, Li Ran gulped down a large glass of water and tossed a bottle of cola to the curious Zhao Xingzhong. What are you staring at? Do I have handsome written all over my face? Li Ran guessed Zhao Xingzhong was about to inquire about the evening's events and why so many girls had been vying for his attention. In Zhao Xingzhong's mind, such behavior was inexplicable. Either the girls were blind or he was. After all, how could one explain the frenzy? Was Li Ran truly Eddie Peng? Li Ran was well aware of the situation but chose to keep it to himself, pretending to be oblivious. What happened tonight? Were those women out of their minds? Zhao Xingzhong stared at Li Ran, unblinking. Feigning mystery, Li Ran responded, I merely claimed to be Eddie Peng, and then those girls went wild, one after another wanting to be my girlfriend. I didn't expect it either. Zhao Xingzhong scoffed, get out of here. You? Eddie Peng? You're not even half as attractive as I am, Li Ran retorted. Where's the resemblance? My profile is quite decent. Besides, the lighting in the bar was poor. It's only natural they made a mistake. Zhao Zhengzheng remained skeptical about Li Ran's claims. Not wishing to delve deeper into this topic, Li Ran changed the subject. Let me fetch you some slippers. Why don't you stay over tonight? Zhao Zhengzheng shook his head. I can't. I have a flight to the capital at 6 in the morning. My dad says I've been too carefree and insists I work at the branch office to gain some experience. That early? It's almost 2 already. You'll have to head to the airport soon, Li Ran remarked. Zhao Zhengzheng nodded, sighing, I don't want to go, but my dad insists. It's ridiculous. Whoever heard of a rich second generation needing to work? What a curse. Faced with such ungratefulness, Li Ran could only roll his eyes. You don't know how fortunate you are. How about we switch places? I'll be the rich second generation, and you can take my place as the struggling one. Zhao Zhengzheng contemplated for a moment before nodding. Sure, just call me dad first, and then you'll be the third generation of wealth. Get lost. Thus, the two friends sat on the sofa reminiscing about the past. Time flew by, and soon it was past 3. Zhao Zhengzheng had to leave for the airport. The journey from Li Ran's home to the airport took over an hour, and considering security checks, he left around 4. Initially, Li Ran intended to drive Zhao Zhengzheng to the airport, but Zhao Zhengzheng declined. However, he tossed his flashy pink BMW keys to Li Ran, asking him to return the car afterward. Before leaving, he reminded Li Ran that while it was permissible to use his car for flirting, he must not cause any minor tremors inside it. As dawn approached at 5, Li Ran found himself wide awake. Given that he was entering a month of unique circumstances, he thought it best to avoid the morning rush hour, which could lead to a scene similar to the previous night's chaos. Such a scenario would indeed be quite troublesome. Thus, he resolved to head early to the old Tian guest house while there were fewer people around. He also intended to consult the Fairy of Peony for any advice on navigating this special month. As he made his way, Li Ran felt as if he were a thief, cautious and alert, fearing that a girl might leap from a corner and drag him into the bushes. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful. These days, women rarely rose early. By 6 in the morning, he arrived at the old Tian guest house, only to find the door locked and no sign of the Fairy of Peony. Truth be told, the guest house seldom had any business, sometimes even failing to rent out a single room in a day. However, such matters were of no concern to the Fairy of Peony, as they did not rely on this for income. At 7, the door of the old Tian guest house swung open automatically. Unbeknownst to Li Ran, the Fairy of Peony was already seated at the front desk. You're here quite early, she remarked, surprised by Li Ran's early arrival. Before Li Ran could respond, her gaze shifted, and she exclaimed, You've already entered the Qi refinement stage? Did you break through last night? Being a fairy, she could easily discern the changes in Li Ran. He nodded, saying, Yes, you wouldn't believe it. So many women were going crazy wanting to be my girlfriend last night. It was terrifying. The Fairy of Peony regarded him with a mix of astonishment and delight. I thought it would take you 1 to 3 months to reach the Qi refinement stage. I didn't expect you to achieve it so quickly, Li Ran replied. I don't even know how it happened. I just went to a bar for a drink and danced a bit, and then I broke through. He spoke the truth, omitting the fact that the breakthrough had been stimulated by the overwhelming presence of 36E. Let me see your hand, the Fairy of Peony instructed. Li Ran complied, extending his hand. The Fairy of Peony delicately grasped his wrist, a wave of extraordinary energy flowing into him. After a moment, she looked at him in surprise. You truly have broken through. I can't believe you've succeeded in Qi refinement without any prior training. How intriguing. Li Ran chuckled. Doesn't this prove I am a once-in-a-lifetime talent? The Fairy of Peony shot him a glance. It's rather average. There are many others who are more talented than you. Not receiving the affirmation he sought, Li Ran did not feel disheartened. Although he had only been working here for a few days, he recognized that this was simply the Fairy of Peony and Apos' nature, a quintessentially aloof and frigid goddess. Perhaps one day he might conquer her heart. The Peony Fairy continued, Seek out the Four Gentlemen. Your current realm is still shallow. They can assist you in mitigating the aftereffects of the Peach Blossom Spring Breeze technique. Li Ran and Apos' spirits soared at the thought. How wonderful it would be if he could summon these aftereffects at will. Furthermore, prepare yourself, for tomorrow you shall embark on a task. Li Ran inquired, Oh, where to? Is it to gather herbs? The Peony Fairy nodded affirmatively. Indeed, there exists a newly formed 9-tiered heavy tower in the land of Shu. The 4 gentlemen will accompany you. Oh, is there any danger? Li Ran asked, concern etched on his face. The Peony Fairy shook her head. it is not a significant concern. With the four gentlemen by your side, you will face minimal peril. After you conclude your work today, take some time to reflect on your current realm. You are now a cultivator. Chapter 13. The High Ponytail Girl. At 8:30 in the morning, Li Ran pushed open the door of room 888. The herbal garden was still bathed in brilliant sunshine, with soft rays illuminating the herbs, fetching water, watering plants, loosening the soil, and showcasing his strength to the Peony Fairy. Such was the simplicity and earnestness of the day. Upon arriving at the peach grove, Tao Yaoyao noticed the change in Li Ran's realm. She displayed a look of astonishment, not expecting him to achieve qi training so swiftly. Remarkably, Li Ran had not undergone any formal training. He simply danced to the music and achieved a breakthrough. If this were to circulate within the realm of cultivators, it would undoubtedly leave many feeling embarrassed. Many gifted cultivators required at least 6 months to succeed in qi training. Yet individuals like Li Ran were exceedingly rare. Unfortunately, Li Ran remained oblivious to his own progress, feeling like a mere mediocre cultivator. Despite having reached the qi training realm, he felt nothing extraordinary. Aside from his significantly enhanced strength and the occasional warm current in his dantian, there was little else to note. After completing a day's work, Li Ran arrived at the Four Gentlemen Pavilion. Eager to venture outside, the four gentlemen, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, could hardly contain their excitement. Learning from the previous experience with Tao Yaoyao, Li Ran established 3 rules for this outing. Gentlemen, our primary focus on this trip is to gather the 9-story heavy tower. Additionally, you shall cover your own expenses. I am without funds, so any purchases must be your own responsibility. Lan Junzi scoffed. Do you believe we are as impoverished as that peach fairy? Furthermore, our journey is one of poetic expression and the enjoyment of life. There shall be no other expenses. The other 3 gentlemen nodded in agreement, affirming Lan's statement. Observing their fervent promises, Li Ran felt a sense of skepticism, though he could not articulate his doubts. Fortunately, this interprovincial trip would be reimbursed. The distance from Kuan City to Shu was over 500 li, not too far. Instead of flying, they opted to drive, with Li Ran conveniently having a car. Naturally, the 4 gentlemen, in their refined demeanor, could not drive themselves. Thus, Li Ran took the wheel of an old Santana from the Tian guest house, serving as the designated driver. True to the 4 gentlemen's words, they spent the journey admiring the scenery, composing poetry, and engaging in lively discussions. As long as he was not required to spend money, Li Ran was content. They arrived at Qiqing Mountain in Shu around 5 in the morning. After a night of driving, Li Ran felt fatigued, while the 4 gentlemen appeared invigorated, as if the fresh mountain air revitalized them. Mei Junzi suggested, let us ascend the mountain. The 9-story heavy tower should be located above, and we expect others to arrive by tomorrow. The others had no objections, and Li Ran noted their unanimous agreement, rendering his own vote moot. However, halfway up the path, a thought struck him. Isn and Apos. This one of the 10 heavenly caves of Taoism? Is it appropriate for us to gather herbs here? Zhu Junzi replied, precisely. We chose to come at night. If we were to be discovered by the old Taoists during the day, our herb-gathering plans would be thwarted. Li Ran felt a twinge of anxiety, sensing that this herb-gathering venture might not unfold as easily as anticipated. Following the 4 gentlemen along the mountain path, Li Ran, despite being a qi training cultivator, struggled with fatigue after 2 sleepless days and a night of driving and climbing. In contrast, the 4 gentlemen maintained their composure, occasionally fanning themselves with their handheld fans, appearing entirely untroubled. Shall we take a rest? I can hardly hold on any longer, Li Ran implored, yearning for sleep. Lan Junzi replied, not yet. The 9-story heavy tower is still some distance away, and it is likely to take form at night. We must arrive and conceal ourselves beforehand, so we can gather at the moment it manifests. Otherwise, we may attract the attention of the old Taoists from Qiqing Mountain, making our escape difficult. Finally, at 9 in the morning, they reached a secluded grove. Zhu Junzi sniffed the air and declared, this is the spot. Although the essence of the heavy tower is well concealed, it cannot escape my keen perception. Li Ran, feeling utterly exhausted, sought a flat spot to lie down and rest. You may rest among us, but do not wander off, or we will be unable to suppress the unique effects of the peach blossom spring wind technique and conceal your presence as a cultivator, warned the 4 gentlemen. As soon as they spoke, the 4 gentlemen vanished, replaced by a waxy plum blossom, a stalk of green bamboo, a chrysanthemum, and an orchid, encircling Li Ran. Curiously, he reached out to poke the chrysanthemum, but was quickly chastised by Zhu Junzi. Boldly forward. How uncouth. Li Ran retracted his hand, disgruntled. I merely wished to see what the center of the chrysanthemum looked like. Why be so stingy? The once blooming chrysanthemum suddenly closed its petals, transforming into a tight bud. A clear indication of Zhu Junzi's resistance. Li Ran, disregarding the dirt, lay down on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Li Ran was roused by someone calling his name. Hey, wake up. You can't sleep here. Blinking awake, he beheld a beautiful girl in sportswear with a high ponytail. Rubbing his eyes to confirm he was not dreaming, he heard her continue. Hurry up and go down the mountain. You must be a tourist. Li Ran responded. Huh? Why can't I sleep here? Is there an entrance fee? The ponytailed girl was momentarily taken aback by his words. This was a natural forest, and of course, there was no fee. At this moment, a woman in a Taoist robe approached and said to Li Ran, Hello, this is a remote mountain area where snakes and insects may be present. It would be best if you did not sleep here. You should return down the mountain soon. Her reasoning was sound, yet Li Ran was determined to remain. After all, he had a purpose for being there. Descending? That was out of the question. Furthermore, it was likely that these two were also in pursuit of the 9-story heavy tower, mistakenly believing him to be a mere tourist. If he were to witness the manifestation of the 9-story heavy tower and that information were to leak, it would cause a societal uproar, as transforming beings post-establishment of the country was strictly forbidden. The manifestation of the 9-story heavy tower tonight would clearly be unlawful. I'm fine. I'm not afraid. Are you Taoist sisters from Qingqing City? No need to worry about me. I'll just rest a bit, Li Ran cheerily replied. They were taken aback by his refusal. The ponytailed girl and the Taoist woman exchanged glances, seemingly displeased by Li Ran's misconception that they were disciples of Qingqing Mountain. We are disciples of Zhongnan Mountain, here for study and cultivation, the ponytailed girl retorted. Zhongnan Mountain? But this is Qingqing Mountain. I can sleep here without your permission. Can I? The ponytailed girl was momentarily speechless. Hey, why don't you listen to advice? Li Ran shrugged, indifferent to their concerns. Forget it, let him be. If he wishes to stay, so be it, the Taoist woman conceded, giving up on persuading him. The ponytailed girl huffed and turned, following the Taoist woman as they walked away. Sister Lingxiu, is this person perhaps a cultivator? Otherwise, how could he be sleeping here? Could he also be here for the 9-story heavy tower? Zhong Lingxiu inquired of her sister, Zhong Lingyu, with a hint of confusion. The serene senior sister, clad in a Taoist robe, shook her head and remarked, It is unlikely. I just employed the spirit testing plate, and there are no fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from this individual. Chapter 14. The 9 Li Miao Mountains. As the two women walked away, Li Ran felt a sudden disinterest in continuing to rest. He anticipated that more people would arrive shortly, and remaining asleep would appear quite peculiar. He tugged at the leaf of a nearby orchid and suggested, Shall we change our position? It's likely that more guests will come soon. Lan Junzi winced in pain, exclaiming, If you don't let go, do you believe that even scholars can resort to violence? Li Ran quickly withdrew his hand, chuckling, My apologies. I simply couldn't help myself. Heh. After spending several days together, Li Ran understood that interacting with the 4 gentlemen required a certain degree of informality. Otherwise, they would adopt a lecturing demeanor, bombarding him with teachings that were filled with archaic references, concepts he found utterly incomprehensible and impossible to emulate. It was far more comfortable to remain casual. This approach left the 4 gentlemen with little grounds to criticize him, allowing Li Ran to feel at ease. Mei Junzi remarked, There's no need to hide. Come beneath my tree, and I shall conceal your presence. Unless a formidable practitioner arrives, no one shall behold you. Oh, does that mean I can become invisible? Li Ran inquired, intrigued. Indeed, Mei Junzi affirmed. The prospect of invisibility piqued Li Ran's interest immensely. Mei Junzi, would you be so kind as to teach me this technique? I truly admire you. They say that the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from enduring hardships, which exemplifies your admirable quality of being willing to teach. The branches of Mei Junzi quivered slightly, evidently vexed by Li Ran's rather nonsensical flattery. Such a technique is not to be imparted to those with impure intentions. Li Ran was undeterred, for he envisioned the myriad of possibilities that would unfold if he were to master the art of invisibility. What a delightful thought, sneaking a peek at women bathing. Such thoughts must remain unspoken, of course. My intentions are entirely pure, truly. How could I possess any malice when I am in the esteemed company of you 4? With your guidance, especially your wise mentorship, my intentions could not be more virtuous. The trio of Lan, Zhu, and Zhu Junzi collectively shifted away. expressing their unwillingness to associate with such a shameless individual. Mei Junzi ignored him. Li Ran, unfazed, playfully scratched the trunk of Mei Junzi's tree. Come now. Don't overreact. Where are you touching now? It seemed he had encountered a sensitive spot, as the entire tree twisted in response. Li Ran chuckled. Then please teach me the invisibility technique. I promise to use it responsibly. Mei Junzi was incensed, lamenting, how did Shennong attract such a shameless apprentice? This is a true affront to decorum. Seeing that Mei Junzi had no intention of teaching him, Li Ran sought an alternative approach. In that case, let us enjoy a day in Shu after acquiring the 9-story tower tonight. There is no rush to return. I shall agree to one condition. As long as it is not excessive. Li Ran was aware that the 4 gentlemen longed to escape the confines of the medicinal garden, but the rules prohibited such escapades. This was evident after Tao Yaoyao emerged, eager to engage in various activities, revealing their long confinement and the allure of the outside world. Upon hearing this, the 4 gentlemen hesitated. Not sensing any change in their reluctance, Li Ran pressed on. If you are unwilling to teach me, I want to insist. Next time, I shall accompany Sister Tao Xian. At least she taught me the peach blossom spring wind technique, while you 4 can remain here composing poetry. He had played his trump card, eager to see if the 4 gentlemen would yield to the pressure. As expected, his words struck a chord, and they began to waver. Zhu Junzi said, Old Mei, why not teach him? It's not merely for the sake of future outings. I believe that Li Ran is truly diligent and eager to learn. Zhu Junzi added, indeed. He recognizes that the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from enduring hardships, which proves his genuine admiration for you. Lan Junzi chimed in, Old Mei, please teach him. Mei Junzi could only express his dissatisfaction with a shake of his branches. Very well, but I shall only instruct you after we return to the medicinal garden. Upon hearing Mei Junzi's agreement to teach him the art of invisibility, Li Ran was elated. Wonderful. I knew you possessed such noble character, Mei Junzi. Perhaps I could fetch some organic fertilizer for you, so you might flourish even more. Mei Junzi could no longer contain his irritation, swiftly striking Li Ran's mischievous hand with a branch. Li Ran rubbed his hand, wearing a broad grin. The mere thought of mastering invisibility brought to mind the alluring woman next door and the charming girl downstairs. How delightful that would be. As time passed, the night slowly enveloped the sky, and the sounds of birds faded as people settled in for the evening. Li Ran, hidden beneath the plum tree, observed the arrival of several individuals. The transformation of the 9-story tower had evidently become common knowledge. Zhong Lingxiu and Zhong Lingyu, along with an elderly Taoist priest, had been waiting nearby. Several bald monks in suits also came into view. Upon their arrival, the attendees exchanged knowing greetings, their expressions revealing an unspoken understanding. Master Qingmu. The emergence of the 9-story tower shall undoubtedly create quite a stir. Numerous sects have gathered, remarked a middle-aged man in a windbreaker as he approached the Zhong sisters and the elderly Taoist. Master Qingmu nodded. Each instance a medicinal herb appears. It is a significant loss to our world. If consumed correctly, it could lead one to immortality, which has stirred the interest of many old-timers. The man nodded in agreement, adding, logically, those from Qingqing Mountain should be aware by now, yet we have yet to see anyone. Could it be they plan to disregard the 9-story tower? Master Qingmu glanced ahead. How could they not? Fai Hongzi is but a step away from immortality. They would not miss such an opportunity. Perhaps they have their own plans. In this age of decline, achieving true immortality is exceedingly arduous. Moreover, beneath the banner of the red flag, even spirits would retreat in fear. The sects of Shiru and Dao have long since concealed themselves, making the pursuit of immortality a formidable challenge. Thus, upon learning of a transformative medicinal herb, those on the cusp of immortality were inevitably drawn to it. At that moment, one of the bald monks in a suit received a phone call, his expression turning sour. Abbot, the Bureau of Religious Affairs just arrived for an inspection, stating our party and government work is inadequate and requires rectification. The older monk's lips twitched at the news. Having renounced the world, he still had to deal with bureaucratic matters. Truly a lamentable predicament. Li Ran nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this, but managed to cover his mouth just in time to avoid revealing himself. Master Qingmu and the others exchanged understanding glances. In this day and age, who wasn't he facing similar challenges? Another hour passed, and more individuals trickled in. A tacit understanding prevailed among the crowd. For once the 9-story tower made its appearance, a fierce competition would ensue. Each person exuded a powerful aura, and Li Ran knew he could not contend with them at present. Oh my, so many people have arrived. Suddenly, a bright voice shattered the silence. The speaker was a tall, fair-skinned girl, her words tinged with a distinct Sichuan Chongqing accent, indicating she was likely a local. "Are you from the Nine Li Miao?" Master Qingmu immediately identified her. "Who are you?" the girl inquired, her enchanting peach blossom eyes blinking curiously at Master Qingmu. With a respectful gesture, Master Qingmu replied, "I am King Muzi from Zhonganshan." The young girl regarded the Taoist priest Aoki with a look of skepticism, exclaiming, "He doesn't seem to fit the bill. Isn't Mr. Zhong involved in the medical field? How did he come to be associated with a sect?" Aoki was momentarily at a loss for words and chose to disregard the girl entirely. Noticing his indifference, the girl covered her mouth and chuckled. "I am none other than Xiong Yun of the Jili Miao Mountain." Upon hearing her self-introduction, the crowd cast her several intrigued glances. It appeared that this girl was indeed a priestess of the wood spirit from Jili Miao Mountain, a name that evidently resonated with many present. Chapter 15. Lack of sincerity concealed in the shadows. Li Ran observed the gathering with a face full of curiosity. These individuals were undoubtedly practitioners from the realm of cultivation. In the past, he would have dismissed them as mere charlatans. However, they now appeared to belong to a mysterious domain unknown to ordinary people. Particularly noteworthy was the Grand Monk, the abbot, whom Li Ran recognized. Under his leadership, the Shaolin Temple, renowned as the sacred ground of martial arts, had nearly transformed into a publicly listed company. It was no wonder they sought to establish political and cultural governance. These monks certainly required proper management. Li Ran found himself intrigued by the young girl from the Jiuli Miao Mountain, especially her lively eyes, which seemed pure and unblemished. This was undeniably alluring for a young man. Xiong Yun scanned her surroundings, noting the serious expressions on everyone's faces, making it impossible for her to strike up a conversation. "What a bore," she muttered to herself before making her way toward Li Ran. A sudden tightness gripped Li Ran's heart. Could it be that this girl had noticed him? Surely not. The elder Taoist had overlooked him, so she shouldn't be able to see him either. Xiong Yun plopped down beneath a plum tree and pulled a bottle of mineral water from her bag, taking a sip. "Ah, there ain't apples, as even a plum here, yet no fruit," she complained, seemingly feeling a bit lonely as she retrieved her phone to entertain herself. Her words provoked a slight irritation in Mei Junzi. At that moment, Li Ran and Xiong Yun were less than 20 centimeters apart, and he dared not move. Fearful of being discovered by the girl from Jili Miao Mountain, the moon hung high in the sky, and the time had passed 10 o'clock. The already silent atmosphere grew even more tense as everyone awaited the arrival of the midnight hour, the moment when the nine-layered building would take form. Many present had never witnessed the manifestation of spiritual herbs, and thus they were filled with anticipation. Moreover, these sentient herbs would remain hidden until their transformation. Though everyone knew their location, the essence of the nine-layered building remained elusive. Alas, spiritual herbs could only thrive in their original spot before transformation, leaving the covetous practitioners utterly helpless. Tonight marked a significant opportunity for the practitioners, yet it was a calamity for the nine-layered building. Only by surviving this night could the nine-layered building truly break free from its shackles and soar amidst the heavens and earth. The moon appeared exceptionally bright, seemingly aware of the nine-layered building's imminent emergence. The once pitch-black night sky transformed into a luminous expanse, illuminating the figures within the woods. Finally, the clock struck 11, and an intense silence enveloped the crowd. Even Xiong Yun, who had been glued to her phone all day, stood up abruptly, gazing at the moon above. The manifestation of the spiritual herb required the blessing of the moon's essence to shape its form. Thus, by following the moonlight, one could witness the essence of the nine-layered building. Everyone anxiously focused on the moonlight, while Li Ran had previously occupied himself watching Xiong Yun scroll through videos. Perhaps inspired by the plum tree, she had been watching tutorials on how to make pickled plums. Mei Junzi was infuriated. After all, those pickles were his precious treasures. What was worse, Li Ran found himself equally captivated by the videos. A shooting star streaked across the sky, causing the once clear moonlight to ripple like water. Suddenly, a beam of moonlight cascaded directly to the ground. Everyone turned their gaze toward the source of the light. The previously empty ground was now illuminated, revealing the silhouette of a white tree. "It has manifested," one practitioner exclaimed, but upon receiving incredulous looks, he quickly fell silent. This was a critical moment for the nine-layered building's transformation. Any disturbance could render their weight in vain. The effects of an untransformed nine-layered building were worlds apart from those of a successfully transformed one, let alone the possibility of attaining immortality after consumption. The practitioners wore expressions of grave seriousness. Tension filled the air as they awaited the moment of transformation, a moment that would likely incite fierce competition among them. This was an opportunity for ascension, and no one would relinquish it lightly. Bathed in moonlight, a layered structure began to reveal itself before their eyes, layer upon layer, each adorned with 7 leaves. Li Ran scrutinized this 9-layered building carefully. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. Indeed, there were 9. However, upon closer inspection, he noted that only 6 leaves on the 9th layer were fully formed, while the 7th had just begun to sprout. Once the 7th leaf fully developed, it would signify the completion of the 9-layered building and its transformation into a sentient being. Under the moon's radiance, the 7th leaf greedily absorbed the essence of the moon, growing at a visible pace. As the 7th leaf expanded, the entire trunk began to coalesce into a humanoid form. This silhouette appeared to be that of a robust man. Initially, a rough outline of the body emerged, gradually becoming clearer as the 7th leaf continued to develop. The transformation began at the feet, resembling human feet, suggesting the formation of roots. Then came the transformation of the ankles, calves, and so forth. Xiong Yunyan murmured, "Could it be that?" As the figure reached the thighs, the next phase would involve certain distinctive male features. The Zhong sisters blushed and turned their heads away. What an unexpected transformation! Xiong Yunyan whispered, her curiosity unabated despite the awkwardness. In the next moment, a beam of moonlight flashed. The form had progressed to the waist, with the crucial area concealed by a leaf. TSK, what a lack of sincerity. What is the harm in a peak? Xiong Yunyan expressed her disappointment, surprised that the 9-layered building was so modest. With the waist taking shape, the chest followed suit. The 7th leaf also neared completion. Soon, the head began to form. Before long, a well-defined and strikingly handsome face emerged, the man's eyes tightly shut, awaiting the final shaping of the 7th leaf. As the 7th leaf fully formed, the man opened his eyes with a start. Now is the moment to act, someone exclaimed in a hushed tone, prompting the previously poised crowd to erupt with fervor. The once tranquil air was now charged with palpable energy, crackling with tension. Qingmu Daoist was the swiftest, tossing a golden bracelet towards the slightly bewildered man. Whoever seized it first would claim the prize. At that moment, the monk clad in a suit also hurled a bowl towards the man, aiming to capture the 9-layered building. "Wait for me," Xiong Yunyan exclaimed, realizing she had been a moment too slow, stomping her foot in frustration. However, her hands were not idle. She pointed her finger, and a vine shot forth from her sleeve, burrowing into the ground, attempting to snatch the 9-layered building directly. "Everyone, this item belongs to me from Qiqing Mountain. I advise you to abandon your designs on it." A massive azure net suddenly appeared in midair, intercepting the various artifacts just as they were about to reach the 9-layered building. Chapter 16. The struggle for supremacy at this moment. The newly transformed 9-layered pavilion emerged from its bewilderment. Faced with the encroaching net, it stomped fiercely upon the ground and launched a powerful punch toward the vast web. Although the 9-layered pavilion had only just taken form, its formidable cultivation was not to be underestimated. With its attack, layers of fist energy cascaded forth, manifesting in a total of 9 layers. The sound of resounding impacts echoed as the energy struck the magical net. Ha ha! A mere spirit herb dares to break through the celestial net of the venerable Qingyang? How audacious! Above the net appeared an elder clad in a green robe, his steps seemingly treading upon the void, firmly anchoring the net above the 9-layered pavilion. "Curse you, mortal cultivators!" The pavilion growled, its voice deep and resonant, as it struggled against the celestial net. Yet, this net was a divine artifact. Despite the pavilion's relentless assaults, it remained securely ensnared. Xian Tong. This object is a creation of heaven and earth, accessible to the fated. "Allow me to open a passage," declared a monk in formal attire, lifting his alms bowl, which emitted a beam of golden light, momentarily parting the net. Upon witnessing this, the 9-layered pavilion and Appo's expression brightened, with an opening revealed. It aimed to seize the opportunity to escape. In a swift motion, it transformed into a streak of crimson light and darted through the gap in the net. However, as it exited, a verdant vine shot up from the ground, ensnaring the red light. It was none other than the tendrils of Xiong Yun. "Aha, thank you," Xiong Yun exclaimed, tugging fiercely in an attempt to drag the 9-layered pavilion away. Not so fast. The Taoist Qingmu, witnessing this, could not allow Xiong Yun to succeed. He pointed, sending forth luminous talismans that transformed into a golden dragon, lunging at Xiong Yun. "How fierce! I'm terrified," Xiong Yun cried out, scattering a handful of petals. As the golden dragon made contact with the petals, explosive sounds erupted. However, Daoist Qingmu's prowess was formidable. Xiang Yun's actions only served as a temporary distraction as she sought to reclaim the nine-layered pavilion. Humph, little girl from Jiuli Miao Mountain. You think you can take the nine-layered pavilion from my Qiqing Mountain? You are sorely mistaken. Xiantong retracted the net and flicked his sleeve, unleashing a beam of sword light. Xiang Yun's bright peach blossom eyes widened in alarm. She had not anticipated Xiantong's immediate aggression with his flying sword. While the others engaged in the competition for the herb with their own abilities, Xiantong had resorted to lethal means. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiang Yun abandoned her intention to contest for the nine-layered pavilion. Among the contenders, Daoist Qingmu, the monk, and Xiantong possessed the greatest strength. The others, though they had initially joined the fray, quickly halted their actions, recognizing the potential consequences of a confrontation between these three. Li Ran, who had been stealthily observing the conflict, was utterly astonished. So this is how cultivators battle. One disagreement, and they summon dragons and flying swords of all kinds. This is truly an eye-opening experience. Enough watching. Soon, the four of us will activate the Junzi Four Symbols barrier and draw these individuals within. At that point, you will collect the nine-layered pavilion and deal with those three women. Mei Junzi communicated telepathically to Li Ran regarding their forthcoming plan. Li Ran glanced at Mei Junzi and inquired, Mei Junzi, are you certain you want me to confront those three women? With my current cultivation, do you truly believe I stand a chance against them? Moreover, if you can draw others into the Junzi Four Symbols barrier, why not include those three women as well? Mei Junzi responded, a gentleman does not reason with women. My ability to draw those male cultivators into the barrier relies on the righteous aura of Confucianism. Including women would easily disrupt this, hence they cannot be brought into the barrier. Is that really the case? Li Ran questioned, puzzled. Meanwhile, the three formidable masters had commenced a fierce battle. Among them, Daoist Xiantong wielded the highest power, maneuvering two flying swords with agility, keeping Daoist Qingmu and the monk occupied and unable to disengage. The sheer ferocity of the swords deterred the onlookers from approaching. Although the three were engaged in combat, their respective artifacts kept the nine-layered pavilion firmly restrained. Do you think I am made of clay? The pavilion exclaimed, its momentum surging, layer upon layer compounding. After accumulating 9 layers of energy, it breached the golden core barrier. Yet, the harsh reality soon struck. The monk's bowl came crashing down upon the pavilion's head with a resounding clang, causing the already buoyant energy to falter. Xiang Yun, ever the opportunist, sought to ambush during the chaos, concealing herself beneath the shade of a plum tree. At this moment, Li Ran dared not move, for Xiang Yun was crouched close, mere inches apart, their faces nearly touching. Is she hiding behind this plum tree? He mused. As the battle between the monk and Daoist Qingmu intensified, Mei Junzi urged, prepare yourself. When we activate the barrier, you must immediately seize the 9-layered pavilion. Ready? I will count to 3, then we act, he announced, as the plum tree rustled. Li Ran hastily replied, and how do I deal with those 3 women? I can't contend with them. Use love to confront them. 1, 2, 3. Mei Junzi counted rapidly. What? Suddenly, the unassuming plum tree transformed into a tall man, startling Xiang Yun. Before she could react, a face appeared mere centimeters from her own. By the heavens! What is this? Even Xiang Yun, a cultivator, was taken aback. At that moment, the 4 gentlemen, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, emerged, standing at the 4 cardinal points in an instant. Junzi Four Symbols barrier, let us discourse, they declared in unison. The remaining cultivators felt compelled to respond to the invitation. Those of lesser cultivation were swiftly transported into the Junzi Four Symbols barrier, while the 2 most powerful, Daoist Qingmu and the monk, resisted fiercely. The Confucians have arrived? Daoist Xiantong realized, recognizing the 4 figures. You are the 4 gentlemen of the herb garden. It seems you have been hiding here for quite some time. As the 4 gentlemen recited the tenets of Confucianism, a surge of righteous energy enveloped the 2 masters, drawing them into the Junzi Four Symbols barrier. What had once been a lively scene was now reduced to 3 beautiful women and Li Ran, accompanied by the disoriented 9-layered pavilion, who had just been struck by the alms bowl. Chapter 17, confronted with love seizing the moment while the 3 women were momentarily distracted. Li Ran opened the small wooden box in his hand. A pale green light emanated from within, enveloping the 9-layered pavilion. In an instant, the pavilion vanished from sight, evidently absorbed by Li Ran. Mission accomplished. Li Ran closed the box, a triumphant smile adorning his face. So many prominent figures had fought fiercely over this 9-layered pavilion. Yet now it was under his control. However, This elation was short-lived as he soon felt 3 piercing gazes fixed upon him. Without a doubt, they belonged to the Zhong sisters and Xiong Yunyu from Jiuli Miaoshan. Wasn't it first come, first served? Now that I have claimed the 9-layered pavilion, shall we part ways amicably? Li Ran suggested, placing the wooden box into his satchel while observing the approaching trio. You clearly have something to hide. No wonder you were here earlier. Zhong Lingxiu recognized Li Ran. He nodded. Hello, do you believe in coincidences? Clearly, confronting the three was ill-advised. So Li Ran sought a peaceful resolution, hoping to retain the 9-layered pavilion. Zhong Lingyu glanced at the spirit measuring plate in her hand, which indicated Li Ran's cultivation at the lowest tier of the Qi refinement stage. Qi refinement stage? Zhong Lingyu found it hard to believe. This was an advanced arena where even they could only watch from the sidelines. Yet, a mere Qi refinement cultivator had managed to seize the 9-layered pavilion. After confirming her observations multiple times, she concluded that it was indeed the Qi refinement stage. With that realization, what was there to fear? Zhong Lingyu coldly stated, Leave the box behind, and we will let you go. Xiong Yunyu, however, wasted no words. She could easily discern Li Ran's level. In her eyes, he was hardly a match. Having sparred with formidable opponents, a mere Qi refinement cultivator was no challenge for her. In a flash, she disappeared, only to reappear before Li Ran. He attempted to retreat, but his abilities proved insufficient. Hand it over, or I might be compelled to knock you out, Xiong Yunyu demanded, extending her hand toward him. Suddenly, an enchanting fragrance of peach blossoms wafted through the air, causing Xiong Yunyu to instinctively cover her nose. Yet, her gaze towards Li Ran shifted dramatically. Strangely, she found him unexpectedly charming. Why do I feel you are somewhat adorable? She remarked, her tone laced with bewilderment. Although the Zhong sisters were slightly less powerful than Xiong Yunyu, they realized that if they did not act, the 9-layered pavilion would undoubtedly fall into Xiong Yunyu and Appo's possession. In unison, the sisters drew their weapons and charged toward Li Ran. As the delicate fragrance enveloped them, both women halted before Li Ran. They sensed an unusual hesitation, as if they could not bring themselves to strike. Li Ran, who had anticipated an impending assault, was equally taken aback by the scene before him. It soon dawned on him that the residual effects of the peach blossom spring wind technique were at play, previously suppressed by the Four Gentlemen. The influence had now resurfaced with their departure. However, it appeared that the technique's effect on female cultivators was not as potent as it was on ordinary individuals. No wonder Mei Junzi advised using love to deal with them. It was indeed this kind of affection. Perceiving the strange looks from the three women, Li Ran cautiously suggested, How about we resolve this peacefully? Fighting is against the law. With a sudden flick of her wrist, Xiong Yunyu ensnared Li Ran with vines. You will relinquish the 9-layered pavilion, or I won't let you go. The Zhong sisters pointed their swords at Li Ran, but refrained from attacking. They sensed an inexplicable reluctance to act against him. Yet, witnessing Li Ran bound by Xiong Yunyu, their enmity shifted solely toward her. Li Ran was manageable, but Xiong Yunyu was a formidable opponent. If Li Ran fell into her hands, the 9-layered pavilion would undoubtedly be lost. Release him, and our Zhong family will owe you a favor, Zhong Lingyu threatened, attempting to leverage their family's influence. Xiong Yunyu scoffed. What a grandiose claim from the Zhong family. What if I refuse? Sister, stop wasting time. Attack. Zhong Lingxiu urged, launching an assault. With precision, a bolt of lightning surged toward Xiong Yunyu. She smirked. Pulling Li Ran back as she countered, dispersing the attack with a gust of wind. The Zhong sisters executed the two-element sword formation, one attacking from above, the other from below. As they moved in harmony, their swords surged with newfound power, matching Xiong Yunyu's strength. However, Xiong Yunyu's grip on Li Ran limited her ability to fully engage. This stalemate was untenable if the elder figures broke free from their formation. The 9-layered pavilion would truly escape her grasp. Determined to evade further conflict, Xiong Yunyu swiftly formed a seal and murmured, Rise, bind. As her words fell, the earth began to tremble. The previously innocuous underbrush surged forth, transforming into a thick wall of foliage that obstructed the Zhong sisters' path. The sisters, skillfully wielding their swords, cleaved through the barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Xiong Yunyu leaped to the treetops, darting away like a nimble monkey, soon disappearing into the moonlight, leaving the Zhong sisters in dismay. Though the three had clashed fiercely, it had not escalated to a fatal confrontation. The 9-layered pavilion was indeed precious. Yet the loss of life would ignite a feud between their factions. As Li Ran observed the treetops rushing beneath him, he glanced at Xiong Yunyu. realizing he was not flying on his own accord but was being carried away by a strikingly beautiful woman from Sichuan and Chongqing. Fear? He felt none. He could always surrender the 9-layered pavilion to preserve his life. Gazing at Xiong Yunyu's delicate neck and rounded chin from this angle, he found it oddly intriguing. After soaring for some time, Xiong Yunyu finally landed in a clearing, instinctively tossing Li Ran to the ground. "Ouch, that hurts. There are stones here," he exclaimed. Hearing his cry of pain, a surge of empathy welled up within Xiong Yunyu. "Oh dear, my little cutie," she said, hastily helping him up and inspecting him for injuries. Visibly relieved upon confirming he was unscathed. With Li Ran now in her possession and no pursuers in sight, she needed to recuperate. Flying through the air was immensely taxing on her internal energy. While they were cultivators, they could not soar indefinitely as depicted in television dramas. Casting a glance at Li Ran, Xiong Yunyu settled into a cross-legged position, beginning to circulate her energy to restore her strength. Chapter 18. Are we not friends? After approximately half an hour, Xiong Yunyu finally completed her meditation. At this moment, Li Ran wore an expression of despair, for the mosquitoes on this mountain were relentless. In just half an hour, he had suffered multiple bites. Bound hand and foot, he could not even swat the pests that tormented him. The heat had already made Qiqing Mountain uncomfortable, and he was clad in short sleeves. His arms were now covered in welts, both painful and itchy. Yet, he hesitated to call out to Xiong Yunyan, uncertain of how the peculiar effects of the peach blossom spring wine technique might affect her. If it turned out to be minor, he risked provoking this Sichuan girl, who could easily send him to meet the king of hell with a mere gesture. "Ah, finally. Are you done? Can you release me, beautiful sister? There are so many mosquitoes here, and I'm covered in bites." Xiong Yunyan regarded Li Ran without uttering a word, merely assessing him from head to toe. She mused, "How could I find this boy so endearing? Could this be what they call love at first sight? Unlikely." However, upon seeing the numerous welts on his arms, her heart ached with sympathy. "Oh dear, how did you get bitten so much?" She then retrieved a bottle of ointment from her bag and began to apply it to Li Ran and Apos' arm. The liquid, slightly greenish, provided a cool sensation upon contact, alleviating the pain and itchiness that had plagued him. "That beautiful sister, can you let me go now? We have no past grievances or present animosities, do we?" Xiong Yunyan blinked her enchanting eyes and smiled. "Oh, your words are quite sweet, calling me beautiful sister. Who else have you addressed like that?" Li Ran replied, "No one. Just you." In his current predicament, where he was at her mercy, he knew he had to be charming, especially since she was indeed a beauty. Xiong Yunyan chuckled softly. Covering her mouth, "What is your name?" Li Ran answered honestly, "Li Ran." Xiong Yunyan continued her inquiries. "Are you also from the medicine garden?" Li Ran nodded. "How old are you this year?" 22. Upon hearing this, Xiong Yunyan's eyes sparkled even more. "You're a younger brother. I'm a year older than you." Li Ran smiled but remained silent. Xiong Yunyan scrutinized him further, even leaning in to catch a whiff of his scent. "Why do you smell like peach blossoms?" Li Ran explained, "It must be the shampoo." Beautiful sister, you and Apos. VE looked into chapter 19. The music resumes and the dance continues with a swift motion. Li Ran and Huang Fu Bian arrived at the foot of Qiqing Mountain. "Let us wait for them. They should be concluding soon," Huang Fu Bian remarked, producing a pack of cigarettes and offering one to Li Ran. "No, I don't smoke." Li Ran waved his hand dismissively, indicating his preference. Huang Fu Bian shrugged and lit one for himself. Approximately half an hour later, 4 figures soared toward them. The 4 gentlemen, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu. "Did you retrieve it?" Mei inquired eagerly, directing his question at Li Ran. Li Ran retrieved a small wooden box from his bag and handed it to Mei. After a thorough examination, Mei finally exhaled in relief. Their journey had aimed to acquire the 9-layered heavy tower, and seeing it safely contained within the box signified the mission's success. "Huang Fu, you arrived later than anticipated," Lan observed with a hint of reproach. Originally, they had intended to activate the 4 gentlemen's barrier upon Huang Fu's arrival, which would have mitigated any potential risks. Given Huang Fu's prowess, he could have easily managed the 2 sisters from the Zhong family and Xiong Yunyan on his own. Huang Fu nodded. "I have uncovered some leads regarding that matter, and it appears to be connected to Western deities." This revelation left the 4 gentlemen momentarily stunned. Historically, they had maintained a respectful distance from the Western cultivation community. "It seems they can no longer restrain themselves," Zhu remarked gravely. Huang Fu affirmed, "Indeed, their involvement is certain. Additionally, there is a connection to the esteemed Peony Fairy's family. I fear for her safety." The mention of the Peony Fairy evoked surprise among the 4 gentlemen, for she was a renowned figure in the realm of Chinese cultivation. The The foremost among the 8 immortals, El Dongbin, was a name universally recognized. Li Ran, listening from the sidelines, felt bewildered yet hesitant to interject. Huang Fu continued, I have some insights. I will visit the herb garden in a few days to devise a plan. For now, I must sort through my thoughts before taking action. The 4 gentlemen nodded in agreement, though their expressions remained somber. Observing the gravity of the situation, Li Ran sensed that something significant was unfolding, yet he remained uninformed. In light of this, let us set it aside for the moment. Since we have made this rare outing, we should indulge in some leisure. After all, if the sky were to fall, we would have tall individuals to support it. Zhu interrupted, steering the conversation toward their upcoming plans. The tension among the others dissipated slightly. Indeed, it would be a shame not to enjoy ourselves while we can. Huang Fu Bian smiled softly, declaring, You all go ahead. I have other matters to attend to. With that, he vanished in an instant. The remaining 4 gentlemen turned their attention to Li Ran, who felt suddenly uncomfortable under their gaze. What are you staring at? He asked. Mei spoke up. Do you remember your promise? Promise? What promise? Li Ran responded, quickly recalling that he had agreed to fulfill a request from Mei in exchange for learning the art of invisibility. It was clear now that they were expecting him to act on that promise. With a resigned gesture, Li Ran asked, What peculiar whims do you gentlemen have? As long as it doesn't involve me being your bedfellow, I am at your service. Are we seeking a massage parlor, or perhaps a hidden alleyway? Mei scoffed, Pa. A decayed tree cannot be carved. After some driving, Li Ran parked in front of an upscale bar. Truthfully, he had no desire to be there, particularly as he could hardly fathom that the seemingly refined 4 gentlemen enjoyed dancing. To his dismay, he was now tasked with picking up the tab. Observing the bar and Oppo's lavish decor, Li Ran braced himself for the steep costs, knowing he would emerge financially bruised. Yet the thought of acquiring the invisibility technique motivated him to endure. The 4 gentlemen, clearly seasoned in such establishments, swiftly exited the vehicle, forming a line as they awaited Li Ran to secure the car. Their presence generated quite a stir, particularly among the intoxicated women nearby. For tall, handsome figures in traditional attire attracted considerable attention, especially at the peak of the bar and Oppo's lively atmosphere. As they entered, the buzz intensified, with patrons exclaiming, Wow! They're so handsome. Are they cosplaying? And if only the one in modern attire were in costume too. The women began vying for a chance to exchange contact information. Li Ran felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. What did they mean by almost? He too was quite dashing, even without traditional garb. He imagined donning Zhao Yun and Oppo's battle armor and impressing them with his prowess. Fortunately, the 4 gentlemen and Oppo's demands were modest. They merely requested a package priced at $28.88. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits, having only just begun his first month of work. Alcohol, a delightful companion, enables the troubled to momentarily escape their burdens and amplifies the joy of the exuberant youth. As the pulsating music enveloped the bar, revelers danced freely. The 4 gentlemen whistled in unison, reminiscent of seasoned warriors confronting a fresh cohort of recruits. The moment the server set down their beers, Mei flicked his sleeve, effortlessly popping the caps off an entire dozen, a display of flair. Let us drink. Tonight, we shall not part until intoxicated. We shall revel in joy. At that moment, Lon and Oppo's demeanor bore little resemblance to that of a modest gentleman. Fortunately, Li Ran had mentally prepared for this stark contrast. Cheers. Let us drink up. Those who do not shall be deemed pups, Zhu declared, leading the charge. Li Ran, feeling compelled, joined in their revelry. As the music pulsed, the 4 gentlemen began to sway and dance. Li Ran felt like an obedient child, acutely aware that the bar was hardly conducive to his studies. Before long, several women approached the 4 gentlemen to exchange WeChat details, which they readily accepted, though they claimed to have forgotten their phones and cleverly provided Li Ran and Oppo's number instead. In that moment, Li Ran recognized the 4 gentlemen's camaraderie. While they indulged in drinks, they had ensured all the women would connect with him. Yet he realized that this situation was not overly challenging for him. Once they departed, he could charm any woman within 5 meters, regardless of age. Due to the suppressed effects of his unique charm technique, time passed swiftly, and Li Ran found himself consuming more than a few drinks, estimating his expenditure for the night to be nearly 10,000 yuan. The financial pain was palpable. The 4 gentlemen had become inebriated yet continued to sway to the rhythm of the music. Mei stood, raising a bottle and proclaiming, Come. Let the music play, and the dance continue. Chapter 20. The sacred water of the Yao Pool. The following afternoon, upon returning to the medicinal garden, Li Ran announced his bankruptcy, declaring that he would no longer be available for any activities exceeding 10 yuan. He also vowed never to venture out with those burdensome companions again, as they were excessively extravagant. However, on a more comforting note, Mei Junzi did not go back on her word. Li Ran successfully learned the art of invisibility. Although it proved somewhat challenging at first, he struggled to grasp the nuances. At times, his head would vanish while his body remained visible, or vice versa. Eventually, he did manage to become invisible, but to his astonishment, he discovered that his ability to remain hidden was limited. He could sustain it for no more than 10 minutes at most. Furthermore, Mei Junzi had specifically cautioned him against engaging in any malevolent deeds after mastering this skill. Should he choose to do so, the magic would fail him. This stipulation clearly contradicted Li Ran's initial intentions, as any typical man mastering the art of invisibility would likely contemplate infiltrating a female bathhouse. Alas, such pursuits were no longer an option. He couldn't shake the feeling that this endeavor had been a fruitless investment. The ensuing days passed in a monotonous manner, with Li Ran now responsible for watering 2 additional subjects, the Yinghua mushroom and the 9-story heavy tower. Their arrival brought them immense joy, for this was the renowned medicinal garden of Shennong. The ethereal energy here was exponentially more abundant than outside, and they were surrounded by many kindred spirits. As fellow plants that had cultivated into sentient beings, their conversations flourished. They exchanged pleasantries about their growth. Have your leaves unfurled today? Or how deep have your roots penetrated? At dawn, Li Ran commenced his repetitive tasks, entering room 1 of the Cheongtai Pavilion to fetch water. Alas, while contemplating some intricacies of the peach blossom spring technique, he inadvertently twisted his ankle and fell into the pool with a splash. Fortunately, the water was shallow, less than a meter deep, and he quickly emerged. As he climbed out of the pool and wiped his face dry, he suddenly paused. Something felt amiss. He recalled the pool's somewhat capricious nature. Whenever he attempted to touch the water before, it would retreat. Yet today, he had plunged entirely into it, and the water remained still. He tentatively tasted the pool water that had accidentally splashed into his mouth. To his surprise, it was sweet and refreshingly cool. Could he actually drink from this water now? He vividly remembered being slapped for attempting to drink it on his first day. Was it truly permissible now? Realizing that this water was intended to nourish the spiritual herbs, it was undoubtedly extraordinary. With renewed determination, Li Ran bent down to drink. Indeed, this time, the pool showed no signs of resistance. Consequently, he gulped down the water until his stomach felt like it would burst, as if to retaliate against that earlier slap. Although he was uncertain of the effects of this water, he firmly believed it must be beneficial. As he exited room 1 with a bucket of water, a peculiar sensation washed over him. The ground beneath felt oddly familiar, instilling a desire to burrow into it. He felt akin to a grand tree yearning to take root and draw nourishment from the earth. How bizarre. Li Ran murmured to himself, surveying his form anxiously. He feared that he might transform into a trunk, with limbs becoming branches and hair resembling leaves. Thankfully, he remained unchanged. Suddenly, he sensed a stirring within his dantian. Almost instinctively, he placed the wooden bucket down and sat cross-legged. His consciousness was drawn into his dantian. At that moment, he beheld an unfamiliar dark object within his dantian. What could this be? Upon closer inspection, he was astounded to discover it was a seed. A seed within his dantian? As a novice in the realm of cultivation, Li Ran was utterly bewildered. Shortly thereafter, he observed wisps of vapor emerging from the seed, which were none other than the pool water he had consumed. Suddenly, he heard a faint cracking sound. The dark seed and Appos, as shell began to split open, and a tender green sprout emerged from within. It was sprouting. The young shoot quickly began to absorb the pool water and the spiritual energy within Li Ran's body. Roots began to sprout from the crack, burrowing into his dantian. What was happening? A tree was sprouting within his dantian. Was this a common occurrence among others? Li Ran attempted to manipulate his energy to remove the little tree, but it felt as though it was an intrinsic part of him. No matter how hard he tried, it remained steadfast. In fact, as he activated his energy, the sprout greedily siphoned away his already limited spiritual energy. The tender shoot resembled a miniature pump, exhausting his dantian and Appos' energy supply. A wave of weakness washed over him, and his consciousness fled from the confines of his dantian. Li Ran felt utterly depleted, akin to a youth who had succumbed to a gaming addiction for days on end. He needed to consult Sister Mutin immediately. If this continued, he would surely be drained completely. As he staggered towards the front desk, he felt as though his strength had been entirely siphoned away. Sister Mutin, help me. he called out desperately upon reaching the front desk. Mutant Fairy was taken aback by his disheveled appearance. "What happened to you?" she asked, astonished. "You were such a vibrant young man this morning. How could you have transformed into this lethargic figure in such a short span of time?" In a feeble voice, Li Ran pleaded, "Save me, Sister Mutant. A tree has sprouted in my dantian, and it's draining my life force." Mutant Fairy looked puzzled but swiftly produced a porcelain vial, pouring out a pill and placing it in his mouth. After consuming the pill, Li Ran finally regained a semblance of strength. He recounted the events of the morning to her in detail. Upon hearing his tale, Mutant Fairy's expression shifted from surprise to intrigue, though her demeanor soon returned to calm. "You've inadvertently consumed the sacred water of the Yao Pool, which should not be taken lightly, especially by humans." Li Ran nodded earnestly. "I thought everyone in the medicinal garden could drink it, so it must be a good thing. But I never imagined a seedling would sprout in my dantian." Mutant Fairy placed her hand gently on his wrist, using her spiritual awareness to examine the seedling within his dantian. After a prolonged moment, she withdrew her focus, her expression complex. "I didn't expect you to awaken the heart seed in this manner. Perhaps it is destiny." Li Ran, confused, asked, "What is this heart seed? Can you help me remove the sprout? If it continues to drain my spiritual energy, I will become a mere husk." Mutant Fairy shook her head. "That is impossible. The heart seed has already taken root within you. It is now a part of your being and cannot be extracted." "What should I do then?" he asked, dismayed. Li Ran felt a tinge of despair. The Peony Fairy remarked, "This is a positive development. You must diligently cultivate your skills. The growth of this heart seed will greatly benefit you in the future. Additionally, you should drink the sacred water of the Yao Qi every day. While others need time to refine it, you, with the heart seed, can bypass this step." Suddenly, Li Ran envisioned a rather troubling scenario and inquired, "Will this tree, once it matures, cause me to burst, leading to my demise?" The Peony Fairy chuckled softly and shook her head, saying, "No, this is indeed a good thing. Your current cultivation is still in its infancy, and in time, you will come to understand. Simply follow my guidance. Your previous practice was inconsistent, akin to fishing for 3 days and sunbathing for 2. Consequently, the spiritual energy accumulated within you is insufficient to sustain the heart seed and Appo's demands. Henceforth, you must double your efforts in cultivation, and you need not worry about experiencing such occurrences again." Li Ran nodded, somewhat enlightened. It seemed that a diligent overseer had taken root within him, compelling him to toil endlessly in his pursuit of immortality. Chapter 21. Here I come throughout the day. Li Ran felt an unusual sense of unease, akin to that of an expectant mother nurturing a new life within her. While others might carry a child, he felt as though he was harboring a tree, a peculiar sensation, indeed. Fortunately, the sapling within him settled down after absorbing sufficient spiritual energy. Upon returning home after work, Li Ran dared not lounge on the sofa to play on his phone. He recognized the necessity of cultivation, as neglecting it posed the risk of being drained of his vitality. As Li Ran sat cross-legged in meditation, the front door of his home swung open. It was his mother, Lu Tong, returning from her trip. "Oh, Ran, what have you bought? It's so heavy. I couldn't carry it up." "You'll have to fetch it yourself," she called out, having noticed Li Ran's package but unable to lift it. Seeing her son in a meditative posture, performing what looked like a peculiar hand gesture, Lu Tong remarked, "You're all grown up, yet still so childish. Do you aspire to become a martial arts master?" Li Ran quickly opened his eyes, rising to take the package from his mother's hands. "Mom, why didn't you let me know you were coming back?" He chuckled. Lu Tong shot him a playful glare. "What? Am I not allowed to return?" "Of course, 1,000 times yes. How long will you be staying?" "I thought you'd return only during the holidays," Li Ran replied, recalling that his parents often traveled for work, returning home only a few times a year. "You've graduated, right? Are you studying? The civil service exam is approaching. You need to prepare well. If necessary, consider enrolling in a training course. Securing a stable job is important," Lu Tong advised. In her eyes, the only path for a university graduate was to enter public service, which she deemed the best route. As if the universe culminated in that singular goal, Li Ran scratched his head. "I'll get back to it. I'm just taking a moment to relax." Lu Tong, glancing at her son's carefree demeanor, continued, "Chen Shu and Appo's son has already secured a position at some management office. And that girl from Aunt Shangwan's family landed a job at the pharmaceutical bureau right after graduation. I worry for you. I'm anxious enough on your behalf." "Mom, don't fret. I'm working too. I'll manage the exam," Li Ran reassured her, sensing her concern. Noticing his impatience, Lu Tong playfully smacked his head. "What is wrong with you? Are you unhappy?" "No, Mom. I'm just considering my preparations, Li Ran replied. Where are you working now? What is the salary like? Lu Tong inquired, recalling what Li Ran had just mentioned. Caught off guard, Li Ran hesitated to reveal that he was working for Shennong. Surrounded by several enchanting fairies in the herb garden, it was a truth too fantastical for his mother to believe. After pondering for a moment, he fabricated a response. I'm employed at a pharmaceutical company. The salary is decent, around 5,000 a month, which is acceptable. He dared not disclose his actual salary of 10,000. Knowing his mother would delve deeper into the details, hearing that her son was employed eased Lu Tong's worries somewhat. That's fine for now. But you must continue studying for the exam. It's essential to secure a stable position. Li Ran nodded. Understood, Mom. Shall I go buy groceries? I missed your cooking. Indeed, after graduating, Li Ran had mostly been cooking for himself, relying on takeout, only occasionally preparing a meal when in a good mood. Lu Tong suddenly recalled something. Could you take a day off tomorrow? Why would I need to take a day off? Is something going on? Li Ran asked, puzzled. You remember that girl from the Shangwan family? You used to play together often as children, Lu Tong prompted. Instantly, Li Ran recalled his childhood neighbor. A short-haired girl with whom he attended school, their memories intertwined from years ago. However, it had been over a decade since their last encounter, and his recollections were somewhat hazy. Are you referring to Shangwan Weijiao? I remember her name, he replied, particularly amused by the 4-character name amidst a sea of 2 or 3 character names. He recalled a time during an exam when she cried, insisting on changing her name because it took her too long to write it. She is currently studying in Kuan City. You two haven't seen each other in ages. Let us have dinner tomorrow. You've grown up together. Perhaps there is a spark, and if it feels right, you could consider a relationship, Lu Tong suggested. Mom, are you trying to set me up on a blind date? Li Ran retorted, though he recognized the subtlety in her words. With a playful smack, Lu Tong replied, what is wrong with that? At your age, I was already expecting you. Nowadays, young people delay marriage, and by the time they're ready, it's often too late. You and Wei Jiao are childhood friends. It seems fitting. Li Ran murmured, Mom, it's been so many years, I don't even know what she looks like now. Besides, I just graduated. There is no rush. Lu Tong shot him a stern look. Uncle Shangwan sent me a picture of Wei Jiao. She is beautiful and would be a perfect match for you. Li Ran felt a wave of reluctance wash over him. A blind date? Marriage? He felt too young for such matters. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen, surprised to see an unknown number from Shu Province. Who could it be? Curious yet apprehensive, he answered, Hello? Hey there. Do you remember me? A familiar voice exclaimed joyfully upon confirming it was Li Ran. Recognizing the voice, he realized it belonged to Xiong Yunyun, who had insisted on being his girlfriend just a month prior. Is this Xiong Yunyun? Li Ran questioned, puzzled about how she acquired his number. Yes, I'm downstairs at your building. Come down and get me. I'll head up. You're on the 5th floor, right? Xiong Yunyun replied cheerfully. Wait, you're downstairs? Who told you to come? Li Ran said, startled by her sudden appearance. Did she intend to whisk him away? His mother, overhearing their exchange, chimed in, the girl is already here. Why aren't you going down to greet her? In a flurry of mixed emotions, Li Ran hastily ended the call, feeling a blend of anxiety and resignation. He hadn't anticipated that Xiong Yunyun would show up unannounced. Chapter 22. Our family will not treat you poorly. Have you got a girlfriend? Is she from Sichuan? From the earlier conversation, Lu Tong deduced this conclusion. Li Ran hurriedly explained, No, how should I put it? I and Appos, V only met her once, and then she came knocking on our door. How would I know? Lu Tong looked skeptical. How could someone come looking for you after just one meeting? Suddenly, a thought struck her. Young people today are so reckless. Could it be that her son had gotten a girl into a compromising situation? Realizing this, Lu Tong glanced around for a suitable weapon. Mom, what are you doing? Don't take action. This is truly a misunderstanding. Just let me explain. Li Ran knew exactly what his mother was planning. She was clearly intent on finding something to hit him with. However, he could not think of a way to explain the situation involving Xiong Yunyun. It pertained to the world of cultivation and the medicinal garden, which he could not divulge. Seeing a broom in the corner, Lu Tong grabbed it and began to chase Li Ran. What did you do to that girl? Otherwise, why would she come to our house? Didn't Appos, I tell you to play less and be careful? Li Ran felt utterly speechless. His mother had already conjured up a vivid scenario in her mind. Mom, it's really not what you think. Listen to me. What is there to say? The girl has come all the way here. What more do you have to explain? I warned you not to mess around, but you didn't listen. Li Ran dodged left and right, feeling proud of his enhanced physique as a cultivator. Lu Tong, swinging the broom, found it impossible to hit him, leading her to question whether her self-taught broomstick techniques were ineffective. In his childhood, no matter how fast Li ran, he would always end up getting thrashed by her. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. The mother and son paused in unison. Peering through the peephole, Li Ran confirmed it was indeed Xiong Yunyun. Why aren't and Appos, to you opening the door? She and Appos, already at the doorstep. Lu Tong was furious. Not only had she failed to strike him, but the girl had also arrived. However, she managed to compose herself and put on a smile. If her son had indeed caused trouble, it was her duty as a mother to resolve it. With no other option, Li Ran steeled himself and opened the door. Surely, Xiong Yunyun would not resort to violence. If things went awry, he could always call for help from the Peony Fairy. Oh my, what did you buy? It and amp, Appos, so heavy. Xiong Yunyun stood at the door, one hand grasping a box. Li Ran recognized the items as barbells purchased by Tao Yaoao. How did you know I live here? Li Ran was curious about how Xiong Yunyun discovered his address. With a smug expression, she replied, I confronted Huang Fu Bian, and after we had a fight, he told me. Li Ran felt a wave of frustration that explained it. What do you plan to do? With a casual demeanor, Xiong Yunyun said, I'm here to be your girlfriend. What? Li Ran was momentarily taken aback. A month had passed, and the special effects of his peach blossom spring formula should have faded. Why was this girl still pursuing him? Xiao Ran. She's already here, still standing at the door. Why aren't you inviting her in? Lu Tong called from the living room. Upon hearing Li Ran's mother's voice, the previously confident Xiong Yunyun blushed. Auntie, you're home too? She had inquired about Li Ran's situation from Huang Fu Bian before coming, so she was aware that Li Ran's parents often worked away from home. She didn't anticipate meeting his mother today. Ah, you're here. Come in and have a seat. Lu Tong warmly welcomed Xiong Yunyun. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, Xiong Yunyun thought, why am I meeting the parents so soon? Although she was bold, facing what could potentially be her future mother-in-law made her somewhat anxious. Come on, put that down. It's quite heavy. How did you manage to bring it up? Lu Tong remarked as she assessed the items Xiong Yunyun carried. Those were things Li Ran had bought. She had found them too heavy to bring up when she returned. Lu Tong's first impression of this girl from Sichuan was that she was indeed quite beautiful, especially with her expressive peach blossom eyes and the unique fair skin typical of girls from Sichuan and Chongqing. However, Lu Tong couldn't help but wonder about the strength of this girl. She managed to carry the items up single-handedly, which was no small feat considering they lived on the 5th floor of a walk-up. With a thud, the boxes hit the floor, confirming their considerable weight. You must be exhausted. Those are too heavy. Please, take a seat and have some water. Lu Tong hurried to fetch some water. Li Ran glanced at the 2 large packages and thought, heavy? That's an understatement. It's extremely heavy. Only someone like Xiong Yunyun, a cultivator, could have brought them upstairs. Switching to Mandarin, Xiong Yunyun said, thank you, auntie, but there and Appos, no need to be so polite. I and Appos, am not thirsty, and I didn't and Appos, to expect you to be home. She too was sizing up Li Ran's mother, who appeared to be an ordinary middle-aged woman, warm and welcoming, devoid of any aura of cultivation. In her heart, Xiong Yunyun resolved not to mention her status as a cultivator. By the way, what brings you here? You're from Sichuan, right? Are you working here now? Lu Tong initiated a conversation with Xiong Yunyun while seated on the sofa. Li Ran's mouth twitched. How had they already begun chatting? Auntie, my name is Xiong Yunyun. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm from Sichuan and came here to take care of some matters and to see Li Ran. Xiong Yunyun felt a little awkward. Oh, how did you and my son meet? Lu Tong's curiosity piqued as she wondered how her son had come to know this girl. Xiong Yunyun explained that Li Ran had traveled to Sichuan on a business trip recently, and they met while having fun in the evenings. She added that Li Ran had returned that night, leaving her behind without any contact information. As she spoke about their time in Sichuan, Li Ran scowled and gestured for her to keep quiet, indicating that Lu Tong should not learn about their identities as cultivators. Consequently, Xiong Yunyun simply described their encounter as a chance meeting. Lu Tong's expression shifted to one of anger. Her initial assumptions were confirmed. The girl was indeed here to confront Li Ran about his responsibilities. The worst part was that he had left her behind without a means of contact, returning home without a second thought. This was the epitome of irresponsibility, and Lu Tong would not tolerate such behavior. She looked at Xiong Yunyun, then at Li Ran, hesitating briefly before adopting a serious demeanor. Yunyun, rest assured, if Li Ran has done anything wrong, our family will certainly hold him accountable. Don't worry. I will ensure you receive a proper explanation. Let us arrange a meeting between you and your parents, and we will settle this matter. Our family will not treat you poorly. What? What did you say? Li Ran and Xiong Yunyun exclaimed in unison. Chapter 23. Shangwan Weijiao in a moment of confusion. Neither of them quite grasped the situation, particularly Xiong Yunyun. She found it hard to believe that things were progressing so swiftly. Were they really planning to meet the parents already? Fortunately, Li Ran reacted quickly, realizing how much his mother had imagined. Mom, where is your mind wandering? That is not the case at all. Xiong Yunyun and I are just ordinary friends, truly. Li Ran almost raised his hand to declare his innocence. Xiong Yunyun, catching on, blushed and said, Auntie, Li Ran and I are just good friends, really. Lu Tong observed their expressions and sensed that they were not lying. Mom, you're overthinking this. We really don't have anything going on. Please don't conjure up a whole drama. Li Ran hurriedly added, determined to prevent his mother from fabricating any more narratives. Otherwise, it would turn into a 100-episode love family drama. That's just because I'm worried about you. When have you ever put my mind at ease? Lu Tong remarked, realizing she had been imagining things. She playfully slapped Li Ran and Appo's forehead. Oh dear, I was just overthinking it. Yunyun, what brings you to Kuan City? Feeling somewhat embarrassed to continue the previous topic, Lu Tong shifted the conversation. Xiong Yunyun scratched her head, feeling a bit shy as she replied, I have 2 reasons. First, to attend a national herbal medicine exchange conference, and second, to see Li Ran. In truth, she wanted to emphasize that her primary purpose was to see Li Ran, but she chose to be discreet in front of his mother. Lu Tong nodded. Oh, I see. No worries, you young people should communicate more. However, always think things through. Some matters require careful consideration before planning. Lu Tong had begun to piece together that her son and this Sichuan girl had not engaged in the scenarios she had imagined. Nevertheless, their relationship was somewhat delicate. To Lu Tong, it seemed that Xiong Yunyun had traveled a long way to see her son, almost as if she was pursuing him. Suddenly, she felt a sense of accomplishment, thinking that after raising her son for so many years, the tables had turned, and the cabbage had come to seek out her pig. Perhaps her son did have some appeal after all. Meanwhile, Li Ran was oblivious to his mother's thoughts. As long as she didn't misunderstand, he was content. Subsequently, Lu Tong engaged Xiong Yunyun in conversation, inquiring about her family and how many members there were. Xiong Yunyun's responses were a mix of truth and embellishment, reflecting a life somewhat divergent from the current socialist ideals. During this time, Li Ran was sent out to buy groceries, and then Lu Tong and Xiong Yunyun busied themselves preparing dinner. That evening, the trio shared a meal together. After Xiong Yunyun departed, Lu Tong sat on the sofa, watching her son sprawled out like a shrimp, engrossed in his phone. For a moment, she felt a surge of irritation, though she couldn't pinpoint why. As her thoughts swirled, Lu Tong picked up a broom and playfully swatted Li Ran's backside. Mom, what was that for? What did I do? He exclaimed, clutching his rear as he jumped up. After her playful hit, Lu Tong felt a bit more at ease and set the broom aside, saying, I just found you irritating. What's wrong with a little smack? Li Ran muttered, Mom, am I even your real child? Lu Tong replied, Nope, I got you free with a phone recharge. I can hit you whenever I want. Li Ran adjusted his posture and chuckled as he began to massage his mother's shoulders. You know, I think Xiong Yunyun has a bit of a crush on you. What do you think? Lu Tong inquired. Li Ran shrugged. What can I think? If she likes me, that doesn't mean I have to like her back. Besides, it's not a bad thing that a pretty girl likes a handsome guy like me. Lu Tong shot him a disapproving look and said, Stop being cheeky. Tomorrow, we're going to have dinner with Uncle Shangwan's family. You should meet Xiao Jiao too. After all, these 2 families are well acquainted. And if you hit it off, perhaps marriage could be in the cards. Li Ran halted his shoulder massage and said, Mom, what if I don't want to go? The thought of the awkward situation made him uneasy. Lu Tong pretended to reach for the broom, and Li Ran quickly relented. Okay, I'll go. Just put the broom down, please. The next day, Li Ran took a leave of absence, and when Mudan Shinzi asked, he simply replied that he would return to work on the scheduled day and had something to discuss with him. At noon, Lu Tong insisted that Li Ran dress well for the occasion. Initially, she wanted him to wear a suit and tie to show respect, but Li Ran refused flatly, agreeing to dress nicely but insisting he wouldn't wear a suit, stating he wouldn't go at all otherwise. The dinner was set at a leisure resort, aimed at rekindling old friendships and providing the 2 young people with opportunities to interact. Today's youth often found themselves in a bind during their studies. Parents prohibited them from dating, yet upon graduation, they were hurriedly pushed towards marriage, as if every path in life had been predetermined. At 3:00 and Appo's clock in the afternoon, Li Ran and his mother Lu Tong arrived at the leisure resort, where the Shangguan couple had long been waiting. Is Oli not coming today? Shangguan Wenba asked Lu Tong. Lu Tong explained, my husband had planned to join, but a project at work requires his attention, and as the lead, he simply cannot leave. Shangguan Wenba expressed understanding, noting that in middle age, especially for men, many times they had little choice in the matter. This child. Still not calling you Uncle Shangguan and Aunt Chin, what is he dawdling for? Lu Tong shot a glare at her son. With a look of innocence, Li Ran replied, you two have already started chatting. How can I just jump in? He then smiled and greeted the two, Uncle Shangguan, Aunt Chin. It's been years since I last saw you. Oh, Xiao Ran has grown so tall. He must be taller than old Li by now. Aunt Chin remarked as she smiled and looked him over. Uncle Shangguan also nodded at Li Ran with a smile. Following the customary pleasantries among the elders, Li Ran appeared somewhat bored. The previous night, he had seen a photograph of Shangguan Weijiao, who was indeed beautiful. She had shoulder-length hair, a round face. And when she smiled, she revealed 2 charming dimples. However, it seemed she was delayed due to some work commitments. Noticing Li Ran's restlessness, Uncle Shangguan approached him and offered a cigarette. Li Ran turned to see him holding out a high-quality cigarette, the kind that cost over 100 per pack. Uncle, I'll pass, he replied, glancing at his mother, who was chatting with Aunt Chin. Uncle Shangguan chuckled, no worries, you've graduated from university. Smoking a cigarette is nothing. Besides, men have their worries. If they don't smoke to relieve stress, they might pick up worse habits. Li Ran accepted the cigarette and lit it. He knew how to smoke, but was not addicted. The only time he had smoked excessively was during university when he was pursuing a girl who ignored him, leading him to feel dejected and smoke nearly an entire pack. The next day, his throat hurt terribly, and he had rarely smoked since. As they shared a cigarette and engaged in light conversation, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a girl with shoulder-length hair. She wore a simple white dress, complemented by a fitted short jacket and breathable white sneakers, exuding a youthful aura reminiscent of a college student. Li Ran's eyes lit up. He recognized her as Shangguan Weijiao, and she was even more stunning in person than in the photograph. It is hard to believe that the little girl who once trailed behind him, occasionally shedding tears, has blossomed into such a tall and lovely young woman. Chapter 24. The exhibition conference on the exchange of herbal medicine Xiaojiao is here. Come in quickly and have a seat. Lu Tong greeted Shangguan Weijiao with a warm smile as she entered. Although a hint of shyness graced Shangguan Weijiao's face, she remained quite cheerful. With a sweet smile, she greeted Lu Tong. Hello, Aunt Lu. Ah, after not seeing you for these past few years, Xiaojiao has blossomed into a lovely young lady. Just like your mother in her youth, Lu Tong complimented. Thank you, Aunt Lu. At this moment, the 3 parents turned their attention to Li Ran and Shangguan Weijiao, as the purpose of this meal was primarily centered around the two of them. Li Ran, ever the joker, scratched his head and approached with a grin. Do you still cry when you write your name? A brief silence enveloped the room for a second or two, but soon laughter erupted. Shangguan Weijiao flushed slightly and chuckled. That was ages ago. How do you still remember that? The atmosphere became lively as the memory of her crying over her lengthy name lingered in the minds of both families. With everyone present, the meal commenced. The parents seamlessly steered conversations toward their children, while Li Ran and Shangguan Weijiao reminisced about their amusing childhood antics. In their youth, Li Ran was particularly mischievous, often getting into trouble at school. Shangguan Weijiao, who followed him everywhere, would sometimes end up in tears. Despite Li Ran and Appo's playful nature, his academic performance was commendable. Shangguan Weijiao consistently excelled academically, albeit lacking assertiveness. There were times when, if Li Ran neglected his homework, she would follow suit, leading both to reprimands from their teachers. Li Ran would return home to face his mother and Appo's wrath, while Shangguan Weijiao also faced criticism. Nevertheless, the two found joy in their escapades. As they reminisced, the familiarity between them rekindled, and despite not having seen each other in over a decade, their bond remained strong. Their parents looked on with satisfaction, pleased that the 2 children were getting along. If they were to develop a romantic relationship in the future, it would indeed be a tale of childhood sweethearts. Dinner concluded swiftly, and Li Ran exchanged WeChat contacts with Shangguan Weijiao. Thus began a promising new chapter. The following day, Lu Tong went to work. Leaving Li Ran alone at home, life seemed to return to its tranquil rhythm. Early in the morning, Li Ran arrived at the herbal garden. Today, the Peony Fairy was adorned in black stockings again, exuding an air of elegance that caught the attention of passers-by near the old Tian's guest house. Peony sister, didn't you say yesterday that you had something to discuss with me? The Peony Fairy had specifically asked Li Ran to come early today to talk about something important. Casting a glance at Li Ran, the Peony Fairy inquired, "Have you been diligent in your cultivation lately?" Li Ran replied, "Indeed, I've been working hard. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to sustain the heart seed, which has now grown an additional leaf." Having accepted the heart seed, it had transformed from a tender sprout into a plant with expanding leaves. However, the energy it drew from him had increased, necessitating longer hours of cultivation. "That and Appos, that's good to hear. Prepare yourself for tomorrow. We will attend a conference where many individuals from the cultivation community will gather." "What kind of conference?" Li Ran asked curiously. The Peony Fairy explained, "It is the International Herbal Medicine Exchange Conference organized by the Kuan Drug Administration. There will be exhibitions of various traditional Chinese herbs. And I hear there will even be spiritual medicines on display." "Oh, I see. Is there anything I need to prepare?" Li Ran felt this was a significant event and believed he should be mindful of his conduct. "As we represent the herbal garden at the conference, you should dress appropriately. We are the main guests this time." Li Ran nodded in agreement, indicating his understanding. In the peach grove, Tao Yaoyao intercepted Li Ran. "Hey, Li Ran, could you please tell Peony Sister to let me join you at the conference? It won't be safe for just the two of you. Having someone to protect you is beneficial." Li Ran replied, "Oh, my peach fairy sister, it and Appos. It's not up to me to decide. Besides, you and Appos, not an herb. Even if you want to go, it and Appos, it's the herbs that should attend." With hands on her hips, Tao Yaoyao retorted, "Who says I and Appos am not an herb? My peach fairy can certainly be medicinal." Li Ran, unwilling to engage in a debate, recognized that Tao Yaoyao merely wished to escape for some exercise. At times, he even contemplated selling the fitness equipment she had purchased. As a participating guest, the herbal garden was required to showcase several traditional Chinese herbs, specifically a ginseng doll and a Wu doll, both nearly 1,000 years old, making them prized specimens. After much persuasion from Li Ran, Tao Yaoyao reluctantly abandoned her desire to go out. Upon arriving at Ginseng Mountain, the little ginseng doll and little Wu were once again engaged in a fierce scuffle. The two were so engrossed in their brawl that leaves scattered everywhere. "Peony Sister, you're here," Li Ran called out from the entrance. The two little dolls froze in their tracks, startled by his presence. As they recognized Li Ran, they exchanged glances and resumed their fight. With a sigh, Li Ran began picking up the fallen leaves while saying, "I had planned to take you out tomorrow. But since you two can't stop fighting, I think it's best to reconsider to avoid complications." The two children halted, wide-eyed as they looked at Li Ran. "We're not fighting. We were just sparring, really. Please take us out, Li Ran." The little ginseng spirit implored eagerly. Little Wu nodded vigorously, affirming the ginseng spirit and Appos' words. "Really, no more fighting?" Li Ran scrutinized the two little ones. "Absolutely not. We promise to behave and not fight at all if you take us out," little Wu assured him. Li Ran feigned hesitation. The two little ones quickly clung to his legs, pleading, "From now on, you are our big brother, and we promise to listen to you." "All right then. But you must keep your word. If you misbehave, I might just stew you both," Li Ran warned playfully. The two little ones nodded vigorously. With thoughts of Chapter 25, Reunion, the transformative elixirs possessed the remarkable advantage of alleviating concerns related to transplantation. Li Ran procured 2 substantial wooden boxes and proceeded to transplant both the ginseng tree and the Wu. Indeed, these nearly millennia-old herbs had grown to a size comparable to carrots. Were they to be stewed in a chicken broth, one could easily envision attaining immortality. However, such notions did not cross Li Ran's mind. Having spent some time tending to the medicinal garden, he regarded these spiritual herbs not merely as plants, but as companions, differing in species yet akin in essence. Furthermore, nestled within his chi was a heart seed, which rendered the experience all the more extraordinary. It was as if these herbs had transformed into friends. Yet, friends notwithstanding, Li Ran diligently gathered the fallen leaves from the skirmish between the ginseng spirit and the Wu, for even though they were merely leaves, their potential was undoubtedly exceptional, perhaps destined for significant use in the future. Early in the morning, Li Ran donned the suit he had prepared for the interview, complete with a tie, and styled his hair in a mature fashion. In accordance with the wishes of the Peony Fairy, he was mindful of his appearance. This was an international conference, attracting a multitude of attendees. Once again, Li Ran assumed the role of driver, albeit in a different vehicle, a Mercedes-Benz this time. The Peony Fairy was adorned in a professional business attire, complemented by gold-rimmed glasses and a high ponytail. Her naturally delicate figure made her quite captivating as she stepped out. Upon entering the vehicle, the Peony Fairy instructed, "Today, your primary responsibility is to safeguard the ginseng spirit and the Hisho Wu. There will be several esteemed families of cultivators and foreign dignitaries attending this exhibition, and it would be unfortunate if anyone were to cast their eyes upon them." Li Ran felt a twinge of anxiety at her words, but she reassured him, "There is no need for concern. I will be present, and so will Huang Fu Bian. As this is an international exchange conference, I doubt anyone would dare to overstep their bounds." Nodding in agreement, Li Ran drove towards the Kuan City International Exhibition Center. Upon arrival, they found a throng of attendees already gathered. As anticipated, numerous foreigners were present. After registering their names, they were escorted to the parking area. Their official representation was the Lushan Herbal Medicine Company, which had a designated exhibition zone. Li Ran carried a wooden box containing the two precious herbs, the ginseng and the Hisho Wu, both bound with red strings, lending an air of mystery. "Excuse me, is this the exhibition area for Lushan Herbal Medicine Company?" Li Ran inquired upon spotting a tall silhouette clad in a white shirt and slacks. The individual turned at the sound of his voice, and both were taken aback. "It's you? What are you doing here?" It was none other than Shangguan Weijiao, whom he had encountered just 2 days prior. Li Ran chuckled. "Ah, how could I have forgotten? My mother mentioned you worked at some pharmaceutical bureau, and it turns out to be the Kuan City Drug Administration." Noticing the name tag on Shangguan Weijiao's chest, he recalled his mother's words. Shangguan Weiji was equally surprised during their previous conversations. They had not delved into the specifics of their respective workplaces. Such inquiries often stem from ulterior motives, as knowing one's employment could naturally influence perceptions of advantage. However, both Li Ran and Shangguan Weijiao sought to avoid such superficiality. Over the past few days, their conversations had revolved around varied topics. "Ah, so you are with Lushan Company. My father mentioned your workplace, but I recall your university major was in administrative management. That seems quite a leap," she remarked. Li Ran chuckled. "I call it interdisciplinary employment. I refuse to compete with them. What can I say? I and Oppos, am exceptional." Shangguan Weijiao laughed lightly. "Enough with the banner. Follow me. The exhibition will commence shortly." Accompanying her to the exhibition space, they found 2 large glass enclosures, providing a secure environment for the ginseng spirit and the Hisho Wu. At that moment, the ginseng spirit conveyed telepathically, "Brother Ran, this lady is rather appealing and fits my type. You know her, right? Could you procure her contact information for me?" Li Ran rolled his eyes, dismissing the request. After placing the 2 herbs in their designated spots, he found a nearby seat to await the exhibition and Oppos as commencement. His responsibilities included not only safeguarding these ancient elixirs, but also addressing inquiries should they arise, given their rarity in Huaxia. As for the Peony Fairy, she was likely preoccupied with matters of her own, representing the medicinal garden as an expert. Li Ran had hoped to engage in deeper conversation with Shangguan Weijiao, but as a staff member of the exhibition, she was overwhelmed with tasks. After a brief exchange, they agreed to dine together later. Leaving Li Ran to occupy himself with his phone, resigned to a solitary day. At 9:00 and Oppos clock, the exhibition officially commenced. In Huaxia, regardless of the event, guests are typically seated to view a presentation before being led to the exhibition area. Around 10:30, visitors began to filter into the venue. Li Ran, now in duty mode, joined his fellow staff members at their respective exhibition stations, awaiting the opportunity to present their findings. As attendees trickled in, Li Ran suddenly recognized a few familiar faces, the 2 sisters from the Zheng family, along with Daoist Qingmu and Daoist Xiantong. The atmosphere turned slightly awkward, as their previous encounter involved a contentious pursuit over a rare 9-tiered heavy building herb, which Li Ran had ultimately acquired, a fact that the others had not anticipated. Upon spotting Li Ran, the Zhang sisters approached him directly. "The spiritual herbs produced by the medicinal garden are truly remarkable," they acknowledged, though their eyes betrayed a hint of envy as they regarded the herbs behind him. "Hello, lovely ladies. It's been a while," Li Ran greeted, feigning nonchalance as if nothing had transpired between them. Zhang Lingxiu glanced at the 2 herbs and remarked, "One is a nearly 1,000-year-old ginseng, and the other is Hisho Wu. They must have transformed, right?" Li Ran merely chuckled, offering no reply. Zhong Lingyu coolly inquired, "Why isn't the 9-tiered heavy building on display?" Li Ran laughed. "It's shy and prefers to stay hidden." The sisters regarded him with a hint of hostility, their eyes reflecting the unspoken tension surrounding the herb he had claimed from them. However, their interest in the 2 herbs behind him was evident, creating an awkward pause. soon interrupted by a familiar voice. Well, I knew you would be here, missing me, weren't you? Xiong Yunyan said with a playful smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Chapter 26. Someone is eyeing the herb garden today. Xiong Yunyan donned a white short skirt paired with a light pink t-shirt, her long, graceful legs accentuating her tall figure, while a sun hat perched atop her head added a touch of playfulness to her appearance. Upon spotting Xiong Yunyan, the two daughters of the Zhong family exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Had it not been for Xiong Yunyan, the precious 9-layered heavy building herb would have belonged to them. Zhang Nanshan. Strangely, the sisters felt a peculiar unease as they regarded Li Ran today. Their hearts were laden with grievances and confusion. They recalled that night when an inexplicable attraction seemed to emanate from Li Ran, leading them to hesitate at a critical moment. Yet now, he appeared shameless, like a rogue. They could not fathom how Xiong Yunyan, a girl from Jiuli Miao Mountain, had become entangled with him. The way she addressed him suggested a close relationship. Oh, it's you too. What is the matter? Are you plotting against my dear? Xiong Yunyan stood beside Li Ran, akin to a protective kitten. Who was interested in him? Humph. Zhang Lingxiu retorted, clearly displeased. This was a public space, and a confrontation was out of the question. Let us go. Ignore them, Zhang Lingyu urged, pulling her sister away from the exhibition stand. Once the two sisters had distanced themselves, Xiong Yunyan grabbed Li Ran's hand and said, Dear, I need to tell you something. Li Ran quickly withdrew his hand, exclaiming, Hey, this is a public place. We shouldn't be pulling each other like this. Xiong Yunyan chuckled. So, in private it's permissible? Li Ran was left speechless. Not even in private, they might misunderstand. He was baffled as to why this girl from Sichuan had taken such a liking to him. Nevertheless, he followed her to a secluded corner. What is going on? Xiong Yunyan scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was nearby before saying, Dear, you must be cautious tonight. I've heard that someone is setting their sights on you at this exhibition. Li Ran's expression shifted. Someone is targeting us. Xiong Yunyan nodded. It's likely individuals living comfortably, along with some foreign forces, or perhaps a formidable demon. In any case, they have their eyes on your herb garden. Everyone is eager to achieve immortality before the spiritual energy is completely depleted, and they are fixated on the spiritual herbs in your garden. Is that so? Li Ran was aware of the imminent depletion of spiritual energy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been gathering herbs from outside to ensure their garden's diversity. However, if someone dared to covet their herb garden, the situation seemed dire. Xiong Yunyan continued, The current overseer of your herb garden is the Peony Fairy, who is, at heart, also a spiritual herb. If they were to capture and refine her, wouldn't that grant them instant immortality? Li Ran furrowed his brow, realizing someone had sinister intentions regarding the Peony Fairy. How did you find out about this? This information seems dubious. Don't worry about that. Just be careful. If anything happens, call me. I will ensure my dear is safe, Xiong Yunyan assured him. Li Ran nodded, spotting someone approaching their display case and moved over. Xiong Yunyan continued to wander through the exhibition area, seemingly unbothered. The newcomer was a man in a suit, bald-headed, exuding an air reminiscent of a gangster. He remained silent, fixated on the ginseng and He Wu displayed within the case, his eyes betraying a glimmer of greed. One was a 900-year-old ginseng, and the other an 800-year-old He Wu, quite remarkable indeed. After a moment of observation, the man departed. Li Ran, be cautious of that man. The little ginseng spirit communicated telepathically. What's wrong? Li Ran inquired. The little ginseng spirit's voice trembled slightly with fear. That man is a powerful demon. He just scanned us with his divine sense, and his demonic aura leaked out. He is a formidable foe. Li Ran's gaze sharpened as he looked at the bald man now far away. A demon? This was his first encounter with a demon in human form. But he could not discern what kind of demon it was. Is he very dangerous? Li Ran asked the little ginseng spirit, sensing its trepidation. His cultivation is very high, at least superior to Peach Fairy, and he might even rival Peony Fairy. The little He Wu replied. Is he truly so formidable? Li Ran nodded, contemplating how to inform the Peony Fairy about this development. Before long, another pair arrived, a man and a woman, walking with a slight outward splay in their gait. They approached and began to examine the ginseng and He Wu within the display case, again ignoring Li Ran. This time, however, he overheard their conversation. The language was unfamiliar, possibly Korean or Japanese, but he deduced they were likely foreigners. Recalling Xiong Yunyan's warning, Li Ran scrutinized them closely, wondering if they were the ones targeting them. As time passed, he instinctively began to observe those approaching their area, hoping to glean some insight, But alas, his cultivation was too shallow to discern anything significant. At that moment, under the guidance of Shangguan Weijiao, a young foreigner with golden hair and blue eyes entered, cradling a flowering herb. He seemed to be a participant in the exhibition, placing the herb in the display case and smiling as he conversed with Shangguan Weijiao. They spoke in English, and though Li Ran understood little, it appeared the foreigner sought Shangguan Weijiao as contact information, which she was reluctant to provide. Li Ran felt a surge of discontent. Why did these foreigners come to Huaxiao only to pursue local girls? She had already shown signs of impatience. Yet he continued to press her, and this was his childhood friend. He could no longer stand idly by. He strode over and said, "What is going on, Jiao Jiao?" Both Shangguan Weijiao and the golden-haired foreigner turned to look at him. Upon seeing Li Ran's approach, Shangguan Weijiao cast him a helpless glance. "This foreigner wants to invite me to dinner. I've refused, yet he has been pestering me all day," she murmured. As one of the organizers, she felt it would be inappropriate to outright reject an invited guest. However, his persistent pursuit was genuinely bothersome, and she wished to extricate herself from the situation. "Hello. I'm William." The foreigner greeted Li Ran in slightly accented Mandarin, a smile gracing his face. Li Ran was taken aback. "Oh, so you speak Huaxia language?" William nodded and replied, "I know a little, but not much." Chapter 27. The Flower of Freedom. Li Ran chuckled softly, inwardly reflecting on how this foreigner was not only articulate, but quite proficient in English. The constant conversation with Shangguan Weijiao in English was merely an act of pretentiousness. Even now, numerous foreigners in the land of Huaxia exhibited an inexplicable sense of superiority, while some would go so far as to fawn over them. Li Ran had clearly noticed the disdain in William and Appo's eyes earlier. It was not only directed at him, but also reflected the ingrained sense of superiority they harbored. Did he think he could invite my childhood friend to dinner without my consent? With that thought, Li Ran glanced at Shangguan Weijiao and suddenly draped his arm around her shoulders. Shangguan Weijiao was taken aback, puzzled by his sudden intimacy. Li Ran gave her a reassuring look, signaling her not to panic. Although she initially considered moving away, she ultimately remained still. William, surprised by Li Ran and Appo's bold gesture, inquired, "Are you two close friends?" Li Ran waved his right index finger in front of William and declared, No, I am this lady's betrothed." The moment those words left his lips, Shangguan Weijiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Li Ran, initially expecting him to say they were merely friends. The revelation was utterly shocking. Her face flushed crimson, and she shot Li Ran an incredulous glare. Even though they were childhood friends, that was a bit excessive. With the profound depth of Huaxia culture, William was momentarily perplexed. What did betrothed mean? After pondering, Li Ran attempted to clarify in his limited English, "I am his boyfriend. And she is my girlfriend. Do you understand?" William and Appo's expression morphed into one of shock, akin to that of someone who had just swallowed a fly. "Oh, my God," he exclaimed, utterly bewildered that such a beautiful Oriental girl could have a boyfriend. At that moment, Shangguan Weijiao could no longer contain herself. She pinched Li Ran's waist and executed a swift 180-degree turn. Li Ran's countenance shifted, and he gritted his teeth, whispering to Shangguan Weijiao, "Buddy, I'm helping you here. Why are you being so rough?" In response, Shangguan Weijiao, fuming, retorted, "Is this how you help?" Noticing William's astonishment, Li Ran realized he had achieved the desired effect. He quickly diverted the conversation, asking, "What kind of herb is this? The flowers are quite beautiful." The trio and Appo's have you not yet eaten? Upon seeing Shangguan Weijiao leave, Xiong Yinyun grasped Li Ran and Appo's hand and urged him to sit down. "You all should leave early tonight. There is a high likelihood that someone will target you." Once again, the topic resurfaced, and considering the individuals encountered today, Li Ran felt a weight in his heart. How did a simple exchange exhibition turn into something akin to a spy thriller? "All right, I understand. Have you eaten?" Xiong Yuyun shook her head and replied, "Not yet." "What would you like to eat?" "I shall fetch it for you, dear." Chapter 28. Caught in the trap in the afternoon, Li Ran felt a growing sense of unease, anticipating that something would transpire that evening. However, with Huang Fubian present, his worries were somewhat alleviated. The Peony Fairy remained absent, her whereabouts unknown. As 7:00 and Appo's clock approached and the exhibition concluded, Li Ran swiftly retrieved the small ginseng essence in the small Showu. To be on the safe side, it was best to leave early. Originally, there was a banquet arranged by the Kuan City Drug Administration for the evening, but now he had no desire to attend. At this moment, A vague urgency enveloped him, as if lingering too long might invite disaster. This sensation intensified, especially now. Huang Fu Baiyan's expression also bore a hint of gravity, though he remained considerably more composed than Li Ran. Upon arriving at the parking lot, they found the Peony Fairy waiting beside the car. Upon seeing Li Ran, she stated indifferently, "Let and Oppos, let's go." Huang Fu Bai and Oppos, and exchanged a glance with the Peony Fairy before they both entered the vehicle. Li Ran took the wheel once again. The journey from the International Convention Center back to the medicinal garden would take nearly an hour, and as dusk descended, a shroud of gloom seemed to envelop their hearts. Although Kuan City was a third-tier city, it was home to many inhabitants. The current traffic peak caused significant delays on the main road, turning what should have been a 1-hour drive into a potential 2 to 3-hour ordeal. Watching the long line of vehicles ahead, Li Ran couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. At that moment, the sound of honking from behind heightened his agitation. "They must have informed you about that individual, right?" Huang Fu Baiyan inquired. The Peony Fairy's previously calm demeanor shifted slightly as she nodded. "Yes, they did." Huang Fu Baiyan pressed further. "Was there a cost involved?" The Peony Fairy replied, "Indeed, they asked for 2 spiritual herbs. Did you agree?" Huang Fu Baiyan Oppos and questioned. She shook her head. "No." It turned into a rather unpleasant situation. Huang Fu Baiyan Oppos, and sighed. "It seems they have been eyeing us for some time. With spiritual energy dwindling, they might be feeling the pressure." Li Ran, confused by their conversation, contemplated asking but held back upon noticing the Peony Fairy and Oppos' altered expression, realizing these matters were beyond his comprehension as a mere qi refining practitioner. Time flew by, and soon it was 9:30, the night casting its shadow over Kuan City. Finally, they exited the main road and were left with a 20-minute drive on the ring road to the medicinal garden. The pace was leisurely, and as they approached a tunnel, Li Ran hummed along to the music playing from the car's audio system. Just as they were about to exit the tunnel, a flock of birds suddenly swooped down. The dim lights flickered, and Li Ran slowed down, questioning, "Why are there so many birds?" Once the flock had moved on, they emerged from the tunnel, and the highway lay eerily quiet, with their vehicle isolated in the stillness. Suddenly, Huang Fu Baiyan and Oppos' expression changed drastically. "This is bad. We and Oppos' been caught in a trap," he exclaimed. The Peony Fairy's countenance also shifted. Alarmed, Li Ran instinctively prepared to brake. "Don't stop. Keep driving," Huang Fu Baiyan commanded coldly. Reluctantly, Li Ran continued forward, though the unsettling atmosphere made him uneasy, as if something were about to leap out at any moment. The streetlights flickered ominously, intensifying the tension. Suddenly, a rustling sound reached their ears, akin to something crawling, sending chills down their spines. In that moment, the Peony Fairy's aura shimmered, and her professional attire transformed into the flowing celestial gown Li Ran had first seen her in. Huang Fu Baiyan retained his Zhongshan suit, but the gravity in their expressions deepened. With a screech, Li Ran slammed on the brakes, his eyes widening in disbelief. Before them stood a colossal centipede, rearing up like a serpent, its numerous legs still in motion, seemingly attempting to ascend to the heavens. Atop the centipede sat a bald man in a black robe, none other than the man in the black suit Li Ran had encountered at the exhibition, the thousand-handed Arhat. "So it is him," Huang Fu Baiyan sneered, exiting the vehicle while retrieving a cigarette from his pocket. Suddenly, several figures clad in white kimonos appeared, swiftly surrounding the car. The Peony Fairy instructed Li Ran, "Keep a close watch on the small ginseng essence and the small Hishowu. If things turn awry, take them and leave us." She leapt from the car, her form soaring above as she gazed down at the kimono-clad figures encircling them. Li Ran felt a pang of dread. He hadn't expected this confrontation. It was the second time he had witnessed such chaos, yet it seemed far more perilous this time. "Li Ran, let us go quickly, huh? A fight is imminent," the small ginseng essence urged, its voice tinged with urgency, prompting Li Ran to untie their bindings. After a moment and Oppos' consideration, he decided it was the right course of action. After all, he was no warrior. And the small ginseng essence and the small Hishowu were ancient spiritual herbs with far greater combat prowess than he possessed. He released their restraints, and the 2 small figures rushed to the car window, their faces paling at the sight of the towering centipede. "Perhaps we should reconsider this," the small ginseng essence suggested. Glancing at Hishowu, the latter nodded. "How can there be such a massive centipede? It and Oppos, terrifying." Li Ran felt a surge of exasperation. He had expected them to be brave allies, only to find them cowering. "The words you've spoken today, Peony Fairy," I hope you will ponder them carefully. The news of Donghua Immortal should be significant to you. We only require those 2 spiritual herbs. What do you say? One of the men in white kimono spoke. The Peony Fairy coldly rebuffed him. Shinobu Ichiro, put away your avatars. Do you think having numbers makes you formidable? Shinobu Ichiro chuckled derisively. Just a little trick. With that, the figures in kimonos vanished, leaving only a man and woman flanking the car. Huangfu Bai and Amp, Oppos, and regarded the man seated atop the centipede with disdain. Thousand-handed Arhat. I never imagined you would ally with these islanders. Do not pretend to be something you're not before me. Do you truly believe I have never encountered a genuine Arhat? The thousand-handed Arhat laughed heartily. Huangfu Baian, you are a being of the Buddhist realm. If I were to refine you, I could ascend to the heavens and attain enlightenment. With the world's spiritual energy waning, I am compelled to make certain compromises for the sake of immortality. Before their dialogue could continue, a cacophony of flapping wings echoed as a flock of white birds approached, and standing above them were 2 Western men. It was William and another older foreigner. At that moment, William held a pot of freedom flowers, with small, fist-sized angels swirling around him. From a distance, it truly appeared to be a miraculous sight. Chapter 29. These 2 little brats lack martial virtue. With the addition of 2 more individuals, Huangfu Bian remained unfazed. What? Do you few really believe you can seize the spiritual herbs from us? Do you think our medicinal garden is devoid of guardians? Clearly. Despite the numerical advantage of the opposing party, Huangfu Bian was not intimidated. Together with the Flower Fairy, their prowess rendered them unafraid of these individuals. The thousand-handed Arhat chuckled. Huangfu Bian, you are mistaken. Today, it is not I who will confront you, but my senior brother. As soon as he finished speaking, a rustling sound emerged. A colossal centipede, measuring over 10 meters in length, crawled into view, striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. Once it fully entered, a dark light shimmered, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe. The hundred-eyed demon lord. Huangfu Bian exclaimed in astonishment. This figure's reputation far surpassed that of the thousand-handed Arhat. He was a formidable opponent from the trials of the journey to the west, having even bested the great sage Sun Wukong. Did you not revert to your original form? Huangfu Bian inquired. The hundred-eyed demon lord grinned wickedly. Humph. I had once set foot upon the path of the immortals. Yet lacking the grand backing of someone like the great sage, I fell victim to the Buddhist sect, enduring the trials of the 99 difficulties. This time, I shall refine you, the flower of the other shore, and once I ascend to immortality, I will demand justice in the West. Huangfu Bian scoffed. You think you are worthy of seeking justice in the West? You overestimate yourself. Yet, despite his words, a grave expression overtook his face. The hundred-eyed demon lord, having returned from his reformation, surely possessed extraordinary strength and abilities. At his peak, even the great sage had suffered losses, let alone Huangfu Bian. It appeared that today's prospects were dire. Initially, he believed they were targeting the little ginseng spirit and the little Ishowu. But it turned out they had set their sights on him and the Flower Fairy. In truth, amongst the herbalists present, apart from Li Ran, all were spiritual herbs. 2,000-year-old spiritual herbs and 2 that were nearly 1,000 years old. If they could capture them all, it would be an enormous harvest. When the battle commences, I will find an opportunity to breach a barrier. You take those 2 and flee. The Flower Fairy transmitted to Li Ran, urging him to escape when possible. Li Ran nodded. In such a predicament, he felt he could be of no assistance. The hundred-eyed demon lord was the most powerful among them. And he soared into the air, proclaiming, We brothers shall take this flower of the other shore and that ginseng spirit. The rest is yours to divide based on your capabilities. Kobe Ichiro leered, We want the beautiful Flower Fairy. The foreigner next to William chimed in. Then I shall claim that Isho will. The hundred-eyed demon lord responded, Excellent. Li Ran felt at a loss. It appeared he was the only one no one desired. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. Having allocated their spoils, the hundred-eyed demon lord wasted no time. With a low growl, he unleashed 10,000 demons cover the sky. The once darkened sky grew even darker, as torrents of demonic energy surged from his being. These energies coalesced into enormous hands that reached for Huangfu Bian. Seeing this, the thousand-handed Arhat stood tall, summoning 1,000 hands of his own, shrouded in dark demonic light, relentlessly striking towards Huangfu Bian. Demon or not, behold my divine light of the other shore. Huangfu Bian joined his palms, then dramatically spread them apart. A golden flower of the other shore blossomed in the air, blocking the incoming hands. With a series of explosive sounds, the demonic hands collided with the flower of the other shore. Flower Fairy, Are you truly not considering your options? Kobe Ichiro brandished a katana but hesitated to strike. The flower fairy retorted coldly, "Be quiet. Your island nation deserves to be obliterated." With a sweeping motion of her long sleeves, a divine light surged forth, targeting Kobe Miyazawa, the weaker of the siblings. With a resounding impact, Miyazawa was struck and transformed into a wisp of white smoke, reassembling elsewhere. Kobe's 7 slashes, first slash. Kobe Ichiro swiftly retaliated, aiming a downward slash at the airborne flower fairy. The blade and Appo's radiance illuminated the night sky. The flower fairy evaded the slash with a deft movement, and the two siblings soon found themselves entangled with her in midair. Yet their strength paled in comparison to hers, yielding them no advantage. "William, I will assist them. You go retrieve that Showu," commanded the elder William. Suddenly, a long staff appeared in his hand, and he soared upon a flock of white birds. Pointing the staff skyward, a bolt of lightning thundered down, aimed directly at the flower fairy. However, she had anticipated this, and with a nimble step, enveloped herself in a protective barrier. The lightning struck, causing only a slight tremor to her shield, a mere probing strike, insufficient to breach her defenses. As the combatants engaged, only William, Li Ran, and the two little brats remained. "What do you think? Can you two handle him?" the little ginseng spirit questioned. "Ran Go, what about you? Aren't you going to fight?" Li Ran waved his hand dismissively. "I am merely at the chi refinement stage. I would only be sending myself to my demise." William slowly descended, standing before the vehicle, beckoning to Li Ran inside. At that moment, the pot of freedom flower in William's hand transformed into a small angel with wings. The little Ishowu remarked, "He is calling you, Ran Go." Li Ran sighed in exasperation. "How am I supposed to fight like this?" Reluctantly, he exited the vehicle, followed closely by the two little brats. "Let us divide our tasks. You two, at least you are transformed spiritual herbs, while I am but a lowly chi refinement practitioner," Li Ran suggested. The little ginseng spirit replied, "We'll take on that winged one. You deal with the man." Li Ran grimaced, sensing he was destined to be the one receiving the beating. William smiled. "Ah, a chi refinement practitioner from Huaxia. We meet again." Li Ran nodded. "What do you want?" "If there's nothing urgent, I shall take my leave. If you fancy those two little brats, feel free to take them. I hope you enjoy your Western turkey for a splendid Christmas." William paused, bemused by the unexpected comment. However, in that moment of distraction, Li Ran launched a sudden punch. Channeling the spirit of his past brawls, an element of surprise was essential. Caught off guard, William did not anticipate Li Ran's swift action. Nevertheless, his cultivation was significantly higher. While he could not match the top-tier fighters in the sky, he was more than capable of dealing with Li Ran. He swiftly traced a cross in front of him, conjuring a silver-white cross of light to deflect Li Ran's blow. With a resounding thud, Li Ran's fist collided with the cross, causing it to tremble and shatter under the force of his strike. William looked astonished. "You are not merely a chi refinement practitioner." Li Ran had no time for conversation. He lunged forward, delivering another punch at William. His cultivation technique, the peach blossom spring wind technique, was rooted in sheer strength. Although he was the diminutive ginseng essence and the petite Hishowu both raised their fists and charged towards the little angel, transformed from the flower of freedom. Chapter 30. The unveiling of the 100-eyed and the emergence of the 5 poisons. Two small children unleashed their fierce fighting spirit, launching an assault on the little angel with a flurry of scratches. Grasping her wings and hair, they began to pluck her feathers, and soon, a cascade of leaves fluttered to the ground. Though the little angel possessed the ability to fly, she was outmatched by the coordination of her two assailants. Before long, she found herself at a disadvantage, several feathers yanked from her wings, tears welling in her eyes from the pain. Witnessing this, William rushed to her aid, unleashing a series of cross-shaped beams of light toward the two children. "Hey, what happened to your promise to deal with this foreign fiend?" The little ginseng spirit narrowly avoided being struck by the divine light and called out to Li Ran. Li Ran, equally exasperated, noted that William had positioned himself atop the white birds, leaving him no choice but to leap up to strike. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Oh, you can draw crosses. Can you? I can do that too." With that, Li Ran brought his arms together and then spread them apart, sending forth a crescent-shaped energy wave aimed at the airborne William. Taken aback by this unexpected maneuver, William hastily dodged. However, the arc of energy sliced through the white birds beneath him, sending feathers scattering and several birds plummeting to the ground. Furious, William ceased holding back, sweeping his hand to unleash a beam of white divine light toward Li Ran. The speed was too swift for Li Ran to evade. In a moment of desperation, He brought his arms together and channeled all his energy to defend. With a resounding bang, Li Ran was sent flying, tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground. The impact was severe, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Before he could recover, another beam of divine light surged toward him, rolling on the ground. He barely managed to evade it. The sound of a tremendous crash echoed as the divine light struck a vehicle behind him, creating a gaping hole. Damn it. That's a Mercedes. How am I supposed to drive it now? Enraged, Li Ran decided to retaliate, launching another crescent energy wave. The battle was imbalanced. William maintained a position of ease, while Li Ran struggled to defend himself. Having become accustomed to being knocked around, he bore numerous injuries. Yet the fire of determination burned within him. Even in defeat, he resolved to fight until the end. Don't linger. I'll open the barrier. You all must leave at once. At that moment, Peony communicated telepathically. In midair, Peony faced the siblings from Kobe and the formidable William, clearly feeling the strain. Nevertheless, she seized an opportunity to open the barrier, allowing Li Ran and the others to escape. Bloom in full splendor, open. Suddenly, vibrant peony flowers erupted in the sky, enveloping the entire expanse. As the blossoms fully unfurled, the barrier began to crack. Quickly, go. Li Ran urged the little ginseng spirit and the small Hishowu. Staying would only hinder their escape. Once they were gone, it would be easy for Huang Fu Bian and Peony to follow suit. Furious, the thousand-handed Arhut shouted, "Where do you think you're going? Stay here." William continued to unleash beams of divine light, one of which Li Ran managed to dodge, but another struck him again, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. That last blow had firmly hit his back. Had he not braced himself, it would have landed on the little ginseng spirit. At this moment, Li Ran found it increasingly difficult to rise and flee. "Are you all right?" the little ginseng spirit asked. Touch that Li Ran had shielded him from harm. "Damn it, you two are utterly useless. Have you squandered centuries of cultivation on appearances?" Gripping one of the small children, Li Ran aimed to throw them out of the barrier just as another beam of divine light hurtled toward him. There was no way to evade it now. In his mind, he thought, if I survive this, I will definitively resign. This job is far too perilous. Suddenly, a vine shot out from the crack, intercepting the divine light aimed at Li Ran. "Dare to strike my darling? I and Appos. I'll smash your skull." Following the vine was a graceful figure that swiftly positioned herself in front of Li Ran. It was Shennong. Immediately after, a beam of sword light surged forth, aimed directly at the thousand-handed Arhit and Appos' face. When did our Chinese spiritual herbs become fodder for foreign devils? I, Qingmu, will not allow it. Qingmu, clad in a flowing Taoist robe, soared forth, standing in front of the thousand-handed Arhit. Unexpectedly, reinforcements had arrived, a delightful surprise. Seeing Li Ran's bruised visage, Shennong's heart ached. "Are you all right?" Li Ran winced but managed to say, "Help me deal with this foreign fiend." "Damn it." Shennong whirled around, her expression fierce as she glared at the airborne William. "You made my darling suffer so badly. Get down here." As the words left her lips, her vine lashed out like a whip. William, fully aware of the threat, did not dare to underestimate her. While he had the upper hand against Li Ran, Shennong was no ordinary opponent. In his hand, a divine staff materialized, radiating light to counter Shennong's assault. With a sharp crack, the vine struck down like a serpent, landing heavily on William's back, causing him to convulse in pain. How dare a mere golden elixir cultivator act so arrogantly in China? Seeking death, Shennong's vine ensnared William, and she soared upward, transforming their battle from range to a close-quarters struggle, with Shennong dominating the encounter. Meanwhile, the little ginseng spirit and the small Hishowu once again clashed with the little angel transformed from the flower of freedom. "Come down. I want to pluck some feathers." Li Ran, eager to vent his frustrations, urged the two children to bring the airborne angel down to the ground. Each grasped a wing, and Li Ran began to pluck her feathers. Qingmu's strength was on par with Huang Fu Bian's, allowing him to suppress the thousand-handed Arhut in their confrontation. "What a fine Chinese demon you are, yet you conspire with foreign devils. Today, I shall eradicate this traitorous pest." Qingmu stood atop a flying sword, 3 azure swords swirling around him, slicing toward the thousand-handed Arhut. As the Arhut defended himself, he retorted angrily, "You foolish priest. Do you not covet the spiritual herbs in the garden? Why do you side with them? Don't pretend you don't wish to ascend." "Indeed, I aspire to become immortal, but as a Chinese man, I will not permit foreign devils to lay claim to our spiritual herbs." With that, he commanded, "Behold as my swords transform into thousands, shattering your 1,000 hands." The The three azure swords hovered in the air, splitting into two, then three, multiplying into a myriad of blades. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 swords filled the sky, instilling fear in all who beheld them. "Break for me!" Instantly, the 3,000 swords surged toward the thousand-handed Orchid. The Orchid, driven by his demonic form, soared high, a towering black figure of 3 zhang appearing behind him. A multitude of hands emerged from the figure, each forming different seals. As the 3,000 swords approached, they were met by an invisible black barrier. The two forces remained locked in a stalemate. The moment one faltered, defeat would inevitably follow. Evidently, in this contest, the thousand-handed Orchid stands no chance. The sound of cracking echoed as several small swords pierced through the black barrier. The fissures in the barrier widened, and the number of flying swords breaching it increased. The Lord of the Hundred Eyes, who had been locked in combat with Huang Fu Bian, took note of the unfolding situation, realizing that their initial plan had been thwarted. He understood that continuing the fight would likely lead to dire consequences. In a swift motion, the Lord of the Hundred Eyes ascended from the battlefield and quickly shed his outer garments. Countless eyes appeared on his body, their pupils tightly shut. Suddenly, in an instant, those myriad eyes sprang wide open. Chapter 31. Grown in one's own fields, this was one of the formidable moves of the hundred-eyed demon lord. At the height of his power, even the great sage Sun would find himself at a disadvantage. The Taoist Qingmu and Huang Fu Bian, ensnared by the multitude of eyes, hastily retreated. As predicted, from those 100 eyes shot forth a barrage of venomous needles, cascading down like rain. Should one be struck, even survival would come at a cost. The young priest of Zhongnanshan, you thwart my good deeds. Once I fully regain my powers, I shall seek retribution upon you. Seizing the opportunity, the hundred-eyed demon lord grasped the thousand-handed Orchid and transformed into 2 plumes of black smoke, retreating into the distance. A demon of his caliber understood the art of discernment. With the tide turning unfavorably, further entanglement was futile. Should a bald monk or ancient priest arrive as reinforcements, even he would not be able to withstand them. Lord, may your holy light punish these ignorant mortals, old William muttered as he witnessed the escape of the hundred-eyed demon lord, losing his resolve to continue the battle. He raised his staff high, resembling a small sun enveloping everyone in its glow. With a thunderous boom, the little sun suddenly exploded, leaving the crowd momentarily blinded. At that moment, old William soared over to where William was being assaulted, brandishing his staff to repel Xiong Yunyun. Guide us with your holy light. Another beam of sacred light pierced through the barrier, enveloping old William, in the nearly shorn free flower. In a flash of white, they transformed into 3 white rainbows. Soaring away, the siblings of Shenhu were utterly bewildered. Were they departing just like that? Their comrades had left them behind? Had they not promised to share both joy and hardship as brothers? Left with only each other, they pondered how to proceed. Shenhu Ichiro swung his sword, the fierce blade cleaving the dark night sky, and he too wished to flee. Seeing this, the Peony Fairy unfurled her long sleeves and swept towards Shenhu Gongza. Where do you think you and Appos, going? Shenhu Ichiro transformed into a wisp of white smoke and vanished, but his sister was ensnared by the Peony Fairy and Appos' grasp. Too late to escape. Baka Emuto. He longed to return and rescue Shenhu Gongza, but circumstances forbade it. If he dared return, neither would escape unscathed. Reluctantly, he fled alone, awaiting the chance to devise another plan. Alas, he emerged empty-handed, having lost a sister in the process. The Peony Fairy yanked Shenhu Gongza closer. Without hesitation, she delivered 2 resounding slaps across her face. Shenhu Gongza, unable to evade, felt the white veil covering her face slip away, revealing her pale visage now marked by 2 vivid handprints, one on each side. Release me, or my Shenhu family will not let you go. Even in captivity, she remained audacious. The Peony Fairy, unfazed, delivered another 2 slaps. Silence, little demon. Shenhu Gongza opened her mouth to retort, but upon seeing the raised hand and feeling the sting on her face, she wisely chose to remain silent. Huang Fu Bian flew over, glancing at the captured Shenhu Gongza before addressing the Peony Fairy. What shall we do with this girl? The Peony Fairy, with a disdainful air, replied. Seal her powers and sell her to northern Myanmar. Her fury ignited. Earlier that day, these siblings had attempted to coerce her with news of Donghua and Appos as immortal. Tonight, they dared to ambush her. Without reinforcements, she might have faced significant loss. Furthermore, as a spiritual herb of Huaxia, encountering individuals from the little island nation provoked her wrath. Shinhu Go's eyes widened in horror at the thought of being sold to northern Myanmar as the heir of the Shinhu family, a descendant of deities. You cannot do this. I am one of the heirs of the Shinhu family. Should you proceed, it will incite war between Huaxia and my Yamato people. 2 more slaps followed. Did I permit you to speak? The Peony Fairy, channeling her powers, pointed at Shinhu Go's lower abdomen, immediately sealing her dantian. Now stripped of her powers, Shinhu Gogza was rendered as defenseless as an ordinary person. The Peony Fairy, wary of her potential mischief, discarded Shinhu Gogza to the ground as if she were a mere stray dog. As the battle concluded, the barrier enveloping them began to dissipate. They found themselves beside a highway, with the tunnel visible in the distance. It seemed they had been drawn into the barrier the moment they exited the tunnel. Fortunately relocated to the highway, Daoist Qingmu and Xiong Yunyan approached, surveying the Peony Fairy and Huang Fubian, noting that both were unharmed, a timely arrival indeed. Sister Peony, do you truly intend to sell this island girl to northern Myanmar? Li Ran inquired, casting a glance at the prostrate Shinhu Gogza. In truth, the island girl was quite fair and well-proportioned. The Peony Fairy shot Li Ran a glance. What, are you reluctant to part with her? Li Ran chuckled, not at all. I merely think wholesale is less profitable than retail these days. Why not sell her to those organ traffickers, then dismantle her for parts? Shinhu Gogza, feigning unconsciousness, suddenly opened her eyes, staring at Li Ran in disbelief. This was truly a devilish proposition. Sold to northern Myanmar, she might at least survive. But this man sought to dismantle her entirely. When did the people of Huaxia become so ruthless? Huang Fu Bian clasped his hands to Daoist Qingmu. I deeply appreciate your assistance. Daoist Qingmu, I shall remember this favor. Daoist Qingmu waved his hand. Once the door is shut, we shall fight as we please. But I cannot abide those little demons eyeing our Huaxia. Huang Fu Bian smiled in agreement, then turned to Xiong Yunyan. Thank you for rescuing me this time, Spirit of Wood. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiong Yunyan interrupted. Hey, don't thank me. I came to save my dear one. If you truly wish to express gratitude, let my dear one date me. Huang Fu Bian awkwardly smiled. As for that matter, I believe it is best for the Spirit of Wood and Li Ran to discuss it privately. My garden does not interfere in personal relationships. Xiong Yunyan widened her eyes at Li Ran. This was indeed a complex dilemma. Li Ran felt grateful to Xiong Yunyan, yet this was entirely different from matters of romance. Thus, he replied in a half-joking tone, let's end this here. I am not one to be easily swayed. How about I stew some ginseng for you to replenish your strength? The little ginseng spirit? Your happiness comes at my expense? Daoist Qingmu, noticing the little ginseng spirit and little Hishowu, remarked, however, I have a request. Huang Fu Bian replied, feel free to speak. Daoist Qingmu pointed at the little ginseng spirit and little Hishowu. My senior brother requires 2 spiritual herbs to assist in his alchemy. Huh. Both the little ginseng spirit and little Hishowu exclaimed in alarm, hastily hiding behind Li Ran. The Peony Fairy and Huang Fu Bian's expressions shifted slightly, realizing this was indeed an unwelcome request. Daoist Qingmu chuckled awkwardly. I only require the roots or leaves of the 2 spiritual herbs. Oh, the group finally relaxed. Li Ran, quick-witted, seized the little ginseng spirit and little Hishowu, deftly plucking a few strands of hair from their heads. Upon detaching, the hair transformed into vibrant green leaves. He then presented the leaves to Daoist Qingmu, saying, here, take them. They are homegrown, completely natural and untainted. Feel free to consume them, and if you need more, I can always harvest more. Chapter 32. Put away your burden. The following morning, Li Ran approached the front desk of the guest house, his heart heavy with trepidation. The enchanting mutant glanced at him and inquired, what troubles you? Li Ran nodded slightly. I wish to resign. The danger of his work weighed heavily on him. His face was swollen, resembling that of a pig's, a grim reminder of last night's attack that left him shaken. Mutant scrutinized him. Your contract is with the venerable Shennong. Without his consent, you cannot resign. Resolutely, Li Ran plopped down onto the sofa, declaring, regardless, I refuse to continue. While others toil under the yoke of capitalism, I am at the mercy of fate, which is equally fatal. I might as well surrender. He adopted a stance of defiance. Mutant smiled faintly, perceiving his underlying intentions. It was clear that resignation had crossed his mind, yet he had not arrived at a point of absolute necessity. The reasons behind an employee's resignation typically boil down to 2, feeling aggrieved or financial inadequacy. Given Li Ran's audacity, the former was unlikely. Thus, it was evident he sought more monetary compensation. I shall increase your salary by 2,000, she proposed. A glimmer of hope sparked in Li Ran and Amp. Oppo's eyes. But he quickly masked it. No amount can sway me. My life is paramount. Mutant continued. What if I raise it by 3,000? That would amount to 15,000 a month. Li Ran blinked. No, it remains perilous. I need time to consider. Mutant chuckled. 20,000 a month. If you refuse, then you may as well end it yourself. I have no desire to intervene. Li Ran sprang to his feet. I must declare that my intentions are not solely motivated by monetary gain. I genuinely appreciate the atmosphere of the apothecary, the beauty of the fairies, and their delightful conversations. I also wish to fulfill my duties to the venerable Shennong. Mutant shot him an exasperated glance. If you have no further matters, then return to work. Very well. He relented. 20,000 it is. I can endure the danger. As he ascended to the second floor, he hesitated before room 888, then opened the door to room 999. Inside was not a hotel room, but rather a prison cell, where Shinhu Gongza was confined. Upon seeing Li Ran enter, a flicker of fear crossed her face. This was the individual who had threatened to dismantle her piece by piece the previous night. With her power sealed, she knew that should he choose to fulfill his threat, her fate was sealed. Li Ran couldn't help but recall the many biology teachers he had seen online, a thought common among many young men from Huaxia. A name surfaced in his mind, shifting his gaze towards Shinhu Gongza with a newfound curiosity. Shinhu Gongza, sensing his gaze, felt a spark of hope. Perhaps this man was indeed captivated by her allure. Dressed in casual attire, she possessed the figure of an ideal biology teacher. Gradually, she rose, deliberately tugging at her V-neck short sleeves, revealing a tempting silhouette before Li Ran. Ah, you seem to understand my preferences, she remarked coyly, approaching him with a flirty glimmer in her eyes. Li Ran smirked. Is this sufficient to catch anyone's attention? The neighboring nation assumes we look down upon them. In response, Shinhu Gongza laughed softly. Do you fancy me in this manner? Li Ran nodded slightly. Indeed, who wouldn't he? A determined glint appeared in her eyes. Everything was at stake for her freedom. If she could enchant this relatively inexperienced man, she might just escape her confinement. Though it required a sacrifice, she deemed it worthwhile. As she contemplated her plight, Shinhu Gongza removed her V-neck short sleeve, revealing an alluring sight. If you grant me freedom, I am yours. I have yet to be touched by any man. I had intended to dedicate myself to the divine, yet if you liberate me, I am yours to command. Li Ran swallowed hard. Is that true? Shinhu Gongza feigned innocence, biting her lip and nodding. Indeed, should you desire, I am yours entirely. Li Ran stroked his chin. That is not quite enough. I need a broader view. Understanding his interest, Shinhu Gongza bit down on her lip and released her restraints. Instantly, Li Ran's eyes widened in shock. My goodness, she truly is daring. With a gulp, he turned to exit the room. Shinhu Gongza was taken aback. What is happening? Why is he leaving? She had prepared to offer herself completely. At the doorway, Li Ran turned back. Baka, conceal your burdens. I am not that kind of person. Besides, I am merely a worker. I cannot decide your fate. He glanced at her once more before slamming the door shut, leaving Shinhu Gongza in a state of bewilderment. After witnessing her beauty, how could he claim he was not interested? Gradually, realization dawned upon her that she had been played. Once inside the apothecary, the image of Shinhu Gongza lingered in his mind, a temptation he struggled to dismiss. What a sin! I must not indulge in such thoughts. Approaching the water basin, Li Ran splashed his face, washing away his worries. His fervor for learning often led him astray, compounded by the allure of Shinhu Gongza. The cool water revitalized him, swiftly alleviating the swelling on his face. After drinking his fill of the sacred water, he felt his energy center expand slightly, a sign of impending advancement in his cultivation. The abundant spiritual energy within the apothecary, coupled with his recent regimen of ginseng and Isho Wu tea, had significantly enhanced his physical condition. Determined, he resolved to continue his training and elevate his realm. Should he encounter another ambush like the one from last night, he could not rely on others for salvation. Ultimately, he must depend on himself. There was no turning back on this path. Chapter 33. Idleness begets idleness. In the days that followed, not much transpired. Li Ran and Oppo's daily routine involved watering the plants, loosening the soil, and then allowing the strong men to entertain those rather frivolous flowers. His heart, which had begun as a tender sprout, had now grown into a small sapling, drawing increasingly more of his vital essence. Should Li Ran show even the slightest negligence, he would find himself utterly drained. Tao Yao Yao, eager for Li Ran to take her to the gym, generously imparted 4 lethal moves to him, which she dubbed the Universal Peace Fist. After practicing them, Li Ran mused that if an ordinary person were to endure all 4 moves, it would indeed herald an era of peace, for they would need no ambulance, just a swift trip to the crematorium. After the exhibition, Shangwan Weijiao had spoken little, which left Li Ran feeling somewhat disheartened. How had their once close friendship devolved into mere acquaintanceship? Consequently, he confided in the Peony Fairy about the situation. The Peony Fairy, embodying the persona of a youthful relationship expert, analyzed the matter for him. It appeared that on the day of the exhibition, Xiong Yunyun and Appo's enthusiasm had sparked a hint of jealousy in Shangwan Weijiao. Li Ran and Appo's expert handling of the harassment from William had initially impressed her, indicating her fondness for him. Alas, Xiong Yunyun and Appo's casual remark had transformed that fondness into mere friendship. Under the Peony Fairy and Appo's guidance, Li Ran clarified that there had been a misunderstanding. Now, the two conversed daily, and sometimes, after work, they would dine together, seemingly progressing in the direction both families had hoped for. As for Xiong Yunyun, Li Ran did respond to her messages, yet he remained resolute in his principle of not being a pushover. He found it perplexing that despite no longer possessing the special charm of the peach blossom spring, Xiong Yunyun still clung to thoughts of him. But he chose not to dwell on it. To express his gratitude for the Peony Fairy and Appo's sagacious counsel, Li Ran purchased a tablet for her, after all. It would enhance her viewing of the strong men. Occasionally, he would also visit the confinement of the Kobayashi Palace, where the ghost of the foreign woman regarded him with a gaze full of resentment, perceiving him as a scoundrel who evaded responsibility. At 6:00 p.m., the workday ended. Upon reaching the front desk, he noticed that the Peony Fairy was once again clad in alluring black stockings, exuding an air of chill and aloofness. "Wait a moment." She called out to Li Ran. "What is it? Do you need something? Are we discussing a salary increase?" he inquired. She rolled her eyes. "Tomorrow. We have a business trip. Is it dangerous?" he asked. "To my knowledge, it is not, but one can never be sure. Can I decline? If you do, your salary will be halved next month." With a resigned sigh, he relented. "All right, where are we going?" The Peony Fairy replied. "We are heading to Linchong City in Yunnan Province to retrieve a tea plant." Li Ran nodded. "Oh, who will accompany me?" "Perhaps Tao Yaoyao, along with the little ginseng spirit and Xiao Heshu," she answered. While Tao Yaoyao was acceptable company, Li Ran was left puzzled by the inclusion of the other two. What purpose would those 2 children serve? They were inept in combat and hardly fit for delivering supplies. They have been sheltered in the medicine garden, but after recent events, I believe it is important for them to gain some experience. We may not always be able to protect them, the Peony Fairy explained. Li Ran shrugged, realizing that he too required protection. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "By the way, can we take the Mercedes for this trip?" After a moment and Appo's contemplation, the Peony Fairy nodded. The destination was Li Ran and Appo's father and Appo's hometown, and returning in style felt imperative, especially when he might encounter relatives he vaguely remembered. Driving a Mercedes would certainly create a different impression than returning in that old Santana. Upon learning they could leave, Tao Yaoyao swiftly dashed out, followed closely by the 2 little ones. "Let us go, Li Ran. We're heading to your home." She was eager to hit the gym, as the weight she had purchased lingered at his residence for far too long. Reluctantly, Li Ran thought that taking Tao Yaoyao along might not be the most prudent choice. The journey to their destination would take 5 hours, and they did not set out immediately, as Tao Yaoyao was keen to work out. That evening, rain began to pour. Tao Yaoyao squatted with 4 barbells, showing no signs of struggle. Meanwhile, the little ginseng spirit and Xiao Heshu were engrossed in a game of King of Fighters on Li Ran and Appo's computer, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Li Ran, on the other hand, exchanged messages with Shangwan Weijiao, their relationship having taken on a subtle complexity. Though he could not articulate it, their conversations were pleasant. "Tomorrow, I have a business trip back to Fochang," he texted. "Business trip?" she replied. "Yes. Would you like to come with me?" "Forget it. I still have to work. Our director is in his 40s and still unmarried. He has been in a foul mood lately, so I dare not request leave." "Ah, what a pity," he replied. "Bring me back some baozi rolls. I haven't had them in over a decade." "Of course. Anything else you need?" "Just that, or perhaps some Yunnan red tea." "All right. No problem. What business do you have over there?" she inquired. This question caught Li Ran off guard. He could hardly reveal that he was going to fetch a 3,000-year-old elder. After a moment and Appo's thought, he replied, "Just a site visit. The company may invest there in the future." As they continued their light-hearted banter, a child's wailing suddenly pierced the air from the neighboring unit. It was a heart-wrenching sound. Shortly thereafter, a parent in the homeowners and AMP, Oppos, group messaged, "My apologies, neighbors. My child is being quite mischievous, and I had to discipline him." Responses quickly flooded in. "I see. Mine is acting up too. Let us team up. Could you send a video of the discipline session? I'd like to show it to my child." Another parent chimed in. "Are you using mixed methods or just one-on-one?" Someone queried. The original parent responded, "Currently assessing the effectiveness. If it doesn't and AMP, Oppos, yield results, I may resort to mixed methods." Li Ran stifled a laugh, amused by the fierce parenting style of the Oppos, 90s generation. The hardships they endured had morphed into their modern-day tactics. Perhaps the child's cries were too pitiable. Tao Yao paused her workout. Li Ran noticed the rain intensifying outside, while the two children continued their gaming, oblivious to the world around them. In an instant, Li Ran felt inspired to adopt the ruthless approach of the 90s parents. Peony Fairy, considering the rain and the children's misbehavior. "Shall we also give it a try?" Tao Yao nodded in agreement, believing it to be a splendid idea. The little ginseng spirit and Xiao Heshu, lost in their game, froze at the sight of Li Ran and Tao Yao approaching. "Brother Ran, are you serious?" Xiao Heshu stammered. Li Ran nodded, affirming his intent. Without further ado, Tao Yao took action. Chapter 34. Buy one, get two free. Fengqing County, known in ancient times as Shennong Prefecture, is renowned for its production of Dianhong tea and walnuts. The Dianhong tea produced here has been adopted by the British royal family as their tea of choice, serving as a remarkable testament to its global reach. Upon entering the county town, one is greeted by modest buildings and spacious roads, evoking a sense of tranquility and comfort, as if time itself has stood still. The objective of this journey is to seek out an ancient tea tree, boasting an impressive 200 years of cultivation, an entity of profound wisdom, akin to a venerable sage. Even the Peony Fairy has expressed her desire to invite it back, rather than merely transporting it as in previous encounters. With such an extensive cultivation, even the Peony Fairy would find it quite challenging. Throughout the journey, Tao Yao practiced her bicep curls, while the bruised little ginseng spirit and the small Hishowu engaged in a playful scuffle in the backseat, seemingly oblivious to the previous night's troubles. Upon arriving at their destination in the afternoon, they found a smattering of tourists snapping photographs. Prior to this visit, Li Ran had only seen the magnificent tea tree online. But in person, he was struck by its grandeur, far surpassing what any video could convey. It was hard to fathom that such a colossal tree could exist, with a trunk so vast that it would take several adults holding hands to encircle it. Truly, this tree exemplified the phrase "a forest from a single tree." The little ginseng spirit looked up at the ancient tea tree, marveling at its size and contemplating the years of cultivation it must have taken. Tio, equally astonished, expressed a desire to spar with it. "Be careful, do not challenge the formidable, or I shall refrain from bringing you along next time," Li Ran cautioned, fearing Tao might whimsically uproot the venerable tree. Such an act would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. As Li Ran gazed at the magnificent tree, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Was it really her? Clad in mountaineering attire, the tall silhouette belonged to Lu Baiwei, a girl he had once pursued in his junior year. However, she had never reciprocated his affections, leaving him to play the role of an infatuated admirer for a time. Now his feelings had waned, perhaps due to the less appealing nature of his childhood friend Shangguan Weijiao, or the unremarkable qualities of Xiong Yuyan. Or perhaps it was the unappealing demeanor of Shin Kbgz that had dulled his interest. Li Ran found that he no longer held the same fascination for the college girl he once adored. Noticing Li Ran and Amp, Oppos, lingering gaze on Lu Baiwei, Tao inquired, "What is the matter? Have you taken a liking to her?" To which Li Ran replied, "No, I know her." "Oh, how serendipitous," Tao responded, nodding as Li Ran briefly recounted his relationship with Lu Baiwei. Upon hearing this, Tao laughed. Who would have thought? You, Li Ran, such a carefree soul, also possess a melancholic depth. Li Ran shot her a glance, retorting, "If you want to say I'm a lovesick fool, just say it outright. No need for poetic embellishments." Tao's laughter drew the attention of Lu Baiwei and her companions. At that moment, Lu Baiwei caught sight of Li Ran's group, her expression one of mild surprise. Could it be that Li Ran had followed her here? How overly sentimental of him, she mused. Meanwhile, Li Ran could not shake the feeling of bad luck in encountering her, reflecting on his foolishness during his infatuation with her in college. He found himself wishing he had instead cherished the companionship of his childhood friend, Shangguan Weijiao. Lu Baiwei furrowed her brow and approached Li Ran. Tao smirked, whispering to him, "Look, she is coming over. This should be entertaining." The little ginseng spirit chimed in, "Bro, Why not give me her contact information? I think she is quite charming. Without hesitation, Li Ran delivered a playful smack to the ginseng spirit. What was that for? The little one protested. You two look alike. It was a mistake. Li Ran replied, delivering another playful smack, ensuring fairness in the playful banter. Just as Lu Baiwei reached Li Ran, Tao quietly suggested, shall I help you out? I can ensure your white moonlight is thoroughly overshadowed, restoring your dignity. Li Ran inquired, shadow her? In what way? He glanced between Tao Yao and Lu Baiwei, recognizing that both were beautiful yet distinct in their personalities. Tao Yao raised her tiny fist, proudly stating, let us compare biceps. Li Ran was taken aback. As Lu Baiwei stood before him, she surveyed Tao Yao and the two little ones beside him, then asked coolly, what brings you here? Had it been during their college years? Li Ran would have cheerfully claimed he had come specifically to find her. However, now he sensed an air of arrogance and disdain in her tone, which irked him. Just here for some fun. What is it to you? He replied, sensing her scrutinizing gaze. Lu Baiwei recalled how Li Ran used to shamelessly linger around her during their university days. After graduation, he had continued to message her, responding only when it suited her mood. She had always perceived him as belonging to a different world, merely one of many suitors vying for her attention. I told you. We are not meant to be. I never expected you to follow me here. It only highlights your immaturity, you know? Lu Baiwei adopted a patronizing tone. Li Ran was momentarily stunned, then felt a surge of irritation towards Lu Baiwei's condescending demeanor. Did she still think he was that lovesick fool from college? Glancing at Tao Yao and the two little ones, he seized the moment and declared, who is here chasing you? We're just a family out for a trip. A family? Lu Baiwei looked utterly bewildered. She examined Tao Yao and the two little ones, pointing at them in disbelief. You're a family? Li Ran nodded confidently. Indeed. This is my wife, and these two are my sons. Upon hearing this, Tao Yao and the little ginseng spirit instantly understood. Though they couldn't shake the feeling that Li Ran was taking advantage of them. Li Ran playfully smacked the little ginseng spirit, feigning anger. Why are you just standing there? Show some manners and greet Auntie. The little ginseng spirit quickly responded with a charming smile. Hello, Auntie. The smally Shouwu followed suit. Auntie, Happy New Year. Quick, send red envelopes. Li Ran facepalmed, thinking, have you gone overboard with this act? Lu Baiwei was left utterly baffled. These are your sons? Your wife? She struggled to comprehend the situation. Had Li Ran truly gotten married? And with two sons of this age? Yet, she swiftly identified a flaw in this narrative. The two boys appeared to be 7 or 8 years old, raising questions about their parentage. Unless Li Ran had married in high school, such a scenario seemed implausible. She glanced at Tao Yao, who was undeniably beautiful and did not seem like someone who had borne children. Had Li Ran become a stepfather? It seemed likely. For how else could such an attractive woman have wed him? Are your sons about to start elementary school? Lu Baiwei finally ventured, and Li Ran, realizing the implications, responded nonchalantly, yes, they LLB in first grade this year. I received them as a bonus when I married. Buy one, get two free, quite the deal. Lu Baiwei's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 35. The Peach Fairy of the Spring and Autumn Period. Tao Yao barely restrained herself from exclaiming in disbelief at the enticing offer of buy one, get two free. However, adhering to the principle of camaraderie and mutual assistance, she smiled and linked her arm with Li Ran's, inquiring, is this your classmate? Li Ran nodded and replied with a smile, yes, a classmate from university. Lu Baiwei sensed something amiss, but could not articulate it. Oh, hello. Tao Yao greeted Lu Baiwei cheerfully. Li Ran swiftly covered the mouth of Xiaoyi Shouwu, fearing he might ask for a red envelope. Are you here to travel as well? He quickly redirected the conversation, anxious to avoid revealing too much. Lu Baiwei, somewhat bewildered, responded, sort of, I've come with my elders. After exchanging a few casual remarks, they parted ways. Clearly, inviting the venerable 3,000-year-old tea master during the day was not feasible. They would have to return at night. On their way back, Tao Yao and the two little spirits could no longer contain their excitement. Xiao Rinshin exclaimed, ha, buy one, get two free. Rangu, you're going to make me laugh to death. Xiaoyi Shouwu remarked. I saw her looking completely stunned, utterly disbelieving. Tao Yao chuckled for a moment before asserting, your classmate is no ordinary person. Li Ran, puzzled, asked, what do you mean? Tao Yao explained, she is a cultivator, and the two men accompanying her are also cultivators, with formidable abilities. Li Ran and Oppos' expression turned serious upon hearing this. She is a cultivator? What level? Tao Yao replied. She seems to be in the early stages of foundation establishment, but those who came with her are at least at the golden core level. Is that so? Could it be they are also here for the exquisite tea master? Li Ran pondered. Tao Yao's demeanor grew grave. Encountering cultivators here suggested ulterior motives. The pretense of tourism was clearly implausible. They could only wait until nightfall to invite the esteemed tea master to leave. Thus, Li Ran led Tao Yao and the two little spirits on a stroll through the small county of Fengqing. Though modest in size, the town exuded a unique charm. While the small city may have countless tales, Li Ran and his companions had no time to savor them. Upon reaching Dianhong Road, Tao Yao spotted a gym and immediately halted in her tracks. Li Ran, fully aware of her intentions, thought to himself that she must be craving a workout. Sister, my most beautiful and adorable sister, I beg you, please don't go in there, he implored, his tone pleading. Tao Yao questioned, why can't I go? Li Ran replied, sister, you don't realize your own strength, do you? Lifting several hundred pounds could frighten them to death. This is just a county. Their psychological endurance isn't that strong. Please, can we just wait until we return to Kuan City? Tao Yao was reluctant to leave, her biceps itching for exercise. Li Ran gritted his teeth and proposed, how about this? Once we've secured the tea master, we'll delay our return to the herbal garden by a day. And you can work out at my place. Tao Yao considered this and found the condition acceptable. Thus, she reluctantly bid farewell to the gym that was so close yet so far. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was 10:30 in the evening. Li Ran drove Tao Yao and the two little spirits to the location of the exquisite tea master. However, as they parked, they spotted Lu Baiwei and her entourage from a distance. Indeed, they had come for the esteemed tea master as well. Senior, we are descendants of the tea sage. Lu Yu, the depletion of spiritual energy in the world is now an irreversible trend. Therefore, our ancestor from the Lu family established a small world to gather the essence of tea, preserving this lineage for future generations. We humbly request that you accompany us back. The eldest among them, Lu Yuan, said with a respectful bow, his demeanor humble and his voice resonating with ancient wisdom. You may return. I have no intention of leaving. The tea master replied. No intention of leaving? Lu Yuan quickly interjected, Senior, our invitation is to preserve the lineage of tea. When the spiritual energy returns with your cultivation, you will surely witness this lineage flourish once more. Indeed, they are here to seize the master. This cannot stand. Li Ran and his companions hastened toward Lu Baiwei's group. Hey, what are you doing? Are you trying to lure the old man into working in a factory? A voice drew the attention of the Lu family. Lu Baiwei and her companions were equally astonished by Li Ran's arrival. The most surprised of all was Lu Baiwei, who exclaimed, Li Ran, what are you doing here so late at night? In Lu Baiwei and Appo's eyes, Li Ran and his companions were ordinary people, while they were cultivators, descendants of the tea sage Lu Yu. Therefore, she could not fathom why they would be here at such an hour. Yet Lu Yuan and Lu Wen sensed something different. Especially the girl in the light pink dress beside Li Ran. She exuded a cultivator and Appo's aura and appeared to be even more powerful than they were. They had not noticed earlier because Tao Yao had concealed their presence. Lu Yuan's expression turned serious. Who are you? Tao Yao glanced at Lu Yuan. Having gleaned their identities from their earlier conversation. Descendants of Lu Yu? So you have set your sights on this old man too? The expressions of the Lu family darkened. How dare this person show disrespect to their ancestor? How audacious! Who are you to speak so disrespectfully of the tea sage? Lu Yuan admonished. Tao Yao disdainfully glanced at the three of them. Humph, your ancestor should still be over 1,000 years younger than me. Had he not been enshrined as the tea immortal, he would have to address me as an Appo's, Grandma Tao Fairy, and Appo's. I am Tao Yao from the herbal garden. I wonder if you juniors have heard of my name? What? Tao Yao from the herbal garden? The Lu family exchanged bewildered glances. The most confused was Lu Baiwei, whose eyes widened in disbelief as she contemplated how Li Ran could be associated with this person. Could it be that Li Ran was also a cultivator? But she had genuinely no inkling of this, nor could she fathom that the ancient Tao Fairy, who had lived for thousands of years, was indeed Li Ran's wife. That would be quite the age gap. Chapter 36. A glimmer of hope upon realizing that the visitors hailed from the apothecary garden. It became evident that their intentions were quite similar. Lu Yuan regarded Tao Yao with a questioning gaze, inquiring, might I ask, Miss Tao, are you also here for the tea sovereign? Tao Yao nodded in tacit agreement, which complicated matters. It was unexpected that their paths would intersect with those from the apothecary garden, ignoring the three members of the Lu family. Tao Yaoao lifted her gaze to the ancient tea tree. Old man, come forth quickly. Do not feign mystery. You are merely a few hundred years my senior. I could easily uproot you. Such audacious words flowed from her lips with an air of casualness, for she possessed the capability to do so. Cough, cough. This young lady Tao is indeed quite unreserved, remarked an elderly man clad in coarse linen, stepping slowly from the shadows beneath the tea tree, supported by a cane. He was none other than the embodiment of the legendary Jinxiu tea sovereign, who had existed for over 3,000 years. I have encountered the Jinxiu tea sovereign. The younger generation bowed deeply, filled with respect. Li Ran followed suit, introducing himself. I am Li Ran from the apothecary garden, here to invite you, esteemed elder, for a period of secluded cultivation. Unlike Tao Yaoao, he held a profound reverence for the tea sovereign. The little ginseng spirit and the diminutive He Shouwu stood in stunned silence, speechless at the sight of the old man. Lu Baiwei, however, bristled at Li Ran's words. Li Ran, what do you mean by that? We are the descendants of the tea saint Lu Yu, and we arrived here first. Naturally, the tea sovereign should accompany us. Lu Baiyue's discontent was palpable, as she seemed unaware of the apothecary garden's true standing, and thus lacked the reservations shared by Lu Yuan and Lu Wen. Li Ran shot Lu Baiwei a sidelong glance. What? Is the tea saint so formidable? My employer is the divine farmer. You think you can compare backgrounds here? Lu Baiwei was momentarily at a loss for words. You? The tea sovereign interjected with a cough. Enough of this quarrel. I shall not depart. I have been here for over 3,000 years, witnessing generations of life flourishing around me. They feel like my own descendants, and I cannot bear to leave. A hush fell over the crowd. His unwillingness to leave was resolute. To force him would be futile. Not only might they not prevail in a confrontation, but the tea sovereign also possessed the autonomy to make his own choices. I appreciate your good intentions, he continued. And I understand the impending depletion of spiritual energy and what it entails. Yet, I cannot bring myself to abandon this place. I love the people here and cherish every aspect of this land. Hence I refuse to leave. As he spoke, his gaze drifted towards the distant town. His eyes filled with deep affection and tenderness, reminiscent of a grandfather observing his grandchildren grow. Everything about this place compelled him to remain, even if the spiritual energy were to dwindle to the point that he might lose his own consciousness. Still, he could not bear to forsake this land. Tao Yaoao pouted. Why are you so obstinate, old man? With that, she rolled up her sleeves, preparing to uproot the tree. Li Ran quickly intervened. Oh dear sister, please don't. Respecting our elders is a traditional virtue. If you must unleash your restlessness, perhaps it would be better to give those two little brats a good thrashing instead. We ought to honor his choice. The two little brats protested. What does that have to do with us? We were promised respect for the elderly. Lu Yuan suggested. Esteemed elder, perhaps you could temporarily reside in the small world established by our ancestors until the spiritual energy recovers. At that time, you could return to safeguard this region. The depletion of spiritual energy would primarily affect them, while ordinary people would continue their lives, albeit without the pursuit of freedom. The tea sovereign shook his head. The children come to rest in my shade during the heat of summer, and those who harvest tea find respite beneath my branches. They are like my own kin. If I were to leave, there would be no one to protect them. I would even forsake immortality for their sake. I must leave them with a glimmer of hope. The elder reminisced about the years gone by, recalling faces that had aged from youth to old age, witnessing their entire lives. This was why he could not bear to leave, for he had devoted over 3,000 years to this place. Li Ran, at this moment, felt that further persuasion was futile. If the elder had wished to depart, he would have done so long ago. With over 3,000 years of cultivation, if he desired to ascend to immortality, he could have achieved it long ago. It was evident that this elder truly cherished this land and the little town. Lu Wen interjected, but esteemed elder. He attempted to persuade once more, only to be silenced by a wave of the tea sovereign and Appo's hand. Please wait a moment. The elder slowly made his way back to the tree, then vanished. Silence enveloped the group, aside from Tao Yaoao, who remained intent on uprooting the tree. Moments later, the tea sovereign emerged, holding two saplings. These are my descendants. I have awakened their spiritual intelligence. I hope you can take them back with you, for they may continue my lineage in the future. The tea sovereign presented two saplings, his gaze filled with affection. Lu Yuan and Li Ran stepped forward, each taking one. The old tea sovereign had paved a path for his lineage. When the spiritual energy revived, these saplings would be the last embers of his bloodline. Grandfather, we do not wish to leave. The small saplings, though diminutive, had been granted spiritual intelligence. They could not transform, yet they possessed the ability to speak. The old tea sovereign and Appo's eyes glimmered with reluctance. Go, cultivate well, and return to protect this land in the future. Upon hearing this, the two saplings burst into tears. Li Ran shook his head, producing a wooden box to carefully place the saplings within. Once they reached the apothecary garden, he would ensure they received ample Yaoqi holy water. Seeing the saplings safely stored, the tea sovereign and Appo's eyes reflected a trace of satisfaction. He then turned his gaze to Li Ran. Young friend, I sense the presence of an old acquaintance about you. Li Ran pointed to himself, asking, You mean me, esteemed elder? The tea sovereign nodded. The notion of an old acquaintance? Could it possibly be his father? Yet, his father had not been in this village during his youth. The tea sovereign approached slowly, grasping Li Ran's hand with his aged, wrinkled fingers. Li Ran did not resist, understanding the elder bore no ill intent. This scene piqued the curiosity of the others, each with their own thoughts. Lu Baiwei mused, Li Ran truly harbors secrets. How did I not notice this in university? Tao Yao noted, this old man is indeed extraordinary. It seems he has discerned something. The two little brats wondered, what is happening with Brother Ran? Lu Yuan and Lu Wen exchanged glances, realizing, this lad must have a significant background. Otherwise, why would the tea sovereign behave this way? After a moment, the tea sovereign nodded, a look of relief gracing his face. So it is, from great prosperity comes inevitable decline, yet therein lies a glimmer of hope. No wonder, no wonder. The group remained perplexed, silently observing this. The tea sovereign regarded Li Ran with profound significance and said, Young friend, please follow me. Li Ran nodded and followed the elder. Together, they vanished beneath the tree. Chapter 37. The strange ring. As the scenery before him shifted, Li Ran found himself at the mountain and Appo's summit alongside the tea master. Gazing down at the myriad lights of the small county below, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. Li Ran refrained from immediately inquiring about the purpose of his summons, choosing instead to quietly observe the landscape from behind the elder. After a moment, the tea master spoke. My young friend, when did you visit the medicinal garden? Li Ran answered truthfully, It has not been long, less than 4 months in total. The tea master nodded, his eyes flickering with myriad thoughts. The current resurgence of humanity, while seemingly positive, carried significant risks. It remained uncertain where this path would ultimately lead, yet since a choice had been made, it was only right to respect it. Li Ran, unable to comprehend, remained silent. Suddenly, the tea master appeared to recall something, retrieving a small box from his pocket. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a ring within. The ring was of an ancient design, resembling a small cauldron. Although Li Ran had never encountered such a style, he sensed it held profound significance, perhaps even being a magical artifact. The tea master glanced at Li Ran and said, This was entrusted to me by a celestial being 500 years ago, with instructions to pass it on to you. Li Ran received the ring, his face a mask of confusion. For me? The tea master nodded, explaining, He instructed me to give it to someone trustworthy. I believe you are that person. Keep it safe, and ensure no one besides us knows of its existence. It will prove useful to you in the future. Are you sure about this, elder? Li Ran questioned, holding the ring with uncertainty. The whole situation seemed inexplicable. The tea master chuckled softly. I understand your many questions, but now is not the time for answers. In due course, you will come to understand. Speaking too much may only endanger you. Filled with doubt yet inexplicably trusting of the elder, Li Ran accepted the ring. As the tea master had said, this ring was given to him by a celestial being, and it surely was no ordinary item, thus it was wise to keep it. Seeing Li Ran secure the ring, the tea master smiled and said, My young friend, my grandson has arrived at the medicinal garden. I ask that you look after him. After all, the elder remained concerned about the 2 young tea plants. Li Ran nodded earnestly. Rest assured, elder, I will take good care of him. The tea master regarded him. You are cultivating the peach immortal lineage, are you not? Li Ran was not surprised that the elder could identify his cultivation method. Yes, elder. A glimmer of amusement danced in the tea master and Appo's eyes. The peach immortal lineage is traditionally passed to females, primarily due to the troublesome side effects for males. Li Ran offered an awkward smile, acknowledging the undeniable awkwardness of those side effects. The tea master then produced a shimmering tea leaf from his pocket, opening his hand to reveal it. This tea leaf is a gift for you. When you break through to the next level, you may hold it in your mouth to temporarily suppress your unique side effects. However, do not keep it there for too long, as it may not be beneficial. With gratitude, Li Ran accepted the leaf, exclaiming, Thank you, Elder. I see you are nearing a breakthrough. Allow me to assist you, the tea master said, and with a gentle push of his hand. A wave of pure energy coursed into Li Ran's being. Instantly, Li Ran felt his energy reservoir fill, expanding until it could accommodate the influx of pure essence. At that moment, his cultivation level ascended from chi refinement to foundation establishment, saving him nearly a year of arduous training. Having completed this, the tea master waved his hand. Go now, return. Li Ran blinked and suddenly found himself at the base of the tea tree. The others, who had been waiting, were puzzled to see only him emerge. Li Ran looked up at the ancient tea tree and exhaled. Let us depart. Pi Xiaoyao did not question him, following behind as they turned to leave. At that moment, Lu Baiwei caught a whiff of a faint peach blossom fragrance. Following the scent, she realized it emanated from the departing Li Ran. Suddenly, her perception of him shifted. He appeared more enigmatic and captivating. What has come over me? Lu Baiwei mused, feeling an unexpected attraction to Li Ran. Lu Yuan and Lu Wen exchanged glances at the old tea tree, understanding that the tea master's absence signified a farewell. Since he did not wish to engage further, they had no choice but to leave. The three shared a look of curiosity toward both the tea master and Li Ran. White Moon. You are acquainted with that Li Ran. Perhaps you could inquire about what the old man said to him, Lu Yuan suggested, alluding to the tea master and Appo's words. Lu Baiwei hesitated, unsure of how to approach Li Ran. After some contemplation, she replied, I will give it a try. I do not know him well. He feels so unfamiliar now, unlike the Li Ran I once knew. Uncle Wen, Uncle Yuan, could you share with me more about the medicinal garden? Lu Baiwei asked. Her curiosity piqued as she sought to understand the true nature of Li Ran. As they boarded the car, Pi Xiaoyao inquired, what did that old man say to you? Curiosity is a trait inherent in women, whether they be celestial beings or ordinary folk. Li Ran shared a brief account, deliberately omitting the details of the ring. The tea master had urged him to keep it a secret for a reason, after all. Upon hearing his words, Pi Xiaoyao remarked, I see. It appears that although the old man remains stationary, he possesses a wealth of knowledge. After 3,000 years, he has likely learned all there is to know. The following morning, Li Ran and his companions drove back to Kuan City. Fengqing was a bustling little county, yet its mornings lacked the frantic pace of larger cities. Many residents would rise early to enjoy a bowl of rice noodles before leisurely heading to work. In the old town, a noodle shop thrived, frequented by numerous patrons each morning, with tables occupied by eager customers. The warmth of human connection provided a soothing comfort. Ultimately, the ordinary life of a person revolves around the simple necessity of sustenance. At that moment, a sprightly old man joined the queue behind them. Had Li Ran and his companions glimpsed him, they would have instantly recognized him as the same elderly figure they had encountered the previous night, now seemingly more vigorous without his cane. The old man gazed into the distance, watching the path taken by Li Ran and his group, and with a satisfied smile. He muttered, they think they can persuade me to hide away in that medicinal garden? Not a chance. If I went with them, how would I ever enjoy my local chicken rice noodles? What a foolish notion. Chapter 38. Enough talk. I and Appos am off to take a bath. Upon returning to the hotel last night, Li Ran received a message from Lu Baiwei. Their chat history had stagnated at a point 4 months prior, when Li Ran had inquired about Lu Baiwei's activities, only to be met with silence. This was the day before he commenced his work at the medicinal garden. Initially, he had intended to respond, but Lu Baiwei's typical aloofness and the fact that she had not replied for 4 months left him in a sour mood. He sent a curt message, not here. Lu Baiwei seemed momentarily taken aback by his brusque reply, taking a while to respond. I want to talk to you. Li Ran replied, not interested, going to sleep. Upon reading his response, Lu Baiwei felt a surge of irritation, realizing that the Li Ran she once knew had transformed. Previously, she had regarded him merely as an ordinary suitor, someone to be ignored or acknowledged at her whim, as she had never considered him a part of her world and had held a slight disdain for him. Now, however, his dismissive response made her unexpectedly melancholic. After some contemplation, Lu Baiwei set aside her pride and messaged him, did you deceive me during the day? You aren't and Appos T really married, are you? That peach fairy isn't your wife, nor do you have children. Instead of inquiring about the content of the conversation between Cha Zun and Li Ran, her primary concern was his marital status. Her mindset had evidently shifted. Yet, she waited in vain for a reply from him throughout the night. Lu Baiwei experienced a restless night filled with questions. Now aware of the existence of the medicinal garden, a force far more formidable than her own family, And backed by the legendary Shennong, she struggled to comprehend how Li Ran had once seemed so ordinary. She longed for clarity from him, but he remained unresponsive. She awoke multiple times, checking her phone for any sign of a message from him, but to no avail. A sense of disappointment enveloped her. Lu Baiwei, what has come over you? Why are you losing sleep over Li Ran's silence? Meanwhile, Li Ran slept soundly, oblivious to her sleepless night. Relishing the satisfaction of having turned the tables on her, he felt a sense of vindication, knowing that while she had once disregarded him, he now stood beyond her reach. Whether to reply or not would depend on his mood. With his horizons broadened, he recognized that there were countless attractive women in the world. Why cling to a single twisted branch? There was his childhood friend, the vivacious Shangwan Weijiao, and the spirited Xiong Yuyun. Each was preferable to the haughty Lu Baiwei. He resolved to abandon the role of the lovesick wolf, to fulfill the promise made to Tao Yaoyao. Li Ran and his companions did not rush back to the medicinal garden that day. Tao Yaoyao began her workout enthusiastically at Li Ran's home, while the little ginseng spirit and little Hishowu resumed their gaming, this time with a wager. Whoever lost would have to pluck out a strand of hair. By the end of the day, Li Ran's desk was strewn with ginseng and Hishowu leaves. The following morning, he returned to the medicinal garden with Tao Yaoyao and the two children, who still seemed to crave more fun. However, they had not completed their task. After discussing Cha Zun's reluctance to visit the medicinal garden with the Peony Fairy, she remained her usual calm self. Very well, we shall not pressure him. The old tea master has his own plans. Just take good care of the little tea tree. This matter is now in your hands, Li Ran. Li Ran nodded, understood. In the medicinal garden, he chose a well-lit spot to plant the little tea tree. As soon as it was planted, the tree began to weep. Grandpa, I want Grandpa. I miss Grandpa. The little girl's cries were heart-wrenching. Li Ran felt utterly helpless. Please, don't cry. What should I call you? Little Tea? What is your name? The little tea tree sobbed. My name is Lingling. Ah, Lingling. Please don't cry. Rest assured, you will grow well here. Do you find the soil too compact or lacking in nutrients? Lingling twisted her trunk, continuing to wail, I want Grandpa. I miss Grandpa. Li Ran, exasperated, realized that unlike other spiritual herbs that came to the garden, Lingling was genuinely distressed at being separated from the old tea master. It was akin to a child being away from their parents. After a moment's thought, he fetched a bucket of Yaoqi holy water and poured it on her. Lingling, please don't cry. Your brothers and sisters here are very kind, and Grandpa wishes for you to thrive happily. Yet, Lingling's cries persisted. At a loss, he summoned the little ginseng spirit and little Hishowu, who were engaged in a playful scuffle. Look, these two brothers will talk with you. We are all in this medicinal garden together. The little ginseng spirit and little Hishowu quickly embraced their roles as elder brothers, and soon, Lingling's cries attracted the attention of other spiritual herbs in the garden. The four gentlemen of Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, as well as the nine-tiered heavy tower, came over to converse with their new neighbor. Before long, Lingling stopped crying. Although the herbs in the garden had their quirks, the atmosphere was warm and welcoming. Even Yinghuishi, after being scolded by Tao Yaoyao, transformed from a troublesome girl into a well-behaved one. After comforting Lingling, Li Ran began his day's work, fetching water, watering plants, loosening soil, and showing off strong men to the Peony Fairy. He also consulted her about his relationship troubles with Lu Baiwei. Li Ran recounted his experiences with Lu Baiwei to the Peony Fairy. By the way, this is how you should handle it. Although Lu Baiwei claims to be a descendant of the tea sage Lu Yu, you belong to our medicinal garden. We must maintain a high profile and let her face setbacks. Such women often harbor inflated egos. Li Ran asked, Really? Are there many? I've never tried, she replied. A slip of the tongue. I meant to say she has a high opinion of herself. You need to undermine her confidence, much like training a hawk. You must thoroughly strip her of her pride, then she will be at your mercy. Li Ran nodded. Considering the wisdom the Peony Fairy had gleaned from her experiences with many strong men, finally, he decided to respond to Lu Baiwei's message. He saw that her last message was, Are you asleep? After some thought, he replied, I took a bath last night and fell asleep. In the past, whenever Li Ran messaged Lu Baiwei, she would respond with, I'm going to take a bath, and then there would be no further communication. On the other side, Lu Baiwei felt a surge of excitement upon seeing Li Ran's message, but was immediately infuriated upon reading it. Fell asleep after taking a bath. Can a bath last an entire night? And did you really not check your phone after bathing? You made me lose sleep all night. Are you trying to get back at me? Her thoughts spiraled out of control. Why didn't you mention you were from the medicinal garden when we were in college? She asked. Li Ran replied, "Why should I?" Lu Baiwei was once again infuriated. "Can you tell me about yourself now?" she asked. Li Ran replied, "I won't say any more. I'm going to take a shower." Upon reading Li Ran's message, Lu Baiwei felt her temper flare. She clenched her fists, wishing she could storm over to the medicinal garden and give Li Ran a piece of her mind. It was only 10 in the morning. What was the need for a shower? Hadn't he just bathed the night before? Who takes so many showers? If he didn't want to talk to her, he could have just said so. Chapter 39. The unsettling month having ascended to the foundational realm, Li Ran now faced a peculiar month ahead. Although the tea leaves provided by the tea master could mitigate the side effects, it was not a sustainable solution, for with the tea in his mouth, Li Ran found himself rendered speechless. Surely, he could not resort to gesturing like some mute. Alas, another vexing month loomed before him. Reminiscent of the peculiar days that women often endure, he recalled once fantasizing about the unique effects of this tea, envisioning himself in a state of blissful revelry. How had he arrived at this juncture? Now wishing he could procure a male chastity device online. One must safeguard oneself in the world outside. Entering the medicinal garden had opened a portal to a mysterious realm, and having traversed through it, Li Ran found himself reluctant to return, though uncertain about what lay ahead. He reveled in the current cadence of his life. Just as he concluded his workday, he received a call from his younger sister, Li Xian. "What in Apos is the matter? Need money or a favor?" he mused, presuming his sister was once again seeking pocket money. Li Xian, however, dismissed his assumption. "Brother, I'm not asking for money this time." "Oh? What do you require then?" Given past experiences, Li Ran anticipated that if it wasn't money, her request would likely be more demanding. "Could you come pick me up from school? I want to go home." "Why? Aren't you still on break? Are you unwell?" Her voice took on an unsettling tone. "Brother, someone in our dormitory building committed suicide. I'm scared. I want to go home." "What? When did this happen?" "Last night. When we woke up this morning, we saw a body, mangled and bloodied. I recognized her. She smiled at me just before. I'm terrified, brother. I want to go home." As she spoke, her voice broke with sobs, revealing her genuine fear. "Don't worry. I'll be there soon. Just pack your things." Li Ran reassured her, his heart racing at the thought of the horror she had witnessed. Having just stepped out of the dormitory, he could hardly fathom the sight of a bloodied corpse. The sheer terror of it all was overwhelming. Li Xian was a sophomore at Kuincheng Normal University, and the old campus was quite distant, requiring over 3 hours of driving. Initially, Li Ran had intended to inform the enchanting Mu Dan of his plans to drive the medicinal garden's vehicle. However, recalling Zhao Zhengzheng's flamboyant pink BMW parked beneath his building, he opted to take that car instead to fetch his sister. Despite his sister and Apos' occasional antics, their bond was strong. Li Xian was spirited and determined, and her call for him to pick her up indicated a profound fear. Anxiety gnawed at Li Ran as he navigated the evening rush hour traffic, stuck in a jam. "Brother, are you almost here?" "I'm ready," Li Xian called again. "Traffic is heavy, but I'm on my way. Stay with your roommates and don't be afraid. We must be resolute materialists. All phantoms and specters are mere illusions." Even as he spoke, Li Ran felt the absurdity of his own words. "Yes, none of us can sleep. Most of my dorm mates have taken leave, and it's just me and one other roommate left. Hurry." After hanging up, he pressed the horn in frustration. Soon, he was on the highway. Upon reaching the university's entrance, it was already past 10 in the evening, the night enveloping everything in darkness. Perhaps it was the garishness of his vehicle that drew the attention of the security guard, who promptly stopped him. Over the years, there had been instances of scoundrels driving rented luxury cars to seduce unsuspecting university girls. As the saying went, a woman's tears in youth were merely the water of her intellect. Once drained, she became harder to deceive. The guard regarded Li Ran skeptically. "You drive such a flashy car. Don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions. You may enter on foot, but your vehicle cannot pass. Also, give me your ID. I'll hold it until you return." Li Ran retorted, "What has my car's flamboyance got to do with me? I'm not the one being flashy. Had I known, I wouldn't have driven this garish BMW." Though exasperated, he held a grudging admiration for the guard's vigilance. Such dedication ensured the safety of students like his sister. Reluctantly, he surrendered his ID and proceeded on foot into the university grounds. Having visited before, he remembered the location of Li Xian's dormitory. The venerable Kuincheng Normal University boasted nearly a century of history, and as he walked along the old campus paths, the aged trees bore witness to the passage of time. Under the dim streetlights, few students traversed the pathways. As he ambled along, he noticed several girls dragging their suitcases, their expressions somber as they departed the campus with their parents. Groups of students huddled together, whispering anxiously. They spoke of the suicide that had occurred at Zijing Building 2 nights prior, claiming the entire building was haunted, prompting many to take leave. Rumor had it that the victim had fallen prey to a scoundrel from outside the school, deceived in both heart and purse, leading her to despair and ultimately, her death. The school had suppressed the details of the incident, yet the mere thought was chilling, and Li Ran felt grateful he didn't reside in that building. Let us not spread rumors. We're future educators. Haven't we studied Marxism-Leninism? One student argued, emphasizing that there were no such things as ghosts. Listening to their chatter, Li Ran's heart sank with concern. It was indeed true that someone had jumped. As he walked, he felt a sense of awkwardness wash over him. When alone, he discreetly expelled the tea from his mouth, only to be startled into a panic when girls approached, hastily attempting to conceal his actions. Earlier, during his exchange with the guard, several girls had walked past him, seemingly oblivious to his plight. Had it not been for the guard, they might have sought his WeChat. The abundance of female students at the normal university made him feel foolish, stuttering and fumbling as he attempted to maintain composure. Arriving at Zijing Building, an eerie sensation enveloped him. He detected an unusual fragrance, perhaps that of some flower. Moreover, he perceived an unsettling aura of resentment and despair lingering in the air. Furrowing his brow, he pondered whether the atmosphere was a consequence of the recent tragedy. Indeed, the situation seemed far from simple. Nevertheless, what did it matter if there were spirits? After all, he was a cultivator of the foundational realm. Even if faced with a malevolent ghost, he would compel it to embrace Marxism. Upon reaching the foot of the dormitory, he noticed the dim lighting, an unsettling silence pervading the area. No voices echoed, and the absence of students felt as though all had vacated the premises. The atmosphere was undeniably strange. Li Ran dialed Li Xin's number, but it went unanswered. Checking the time revealed it was already 11 at night. With no choice left, he settled down to wait beneath the dormitory, glancing around, a perplexed expression crossing his face. As he observed the remnants of bloodstains beneath his feet, he noted the ancient stone tiles nearby adorned with white lines. These lines, when connected, formed the outline of a person lying prone. It was no wonder that this place was deserted. It was, in fact, the site of the tragic suicide of a female student. The school's administration certainly wielded considerable influence, managing to suppress the incident so swiftly. A sense of foreboding washed over Li Ran as he made his way to another door. However, he remained oblivious to the peculiar tree that, as he departed, twisted its trunk in an eerie manner, gazing at him as if it were human. This peculiar plant bore two extraordinarily vibrant blossoms, intertwined in such a way that they seemed to possess the faint semblance of two ghostly faces, one male and one female. Chapter 40. Sister Xiaolongnu? Upon arriving at another door, Li Ran finally spotted the dormitory supervisor. Just as he was about to enter the dormitory building, a melodious voice called out to him from behind. Are you here to pick someone up? The voice was delightful. Li Ran turned around and was greeted by an enchanting face. Louis Fei? Sister Xiaolongnu? No, wait. Who are you? Li Ran nearly mistook this stunning female student for the dream lover of countless boys across the nation, primarily because she bore an uncanny resemblance to Sister Xiaolongnu. However, upon closer inspection, there were subtle differences. Besides, the real star would not be found in Koan City, especially not beneath the girls' dormitory. Classmate, it's quite late. You should leave soon. Are you a practitioner? The girl spoke halfway through her sentence, suddenly noticing something unusual about Li Ran. She also caught a faint scent of peach blossoms, which altered her perception of this male classmate. Li Ran's expression turned serious. This girl, who resembled Sister Xiaolongnu, had recognized him as a practitioner. And you are? Li Ran inquired. My name is Su Hongdo. What about you? Li Ran nodded in response. I'm Li Ran. Are you a student here? Are you also a practitioner? Su Hongdo nodded, then shook her head. I'm in my 4th year here. I suppose I am a practitioner. It's quite unexpected to meet another practitioner here. Although Li Ran longed to converse further with this classmate who bore a striking resemblance to Sister Xiaolongnu, his concern for his sister, Li Xin, weighed heavily on his mind. He retrieved his phone and cast an apologetic glance at Su Hongdo. I'm sorry, I'm here to pick up my sister. Let me make a quick call. Rest assured, I'll leave as soon as I find her. Su Hongdo seemed ready to say something, but just then, Li Ran and Appo's call connected. Brother, are you here? I'm so scared. I can't get out, boo-hoo. As soon as the call connected, his sister burst into tears. Don't worry, I'm downstairs. Hurry down. Li Ran hurriedly reassured her, but the sound of Li Xin's sobbing grew louder, laced with fear. We can't get out. The door outside isn't our dorm. Brother, I'm scared. Please come and get me. What? Li Ran was instantly alarmed. At that moment, Su Hongdo's expression shifted dramatically. It's starting. This is bad. As soon as she spoke, Su Hongdo transformed into a fleeting shadow and dashed into the dormitory. Li Ran was taken aback. What floor and room number are you in? I'll come get you right away. He urgently inquired about Li Xin's dormitory number. Realizing the situation was dire after witnessing Su Hongdo and Apos' sudden departure. Room 528. Brother, we're in room 528. We can't get out. Ah, a ghost? Suddenly, Li Xin screamed, and the call abruptly ended. Li Ran's heart raced. He swiftly turned and bolted into the dormitory. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the dormitory supervisor standing vacantly at the office door, her eyes glazed over, resembling a mere shell of a human being. How could this be? Li Ran was startled, yet he pressed on, racing up the stairs. He ascended to the 5th floor in one breath. This is 507, 508. It's this way. Following the room numbers, Li Ran moved towards the corridor when a gust of dark energy suddenly swept towards him. This is bad. Li Ran quickly halted to defend himself. The malevolent force was overwhelming. He threw a punch to disperse the sudden assault of dark energy, only to discover he had underestimated the force. The black energy merely created a small opening, and with a loud crash, Li Ran was sent flying back against the wall. Then he heard a cacophony of clattering sounds. Upon closer inspection, he was horrified to see a torrent of skulls rolling towards him like an avalanche. The number of skulls multiplied, filling the entire corridor. The sight was utterly terrifying. Gritting his teeth, Li Ran summoned his inner strength and unleashed a powerful punch at the approaching wave of skulls. Bang, bang, bang. The skulls shattered upon impact, exploding into countless purple-black petals. Yet, the onslaught of skulls continued to surge forth. It was too late for Li Ran to launch another attack. In an instant, the scene shifted, and Li Ran found himself no longer confronted by the horrifying skulls. Before him stood a door, marked with the number 528. Without a second thought, he turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. Chapter 41. The Twin Mandala Take This Away. My body. The three skeletons shielded themselves from the golden glow emanating from the tea leaves, feeling the remnants of flesh continuously peeling away. Li Ran felt a wave of nausea mixed with a tinge of regret. How wonderful it could have been if he had not fallen into this predicament. Without hesitation, he placed the tea leaves in his mouth. In the next instant, the golden light enveloped his entire being, scattering the three skeletons into countless purple-black petals. The scene before him transformed once more. No longer were there skeletons, but rather a weathered corridor. Dark, twisted roots grew within the passage, some even penetrating the solid concrete walls. Could this still be an illusion? Li Ran attempted to touch the black roots, only to feel a sharp sting. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the roots were covered in tiny, pointed thorns. This was indeed real. What on earth was happening? Panic surged as he thought of his sister, Li Xin. He hurried deeper into the corridor. The further he ventured, the denser the roots became. Some of them sprouted branches adorned with purple-black flowers, each bloom consisting of two entwined petals, upon which he could faintly discern two human faces gazing at him with cold smiles. The appearance of these unknown flowers within the girls' dormitory was both eerie and terrifying. 525, 526. At last, he arrived at dormitory 528. The door was ajar. Su Hongdo was inside, accompanied by three girls cowering behind her. In that moment, Su Hongdo summoned her vital energy to create a protective barrier against the onslaught of the roots. The thorny, dark tendrils lunged at her shield like swords, relentless and seemingly endless. Among the three frightened girls was Li Ran's own sister, Li Xin. The expressions on their faces were filled with terror and suppressed sobs. With Li Ran and Apos' appearance, the roots hesitated momentarily. Su Hongdo noticed him and urgently shouted, "This is a great demon. I am no match for it. Quickly seek help." Li Ran realized that Su Hongdo was more powerful than himself, and her predicament affirmed the truth of her words. This was indeed a formidable demon. He made a swift decision. This was beyond his capability to resolve. He needed to seek assistance from the medicinal garden. However, just as he turned to leave, he halted in his tracks. Now that you're here, don't think of leaving. Who would have thought that a mere foundation-building cultivator could break our twin illusion? You harbor many secrets. A voice taunted from the corridor. A pale-faced, effeminate man stood there. Oh, and look, another of my kind has also taken form. Once we consume her, We shall attain great power, perhaps even ascend to immortality, he. A chilling female voice echoed as the man turned, revealing a ghastly, pale visage of a woman behind him. Li Ran's heart sank to the depths of despair. This was indeed a great demon. The prospect of seeking help now seemed futile. He was certain that his meager strength would be no match for a mere swipe of this creature's hand. Only a being like the Peony Fairy could stand against it. How unfortunate. Su Hongdo's disappointment flickered in her eyes upon the demon's emergence. Come here, she urged, beckoning Li Ran to enter the protective barrier. At this point, it appeared there were no other options. Li Ran stepped into the protective shield and, after expelling the tea leaves from his mouth, inquired of Su Hongdo, "What is this abomination?" Su Hongdo replied, "The twin mandala. They thrive underground, feeding on vengeful spirits, and have now reached a formidable level of cultivation." The twin mandala? Li Ran murmured, gazing at the two-faced figure at the entrance. It was astonishing that a plant could transform into such a demon, and a malevolent one at that. He instinctively moved behind Su Hongdo, preparing to call for help, only to find his phone devoid of signal. This was indeed an awkward predicament. "Brother, you," Li Xian exclaimed in astonishment, grappling with the surreal events unfolding before her eyes, as did the two girls behind her. Fear mingled with curiosity reflected in their expressions. For these sheltered students, the reality before them was a far cry from the idyllic fantasies portrayed in their textbooks. Demons, ghosts, humans, each clashed violently with their perceptions. Li Ran glanced at Li Xian and her companions, mustering a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, I'm here. Everything will be all right." The gravity of the situation was overwhelming for the three university students. Li Ran could empathize with their plight. "You help me sustain the protective barrier. We shall hold as long as we can, hoping to attract the attention of the cultivators in this generation." Such a commotion tonight. Su Hongdo strained to maintain the barrier against the relentless assault of the roots. With Li Ran's infusion of energy, she found a slight reprieve. The man transformed from the twin mandala observed their struggle with a cold smile, declaring, "Do not entertain thoughts of escape. None of you will leave this night. Once we have devoured you both, we will consume the entire school, ascending to immortality without fear of depleting our spiritual energy. You are also a spirit herb that has taken form. I'm most curious to know the essence of your transformation. Consuming you could very well propel me toward the realm of immortality." The woman's face turned, casting a sinister gaze upon Su Hongdo. Su Hongdo's countenance darkened. "You are making a great deal of noise tonight. Someone has surely taken notice. Are you not afraid of the people from the medicinal garden?" Huang Fubayan is not easily deceived. With her mention of the medicinal garden and Huang Fubayan, Li Ran's intrigue towards Su Hongdo, who resembled a petite dragon maiden, deepened. Who would have guessed that she, too, was a spirit herb that had taken form? What kind of herb could she be? The twin mandala laughed heartily. "Worry? Why should we worry? Alas, Huang Fubayan is oblivious to our presence here, for someone has already diverted his attention. He will not arrive tonight. By the time the medicinal garden realizes what has transpired, we will have consumed you and ascended to immortality." Haraha. The expressions on Su Hongdo and Li Ran's faces shifted dramatically. Given the confidence of the demon, it seemed his claims were indeed true. If so, the last shred of hope within Li Ran's heart shattered. Su Hongdo was equally trapped. Her aspirations to rescue the students from the dormitory and await assistance from the medicinal garden or other cultivation factions had withered. Now she, too, was at the mercy of the twin mandala. The roots on the ground multiplied ominously, and the twin mandala urged forth even more roots to assault the protective barrier. Li Ran and Su Hongdo struggled to maintain their defense, each strike threatening to breach their shield. Their energies waned, and if they continued on this path, they feared that tonight would indeed be their last. Chapter 42. Are you El Dongbin? Crack, crack. The protective barrier began to show signs of fracture, as the spiritual energy of the two could no longer compensate in time. Suddenly, a tree root pierced through the barrier. Subsequently, the dark root transformed into a pitch-black hand, which began to thrash wildly within the protective dome. Witnessing this scene, the three girls behind screamed in terror, their cries echoing incessantly. Li Ran took a slight step back, then unleashed a powerful punch against the dark hand. The hand, caught off guard by Li Ran's immense strength, was sent flying out of the barrier. However, as soon as it exited, even more roots surged forth. They bombarded the barrier, causing the fractures to multiply. It was a mere countdown to breach. Seeing that the situation was now unstoppable, Su Hongdo turned to Li Ran and said, "I did not expect it would come to this. It seems fate has entrusted this to you. The longing is inherently unsolvable, so let it rest upon your shoulders. Li Ran, perplexed, observed Su Hongdo as she spoke to herself. Su Hongdo continued, there is no other way. I must ignite my essence to send you out. Remember to seek the people from the medicine garden to deal with this great demon. As Su Hongdo's eyes reflected determination, an ominous feeling stirred within Li Ran. After a moment's contemplation, he revealed his identity. I am indeed one of the people from the medicine garden. Su Hongdo was taken aback and scrutinized Li Ran. No one who emerged from the medicine garden was as weak as he appeared. Li Ran clarified, do not be deceived. I have only recently joined the medicine garden, so my abilities are indeed lacking. I am merely an apprentice, but I will summon Lady Mutin and Huang Fu Bian to eliminate this creature. Su Hongdo nodded. That is good. Prepare yourself. Li Ran understood that Su Hongdo was about to invoke a life-saving technique, one that would undoubtedly come at a great cost, which explained why she had not used it until now. Li Ran inquired, what will happen to you afterward? Su Hongdo replied, my essence will shatter, leaving a fragment of my soul entrusted to you. Such a tremendous sacrifice. Li Ran felt compelled to intervene, but Su Hongdo had already closed her eyes, swiftly forming seals with her hands. The longing is inherently unsolvable. I entrust you to accompany the bright moon. As her words resonated, Su Hongdo suddenly transformed into a towering acacia tree. She had indeed become a sentient acacia, which explained her name. In ancient times, it was said, red beans grow in the southern lands. When spring arrives, how many branches do they bear? The more one gathers, the more this object signifies longing. The pain of longing knows no resolution, tormenting countless men and women. Even demons, once touched by this yearning, find no escape. Li Ran felt a profound sorrow. They had been driven to a dead end, leaving them with no choice. Red beans hung from the acacia, and suddenly the tree trembled. One red bean fell to the ground, and unexpectedly it soared into the air, embedding itself within Li Ran's body. A thread of longing was entrusted. This was Su Hongdo's final glimmer of hope. She would soon ignite herself, using the power of longing to send Li Ran forth for assistance. However, as the red beam merged with Li Ran, a mysterious ring in his pocket suddenly shimmered. He then heard a man's voice, if you wish to save her, then relinquish yourself and allow me to assist you. Startled, Li Ran was about to inquire about the identity of the speaker when he suddenly felt himself losing control. Wasn't the instruction to let go of himself? He hadn't even relaxed yet, and here it came forcefully. Ah, what a profound truth. The longing is inherently unsolvable. Yet it accompanies the bright moon. Li Ran suddenly spoke, but the voice that emerged was not his own. It was that of a composed middle-aged man. Su Hongdo, in the midst of forming her seals, felt a powerful force interrupt her, and she looked at Li Ran in confusion. Who are you? She asked in astonishment. Li Ran remained silent, focusing on the dense roots around them. He then pointed with his finger, and instantly, a myriad of sword energies coalesced around him. Go. He thrust his finger forward, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. The sword energy sliced through the air like sharp blades, producing a piercing whistle. In an instant, the previously dense and web-like roots were reduced to countless petals, fluttering downwards. The scene was dominated by the sword energy, charged with a sense of awe and lethal intent. Li Ran stood there, his gaze icy, embodying the essence of a deity of death and life, a sword immortal, evoking fear in those who dared to meet his eyes. Who are you? The voices of the dual mandragora cried out in unison, laced with an indescribable trepidation, as if they were shaken by the sudden emergence of an unknown power. Li Ran remained still, his eyes deep as the ocean, concealing endless mysteries. He did not respond immediately, but extended his finger once more, directing it towards the dual mandragora. A fierce sword energy locked onto the essence of the dual mandragora. Feeling the suffocating pressure of the sword energy, they trembled uncontrollably, as if bound by an invisible force. Who are you? They questioned again, their voices tinged with fear and confusion. You are not from the medicine garden. Who exactly are you? Their doubts surged within them like a tidal wave. And Li Ran appeared as a stranger they had never encountered. They had once thought they could easily toy with this seemingly weak cultivator. Yet now they felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Li Ran snorted softly, decisively pointing his finger. Swish! The sword energy tore through space, striking directly at the dual mandragora. Sword cultivator, who are you? They screamed in unison, their bodies enveloped by swirling black mist, composed of resentment, ghostly energy, deathly aura, and demonic miasma, forming a shield to resist the fierce sword energy. Humph! You seek death, break! Li Ran coldly scoffed, and with another thrust of his finger, the The sword energy sliced through the black mist. Ah! The dual mandragora cried out in despair. Immortal! This is the power of an immortal. We must flee. Without hesitation, the dual mandragora transformed into black mist and fled. Where do you think you're going? Li Ran stamped his foot, transforming into a beam of sword light in pursuit. As Li ran and the dual mandragora departed, the black roots that had grown in the corridor receded. Su Hongdo, now devoid of strength, slumped to the ground. In midair, a fierce sword energy chased after the black mist, becoming increasingly potent. While the black mist could only flee in panic. Immortal, please show mercy. Our cultivation is arduous. We beg for your mercy, spare us this once. As the dual mandragora escaped, they pleaded for their lives, fully aware that Li Ran now possessed the power of an immortal, and not just any immortal. Such strength was worthy of the title of celestial being. They were no match. Humph. You were granted the mercy of heaven and earth to take on human form. Yet you too stray from the righteous path, harming innocents. You shall not be spared today. Taishu 9 swords. Execute. In midair, a single sword transformed into 9, radiating golden light as they enveloped the fleeing dual mandragora. With all 9 swords unleashed, no demon could escape their fate. The twin mandalas were filled with sheer terror. And at that moment, they recognized the identity of the being before them, an entity beyond their reckoning. You are the immortal El? They did not receive the answers they sought, as the 9 swords completely engulfed them. A chorus of anguish cries echoed through the air. A thunderous explosion of vital energy resounded, and the dark mist that had taken the form of the twin mandalas dissipated entirely. Black and purple petals drifted down from the sky, turning to ash just before they touched the ground. In midair, Li Ran suddenly regained control of his body, only to be overcome by a wave of weakness. At that moment, the vital energy that had been sustaining him vanished, and he began to plummet toward the earth. Glancing at the height from which he was falling, he inwardly exclaimed, "Oh no, this is the end." Chapter 43, The Mysterious Man. Fortunately, as he fell, a figure swiftly emerged to catch Li Ran. Once they landed, both collapsed onto the ground. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have fallen to my death," Li Ran exclaimed. Su Hongdo inquired, "Who was that person on you just now?" Although Li Ran had lost control of his body, he had witnessed the entire ordeal and heard the speculations of the dual mandala. However, he was uncertain and felt that the situation was rather peculiar. "I don't know. I'll have to ask when I get back," he replied. Su Hongdo nodded, refraining from further questioning. Yet, myriad speculations danced in her mind. Knowing that the time was not yet ripe to voice them, Li Ran continued, "Now that the great demon is dead, and you are aware of my affiliation with the apothecary garden, you should accompany me back." Since Su Hongdo had transformed from a spiritual herb, Li Ran felt it was his duty to escort her. Su Hongdo smiled wryly, her affections intricately tied to Li Ran, uncertain if it was a blessing or a curse. Initially, she had resigned herself to the worst outcome, intending to leave a fragment of her soul behind, hoping to one day seek another red bean to restore her essence. Yet now, her original form remained unscathed, but the longing she had entrusted to Li Ran could never be reclaimed. Truly, it seemed like fate played a cruel trick on her. She softly replied, "All right." The two rested for a while, regaining a modicum of strength. Had it not been for Li Ran's miraculous intervention, they might have perished here. Su Hongdo surveyed their surroundings, soon fixing her gaze upon a corner. There lay a mandala flower, severed in two, drooping on the ground. The two interconnected blossoms had withered, leaving only the dark, gnarled trunk embedded in the earth. Approaching the mandala, Su Hongdo grasped the trunk with determination, pulling with great effort. After a prolonged struggle, she finally uprooted the flower. Both Li Ran and Su Hongdo were taken aback. The roots of the mandala were entwined with 7 or 8 skulls, resembling the extraction of ripe peanuts, with the skulls serving as the fruits. One of the skulls even possessed 2 faces, appearing particularly eerie. Su Hongdo remarked, "I've long heard that before the school was established, this place was a graveyard. It seems to be true. This mandala has thrived here, absorbing considerable negative energy, which explains its formidable cultivation." Li Ran nodded, pondering the mandala and Appos' extraordinary prowess. Even if it has absorbed some of the underground and Appos' malign energy, its cultivation seems a bit excessive. Could it be that someone is manipulating this? I doubt a typical demon cultivator could achieve such strength, even with negative energy. Su Hongdo agreed. Indeed, there is someone orchestrating events behind the scenes, though their motives remain unclear. The cost of nurturing such a powerful demon is exorbitant. With no conclusions drawn, they made their way back to the dormitory building. Li Xin and a few other girls were still inside, likely accompanied by more students. They hoped no lives would be lost. As they entered the dormitory, a man clad in a black robe emerged slowly. His face was shrouded in a veil of black mist, allowing only his silhouette to reveal his gender. Humph. I never expected that this lad from the apothecary garden harbored so many secrets. The man scoffed before dissipating into a wisp of smoke. Inside room 528. Li Xian and her companions huddled together, trembling. Upon recognizing Li Ran and Su Hongdo, the three girls confirmed their safety. What you witnessed today is not a good thing for you. Best to forget it, Su Hongdo instructed as she flicked her fingers, sending 3 beams of red light into the girls' bodies. Their expressions soon became dazed, erasing the terrifying memories of the night's battle against the great demon. Li Ran attempted to intervene, but it was too late. After some contemplation, he deemed this course of action acceptable. The events of the night were far too surreal for the 3 college girls. Perhaps it was better for their tranquil lives to remain undisturbed. Brother, you're here? Who is this? Sister-in-law? Li Xian was the first to awaken, noticing Li Ran at the dormitory entrance. They had forgotten about Su Hongdo, but seeing her with her brother sparked their curiosity. Li Xian scrutinized Su Hongdo, who bore a striking resemblance to the little dragon girl, before glancing at her somewhat disheveled brother. You can't possibly be my sister-in-law. My brother is too unattractive for someone like you. Su Hongdo chuckled at Li Xian's remark, while Li Ran felt a headache coming on. Truly, she was his dear sister. I'm not ugly, all right. This is my friend. Don't go misidentifying her as your sister-in-law. After countering his sister's questionable taste, Li Ran proceeded to clarify his relationship with Su Hongdo. Only then did Li Xian nod. I thought so. Such a beautiful sister must not settle for you. With a sigh, Li Ran exited the dormitory and remarked, forget it. I no longer have a sister. I must have come to the wrong place. Li Xian hurriedly grabbed her suitcase, gesturing for her roommates to follow as she chased after him, exclaiming, brother, I'm the real one. You're the adopted one. As they walked, the siblings exchanged playful banter, eliciting giggles from Su Hongdo and the 2 girls following behind. However, aside from Su Hongdo, the other girls occasionally stole glances at Li Ran, drawn to the faint fragrance of peach blossoms that surrounded him, developing an inexplicable fondness for their roommate's brother. Li Xian's roommates were from out of town, and with the recent incidents at school, they had nowhere else to go. So they decided to stay with Li Xian temporarily. The school had granted them leave anyway. Su Hongdo, however, remained at the school, having arranged to meet Li Ran at the old Tian guest house the following morning. It was tea until after 4 in the morning that Li Ran finally brought Li Xian and her 2 roommates home, exhausted from the earlier battle. He could barely keep his eyes open. The next morning, as he arrived at the old Tian guest house, he spotted Su Hongdo waiting at the entrance. As he approached, he noticed her conversing with the Peony Fairy, and it seemed they were already acquainted. Do you know each other? Li Ran asked, to which Su Hongdo nodded. Years ago, I received guidance from Sister Peony, which enabled me to successfully transform. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I thought I would have to introduce you, Li Ran responded, astonished. Chapter 44. Stranded on a desert island in the medicinal garden, a fairy had appeared, taking the form of a wisteria tree. The 4 gentlemen, Mei Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, were the first to visit. Since ancient times, the red bean has been a common motif in the poetry of scholars, symbolizing unrequited love. Naturally, the 4 gentlemen were no exception. They were intrigued to see what the fairy born from the wisteria tree looked like. Upon their arrival, they were indeed captivated by her beauty. Alas, the enchanting Hongdo showed no interest in the 4, instead frequently casting her gaze toward Li Ran, much to the chagrin of the self-assured 4 gentlemen, who fancied themselves as charming figures admired by countless maidens. Subsequently, life returned to a tranquil rhythm. Aside from some playful antics from Li Xian and her 2 roommates, all was well. However, Li Ran sensed an unusual warmth from his sister's roommates. Aware that it was influenced by the peach blossom spring secret, and thus he deliberately kept his distance. After 10 days, he finally returned the 3 young women to their school, allowing himself a moment of peace. As for matters at the school, he believed there would be no further complications. Upon returning to the medicinal garden, Li Ran had informed the Peony Fairy of the situation regarding the dual flower mandala. It seemed that Huangfu Bian had taken charge of subsequent affairs, and the ominous atmosphere that had once enveloped the school had dissipated, replaced by a gathering of scholarly spirits among the students. Nonetheless, the Peony Fairy and her companions had been venturing out more frequently, as if they had numerous matters to attend to. One evening, Li Ran exchanged messages with Shangguan Weijiao and Xiong Yuyun. However, he chose not to respond to the overly curious Lu Baiwei, who had been incessantly seeking conversation with him, which left Li Ran feeling somewhat exasperated. Women, it seemed, could be so unpredictable. Once aloof and haughty, they now clung tenaciously. Eventually, Li Ran drifted into a confused slumber. He was abruptly awakened, feeling as though water had splashed upon his face. Looking around, he found himself bewildered. Had he fallen into another dream? The waves lapped against the shore, accompanied by a gentle sea breeze. To his astonishment, he realized he was lying on a beach. Bewildered, he surveyed his surroundings. What was happening? Recalling his previous experiences, Li Ran promptly slapped himself. The sting was unmistakably real. He noticed he was clad only in the loose shorts he had worn to bed, a fact that was indisputable. He attempted to channel his inner energy, discovering that he could still harness his cultivation. In an instant, he was thoroughly bewildered. Had he somehow crossed over to another realm? Springing to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings and was astonished to find himself on a small island. Where was this place? Who could enlighten him? How had he fallen asleep only to awaken on a deserted island? If the heavens wished for him to traverse realms, they could at least have provided him with proper attire. Clad only in shorts, how was he to face anyone? As Li Ran pondered in confusion, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, the same one that had aided him during the encounter with the dual flower mandala. I am behind you, come this way, it beckoned. Turning around, Li Ran beheld a cluster of towering coconut trees and dense underbrush. After a moment and Appos' thought, he ventured toward the thicket. Before long, he stumbled upon a small dwelling nestled among the bushes. The area surrounding the quaint abode was paved with stone slabs, adorned with several towering stone pillars. It struck him as a site of sacrifice or perhaps a grand formation. Beside the small house sat a man with disheveled hair and a bare chest. Who are you? Li Ran inquired, halting a few meters away, cautiously probing. The man's strange demeanor piqued his curiosity, for he could not fathom how anyone could be present on this deserted island. Moreover, what astonished him most was the sight of chains bound to the man's hands and feet, suggesting he was a captive. Come closer, the man said, without lifting his head. Li Ran furrowed his brow. Senior, who are you? Did you bring me here? The man clicked his tongue at Li Ran's wariness, and, with a gesture, an invisible force enveloped Li Ran, drawing him uncontrollably closer. Senior, let us speak calmly. I have an elderly mother, and what else? Li Ran faltered, unsure of how to complete his sentence. The man gestured to the ground. Sit. Seeing no malice in his demeanor, Li Ran cautiously settled onto the ground. The man regarded him, then asked, How long have you been in the medicinal garden? The fact that he knew about the garden suggested he might be someone familiar. Li Ran replied, Over 5 months. The man nodded, murmuring, How is Peony faring? His concern for the Peony Fairy left Li Ran astounded. Did this man truly know her? Suddenly, he recalled the words of the dual flower mandala before its demise. Could this be the revered Lu Shangxian? Yet, he bore no resemblance to the ethereal figure depicted in television dramas, clad in flowing white robes. Gathering his thoughts, Li Ran responded, Sister Peony is doing well. Are you perhaps Lu? He hesitated, gauging the man's reaction. The disheveled man nodded and replied flatly, Yes, I am El Dongbin. What? Li Ran exclaimed, rising in disbelief. The man appeared unfazed by Li Ran's astonishment, as if he had anticipated this reaction. Li Ran tentatively inquired, Are you truly El Dongbin, the foremost among the 8 immortals? Yes, and not entirely, the man replied, his tone complex. What do you mean? How did you end up here? El Dongbin slowly raised his head, meeting Li Ran's gaze. I chose to remain here. The reasons are lost to my memory. Li Ran's skepticism lingered. But you are an immortal. How could you be bound? El Dongbin glanced at his shackled limbs. I cannot recall. Presently, I am merely one of 9 incarnations. Li Ran struggled to comprehend this revelation. How could the illustrious El Dongbin be trapped here, claiming to have confined himself? No matter how hard he tried, he could not fathom the reasoning behind it. El Dongbin, however, seemed indifferent to his confusion. With a swift motion, he grasped Li Ran and Appos' wrist, drawing him closer. Senior, let us converse amicably. If you face difficulties, share them with me. I will do my utmost to assist. El Dongbin interrupted. Silence. Understood, Li Ran replied. After a prolonged silence, El Dongbin finally spoke. No wonder I felt a familiar energy that night. It was indeed you here. Releasing Li Ran and Appos' wrist, he inquired, Has your heart seed in the Dantian emerged since your cultivation began? Heart seed? Li Ran nodded. Yes, it sprouted suddenly, and now it is as such. Is there any significance to it? He had not anticipated that El Dongbin possessed knowledge of the heart seed. Indeed, cultivate diligently. Nurturing your heart will only bring you benefits. Rest assured. Li Ran replied, Oh, that is reassuring, indeed. Chapter 45. A trip to the capital. Li Ran glanced at the disheveled Lu Shangxian and thought he must have summoned him here for a specific purpose. Senior, what have you called me here for? Lu Dongbin replied, I was enjoying a peaceful slumber within the Zhangzhouding when your commotion roused me. Seeing that you were on the brink of being harmed by that fiend, I have decided to lend you my cultivated power to vanquish it. I wonder how long I have slept and what era it is now. Li Ran responded, It is the year 2024. Lu Dongbin appeared perplexed. 2024? Which dynasty is that? Who is the reigning emperor? Li Ran answered, It is the People's Republic of China. An emperor? That has long ceased to exist, and even if it did, I would not dare to speak carelessly. Lu Dongbin mused for a moment. I recall arriving here during the Hongwu period of the Ming dynasty. How many years have passed since then? Ah, you arrived during the Hongwu era? Let me calculate. That would be over 600 years ago. Li Ran could not help but feel a surge of curiosity regarding Lu Shangxian and Oppo's lengthy stay here. 600 years? Merely the span of a dream. Is the mortal realm faring well? Lu Dongbin seemed unfazed by the fact that he had slept for 6 centuries, instead showing concern for the present world. Li Ran replied, Yes, quite well. The common folk are not troubled by hunger. Every village now has internet access, and nearly everyone can use smartphones to watch short videos. The only issue is that incomes remain low, and various loans are somewhat oppressive, making it hard to live comfortably. Lu Dongbin struggled to grasp Li Ran's references to internet access and smartphones. However, he understood the notion of people not suffering from hunger. After some contemplation, he said, Once you return, please procure some books from the outside world for me. I wish to gain a comprehensive understanding of the current state of affairs. Li Ran nodded. Of course. By the way, Senior, where exactly am I now? He realized he was unaware of how he had ended up on such an isolated island. Was this still within the territory of Huaxia? He worried about whether the small island could be affected by nuclear pollution. Lu Dongbin replied, You are within the Zhangzhouding. Which is that ring given to you by Tizun? It is a small world that I have drawn you into. A ring? Zhangzhouding? Li Ran was perplexed. Enough. You may leave now. You will come to understand everything in due time. I too have awakened, and I sense that the final moments are upon us. Lu Dongbin's eyes suddenly deepened in thought, as if something profound occupied his mind. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Lu Dongbin added, Do not disclose my presence to Mutin. Remember. At that moment, Li Ran recalled the stories between Lu Shangxian and Mutin. The siblings from the island nation had once deceived Mutin using Lu Dongbin's information, demonstrating her genuine feelings for him. Li Ran had been contemplating whether to inform Mutin about this matter upon his return, believing it might bring her joy. However, Lu Dongbin's insistence against revealing it made him realize the man's cold-heartedness. Li Ran responded, Understood, Senior. Yet, he secretly resolved to hand over both the ring and its secrets to Mutin upon his return, as he naturally trusted her far more than Lu Dongbin, who, despite claiming to be an immortal, could not be verified. Seemingly reading Li Ran and Oppo's thoughts, Lu Dongbin scoffed and said, If you disclose my whereabouts to others, I shall possess you again, and this time, I will run naked through a crowded place. Li Ran was taken aback. Senior, are you serious? Is such a display truly necessary? Lu Dongbin waved him off impatiently. Get lost. I need some peace. With a shift in the environment, Li Ran found himself standing in his bedroom, the only proof of his visit to the isolated island being the sand clinging to him. As though it had all been a dream. On the table lay the small ding-shaped ring, resting quietly. Li Ran picked up the ring, examining it closely, utterly bewildered by the existence of a small world within it. This defies logic. Even a scientific explanation cannot clarify this. As the clock struck past 7 in the morning, Li Ran realized it was time to rise and prepare for work. After some thought, he decided to keep the ring with him, as it had once aided him against the dual-flower mandala. Perhaps it would serve as a talisman for his safety. Just as he stepped out of his home, he received a call from Shangguan Weijiao. Hello, why are you calling me so early? Shangguan Weijiao replied, Have you arrived at your company yet? Li Ran responded, Not yet. I just stepped out. What's up? Are you missing me after just a few days? On the other end, Shangguan Weijiao scoffed. Ha! Who gave you such confidence? Hurry to the company and get ready. We are heading to the capital. To the capital? Why? Li Ran was perplexed. Shangguan Weijiao replied. Go ask Manager Mutant at your company. Our leader has already spoken to her. You are to accompany me to the capital. After hanging up, Li Ran made his way to Lao Tian's guest house. As soon as he entered, Mutant called out to him. Wait a moment, I need you to handle something. Li Ran blurted. Are you sending me to the capital? Mutant, seemingly unfazed, replied. Oh, your little lover must have mentioned it to you. Prepare yourself, and then set off. Li Ran scratched his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. We haven't and Oppos reached that stage yet. Love is not the most important thing. Is there a specific matter at hand? Mutant and Oppos' eyes flickered with a hint of resignation as she said, there is a prominent figure in the secular world whose health is failing. You will take the little ginseng essence and the little Hishowu with you. Li Ran exclaimed. What? You want to send the little ginseng essence and the others to be stewed for that important figure? Mutant shot him a glare. Just let them wash in the water tank. When did my medicinal garden come to the point of sacrificing our own for worldly gain? Li Ran nodded. Realizing this was the Mutant he knew, Mutant added, the Four Gentlemen will accompany you, and you should also bring along Kong Wu. Li Ran was immediately bewildered. Bring her? Are you certain? He could not understand why they needed to bring along this foreign belle. Were they to treat that important figure to some island cuisine? Suddenly, he envisioned the peculiar way of preparing dishes, imagining Kong Wu lying on the table, while the little ginseng essence and little Hishowu were sliced and arranged beside her. After the important figure finished the meal, they would proceed to feast on her, an absurd arrangement. Ugh, no. My thoughts have been wandering too much lately. Mutant shot him a glare, saying, we will arrange things freely. They have already prepared a minibus waiting for you in the parking lot. Chapter 46. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Although Li Ran found this arrangement somewhat perplexing, he complied nonetheless, for there was no alternative. Upon arriving at the parking lot, a tour minibus awaited them. The little ginseng spirit and Xiao Hishowu continued their quarrel outside the vehicle. In the midst of the four gentlemen, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, stood the bewildered Shinobu Miyazawa. Upon spotting Li Ran, her eyes brimmed with resentment towards this irresponsible man. Li Ran scrutinized Shinobu, noting her black athletic attire. Yet her hands and feet bore rattan rings that appeared decorative but were, in fact, remnants of the chains from the medicinal garden prison. Generally, formidable demons could not break free from such restraints. He pondered the purpose of bringing this lady from the island nation to the capital. Was she perhaps a trophy to be presented to their superiors? However, with the four gentlemen present, Li Ran felt reassured. Although the little ginseng spirit and Xiao Hishowu were rather weak, the strength of the four gentlemen was unquestionable. Their presence guaranteed safety. Though he could not help but worry they might indulge in revelry in the capital. At the entrance of the Kuan-Chung Drug Administration, Shengwan Weijiao, dressed in casual attire, awaited alongside a young man. Li Ran greeted Shengwan and then shifted his gaze toward the man beside her. Allow me to introduce, this is Hong Tianfei from the capital. The man glanced at Li Ran with an air of superiority and disdain. Hello. Li Ran greeted him politely. Hong Tianfei scrutinized the minibus emblazoned with the Lianshan Herbal Medicine Company's insignia and casually remarked, let us go, completely ignoring Li Ran as he boarded the vehicle. Hey. What a pretentious guy, Li Ran scoffed under his breath, feeling quite displeased. Noticing Li Ran and Oppos' expression, Shengwan Weiju quietly advised, bear with it. He is from the esteemed family of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, whose elders are significant figures. We are heading to their residence to assist with medical treatment. Upon hearing this, Li Ran instantly comprehended the situation. No wonder the attitude. Indeed, their background was extraordinary. Once on the minibus, Hong Tianfei surveyed the four gentlemen seated in the back and Shinobu in the middle. Why so many people? The four gentlemen had changed into uniforms bearing the Lianshan Herbal Medicine Company emblem. Mei Junzi replied, we are also conducting some business at the capital branch. Hong Tianfei nodded, showing little interest. He had dealt with countless such companies, and some CEOs acted as if they were his subordinates, eager to curry favor with him. Thus, he found them unremarkable. However, the young female employee seated in the middle caught his eye. Her figure was undeniably alluring. To think that even a small place like Kuan-Chung could produce such beauty, first Shengwan Weijiao, now this employee. Leveraging his status, it would be effortless to pursue her. Especially since Shengwan Weijiao, a mere junior staff member, could easily facilitate her promotion with just a few words. He resolved to win her over during this trip to the capital. He wondered what the women of Kuan-Chung were like in bed. Were they as accommodating as those from more developed cities, eager to please for advancement? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Hong Tianfei could not help but chuckle. After Li Ran and Shengwan Weijiao boarded the bus, they began searching for comfortable seats. Suddenly, Hong Tianfei beckoned Shengwan Weijiao, saying, "Weijiao, sit next to me, let us continue our conversation." A flicker of reluctance crossed Shengwan Weijiao's eyes. She harbored no favorable impression of him. Originally, their superiors were supposed to accompany them, but Hong Tianfei specifically requested her presence. Naturally, the leaders of the provincial capital were well aware of Hong Tianfei's intentions, hence they assigned Shengwan Weijiao to accompany him, even instructing her to ensure she catered to this royal scion. Some female employees envied Shengwan Weijiao for the opportunity, pondering that if she inadvertently married into the illustrious family, her career would soar like a rocket. Shengwan Weijiao glanced at Li Ran before taking a seat opposite Hong Tianfei, maintaining a distance across the aisle, not too far, yet not too close. Witnessing this, Li Ran felt a twinge of discomfort, yet he refrained from expressing his irritation, primarily to avoid jeopardizing Shengwan Weijiao's career. Furthermore, he was curious to discern her true disposition. If she were indeed someone willing to resort to unscrupulous means for advancement, he believed it unnecessary to remain entangled. Throughout the journey, Hong Tianfei regaled them with tales of the influential circles in the capital, boasting of dining with prominent figures and the respect they afforded him. He spoke of powerful individuals who frequently visited his home, all to showcase his significance. However, the atmosphere grew awkward, as aside from Shengwan Weijiao occasionally engaging in polite conversation, the rest of the passengers appeared disinterested in his discourse, except for Shinobu Miyazawa. For her, forging a connection with this young aristocrat could be a potential opportunity for escape. Li Ran found Hong Tianfei's pretentiousness unbearable. He had spent the entire journey posturing. Indeed, what he spoke of was impressive to the mundane world, yet to Li Ran, it was rather trivial. He struggled to comprehend why the Peony Fairy would send the little ginseng spirit and Xiaoyi Shou to assist such individuals. Feeling that this excursion was far from straightforward, contrary to the Peony Fairy's character, several times, Shinobu Miyazawa attempted to engage, only to be silenced by the Four Gentlemen's disapproving glances. They were well aware of her restlessness, unable to tolerate any longer. Li Ran shifted to sit beside Shengwan Weijiao. Throughout the ride, he had come to understand her indifference toward the scion. It was indeed a burden for her to maintain a polite facade. As her childhood companion, Li Ran felt compelled to offer his support. "Weijiao, while we are in the capital, let us take some time to explore," he suggested. Shengwan Weijiao inquired, "Where do you wish to go?" "I'm not sure. I have never been here before." "Let us just wander around," he replied. Hong Tianfei cast an irritated glance at Li Ran and then asked, "Weijiao, do you know him from before?" Shengwan Weijiao nodded. "Yes, we have known each other for quite some time." Li Ran, feeling emboldened, plopped down beside Shengwan Weijiao and said, "My apologies, I forgot to introduce myself. I am actually engaged to Weijiao. I didn't mention it earlier to avoid affecting her work." "Greetings, sir. I hope you will look after her in the future." "What? Engaged?" Hong Tianfei exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face as he stared at Li Ran and Shengwan Weijiao. Li Ran nodded nonchalantly. Shengwan Weijiao's face flushed with embarrassment, followed by anger as she shot a glare at Li Ran. She then pinched him sharply at the waist. Hong Tianfei turned to Shengwan Weijiao for confirmation. Shengwan Weijiao cast a complex glance at Li Ran, then nodded and said, "Yes. We will marry by the end of this year." Li Ran could not help but smirk. "How amusing. I shall assist you in your predicament, but certainly, there will be a price to pay for my aid." Chapter 47. A bold move. The scene unfolded with an air of awkwardness, particularly for Hong Tianfei. He chuckled, inwardly scoffing at Li Ran, a country bumpkin enjoying such favorable circumstances. Now, any thoughts he had of pursuing Guan Weijiao seemed rather challenging. At that moment, however, Shinobu Miyazawa unexpectedly rose from her seat in the back row and moved to sit beside Hong Tianfei. The four gentlemen attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Aware that this Japanese woman was up to something, they decided to bide their time, curious to see her intentions. "Mr. Hong, it's my first time in the capital, and I'm unfamiliar with the area. Could you enlighten me about the attractions here?" Shinobu Miyazawa spoke with a delightful softness that instantly put Hong Tianfei at ease. To his surprise, this young lady had taken the initiative to approach him, instantly dispelling the earlier awkwardness. Both women were quite charming, but this one, with her impressive figure, nearly knocked him over when she sat down. It was a pleasant surprise, and he thought it fortunate to be in the company of such a captivating presence. Moreover, she seemed ambitious, eager to elevate her status through her connections. "Certainly. What would you like to know?" people, events, or places. Hong Tianfei responded with enthusiasm. Shin Kobe Miyazawa flashed a flirtatious smile and replied, anything that's fun and interesting. As she leaned in closer, her intentions became glaringly obvious. Consequently, Hong Tianfei animatedly recounted amusing anecdotes that highlighted his status, while Shin Kobe Miyazawa progressively inched closer, demonstrating her adeptness at engaging with men. If she could handle cultivators, surely she could manage a worldly man like him. Their proximity caused Hong Tianfei to feel a surge of excitement, and he mused to himself about her skillful approach. Li Ran observed with a furrowed brow, realizing that this Japanese girl was quite daring. It seemed likely that if Hong Tianfei suggested helping her escape her predicament, they might engage in more than just conversation in the vehicle. What do you think you and Oppos, redoing? Guan Weijiao glared at Li Ran with a mix of annoyance and anger. Li Ran chuckled and replied, I and Oppos, am merely helping you out, and Oppos, it's not like I have any choice in the matter. Guan Weijiao retorted, is this how you and Oppos help and Oppos? What would happen if this got out? Li Ran shrugged, let it get out. Worst case, it turns into a real affair. Guan Weijiao, frustrated, pinched Li Ran's side sharply. What do you mean by that? If you keep this up, I'll tell Aunt Lu. Though Li Ran grimaced in pain, he countered, go ahead and tell her. Do you think she would consider this a bad thing? Perhaps it would lead to discussions about our wedding with Uncle Shang. Guan Weijiao found it hard to harbor resentment toward the shameless Li Ran, and for a fleeting moment, an image of marrying him crossed her mind. Dream on. She scoffed inwardly. Li Ran, unfazed, shifted the topic to engage Guan Weijiao in conversation. The mischievous little ginseng spirit and the small He Shou Wu joined in, lightening the atmosphere inside the vehicle. Before long, they arrived in the capital. As they prepared to disembark, Shin Kobe Miyazawa leaned close to Hong Tianfei and whispered something in his ear. He glanced back at the four gentlemen, then nodded in understanding. When the car door swung open, Shin Kobe Miyazawa sprang up and hurriedly exited, while Hong Tianfei lingered at the door, blocking the way for the pursuing four gentlemen. Why are you in such a rush? Hong Tianfei asked impatiently, effectively obstructing their exit. Mei Junzi questioned, why are you blocking the way? What does this mean? Hong Tianfei shrugged. I'm enjoying myself. This is the capital, after all. I call the shots here. What is the problem? Lan Junzi, noticing Shin Kobe Miyazawa had already distanced herself, muttered, you dare to disrupt our affairs. Hong Tianfei bristled. What is that? Not satisfied. Do you want me to ensure your company can't operate anymore? Zhu Junzi exchanged glances with the others, signaling them to avoid further conflict with Hong Tianfei. He, meanwhile, watched Shin Kobe Miyazawa's retreating figure with anticipation. She had indicated she would head to a hotel under Hong Tianfei and Oppos' name to await his arrival. With so many colleagues present, she was likely hesitant to act overtly, prompting Hong Tianfei to block the four gentlemen until she was out of sight. Understanding her delicate situation, Hong Tianfei was willing to indulge her subtle intentions. He eagerly looked forward to the evening when he could engage in more intimate discussions with Shin Kobe Miyazawa. Miss Shang, what is the name of your fiancé? I can't seem to recall, he said. Please follow me. Our car has arrived. At the parking area, two sleek, black business vehicles awaited. Although Hong Tianfei remembered Li Ran's name, he felt a twinge of irritation. It seemed unfair that such a stunning woman was involved with someone like Li Ran. Unbothered, Li Ran called over the little ginseng spirit and the small He Shou Wu. Hong Tianfei, puzzled, queried, didn't you say you were bringing two precious herbs? Where are they? And who are these children? Just as Li Ran was about to explain the presence of the little ginseng spirit and the small He Shou Wu, a man emerged from the car, interrupting him. Mr. Li from the apothecary, I presume? It's an honor. Please allow me to escort you. The man spoke with a firm politeness that left no room for dispute. Recognizing that this individual was aware of the apothecary's operations, Li Ran felt no need to fabricate an excuse. Uncle, why did you come in person? I could have handled just this group. Hong Tianfei expressed his confusion over why his uncle, Hong Qingyun, would come himself. He was a figure of significant authority, not someone who typically made such personal appearances. Hong Qingyun assessed his frivolous young relative and admonished, you've made no progress over the years. Your approach remains so superficial. When will you learn to be as composed as your elder brother? After reprimanding Hong Tianfei, he turned to Li Ran with a gentle smile. I apologize for any shortcomings exhibited by my nephew during our journey. I hope you can overlook them. Li Ran nodded. No problem at all. We're doing well. Let us go. Hong Qingyun's gaze landed on the little ginseng spirit and the small He Shou Wu trailing behind Li Ran, a look of understanding dawning in his eyes. The apothecary truly had remarkable resources. Such rare herbs were likely scarce in the world today. Li Ran remained silent, recognizing that no lengthy explanations were needed. Since Hong Qingyun was aware of the apothecary's existence, further elaboration was unnecessary. Meanwhile, Hong Tianfei continued to grumble under his breath, seemingly displeased with his uncle's presence. Chapter 48. Extending life. As a few individuals took their leave, the four gentlemen exchanged glances, fully aware that Huangfu and his companions had likely followed suit. Their ostentatious arrival had been conspicuous, raising questions about how the island nation could refrain from taking action. It seemed evident that they were indeed intent on making a move in the capital. Mei Junzi cast his gaze towards the direction in which Shenhu Gongza had departed. At this moment, the four gentlemen displayed none of the frustration that had followed Shenhu Gongza's escape. Instead, their expressions were grave. Though Shenhu Gongza could remain confined in the medicinal garden for a short while, prolonged captivity would inevitably lead the island nation and Appos, as practitioners, to pinpoint its location. The precious spiritual herbs within the garden had long been coveted by many cultivators, and the imminent depletion of spiritual energy posed a significant threat. Should the island's practitioners join forces with formidable demons and other factions to besiege the garden, the consequences would be disastrous. Under the pretext of Li Ran's visit to the capital, the four gentlemen had brazenly brought Shenhu Gongza along, aiming to lure out the island's practitioners for a decisive confrontation that would eradicate future threats. They sensed the position of the 100-flower ring on Shenhu Gongza's hand. Blending seamlessly into the throng of ordinary people, Li Ran and his companions traveled in a specially arranged business vehicle, enjoying an uninterrupted journey until they arrived at a villa estate in the capital. The armed soldiers at the entrance indicated the significance of those residing within. Naturally, possessing such an estate in the capital was no small feat, symbolizing not only wealth but also power. After verifying their identities, Li Ran and his companions were ushered into a courtyard. Upon disembarking, Hong Qingyun addressed Li Ran, expressing, "Mr. Li, after your arduous journey, I have arranged for a meal. Please take a moment to rest. I shall return shortly to escort you." Li Ran exchanged pleasantries with Hong Qingyun, then led Shangwan Weijiao and the two children into the house. The journey had indeed been tiring. The staff had prepared the meal, awaiting their arrival. Li Ran, unperturbed, embraced the situation. However, Shangwan Weijiao appeared restless. Being from a bureaucratic background, she had only known that they were visiting someone of great stature. The journey had truly opened her eyes to the magnitude of the individual they were about to meet. "Eat. Why are you staring?" Li Ran observed Shangwan Weijiao's demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. Shangwan Weijiao replied, "Li Ran, don't you feel nervous?" Li Ran shook his head. "Is being nervous of any use?" Shangwan Weijiao responded, "No, not at all." "Precisely. Now that we are here, let us remain composed. Once our business is concluded, we shall depart. This place feels as stifling as those feudal dynasties of the past." Shangwan Weijiao nodded in agreement. Finally, around 6 in the evening, Hong Qingyun returned to collect Li Ran and his companions. They arrived at a quaint courtyard, where the rhythmic sound of wooden fish resonated in the distance. Li Ran pondered whether monks resided within the courtyard, though he refrained from voicing his curiosity. Upon entering the small courtyard, they were greeted by a large monk and two young acolytes striking the wooden fish. An ethereal aura enveloped the courtyard, coalescing in the air to form a mystical array. Li Ran's brow furrowed slightly. Several medical personnel in white coats emerged, their expressions somber, suggesting that the patient's condition was grave. The tense and peculiar atmosphere heightened Shangwan Weijiao's anxiety, prompting her to instinctively grasp Li Ran's hand. Li Ran reassured her, patting the back of her hand, "It's all right. Don and Amp, Appos, be anxious." Hong Qingyun glanced at the large monk and introduced him. "This is Master Jiao Chan, the primary physician for the elder." Li Ran nodded, recognizing the monk's formidable cultivation. Although he lacked expertise in formations, he could discern that the array above served to suppress and isolate the deathly aura emanating from within the building. The faint hints of mortality indicated that the individual inside was nearing their final moments. This array was crucial to contain the deathly energy, should it escape. It would attract the attention of the underworld's emissaries, rendering any hope of salvation futile. It became clear that they were attempting to extend the life of the individual inside, an undertaking of considerable magnitude. "Ba," Master Jiao Chan intoned. "I presume you are the benefactor of the medicinal garden?" Li Ran responded, "I am Li Ran from the medicinal garden. How may we assist you, Master?" Master Jiao Chan nodded. Indeed, Mr. Li must have perceived the situation within. General Hong and Appos, as time is drawing near, yet several matters remain unresolved. This is why I have come to extend a few more years of life for him. As anticipated, this aligned closely with Li Ran and Apos' earlier conjectures. Hong Qingyun earnestly implored, I beseech you, Mr. Li. Our Hong family stands firm in the capital solely because the elder remains with us. If we can grant him an additional 5 or 6 years, we will stabilize our position amidst the turmoil, safeguarding our family and Apos' legacy. Should the spiritual energy be entirely depleted in the future, we shall ensure the medicinal garden's security. Li Ran regarded Hong Qingyun with newfound awareness. Recognizing the depth of his knowledge, it was evident that even the depletion of spiritual energy was known to him, suggesting that the secrets of the cultivation realm were no longer obscure to the higher echelons of society. Li Ran now understood why the Peony Fairy had permitted him to come here. Once spiritual energy was exhausted, these elevated practitioners would revert to ordinary status, subject to the constraints of worldly power. This was a preemptive gesture to secure a legacy for the medicinal garden. Li Ran assured, we shall do our utmost. Master Jiuchan looked at Li Ran and inquired, might I ask which esteemed spiritual beings you have brought with you this time? It would assist me in preparing the medicinal formula. Li Ran gestured toward the 2 children. One is a 900-year-old ginseng essence, and the other is an 800-year-old Yishouwu. That should suffice, yes? Upon hearing this, Master Jiuchan's face lit up with delight as he glanced at the 2 children. Indeed. With these 2 spiritual beings as medicinal catalysts, we can extend General Hong's life by nearly a decade. Li Ran regarded the monk with skepticism, questioning the reliability of contemporary monks. He added, however, let it be clear, they should only be immersed in the medicinal cauldron for a brief period, ensuring that their essence remains unharmed. Otherwise, Master, you are aware of the temperament of those from the medicinal garden. Master Jiuchan chuckled awkwardly, of course, with the spiritual essence of these 2 beings aiding the medicine. That will be more than sufficient. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Master Jiuchan and Apos' eyes momentarily before he concealed it. Upon reaching the rear courtyard, they discovered 2 medicinal cauldrons already prepared. Li Ran instructed, now it is your turn. Go in, cleanse yourselves, and then we shall conclude this. The 2 children hesitated, appearing somewhat bashful. What and Apos' wrong? Why the delay? The little ginseng essence replied, there are too many people here. We feel shy. At this, laughter erupted from Master Jiuchan and the others. Very well, we shall step outside, allowing these 2 spiritual beings to infuse their essence into the medicine. Once everyone exited, the 2 children promptly shed their garments and leaped into the medicinal cauldron. Chapter 49. The Siege Under the Veil of Night. 5 islanders found themselves surrounded. At the forefront was the leader, Kobe Ichiro, accompanied by his aide, Kobe Miyazawa. Regrettably, despite their number, only 4 possessed any fighting prowess, for Kobe Miyazawa was rendered powerless. Ensnared by the intricate yuan rings binding his limbs, now a mere ordinary individual, they understood the gravity of their task to rescue Kobe Miyazawa would not be trivial, especially with the unexpected arrival of numerous figures from Huaxia. Huangfu Bian, the 4 gentlemen of Milanjugue, Tao Yaodao, and a renowned figure known only by name, the Immortal of Hibiscus, amounted to a total of 7, with the looming possibility of hidden reinforcements. However, compared to a direct assault on the medicinal garden, their current situation was relatively more manageable. Huangfu Bian gazed at Kobe Ichiro and remarked, you should have confined your endeavors to your own land, dealing with your nuclear wastewater. Yet, you audaciously set your sights on our medicinal garden. When did we, the guardians of this sanctuary, ever tolerate the schemes of a mere island nation? Kobe Ichiro, this time, you shall remain here. Baka, the Huaxia people are cunning and treacherous. Our Yamato race shall inevitably reclaim dominance over your land, planting our flag upon this soil. Snarled Inoue Shoei, towering behind Kobe Ichiro, his gaze seething with hostility. Tao Yaoyao, visibly displeased, pouted, I and Apos LL take down this islander in a moment, and no one dare interfere. The others unanimously agreed. In hushed tone, Kobe Ichiro urged Kobe Miyazawa, when the moment arises, you must escape. You are the hope of our future Yamato people. We can perish here, but you must not. You are the last hope of the Fusong Divine Tree, do you understand? Kobe Miyazawa clutched the Qianli Dunjing pearl given by her brother, sorrow glistening in her eyes. Brother. Without answering her, Kobe Ichiro drew his katana with a swift motion. His silence conveying the depths of their resolve, they would rescue Kobe Miyazawa, even at the cost of their lives. For Gentleman's Quadrant Barrier, let us engage in discourse. The Four Gentlemen of Plum activated their formidable barrier at the opportune moment. A confrontation in the capital would undoubtedly cause considerable upheaval. Kobe-Ichiro's blade strikes. He unleashed a flurry of slashes, the overwhelming force of his sword intent cleaving towards the quadrant barrier. Yet, that single strike was insufficient to breach its protective shroud. He sought merely a fleeting opportunity. Lotus Mirror World. The immortal of Hibiscus stepped forth, conjuring an ethereal mirror realm to shield her comrades. Kobe-Ichiro's formidable blade intent dissipated within this illusion, as though he had never struck at all. In that instant, the quadrant barrier enveloped Kobe-Ichiro and his companions entirely. Now move. Kobe-Ichiro continued to slash fiercely, each strike aimed at creating an escape route for Kobe Miyazawa. Though her heart ached, she shattered the Qianli pearl in her grasp. Huang Fu Bian sensed her action. Attempting to flee? You shall remain. He extended his hand, resembling a Buddha urging a lost soul to turn back. Kobe Miyazawa, momentarily ensnared by the pearl's grasp, glanced back involuntarily. The Qianli pearl enveloped her entirely, its immense space-time pull drawing her in, albeit veering off course from her intended path. The Qianli pearl, with its ability to teleport vast distances, left her fate uncertain. Meanwhile, the quadrant barrier had fully sealed off the group. Baka, for the Yamato race, we shall shatter to pieces. Inoue Shoei tore off his shirt, revealing a grotesque tattoo, the island's big mono shikigami. The others swiftly summoned their own shikigami, equal in strength to their own. It was evident they had paid a considerable price to rescue Kobe Miyazawa. Kobe Miyazawa has escaped. Our mission is accomplished. The Fusang Divine Tree will become the sole divine tree in this world, and our Yamato race shall reign supreme, declared Kobe-Ichiro, his eyes ablaze. Having fused with his shikigami, becoming one with it, his power surging immeasurably, he had no intention of retreating. The four gentlemen asserted their positions, unwavering. Mei Junzi suddenly sat cross-legged, an ancient zither appearing before him. Esteemed guests, let us discuss the way of the zither. As his fingers danced across the strings, a white tiger surged forth, filling the quadrant barrier with an aura of impending conflict. In stark contrast, Kobe-Ichiro's blade intent seemed insignificant. Kobe-Ichiro's blade strikes slash, slash. He relentlessly struck, striving to withstand the onslaught of the roaring white tiger. With no regrets, one move seals the center. Lan Junzi placed a black piece, transforming the quadrant barrier into his chessboard. A massive Xuanwu materialized above, pressing down like a mountain. Abe Hirison stomped his feet, summoning a colossal Oni warrior behind him, which momentarily held the Xuanwu aloft. With a smirk, Lan Junzi declared, I shall place another piece. Another white piece fell, further intensifying the weight of the Xuanwu, causing the Oni warrior to strain visibly. In a moment of desperation, Abe Hirison bit down hard, severing his own tongue, and began to chew on it, fueling the Oni warrior's strength, restoring its posture. Unperturbed, Zhu Junzi drew forth a grand brush, sweeping it to create twisting forms. Dragons and serpents intertwine, harmonizing yin and yang. A mighty azure dragon spiraled down from above. Seeing this, Tao Yaoyao grew anxious. Remember our agreement. That islander is mine. Fearing the four gentlemen might claim their quarry, she darted towards Inoue Shoei. How ugly. I shall strike you with my punch. In comparison to the four gentlemen, Tao Yaoyao's approach was refreshingly straightforward. Yet, to Inoue Shoei, her punch felt like a cataclysm, causing even the Bakemono behind him to recoil in shock. With a resounding crash, Inoue Shoei was sent flying by her blow, tumbling several times before coming to a halt. With a resigned smile, Zhu Junzi unfurled a scroll. The fire of Brahma shall consume all evil. A bird's cry echoed as the fiery red shike swooped down from the heavens. Let us not linger. We must dispatch these islanders swiftly, Wang Fu Bian remarked, exchanging glances with the immortal of Hibiscus as they prepared to strike. Chapter 50. A deception in the room. Li Ran felt a growing impatience as time dragged on. Why was it taking so long? Shangguan Weijiao had yet to recover from the shocking transformation of those two mischievous little beings, the ginseng essence and the small Showu. Today, she had once again reshaped her understanding of this world. It turned out that magic truly existed, and so did demons. I must go and see for myself. Ordinarily, allowing the little ginseng essence and small Showu to soak for an hour would suffice. Why had nearly 2 hours passed with no sign of them? Li Ran's unease deepened. Observing his anxious demeanor, Shangguan Weijiao too began to feel a sense of urgency. I will check on them. You stay here, she said. And with that, Li Ran swiftly exited the living room. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he found himself confronted by the ominous barrels of several guns. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded. "Step back. We have received orders not to allow you to leave this room," the soldiers retorted. Seeing the armed soldiers, Li Ran and Apos' expression darkened, realizing the gravity of the situation. It was Shangguan Weijiao and Apos' first encounter with such a scene, and fear was evident on her face. Li Ran. "What does this mean?" she exclaimed. Li Ran instinctively shielded her, saying, "Bring Hong Qingyun out to explain. What is this all about?" His expression grew more somber, his mind racing with ominous predictions. At that moment, the little ginseng essence and Smalley Shouwu, who were submerged in the medicinal vat, were about to emerge when they suddenly felt a constricting force tighten around their necks, binding them within the vat. Master Jiochan, striking a wooden fish, looked at the two mischievous beings with satisfaction. With the aid of these 2-century-old spirit herbs, extending the old general and Apos' life by 20 years would be effortless. Furthermore, the residual potency could be used to enhance Mr. Hong's lifespan by 50 to 60 years. Unbeknownst to him, he also harbored ambitions of refining the two transformed spirit herbs to ascend to immortality. Hong Qingyun, visibly concerned, remarked, "Master, what if the apothecary seeks revenge afterward?" Master Jiochan reassured him, "Do not worry. After tonight, I shall ascend to immortality. Even if the apothecary's people come, it will be of no consequence." Hong Qingyun expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master. If we can extend the old man's life by 20 years, our Hong family can nurture a new generation. Even when the aura depletes, we will safeguard the Master's lineage." In this precarious political landscape, the Hong family support hinged on the old general, who was their greatest political asset. The family's eldest was on the verge of entering the core of power in Huaxia, and should the old general pass, they would lose their most significant resource. Thus, time was of the essence for them, a period necessary for the family's long-term development. "What do you intend to do?" the little ginseng essence asked, sensing the urgency in their words. Master Jiochan pressed his palms together, stating, "Today, I shall guide the two spirit immortals. They will shed their medicinal forms and reincarnate, allowing them to live as humans in their next life. Are you not afraid of the apothecary's wrath?" Smalley Shouwu glared fiercely at the seemingly benign monk. Master Jiochan smiled and replied, "I fear, yet I do not. With the impending depletion of aura, the apothecary will struggle to withstand the onslaught of firearms. I am merely paving a path for the apothecary's future. The sacrifice of the two spirit immortals today ensures the apothecary and Apos' survival. What could be better?" The little ginseng essence erupted in anger, shouting, "Old bald donkey, you dare? Sister Peony and Huangfu will surely bring your temple to ruin." Master Jiochan chuckled, "How noisy." With that, he ripped off his cassock and tossed it into the air. "Let me show you how I summon the power of the stars to alter fate." The starry cassock unfurled in the air, revealing twinkling lights resembling a miniature star map corresponding to the celestial bodies above. "Compassionate Buddha, I invoke the stars to open a path for survival." Master Jiochan sat cross-legged in midair, the starlight illuminating him as if he were draped in a robe woven from the very stars. 7 stars of the east, return to your rightful positions." As Master Jiochan chanted his incantation, the stars representing the 7 stars of the east began to illuminate one by one. Jiao, Mu, Kong, Di, Fong, Xian, Wei, and Qi. Then, 7 beams of starlight descended upon the little ginseng essence and Smalley Shouwu. With a whoosh, the patterns on the vat beneath them began to swirl, drawing in the celestial power. With a crash, the vat ignited spontaneously, fueled by the starfire, the only fire capable of refining the little ginseng essence and Small Shouwu. The water in the vat began to bubble vigorously, and the temperature surged. The two spirits panicked, channeling their energies to break free from their restraints. "Ha ha ha, stop struggling. These vats are made from the remnants of the Jojo cauldron. With your abilities, you cannot hope to escape." Master Jiochan laughed heartily, continuing to summon the celestial forces. 7 stars of the north, come forth." With several more seals, the 7 stars of the north responded, Do, Nyo, Nu, Su, Wei, Sure, and by illuminated one after another. Again, 7 beams of starlight converged, intensifying the blaze of the starfire. The patterns on the vat glowed vividly, and the temperature climbed further. The little ginseng essence and Small Shouwu struggled with all their might, but it was futile. They could feel their essence wavering, on the brink of being refined and extracted. Once their essence was depleted, they would be reduced to mere herbs, subject to Master Jiochan and Apos' whims. "Ranguth, where are you? Save me." They cried in unison. Now, only Li Ran could save them. The two little beings' eyes filled with despair as they realized it was all an elaborate ruse. Meanwhile, Li Ran, faced with the dark muzzles of the guns, could no longer suppress the fury boiling within him. Were it not for the soldiers' identities, he would have acted decisively, as any confrontation could jeopardize the apothecary. At that moment, he heard the anguished cries of the two little beings. "Rangu, where are you? Save us." Immediately, a surge of murderous intent filled Li Ran and Apos' heart. How audacious these people were to dare lay hands on the apothecary. He could no longer afford to hesitate. As Li Ran prepared to strike, Shangwan Weijiao attempted to intervene. After all, these were real guns, and if he acted impulsively, the consequences could be fatal. "Li Ran, don't be reckless." Li Ran forcefully pushed Shangwan Weijiao aside to protect her from harm. "Stay safe, and don't worry about me." She was thrown back several feet, landing heavily on the sofa in the living room. At that moment, Li Ran's energy surged to its peak. He unleashed a powerful punch toward the armed soldiers. The force of his punch surged like a tornado, overwhelming the soldiers, who felt an immediate sense of suffocation. "Fire!" The leader commanded decisively. In an instant, gunfire erupted. But the punch and Apos' power engulfed them entirely. Chapter 51. Are we really going to be stewed chickens? In the presence of a foundational realm cultivator, ordinary firearms evidently proved inadequate. The soldiers were struck down, scattered across the ground, rendered unconscious by the sheer force of the chi. Although Li Ran was consumed by rage, he still exercised restraint. After all, the identities of those present were not to be trifled with. While he held no personal concerns, what of his family and loved ones? They were mere mortals. And should they become targets, it would indeed spell trouble. Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard, two young monks blocked Li Ran's path. "Amitba, my master is performing a rite for the old general within. I kindly ask you to halt," one of the young monks said, palms pressed together, embodying the demeanor of a devoted disciple of Buddhism. "Step aside, you bald donkeys." Li Ran had no time for their idle chatter and struck out fiercely. The two monks had anticipated his aggression. They flung their prayer beads at him the moment he made his move. "Amitba, if you do not lay down your weapon and repent, you shall face the consequences." The strings of prayer beads spun through the air, radiating a divine light that surged toward Li Ran like concentric circles. "Enough of this nonsense. Get out of my way. Even gods cannot impede me." Li Ran stepped back, channeling his entire chi, and unleashed a powerful strike toward the two monks. The wind of his attack surged forth like a blade, imperious and formidable, as if even divine beings could not withstand it. The monks exchanged glances, astonished. They had not anticipated that a mere foundational realm cultivator could wield such power. Positioned strategically, one monk stood in front while the other remained behind, effectively sealing off the entrance. "Since you are so obstinate, do not blame us for our actions," they declared in unison, brandishing their demon-slaying staffs. One monk held his staff poised to strike Li Ran. Should Li Ran fail to evade, he would surely face a fatal blow. Yet, he did not flinch. Instead, he retaliated with a punch, layering his chi for maximum effect. With immense strength, he collided with the staff, causing a shockwave that sent the monk staggering back several steps. "What a formidable punch!" exclaimed one monk to the other. "This fellow is tenacious. We must join forces to eliminate him." They had not anticipated that their small golden core cultivation would falter against Li Ran. With the Master Jiochan in a critical moment, any interruption would render their efforts futile. The two monks were resolved to eliminate Li Ran. For if their master could ascend today, they would have nothing to fear from any herbal garden, and they themselves would reap great benefits. With fierce determination, the monks aimed their strikes at Li Ran and Apos' vital points. While Li Ran could easily handle one monk, facing both together, especially with their coordinated formations, posed a challenge. He found himself scrambling to respond, perilously close to defeat due to his lack of combat experience. Desperate, Li Ran called for aid from Lu Dongbin. "Great immortal, won't you lend a hand? If I perish, who will pay your internet fees?" At that moment, within the confines of the ring space, Lu Dongbin was thoroughly engrossed in watching videos on a tablet, bemused by the state of the world and the scant attire of modern women. He had been provided with a tablet and snacks by Li Ran to help him acclimate to the present world, and he was now utterly captivated by the allure of short videos. Upon hearing Li Ran's plea, Lu Dongbin replied with impatience. "Though these little bald donkeys claim to use the Weitua exorcism technique, their intentions are corrupt. Thus, their magical energy will be obstructed, particularly during their combined attacks. Wait for the opportune moment, and a single strike from you will suffice." Taking Lu Dongbin's advice to heart, Li Ran began to observe the monk's energy flow. True to his words, he noticed a brief pause each time they channeled their qi into their staffs. The monks themselves were oblivious to this flaw. Although they employed righteous techniques, their impure hearts hindered their ability to achieve true unity. With a mighty leap, Li Ran rose high, aiming to strike down with the full force of his qi. His intention was to compel the two monks into executing a combination attack, knowing that if they did not coordinate, one would inevitably falter. As expected, the two monks found Li Ran's punch to be overwhelmingly powerful. In response, they positioned themselves to form the Weitua golden body to withstand his assault. Prepare to meet your end. Li Ran's overwhelming punch bore down upon them. But he suddenly transformed his fist into an open palm, revealing a small sword that had appeared in his hand. With a swift motion, he shot the sword downwards. The monks, having infused their staffs with qi, were momentarily sluggish. Although they had managed to uphold the Weitua golden body, they lacked a tangible offensive. How can you wield a sword? The monk at the top exclaimed in shock, hastily raising his staff to defend. But it was too late. The small sword grazed the staff, sparking as it plunged into the monk's bald head. Brother! The other monk cried out. You shall die too. Li Ran and Apos' fingers guided the small sword downward with precision. In the terrified gaze of the lower monk, the sword pierced through his brother and Apos' body. Emerging from the top of his head, the golden light of the Weitua golden body began to shatter from above, collapsing under the pressure. With a clatter, both demon-slaying staffs fell to the ground. The two monks, pierced by Li Ran and Apos' sword, collapsed lifelessly. Li Ran did not linger. He swiftly entered the courtyard. At that moment, Master Jiao Chan had ignited the 7 stars of the northern constellation, their flames burning brightly. The essence of the little ginseng spirit and the little Hisho Wu was being forced out by the boiling potion. The two little beings desperately clung to their origins. But the cauldron would not relent, continuously refining their bodies with the power of the stars. Where is Brother Ran? Where is Sister Mutant? Save me. The little Hisho Wu, tears streaming down his face, felt the slow loss of his essence as it merged with the potion. He knew that today, they were truly doomed. Are we really going to be stewed like chickens? Brother Ran, have you forgotten us in your pursuit of romance? That bald donkey deserves to die. The little ginseng spirit glared fiercely at Master Jiao Chan, who hovered above like a true Buddha. Chapter 52. 9 swords against 9 Buddha palms. Master Jiao Chan sensed the commotion outside the door, yet at that moment, he was on the brink of harnessing the power of the guiding stars and was utterly unable to lend assistance. He could only watch helplessly as his 2 young apprentices fell victim to Li Ran's cunning, yet he felt no desire to intervene. For nothing could distract him from his ultimate goal of transcending to immortality. If he could ascend tonight, the sacrifice of 2 apprentices would indeed be worth it. With a sweeping gesture, he summoned the 7 stars of the Western Dipper, urging them to return to their rightful positions. Meanwhile, Li Ran strode into the courtyard. His gaze fixed upon the figure of Master Jiao Chan suspended in midair. Old thief, come down. I will not rest until you are out of my medicinal garden. However, Master Jiao Chan did not descend. Instead, a gunshot rang out. Li Ran deftly evaded the attack. The gunman was none other than Hong Qingyun. Get out, or do not blame me for my mercilessness. With the situation reaching a critical point, there was no longer any need for subterfuge. Hong Qingyun's murderous intent was palpable as he pointed his weapon at Li Ran. The matter at hand was the foundation of the Hong family. Not only would he not hesitate to eliminate Li Ran, but he would also dare to raise the medicinal garden itself. Li Ran, with his right hand behind his back, regarded the high-ranking member of the Hong family with disdain. Ah, so you are the young General Hong? You who betray your own kin? Do you intend to silence me? Hong Qingyun retorted, I advise you to withdraw. What are 2 spirit herbs worth? My Hong family can purchase them. How about 1 billion for each? Additionally, I will offer you another billion as a token of appreciation. In the future, when the spiritual energy is depleted, my Hong family can also protect your medicinal garden, provided you step aside. Otherwise what? Do you think your power can intimidate me? You Hong family, relying on your 3-generation legacy, wish to monopolize resources and oppress the common folk? Li Ran held little regard for Hong Qingyun's actions. Everyone had sacrificed blood for the foundation of their nation. And yet some had forgotten the origins of their prosperity, manipulating resources to cement class divides, leaving ordinary people without opportunities. They spoke as if the common folk, who had barely begun to enjoy a few days of good fortune, had forgotten the sacrifices made to repel invaders. Why, after all, should they enjoy the fruits of victory while aiming to establish themselves as aristocratic clans, basking in the support of the masses? Humph, and why shouldn't they? This is what my Hong family deserves. Leave now, I will say it once more. Though you belong to the medicinal garden, your family does not. I have ways to deal with them. With a resounding bang, another shot was fired. Li Ran swiftly drew forth a hidden sword, which shot out like a bolt of lightning. In midair, the sword's tip collided with the bullet. Yet, Li Ran's blade proved superior, cleaving the bullet into fragments. Without hesitation, he vanished from sight and launched a powerful punch at Hong Qingyun. With a thunderous impact, Hong Qingyun was sent sprawling, crashing to the ground and losing consciousness. Li Ran refrained from truly killing him, for he recognized the threat posed to his family. Were he a solitary figure, the Hong family would surely face destruction today. Kue Mulang, Lu Jingo, Wei Tuji, Mao Riji, Bai Yuwu, Zihua Ho, Shinshui Yuan, summoned the primordial source, recreate life. At that moment, the 7 stars of the Western Dipper illuminated in full brilliance, and the medicinal cauldron began to spin. With the guiding light of the stars, pure medicinal essence began to flow into the room. On the bed, the elderly man, who had been teetering on the edge of death, felt the pure medicinal vapor entering his body. His previously pallid complexion began to regain a hint of color, and the fading vitality within him sparked anew. As the essence continued to dissipate, the little ginseng spirit and the young Hishowu began to weaken in their struggle. The formerly rosy faces of the 2 children turned pale. Brother Ran, I can hardly hold on. I do not wish to be stewed into soup. Can we not cook something else? The little Hishowu's eyes began to glaze over. You scoundrel, Jiu-chan. I will ensure that your lineage is utterly severed. Master Jiu-chan remained unfazed, laughing heartily. Humph, what is there to fear? Tonight, I shall ascend to immortality, embarking on the path to true immortality. Am I to fear you? He was resolute. With the depletion of spiritual energy imminent, if he could not attain immortality now, all his cultivation would eventually fade away, a fate he could not accept. The medicinal garden was formidable, yet he could not afford to miss this opportunity for transcendence. Youngster, though you are but at the foundational level, your true strength could rival that of the small golden pill realm. Were the spiritual energy not running low, I would have considered taking you as my disciple, and once I become a Buddha, you could also attain your own glory. Master Jiu-chan had underestimated Li Ran and Appo's prowess. Li Ran spat in disdain, channeling his energy to bring the suspended Master Jiu-chan crashing down. However, in the next moment, Master Jiu-chan struck the ground with a colossal swastika symbol. Boom! 9 fiery lights ignited in the courtyard. Youngster, I cannot eliminate you at this moment, but you shall experience the 9-grade lotus array, set in accordance with the battle of the gods. You, a mere cultivator at the foundational level, cannot hope to breach it. In the courtyard, 9 lotus lamps blazed, their flames resonating in unison. Li Ran could not help but furrow his brow, regardless of his ignorance. He sensed the formidable might of the 9-grade lotus array. Even the likes of Peony Fairy would find it challenging to contend with. Atop the 9 lotus lamps, the flames morphed into seated Buddhas, their hands clasped in prayer, chanting sacred mantras. As Li Ran pondered how to break the formation, the foremost Buddha suddenly unleashed a palm strike. The fiery Buddha palm surged toward Li Ran. This is no mere strike. It's a barrage of 9. Li Ran realized the gravity of the situation. To withstand it would mean enduring 9 strikes. Failure would result in utter annihilation. Taisu 9 swords, first sword. Break for me. Li Ran executed the first sword technique he had learned from El Dombin, pointing his finger as one sword transformed into 9. Swish, swish, swish. The 9 swords soared forth. The Buddha palm was pierced and dissipated into flames. He continued with the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th swords until all 9 overlapping Buddha palms were reduced to fire, their sword energy dissipating. Yet, Li Ran had underestimated the resilience of those 9 Buddha palms. The 9 flames suddenly coalesced once more, launching toward Li Ran. Not good. Li Ran attempted to counter, but he was too late in gathering his strength. With a resounding crash, he was sent flying by the Buddha palm, blood spurting from his mouth, his clothes charred, and his skin marred with burns. It was a scene of utter despair. Chapter 53. The National Protector Qilin. At this moment, the starfire had ignited to 3 layers, each more ferocious than the last. The essence of the 2 young ones was depleting rapidly, their pure medicinal energy being drawn into the Elder's body by the celestial forces. The Elder and Appo's complexion had turned rosy, and the wrinkles on his face had diminished significantly, making him appear nearly a decade younger. Little Hishowu had already fallen into a coma. The loss of his essence had nearly caused him to lose his human form. The little ginseng spirit weakly implored, Ran-gu, save me. Where are you? Ran-gu, I wish to return to the herb garden. Li Ran, racked with unbearable pain, felt his rage boil as he beheld the formidable 9-treasure lotus array before him. He yearned to rescue the 2 children, yet his own strength forbade him. Immortal, will you not come forth to assist? Otherwise, these 2 will surely be refined away. The only course left was to seek assistance from Lu Dongbin. Relying solely on his own strength was utterly futile. Not only could he not contend with the celestial master Jiochan above, but he also found it impossible to break through the 9-treasure lotus array on the ground. My current accumulated power makes it arduous to deal with this great monk. Besides, this is a matter of your herb garden. I have already given you a warning. Why should I extend my help? Lu Dongbin replied languidly, watching a dancing live streamer on his device. Incensed, Li Ran retorted, then I shall reveal your secret to Princess Mutin. And how could the esteemed Donghua mortal be so captivated by a borderline live streamer? I have recorded the video and will present it to her. At this, Lu Dongbin abruptly halted, his hand stilling over the tablet. Really? If you don't and oppose, believe me, try it and see if your reputation survives, Li Ran challenged, having struck at Lu Dongbin's weak point. Impressive, young man. I inadvertently fell into your trap. You handle it as you see fit. I am indifferent. But you, I fear, may not be seen for quite some time. Lu Dongbin felt the tablet in his hand lose its allure. If what Li Ran said was true, as the foremost of the 8 immortals of Shandong, how would he face the world again? My current cultivation can only breach this array. Dealing with that great monk will be difficult. However, once the array is broken, you can have the 2 little spirits call for help. The 4 gentlemen have yet to arrive. They are likely preoccupied with some matter. Knowing the 2 spirits are in peril, they will come. Li Ran acknowledged this plan and relinquished control of his body. In the next moment, he propelled himself into the air, his toes barely grazing the ground. Watch closely. This is how the Taishu 9 swords are wielded. With that, 9 formidable sword energies materialized behind him. Sensing Li Ran's sudden surge in power, the celestial master Jiochan, who was channeling the starry forces, was momentarily taken aback. Who is this master? Li Ran remained silent. The path of Taishu is both virtual and real. The 9 swords unite, capable of shattering the void and chaos. Strike. With a pointed finger, he summoned the power. The 9 sword energy surged with the wind, expanding to the size of pillars in a mere breath. With a forceful press, they descended directly upon the 9 burning lotus lamps. The 9 Buddhas rose in unison, their hands raised, as 18 Buddha palms ascended to meet the assault. Yet, at this moment, the 9 sword energies became ethereal, evading the Buddha palms that had lost their target. Instantly, the 9 sword energies reappeared, their unstoppable sharpness descending upon the 9 lamps. The 9 Buddhas chanted incantations, but could not withstand the might of the swords. With a series of crashes, the 9 lamps shattered. The Buddhas above, deprived of their source of power, dissolved into flames. Excellent, Li Ran exclaimed. Which cultivator dares disrupt my 9 chan's affairs? Seeking death, Master Jiochan was taken aback, hastily conjuring several swastikas. Yet, at that moment, Li Ran had already vanished. When he reappeared, he stood before the 2 medicinal cauldrons. Heavenly escape, I shall shatter you. Li Ran pointed his sword, summoning 2 fire dragons that surged forth, consuming the starfire voraciously. Boldly, the Vajra bowl, gather for me. Master Jiochan, unable to escape, commanded the Vajra bowl towards Li Ran. Go. With a fierce shout from Li Ran, the restrictions binding the little ginseng spirit and little Ishobu were instantly lifted. Ignoring the searing heat, he seized one child and pulled both from the cauldron. Instantly, Master Jiochan was enraged. You thwart my ascension, I shall fight you. Southern 7 stars, return to your positions and break. He concentrated all the starry power, launching it towards Li Ran. This bald monk has truly gone mad. Lu Dongbin, aware of the impending celestial forces, quickly tossed the 2 children to the ground and said to Li Ran, I shall use the power of your heart seed. Before Li Ran could consent, he felt the vital energy in his dantians suddenly drained. Simultaneously, the verdant energy from the heart seed was extracted, wilting away in moments. Yet, upon extraction, the heart seed exuded a vibrant vitality. What is happening? Empowered by this newfound vigor, a towering sword immortal manifestation appeared behind Li Ran. This sword immortal, clad in flowing white robes, exuded an aura of purity and transcendence. However, his face was veiled in mist, exuding an air of mystery. The spiritual energy from 1,000 meters around converged toward him. Master Jiochan's eyes widened in astonishment. You are an immortal? The sword immortal slowly spoke. Little monk, experience the might of my 3 swords. The first sword cuts through vexations. An azure greatsword appeared in midair, cleaving towards Master Jiochan. The monk, disregarding everything else. Hurled the starry cassock, layers of starlight enveloping the azure sword. Yet, he was mistaken. This sword could not be resisted. It severed his threads of anxiety. As the sword descended, Master Jiao-chan felt an unbearable pain coursing through him. The starry power erupted uncontrollably, detonating in midair with a tremendous uproar. The drowsy little ginseng spirit awakened, unhesitatingly tearing a special black leaf from its body, inscribing a call for aid upon it. This was a unique means of communication among the spiritual herbs of the garden, known only to them. With his last ounce of strength, the little ginseng spirit hurled the black leaf into the air before succumbing to unconsciousness once more. The fierce sounds of battle drew the attention of a special entity. Who dares to cause a ruckus in the capital's sacred ground? The voice penetrated the mind, resonating deeply within. Li Ran felt a jolt to his spirit. Lu Dongbin transmitted urgently, the national protector Qilin has emerged. I cannot contend with it. You must take these two and swiftly escape using the Zhongzhou cauldron. As he finished speaking, the sword immortal manifestation vanished without a trace. Li Ran, regaining control of his body, hastily seized one child and, channeling all his remaining strength, activated the Zhongzhou cauldron to open a portal. Do not flee. Master Jiao-chan, momentarily distracted by the Qilin's appearance, regained focus just in time to see Li Ran and the two children attempting to escape. He swung the Vajra bowl forcefully towards Li Ran and Appos' back. Just as Li Ran was about to step into the teleportation portal, he was struck with such force that he coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing headlong into the array. Jiao-chan could hardly believe that his bowl had inadvertently aided Li Ran's escape, letting out a pained cry of dismay. All he could do was watch helplessly as Li Ran vanished into the teleportation passage. Chapter 54. The attitude of the herbal garden within the confines of the Gentleman's Four Symbols formation. The lives of Shinobu Ichiro and his companions had been extinguished. Even their primordial spirits could not escape. This battle was undoubtedly one of defeat for them. Yet, they had achieved their goal, rescuing Shinobu Miyazawa. Despite the heavy losses, it was deemed worthwhile. At that moment, a flicker of light entered the Gentleman's Four Symbols formation. It was the fetal leaves of the little ginseng spirit. Meijunzi swiftly caught hold of the peculiar black leaves. With a pointed finger, the spiritual message conveyed the weak and anxious voice of the little ginseng spirit, Huangfu. We have been deceived. They intend to refine me, and he Shouwu. Langgu has been injured by the monk Jiao-chan while trying to protect us. Come quickly to our aid. Instantly, the elation of the group, who had just annihilated the island cultivators, dissipated, replaced by a palpable aura of hostility etched on every face. They had not anticipated that these individuals would indeed target the herbal garden. Huangfu Bian, his countenance darkened, urged everyone to hurry, fearing for their companions and Appos' safety. It turned out that it was the monk Jiao-chan from Liuli Temple who had orchestrated this. The others remained silent, retracting the Four Gentlemen formation before transforming into streaks of light, hastening towards the Hong family villa. As they arrived, they beheld a resplendent crimson Qilin manifestation treading upon auspicious clouds, dominating the skies above the capital, instilling dread in all beneath it. Jiao-chan, dismayed, gazed after the vanishing figures of Li Ran and his companions, realizing that his plans for ascension had come to naught, leaving him with an endless array of troubles. The Zhengui Qilin, originally poised to retreat, suddenly sensed several powerful auras rapidly approaching, prompting its attention to the distance. This is the capital and Appos' sacred ground. Halt your advance, boomed a voice like a resounding bell. From afar, the Zhengui Qilin sensed the malevolent intent emanating from these auras, indicating that the newcomers were not of benign disposition. In the air, Huangfu Bian, the Four Gentlemen, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, along with Tao Yao and the Lotus Fairy, materialized. They needed to express their stance regarding the presence of the Zhengui Qilin, a divine beast representing the fortune of the entire Huaxiao nation. A conflict here could spell disaster for the herbal garden. Huangfu Bian addressed the Crimson Qilin from a distance, stating, Qilin, members of my herbal garden have been lured and refined by the despicable monk Jiao-chan. We seek an explanation and harbor no other intentions. The Zhengui Qilin retorted, this is the capital's sacred ground. You must leave at once. It was adamant, knowing that should a conflict erupt, it could affect the upper echelons of Huaxia. Any collateral damage would lead to national turmoil. Where is Jiao-chan? Bring him forth. Tao Yao exclaimed upon spotting the monk clad in a starry kasaya, ready to engage. Halt. The Zhengui Qilin snorted disdainfully, stamping its front hoof. Crimson clouds thick with murderous intent appeared on the horizon, promising annihilation should Tao Yao make a move. Here. Or rather, within the domain of the Zhengui Qilin, its power was immeasurable, as it could harness the nation's fortune to thwart invaders. Even immortals feared such might, as it equated to opposing the will of over 1 billion souls. The Lotus Fairy gazed at the starry sky now veiled by clouds, recalling how recently someone had harnessed the power of the stars to refine 2 young souls. Qilin, why do you appear now? You were absent when the monk Jiao Chan refined my kin. Do not tell me you were oblivious to the celestial disturbances. It seems you are shielding. The Jin Guiqilin, faced with her accusations, replied, do not speak recklessly. Has your herbal garden become lawless? The capital and Apos' sacred ground is not a place for you demonic cultivators. Retreat at once. Huangfu Bian and Apos' expression darkened. Qilin, you intend to oppose my herbal garden? Throughout history, we have never been easily bullied. Step aside, and we shall eliminate this monk and depart. Otherwise, the Jin Guiqilin stood unfazed. Otherwise what? Does your herbal garden dare to defy heaven? As long as I stand here, you cannot pass. Tao Yao Yao, her brows furrowing, retorted, how audacious. A Jin Guiqilin. Protecting a monk. It seems you are destined to be the guardian dog of the Buddhist sect. Bold. The Jin Guiqilin roared, unleashing a torrent of true fire towards her. Do you think I fear you? Undeterred, Tao Yao Yao and Apos' aura surged, and she unleashed a flurry of punches, dispersing the flames. The 4 gentlemen remained silent, noting that the Jin Guiqilin had not unleashed its full power. Otherwise, a single breath of Qilin fire would have been beyond her capacity to withstand. In Huaxia, the Jin Guiqilin was akin to an immortal. Its might not to be trifled with. There must have been deeper reasons, or perhaps a guilty conscience at play. Mei Junzi, observing the scene, swiftly positioned himself in front of Tao Yao Yao. Do not obstruct me, Mei. I am determined to confront the Qilin. Wait, Mei Junzi interjected, unfurling his fan. Qilin, we respect you as the divine beast of Huaxia. However, the monk Jiao Chan has indeed acted against my kin. If this matter is left unresolved, when Emperor Yin returns, explanations will surely be demanded. After all, he has historically supported your lineage. Clearly, the Jin Guiqilin had dismissed the significance of the herbal garden and Apos as celestial beings. However, invoking Emperor Yin and Apos' name shifted the dynamics. As one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, even the Jin Guiqilin had to contemplate its implications. Furthermore, during the Fengshen era, the Qilin clan had narrowly avoided being inscribed on the divine list, thanks to Emperor Yan's intervention. Had it not been for him, the Jin Guiqilin might well have become a mere watchdog of the Buddhist sect, much like the Peacock King, who had become a mere vassal after being listed. The Jin Guiqilin, exhibiting a complex expression, stated, the 2 spiritual herbs and your herbal apprentice have already escaped. Someone intervened to rescue them. And I sense the aura of an immortal from that individual. Upon hearing that Li ran and the others had fled, the herbal garden's members finally felt a sense of relief. With this knowledge, the atmosphere shifted towards potential reconciliation. Huangfu Bian, disregarding the Jin Guiqilin hovering above, fixed his gaze on Jiao Chan in the Hong family's courtyard. Jiao Chan, should you dare to make a move against my herbal garden, you must be prepared for the consequences. We shall not rest until the Liuli temple is obliterated. Moreover, some individuals should not presume that their elevated status in Huaxia grants them the right to overlook the herbal garden. Meanwhile, Jiao Chan, hiding in the courtyard, seethed with fury and frustration, lamenting how one person could ruin his plans. Given the herbal garden's resolute stance, it seemed that the Liuli temple was on the brink of destruction because of him. Were it not for the Jin Guiqilin's presence, Jiao Chan would likely have been torn apart by the herbal garden's celestial beings this very night. At this moment, the Jin Guiqilin remained silent. The words from the herbal garden were directed at both Jiao Chan and the Hong family. However, as long as a full-scale conflict did not erupt, it had no grounds for intervening. Chapter 55, The Distortion of Sincerity Let Us Depart. Hu Ngfb and Apos, commanded with a sweeping gesture, leading the others away into the distance. As they vanished from sight, the Zhngql sighed, murmuring, I have repaid my debt to you. Now, it seems, the medicinal garden is destined to erupt in a tempest of bloodshed. Alas! In the capital, an elderly man bore a look of helplessness. How did it come to this? He pondered. The garden had always been in such a state throughout the ages. When the spiritual energy is entirely depleted, countless covetous souls will likely come knocking at the door. Let them wait. The old man concealed himself. The capital returned to tranquility. Yet a shadow loomed over the Liuli temple in the northwest. The monk Gchn had suffered a grievous setback, with the temple facing annihilation. He hurriedly fled after the departure of those from the medicinal garden. He now needed to seek assistance against the impending wrath of the garden. Within the courtyard, the elder of the H-ing family gradually awoke. Unaware of the previous events, he had been on the brink of death for the past fortnight. Had it not been for GCHN sealing away the deathly aura and obscuring the senses of the underworld, he would have long since departed. Now, as H-L-Oz rose slowly, he felt an invigorating lightness and strength returning to his body. A pang of hunger struck him. "Is anyone there?" he called softly. Stepping out of the courtyard, he was met with a scene of devastation. His third son, H-Chen, lay unconscious on the ground, and there were 2 pools of blood at the entrance. These belonged to GCHN and Apos, S 2 disciples, whom he had taken along with the medicinal jars. "What has transpired?" H-L-Oz approached H-Chen and gently shook him awake. In truth, H-Chen had regained consciousness momentarily, only to faint again from the reprimand of the Zich Nguqln. However, he had overheard much of what had occurred afterward. As he slowly came to, H-Chen's gaze fell upon his father's rosy complexion, and a smile broke across his face. "Father, you are awake. You are well?" H-L-Oz inquired. "What has happened? Why is there blood?" The disarray of the courtyard, coupled with the bloodstains, filled H-L-Oz with a foreboding sense. H-Chen did not rush to answer but instead called for a physician to examine his father. After the examination, the attending doctor beamed. "General H-Ng's bodily functions have improved. You could live for another 8 or 9 years without issue." Upon hearing this, H-Chen was overjoyed. With those additional years, there would be ample time. Once the doctor and nurses departed, H-Chen resolved to inform his father of the events that had unfolded. Such matters could not be concealed. "Father, I must tell you something. Prepare yourself mentally." He sought to lay a psychological groundwork, fearing that the full account would provoke his father's wrath. Seeing his son's demeanor, H-L-Oz sensed an ominous undertone. "Speak. I am listening." H-Chen organized his thoughts and recounted, "You lost consciousness earlier, and the doctor said you would not last long. Then, Mr. Chun from the capital visited our home and told me he had a way to extend your life, so." He relayed the entire story without concealment, fully aware that deception would lead to severe repercussions. Upon hearing his son and Apos' account, H-L-Oz and Apos' fury ignited. "What? H-Chen, have you lost your mind? The medicinal garden has existed for thousands of years in our land. Its backing is beyond the reach of our H-Chen family. How dare you set your sights on it, believing that firearms could pose a threat?" H-Chen quickly defended. "I had no choice. I could not simply watch you depart. Besides, when spiritual energy runs dry, those so-called immortals will become mere mortals like us. I refuse to believe that the H-Chen family cannot handle a few ordinary people." His words only fanned the flames of H-L-Oz's anger. He was acutely aware of his son's intentions. Suddenly, H-Chen expression shifted to one of terror. "Father, what are you doing? You just woke up. Please, put down the belt." Before him, H-L-Oz brandished the genuine leather belt he had kept since his days of battle, swinging it at H-Chen. "Father, please don't. This is not good for your health." H-Chen felt a wave of dread as the belt materialized, a long-standing psychological scar. "Kneel." With a resounding crack, H-Chen received another lash of the belt. "I have always said that this realm was built collectively, not solely by the H-Chen family. This is the fruit of the people and Apos' victory, not the possession of any one family. Do you wish to restore the feudal aristocracy? For years, you have exploited my name in the political and commercial arenas, assuming yourselves to be a noble house. When did you start viewing the people as servants? When did you begin to seize control of class?" As H-L-Oz spoke, he lashed out with the belt, showing no mercy. He had never imagined that his son H-Chen would be so audacious in his quest for life extension. His descendants had come to see themselves as masters of the nation, treating the people as mere pawns. This he would not tolerate. H-Chen protested, "Father, I am only seeking to secure the legacy of the H-Chen family. I have done nothing wrong." Another sharp crack of the belt echoed. "The legacy of the H-Chen family? Without those comrades who shielded me from bullets, I would have perished long ago. This land was forged together. When did it become the domain of us survivors? If you wish to pursue politics or business, it must be through your own merit, not by leveraging my connections. Even if you were merely a bricklayer, you would still be a member of the H-Chen family. Do you intend to monopolize power indefinitely? And what of the people?" Perhaps the sound of the belt had drawn others' attention, as members of the H-Chen family began to gather. especially Hnt and Fi, who, upon seeing his grandfather awake, was overjoyed until he too received several lashes, his cries echoing in the courtyard. Hloz surveyed his family, those offspring who sought to monopolize resources. When did you all become this way? This is the realm of the people. This vast land of who 11 was earned through the sacrifices of countless lives. How can you dare to steal their fruits? The Hing family members remained silent, fearful of further punishment. As Hloz gazed upon them, a tumult of emotions surged within him. The sincerity of who 11 had transformed. It was no longer the people's realm it once was. He realized it was time for a significant adjustment. Prepare yourselves. In 3 days, we shall visit K and Ching to apologize. If the medicinal garden does not forgive us, then I shall remain there, sparing myself the burden of accumulating political capital in my old age. Humph. Chapter 56. Rangu, you have grown roots deep within the Chabai Mountains. Towering trees stood lush and verdant. The morning sunlight streamed through the forest, and the early birds chirped incessantly among the trees. Feeling a warm sensation enveloping him, Li Ran gradually awoke from his stupor. He is awake. Rangu is awake. The little ginseng spirit exclaimed with excitement. At that moment, Li Ran lay sprawled on the ground, his entire body aching, with a particular throbbing pain radiating from his back. Last night, he had received a severe blow from the 9-zen bowl, and it was a miracle he had survived. As he opened his eyes, he beheld decayed leaves and soft, dark soil before him. Spitting out the dirt from his mouth, he struggled to rise. Rangu, please don't get up yet. Lie down for a while longer. The little ginseng spirit urged anxiously. Li Ran then noticed a humanoid figure resembling ginseng speaking to him. He shook his head in disbelief, confirming that he was not mistaken. Did you revert to your original form? Upon recognizing the little ginseng spirit, Li Ran inquired. He had lost consciousness after the blow, unaware of the events that transpired afterward. Seeing the little ginseng spirit in this form filled him with guilt. It was entirely his carelessness that had led to this predicament. Otherwise, it would not have occurred. The little ginseng spirit's transformation into human form was no simple feat, and now, having lost all progress overnight, this was a situation for which he felt responsible. The little ginseng spirit swayed its body and said, "No, don't worry, Rangu. I merely lost several decades of my essence. This form is just for healing." The little ginseng spirit's roots burrowed into the earth, drawing nourishment and spiritual energy from the ground. The fundamental method of recovery for spiritual herbs lies in absorbing the earth and Apos, sustenance for cultivation. Hearing this from the little ginseng spirit, Li Ran felt a sense of relief. What about Xiaohishowu? The loss of essence for Xiaohishowu was greater than that of the little ginseng spirit, thus the condition was more critical. The little ginseng spirit gestured to Li Ran's right, and he spotted a humanoid Hishowu rooted in the ground. Is he all right? Li Ran asked with concern. He is fine. Hishowu has lost nearly a century's worth of essence, but he hasn't reverted to his original form, the little ginseng spirit assured him. Li Ran nodded, relieved that the two young ones were safe. He propped himself up, only to discover he felt as if he were glued to the ground, unable to move. What is going on? Rangu, please don't move just yet. Something happened while you were unconscious. What happened? Li Ran asked, bewildered. The little ginseng spirit recalled the events of the previous night and felt astonished. Last night, they had been transported to this place. At that moment, Li Ran had collapsed, lying motionless on the ground, while the little ginseng spirit and Xiaohishowu were barely hanging on. The situation had been dire. Just as the little ginseng spirit was about to detach its roots to heal Li Ran, it observed that Li Ran, lying on the ground, had begun to sprout roots akin to theirs. The roots plunged deep into the soil, immediately starting to absorb the earth's nourishment. The little ginseng spirit was astonished to witness Li Ran's injuries beginning to heal gradually. Isn't Li Ran human? How could he sprout roots like a spiritual herbs? Seeing Li Ran recover, the two young ones ceased their worries and, like him, rooted themselves into the ground to draw nourishment. Time passed until this morning. Rangu, haven't you noticed anything unusual about your body? The little ginseng spirit asked. No, Li Ran replied. Rangu, are you really human? Are you not a spiritual herb that has attained sentience? The little ginseng spirit questioned. Li Ran, exasperated, replied, how could I not be human? Then why have you sprouted roots? The little ginseng spirit pressed. What? Sprouted roots? Li Ran exclaimed. The little ginseng spirit pointed at his hand. Look at your hands. You've grown roots just like us. Instinctively, Li Ran glanced at his hands and was shocked to find that roots, as thick as chopsticks, had indeed sprouted from them. He examined other parts of his body and discovered that, except for his head, roots had sprouted everywhere else. What in the world is happening? Am I mutated? He gasped in horror. He attempted to pull the roots out, but they were firmly anchored in the ground, refusing to budge. Rangu, I always thought you were special. You must not be human. Tell me honestly, what kind of herb are you? The little ginseng spirit suspected that Li Ran was a spiritual herb that had attained sentience. Li Ran felt like crying. He too was puzzled as to why he had sprouted roots. I am human. How could I have grown roots? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Feeling around his lower half, he was genuinely frightened that roots might sprout there as well. If that happened, how could he continue to be human? Moreover, if his little brother sprouted roots, how could that be treated? He attempted to shift slightly and found that no roots had sprouted there. Phew, thank goodness. Li Ran sighed in relief. Soon, he began to contemplate the source of these roots sprouting from him. Entering a meditative state, he discovered that the heart seed, from which his vitality had been drained the previous night, had indeed sprouted roots that penetrated through his body into the soil, drawing nourishment from the earth. Last night, Lu Dongbin had siphoned most of the vitality from Li Ran's heart seed, leaving it hollow instead of brimming with life. To restore it, it required the essence stored within Li Ran's body. However, Li Ran's energy reserves had been depleted the previous night, which is why the heart seed had rooted itself into the ground for recovery. Of course, this also had its advantages, as the heart seed regained vitality. Li Ran was also rejuvenating. The two were now symbiotic. If either lost vitality, both would face destruction. Li Ran found the situation quite peculiar, as he had now rooted himself into the ground like the little ginseng spirit. Upon careful reflection, he felt a sense of returning to his mother's embrace. Warm and comforting. Rangu, I believe you are extraordinary. Otherwise, the venerable Shennong would not have selected you for the medicinal garden. For now, let us focus on rooting yourself and recovering. The little ginseng spirit expressed skepticism about Li Ran's identity, still believing he was a spiritual herb that had attained sentience. With a resigned sigh, Li Ran replied, All right then, since I can't move anyway. Have you called for help? The four gentlemen will find us, won't they? Their only hope now rested upon the people from the medicinal garden coming to their rescue. The little ginseng spirit confirmed, I have called for help. But it seems we are in the depths of the Chambai Mountains, where the soil is familiar to me. Before I took human form, I was a ginseng in the Chambai Mountains. Upon hearing that the little ginseng spirit had called for help, Li Ran felt a sense of relief. However, he noted that the atmosphere felt peculiar, the energy field was chaotic, and they had likely arrived in a special place within the Chambai Mountains. It would be challenging for anyone to sense them. While you were unconscious, I tried to call, but there was no signal here. What? Then what should we do? Chapter 57. Movements of various forces. After Huang Huangfu and his companions departed, they commenced a search for the whereabouts of Li Ran and his companions. To their dismay, they found themselves unable to sense the presence of the little ginseng spirit. It was as though the trio had vanished entirely. The essence of the spiritual herbs within the medicinal garden emanated like an intricate web, palpable even across the expanse of Huaxia. The National Protector Qilin would not deceive them in this regard, despite its somewhat biased actions the previous night. However, it could not mislead them. For should the Qilin truly do so, it would lead to severe repercussions with Shennong. But where had Li Ran and the others gone? Had they fled abroad? Such a notion seemed implausible. No matter how adept they were at evasion, it was unlikely they could escape to foreign lands. They must still be within Huaxia. The inability to sense them could stem from two possibilities. The group remained silent, awaiting Huangfu Bian's continuation. One possibility was that they had been targeted by malevolent cultivators who had shielded their presence. The other was that they had entered a realm of particular significance. It appeared that many had set their sights on their medicinal garden. In pursuit of immortality, some were willing to risk offending the garden. Mei Junzi suggested, Let us return to the medicinal garden. Perhaps Mu Dan has a solution. The others voiced no objections, united in their resolve. The disappearance of Li Ran and his companions served as a dire warning. Someone had made a move against the medicinal garden. A heavy atmosphere enveloped them. Yet it was predominantly one of murderous intent. The medicinal garden did not seek conflict with other cultivation factions, but should one dare to provoke its members, they would inevitably pay a blood price. Upon returning to the medicinal garden, Fairy Mu Dan listened intently to their accounts, her expression grave. Before your arrival, the elder from the Hong family had already called to apologize. Lan Junzi scoffed, now they know fear. In years past, who would dare offend a member of the medicinal garden? Even a founding general of Huaxia would think twice. When did we become prey to secular forces? Not even the immortals are exempt. let alone mortals. Tao Yaoyao stated, I shall bring them to heel. Do they truly think their aircraft and artillery can stand against us? Fairy Mu Dan shook her head. Things are not so simple. If this were truly the Hong family and Appo's doing, they likely lack the audacity. I suspect it is those soon to become immortals in the capital testing our limits. Should we suffer this silent loss, allowing the ginseng and he shou wu to be refined and consumed, several among them could ascend. Moreover, many more would then set their sights on our garden. They are desperate. Once the spiritual energy is depleted, their hopes of immortality will vanish. Huang Fubian inquired, is there a way to sense their presence? Fairy Mu Dan replied, we cannot sense them. It is as though they have dissolved into thin air. However, Li Ran is alive. His contractual binding remains intact. The news of Li Ran's survival brought a collective sigh of relief. Huang Fubian declared, since they wish to test our limits, let us show them precisely where those limits lie. We shall use the annihilation of the Lioli temple to convey a bloody message to those who covet our garden. The four gentlemen fell silent, their usual elegance replaced by a palpable fury and intent to kill. Tao Yaoyao had long been itching for action. Fairy Mu Dan commanded, summon the members of the medicinal garden. We shall obliterate the Lioli temple in 7 days. Spread this word. I want the entire cultivation community to witness this destruction, lest it fail to serve as a deterrent. The four gentlemen nodded in agreement before departing the medicinal garden. Fairies Furong and Mu Dan exchanged glances before also exiting the premises. Huang Fubian remarked, shall we simply let the Hong family off the hook? Though they are acting under orders, they cannot escape responsibility. Fairy Mu Dan replied, the elder of the Hong family has extended his life by nearly a decade. He expressed willingness to pay any price to apologize. However, the situation is complex. I must consult with Shennong. With spiritual energy running low, if this escalates too far, it may become difficult to resolve. Huang Fubian nodded but remained silent. A day later, news of the medicinal garden's intent to annihilate the Lioli temple spread throughout the entire Huaxia cultivation community. The reputation of the medicinal garden was well known. And though they had not stirred up much commotion lately, many factions began to mobilize. Some viewed this as an opportunity, believing that the garden and Appo's actions could yield profitable outcomes. Others were simply eager to witness the downfall of the Lioli temple, for the collapse of one force always heralded the rise of another. This news even reached cultivation factions abroad. The Huaxia cultivation community was poised for significant upheaval. Simultaneously, the old Tian guest house welcomed numerous unfamiliar faces to Li Ran. These were all spiritual immortals from the medicinal garden, each boasting millennia of cultivation. The strength of the medicinal garden was now laid bare. Various factions that had benefited from the garden and Appo's kindness reached out to Huang Fubian, eager to repay their debts. However, Huang Fubian declined. This matter was solely that of the medicinal garden. The task of annihilating the Lioli temple must fall to them. Master Jiu Chan, upon receiving this news, felt a deep sense of frustration. The Lioli temple, in comparison to the medicinal garden, appeared weak. Now, they were to bear the brunt of the garden and Appo's wrath. And the pressure was immense. Nevertheless, he received numerous messages from various sections. These sects expressed willingness to ally with the Lioli temple, considering the medicinal garden and Appo's united front. The appearance of so many transformative spiritual herbs could grant any of them the chance to ascend, provided they could seize any of them. Some factions had long harbored ambitions toward the medicinal garden. This was a prime opportunity. A tempest brewed within the Huaxia cultivation community, all awaiting the momentous event in 7 days. Within the Miao Mountain of Jiuli, upon receiving internal news, Xiong Yunyun sprang to her feet. These bald donkeys dare to lay hands on my dear one. This is far from over. She slammed the vine in her hand onto the ground, her fiery temper ignited. Transmit my sacred maiden's decree. Those who have reached the golden core stage in Miao Mountain shall join me in obliterating the Lioli temple in 7 days. In the town of Tianmin in Yi Province, the ancestral home of the T. Saint Lu Yu, the Lu family had preserved their lineage since the Tang dynasty, contributing significantly to the development of the Huaxia tea culture. Upon receiving the medicinal garden's announcement, Lu Lingfeng, the head of the Lu family, promptly convened the core members of his clan. What are your thoughts on the medicinal garden's recent upheaval? Lu Yuan remarked, the medicinal garden is not unlike us. They protect transformative spiritual herbs, while our family safeguards spiritual teas and herbs. With spiritual energy depleting, many ancient beings are growing restless. And the number of those targeting our family is not insignificant. Should the medicinal garden suffer losses, we may find ourselves in their sights as well. The members of the Lu family found Lu Yuan and Appo's words to resonate deeply. Many had set their sights on the Lu family and Appo's transformative spiritual tea, which, when consumed, could similarly lead to ascension. Among the crowd stood Lu Baiwei, who felt an inexplicable urge to assist the medicinal garden, for Li Ran resided there. Lu Lingfeng nodded. In that case, on the 7th day, those of Golden Core stage in our family shall accompany me to the Liuli Temple. Lu Baiwei quickly interjected, Father, I want to go as well. Chapter 58. The white tiger howls at the moon as twilight deepened. Li Ran remained rooted in the heart of the forest, accompanied by 2 mischievous children. The heart seed had regained a semblance of vitality, although still somewhat wilted. It was an improvement over the daylight hours. Bored, Li Ran glanced around aimlessly, feeling the monotony of existing as a mere plant. To be stagnant in one place for centuries was a tedious fate, with the only hope for movement lying in the transformation into a humanoid form. Especially now, wandering about meant risking capture and refinement at the hands of cultivators. The plight of medicinal herbs was indeed lamentable. Ginseng, did you not find it tedious to remain stationary before your transformation? Li Ran inquired. Not at all. The little ginseng spirit replied. Once I gained sentience, I was taken to the medicinal garden. Li Ran nodded, contemplating the endlessness of this existence. He sensed that he would require another night for his heart seed to fully restore itself before he could rise. At present, he was akin to a humanoid medicinal herb, or rather, just a human. As darkness enveloped the sky, Li Ran felt a profound melancholy. The silvery moonlight bathed the ground, and a gentle breeze stirred the shadows of the trees, creating an indescribable tranquility. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the stillness of the night, startling the slumbering birds into flight. Li Ran, barely awake, jolted at the sound. What was that? He wondered aloud. The little ginseng spirit pondered for a few moments before realizing, oh, I see. No wonder the spiritual energy here is so chaotic. We entered the territory of the white tiger. What? The white tiger? Li Ran echoed, incredulous. Yes. The little ginseng spirit explained. I've heard tales of a white tiger spirit dwelling deep in Chabai Mountain, hidden within a small barrier. There have been instances where those who ventured into the mountains to harvest us were devoured by the white tiger. Li Ran's mood soured at the thought, as the earlier roar had seemed alarmingly close. What dreadful luck we have. Little Li Shouwu remarked, the white tiger likely has tea transformed yet. Otherwise, it wouldn't tea howl at the moon to cultivate at night. Do you think we'll be discovered since we've intruded upon its territory? The little ginseng spirit asked anxiously. Perhaps we should make a hasty retreat? Suggested little Li Shouwu. What about me? Li Ran interjected. We can't escape now. If we attempt to leave, the white tiger will surely sense us, the little ginseng spirit cautioned. I'm frightened, little Li Shouwu admitted. Even if the white tiger has tea transformed, we stand no chance against it. Let us remain silent. If we do not draw attention, it may not realize we are here. Otherwise, we would have been discovered during the day, Li Ran proposed. I'm still scared, little Li Shouwu confessed. Silence. Trust in Brother Ran. Do you wish to inadvertently bolster the white tiger's cultivation? The little ginseng spirit retorted. Reluctantly, little Li Shouwu fell silent. At that moment, upon a protruding rock in the mountains, a nearly 4-meter-long white tiger roared at the moon. After a 2-day slumber, it was time to awaken and seek sustenance. The white tiger sniffed the air, assessing whether any intruders had encroached upon its domain. As it inhaled, 3 peculiar scents reached its nostrils, an aroma reminiscent of medicinal herbs. Could it be that spiritual herbs had gained sentience within its territory? Realizing this, the white tiger roared again at the moon before swiftly pursuing the source of the enticing scents. Its white figure raced through the dense forest, causing the surrounding wildlife to scatter in fear. This white tiger was the sovereign of its generation, and none dared to provoke it. Those who did had been consumed. Many now mere nourishment returning to nature. Li Ran and the 2 children exchanged anxious glances, their fears palpable. It's really coming, they exclaimed. I'm terrified. We should go, little Li Shouwu urged, taking a step forward. Stop. Running now will only hasten your demise, Li Ran shouted, halting him. Transform back into your original form. Perhaps the white tiger won't be interested in plants, the little ginseng spirit advised. Upon hearing this, little Li Shouwu plunged into the earth, re-emerging as a slightly larger version of itself. The little ginseng spirit also reverted to its ginseng form. Li Ran felt a surge of disbelief. What am I to do? I can't move. Resolved, he decided to feign death. Suppressing his breath and employing the breathing technique he learned from El Dongbin to conceal his aura. Moments later, The sounds grew increasingly closer. As he heard the crunch of dry branches underfoot, Li Ran understood that the white tiger was indeed a formidable creature. When he dared to glance up, he saw little He-Shou-Wu standing less than 2 meters away. The noise emanated from that direction, though little He-Shou-Wu obstructed his view. Suddenly, the moonlight was obscured as a massive figure loomed before him. Gazing at the enormous creature, Li Ran thought it could easily swallow him whole without a trace. Is it truly this colossal? He marveled. The white tiger, akin to a protective feline, emitted low growls. Its massive head surveyed the ground. Where little He-Shou-Wu's original form lay, followed by the little ginseng spirit, and then Li Ran. Little He-Shou-Wu trembled with fear, internally repeating, "You can't see me. You can't see me. Brother Tiger, those are 2 spiritual herbs. Consuming them would grant you transformation. Please, do not approach." Li Ran implored silently. The white tiger sniffed the air, first approaching little He-Shou-Wu, then the little ginseng spirit. Upon discerning that they were both spiritual herbs, a glimmer of delight flickered in its eyes. Now, it had the means to potentially aid its own transformation. Then, the white tiger's gaze fell upon Li Ran, who felt its heavy breaths above him. "Please, you cannot see me. You cannot see me," he implored inwardly. The white tiger sniffed again, catching a faint human scent. It then swiped a gigantic paw across Li Ran's back, nearly causing him to cry out. However, he remained still, feigning death. Realizing that Li Ran was merely a lifeless creature, the white tiger lost interest. As a white tiger, it did not consume carrion. Withdrawing its paw, it stepped back a few paces. Li Ran exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that he had escaped becoming the white tiger's meal. Yet, in the next moment, he witnessed the white tiger enveloping little He-Shou-Wu in the little ginseng spirit, then shaking itself before commencing to relieve itself. First, it doused little He-Shou-Wu, then shifted to shower the little ginseng spirit. The 2 children were left in tears, forced to endure the white tiger's territorial marking. With this act, it was likely that few creatures would dare to approach this area again. Li Ran widened his eyes, suppressing laughter at the absurdity of the situation. I wonder if the white tiger's essence is particularly potent. Consuming it might grant one extraordinary prowess against countless adversaries. Chapter 59. Although once the white tiger had completely departed, Li Ran could no longer contain his laughter, though he stifled his chuckles. The way he bent slightly at the waist revealed his overwhelming amusement. No laughing, admonished both the little He-Shou-Wu and the little ginseng essence in unison. Yet Li Ran continued to chuckle. What a magnificent display from the white tiger. It did not spare either of you. The 2 youngsters felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Their cheeks flushed with shame and anger. The audacity of that wretched creature to drench them in its urine was intolerable. This incident was far from over. After a while, the little ginseng essence, with a despondent expression, remarked, "Rangu, is this really so amusing?" Li Ran replied, "The white tiger must be quite overheated. The scent is rather pungent." The little ginseng essence and the little He-Shou-Wu took a sniff and indeed found it quite offensive to the eyes. "Rangu, could you please stop laughing?" pleaded the little He-Shou-Wu. "No way, I need just a little more time to laugh," Li Ran responded. Eventually, after some time, he managed to quell his laughter. "This is not something anyone can disclose. If we do, we cease to be good brothers." The 2 youngsters turned their gazes towards Li Ran. Among the 3, he was the only one who could potentially reveal the secret, as he was the only one not sullied by the tiger's urine. "All right, I won't say a word," Li Ran promised. With a sudden burst of laughter, he couldn't help but chuckle again. "No laughing. We made a pact to be good brothers. How could you laugh at your own brother?" The 2 little ones looked at him in disbelief. All right, I won't laugh anymore. My mouth is sore from all this laughter. I need to stretch a bit." That night, Li Ran found little peace in sleep. His worries stemmed from the fear of the white tiger and Appo's return and the overwhelming scent it left behind. As dawn broke, he sensed that his spiritual roots had recovered. After a brief test, he felt the roots slowly retracting, allowing him to stand and regain his mobility. Having anchored himself to the earth throughout the night, absorbing its nourishment, Li Ran felt invigorated rather than fatigued. With 2 medicinal plants by his side, he discerned the direction and set off southward. The journey was relatively calm, with only a few wild beasts appearing along the way. However, with Li Ran's current cultivation level and the assistance of the 2 youngsters, they could easily handle any threats. By midday, they finally emerged from the dense forest into a more open area. "Rangu, does your phone have signal yet? How much longer do we have to walk?" The little He-Shou-Wu voiced his fatigue, feeling as though they had been trekking aimlessly through the mountains without sight of any other beings. Li Ran glanced at his phone, which displayed no signal. No signal. Let us keep moving, he replied. The little ginseng essence muttered. Ah, the medicinal garden was much better. If I were there, I would be sunbathing right now. Li Ran shot a glance at the two. Are you two saying that your centuries of cultivation were spent solely on appearances? Why is it that everyone else can fly, yet you two cannot? Li Ran found this utterly baffling. Among all the transformed medicinal plants, the little ginseng essence and the little Hishowu possessed the weakest abilities. Others emerged with great renown, while these two would likely find themselves targeted by cultivators, destined to become soup ingredients. The little Hishowu responded. We would love to fight, but we've spent the last few centuries lounging in the medicinal garden, letting Sister Peony handle all the matters. It was never our turn. When we return, you two must train diligently. Next time you might not have anyone to rescue you if you end up in hot water, Li Ran advised earnestly. His words held truth. With the spiritual energy rapidly depleting, many were eyeing the medicinal garden. Other transformed plants possessed the means to protect themselves. But the little ginseng essence and the little Hishowu were akin to two helpless dishes on the table, if the day came when they were truly cooked. It could very well happen. The trio continued their conversation while walking, losing track of the distance they had covered. Suddenly, Li Ran remarked, Is that someone up ahead? He noticed something moving in the distance. The little ginseng essence and the little Hishowu nodded in agreement. Let us go check it out. If it's hunters, we can inquire about directions. After such a long trek, the prospect of encountering other beings filled them with excitement, prompting them to jog forward. Wait. It doesn't quite feel like a person, Li Ran mused. Could it be a wild beast? They slowed their pace cautiously. Meanwhile, the white tiger, engaged in its hunt, caught a whiff of its own urine. The peculiar scent drew it closer, and it began to gallop toward the source. As they approached, Li Ran suddenly halted. A sense of familiarity washing over him. What is that? It seems rather large. The white tiger, too, quickened its pace. Finally, their eyes met. Holy cow! It's that white tiger! Li Ran exclaimed. The white tiger, in turn, spotted the trio, one big and two small, recognizing the scent emanating from the two little ones. In a moment of mutual surprise, they all froze. Run! Li Ran shouted urgently. If we don't flee now, it'll be the end. Li Ran sprinted ahead, with the two little ones scrambling to keep up behind him. They never anticipated encountering the white tiger again. It felt as though misfortune had knocked at their door with a vengeance. With a thunderous roar, the white tiger pursued them relentlessly, its massive form sending tremors through the ground with each step. Glancing back, Li Ran noticed the white tiger gaining ground. We need to split up. I'll go left. You two go right, he shouted, veering to the left. The little ginseng essence reacted quickly. The tiger's urine is on us. If we split up, it'll definitely chase us. If we stick together, maybe it'll be satisfied after it catches you, giving us a chance to survive a bit longer. The two youngsters decided to stick close to Li Ran, dashing behind him. Why are you two following me? Li Ran asked, exasperated by their decision. The little ginseng essence replied, Rangu, we want to be good brothers for life, sharing life and death together. The little Hishowu added, yes. Good brothers stick together. Li Ran felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. I specifically told you to run separately to draw the tiger away. Now that you're with me, we're all doomed. With another ferocious roar, the white tiger was dangerously close. Realizing that continuing this way would lead to their demise, Li Ran resolved to confront the creature. We have no choice but to fight. The little ginseng essence said, I don't think we can defeat it. The little Hishowu echoed his sentiments. Assist me, you two will launch surprise attacks while I hold its attention, Li Ran instructed. But Rangu, I'm still young. You must protect me. I haven't even found a wife yet. The little Hishowu protested. Indeed. I have accrued enough karma in my past life. I must protect you both in this one, Li Ran replied. Upon hearing this, the two youngsters finally halted their frantic pace. Thus, they stopped and turned to face the white tiger, who skidded to a halt as well, wondering if its three potential prey were preparing to fight back. Chapter 60. The Spatial Rift. The little ginseng spirit whispered, Rangu, remember your promise to protect us. If not, we might as well die together. After all, none of us are married, so being single in death is no different. Hishowu added, Indeed. We do not seek to be born on the same day, but we do wish to die on the same day. Li Ran gritted his teeth. How can you two even think about dying together? You have lived for hundreds of years, while I am still in my early 20s. And why do you two keep thinking about getting married? The little ginseng spirit replied, to experience love. The white tiger, with its sharp gaze, was stalking the three. It observed the trio standing together, momentarily bewildered by the situation. With a fierce roar, It shook Li Ran and the others, causing their ears to ring. At that moment, Li Ran stepped back, positioning himself protectively in front of the two younger ones. The two children were puzzled as to why Li Ran had yet to make a move. Turning to look, they found him cowering behind them. Wasn't he supposed to protect them? Weren't they meant to be good brothers? Thus, they too stepped back, aligning themselves with Li Ran. Attack. Li Ran had already gathered his vital energy and pointed a finger, unleashing a sword chi that shot straight for the white tiger's face. He followed with several more layers of sword chi. The white tiger's eyes flickered with surprise. It hadn't anticipated that this was a cultivator. Its ancestral memories warned that such practitioners were formidable enough to kill it, prompting a sudden caution from the white tiger. With a resounding roar, the tiger and Apos' cry shattered the incoming sword chi. Li Ran and Apos' expression tightened. Was it truly that powerful? The two young monks barely managed to dodge the sword chi, which was effortlessly dispelled by the white tiger's roar. Li Ran concluded that although the white tiger had yet to take on a human form, its strength was likely on par with that of the renowned monk, Jiao Chan. There's no way we can fight it. We must flee. The two children had gathered their energy, but as their main combatant hesitated, they found themselves turning to run. What is going on? Weren't we supposed to fight? Li Ran yelled as he sprinted away, and only then did the two youngsters pivot and dash after him. The cautious white tiger, now understanding that the cultivators from its memories were not to be underestimated, let out a roar and chased after them. The trio lamented their inadequate number of legs as they ran for their lives. Lu Shanxian, help. We're going to die. Li Ran cried out for Lu Dongbin. But the ring held no response. Please, Lu Shanxian, if you don't show up, we will truly be devoured. He called out repeatedly, but to no avail. Suddenly, Li Ran noticed a change in the environment ahead. It appeared as though the surroundings were warped, with shards of glass-like fragments floating through the air. It resembled a shattered glass portal. What is this? The little ginseng spirit exclaimed, this is a spatial rift. We can escape through here. Instantly, the three of them ran even faster. Seeing its prey about to escape, the white tiger leapt high, clearing their heads, and swiftly turned to block their path. Li Ran and the others watched as the white tiger landed smack in the middle of the spatial rift. However, its large form effectively sealed the rift's opening. In the next moment, the white tiger was taken aback, sensing a powerful force pulling at it, threatening to tear it apart if dragged into the rift. With a mighty roar, the tiger's forepaws dug into the ground, resisting the pull. This startled Li Ran and his companions. The little ginseng spirit noted, it's caught in the spatial rift. It's too preoccupied to chase us now. Li Ran smirked at the sight of the white tiger half-dragged into the rift, thinking, now, let us see how you can eat us. The tiger roared in anger, but fear began to replace its initial ferocity as the pulling force intensified. Suddenly, Li Ran heard Lu Dongbin's voice in his mind. What is all the commotion so early in the morning? The last time I assisted you, I expended nearly all my cultivation. Why have you now entangled yourself with the tiger? Li Ran replied, do you think I wanted this? It won't leave us alone. What should we do? Although the white tiger was ensnared, Li Ran feared it could escape. Lu Dongbin focused his energy on the white tiger and remarked, this tiger has noble lineage. It is likely a descendant of the ancient white tiger divine beast. Its inability to transform is due to its potent bloodline. In being a juvenile, it requires time to mature. It's a great opportunity. Do you wish for a white tiger mount? Li Ran inquired, how so? Understanding that this white tiger was a descendant of a legendary beast, he grasped why it could shatter his sword chi without having transformed. Lu Dongbin instructed, store it in your ring. I will converse with it. Li Ran hesitated. Can you handle it? Lu Dongbin assured him, it should not be a problem. All right. I'll trust you this time. The little ginseng spirit interjected, Rango, are you sure you're not heading in the wrong direction? Seeing Li Ran cautiously approach the white tiger, the spirit was baffled by this seemingly suicidal act. Why not run while they had the chance? Although Li Ran felt apprehensive, he measured the white tiger and surmised it could easily devour him. Nevertheless, he believed that fortune favored the bold. This is it. Rango is definitely going to lose his head, muttered Shaoi Shouwu. Just as Li Ran was within 2 meters of the white tiger, he suddenly shouted, Taisu Jiaojian. Instantly, 9 swords of chi coalesced behind him and shot toward the white tiger. Now was the moment. Accompanying the sword chi, Li Ran dashed forward. Knowing that to store the white tiger in his ring, he needed to make contact. Thus, he utilized the Taisu Jiaojian to capture the white tiger and Apos' attention. As expected, the struggling white tiger shifted its focus to the 9 sword chies, perceiving them as a greater threat than Li Ran himself. Li Ran raised his right hand and smacked the white tiger, exclaiming, "Come in." In the next instant, the tiger was indeed drawn into the ring's space. Li Ran quickly withdrew, avoiding being sucked into the spatial rift himself. The two youngsters watched in astonishment at Li Ran's actions. Indeed, their brother was still their brother. Chapter 61. The white tiger looked bewildered. The white tiger, dazed and confused, landed in the center of an expansive stone array. After shaking its large head, it finally discerned that it was within an unfamiliar realm. Before it lay a man leisurely reclining in a rocking chair, engrossed in his tablet. This man was undoubtedly El Dongbin. Casting a sidelong glance at the white tiger, El Dongbin raised his tablet and snapped a photograph, intending to show it to Tai Guai Li and the others, capturing the descendant of the ancient white tiger divine beast. Upon recognizing another human cultivator, the white tiger let out a furious roar, albeit misdirected this time. For the individual before it was the foremost of the eight immortals, a being so formidable that even the true white tiger itself could not contend with him at the peak of its power. "Why are you roaring?" El Dongbin remarked, unimpressed. "Is a loud voice truly remarkable? Do you consider yourself one of those internet trolls?" With a flick of his sword, he lightly pressed a point, causing a colossal stone pillar to begin its slow rotation. An immense force descended upon the white tiger, forcing it down to the ground. The creature struggled to rise, but the weight upon it felt like a mountain, utterly beyond its ability to shift. All it could do was continue to roar in frustration. El Dongbin set aside his tablet and ambled over, clutching a bottle of beer purchased at a high price by Li Ran. After taking a sip, he stood before the white tiger. "Go on, try roaring again," he taunted, applying additional pressure with his sword. The force intensified, rendering the white tiger unable to even open its mouth, its large eyes fixated on El Dongbin, conveying its indignation. "Can you understand human speech?" El Dongbin asked. "Ah. Judging by your foolish expression, perhaps not." He then conveyed his thoughts telepathically. "Can you comprehend me now?" The white tiger, understanding El Dongbin and Apos' mental transmission, glared at him. "Who are you? Release me. Let me go." It protested vehemently. "Listen closely. I offer you two choices. Let me go, you detestable cultivator," the white tiger implored. El Dongbin frowned and increased the pressure. The white tiger felt its insides compress painfully, exclaiming, "It hurts. I feel like I and Apos am going to explode. Let me go." "Listen well," El Dongbin continued. "Your first option is for me to slay you, skin you, and use your hide for clothing and your bones for brewing. What is the second option?" The white tiger asked. Though it had never encountered cultivators before, it understood the implications of skinning. Moreover, it recognized that this cultivator was far more formidable than the previous one it had encountered. The second option is that I will find you a master, and you shall acknowledge him as your lord." At this, the white tiger vehemently objected. "I refuse. I shall never acknowledge anyone as my master." "Spirited, are we? Your bones would surely make a fine brew," El Dongbin retorted, crouching down and violently yanking a handful of the white tiger and Apos' fur. "Excellent. With all this fur, I could craft 2 grand cloaks. Let me see where I should start skinning you." He began to poke and prod, as if searching for the ideal spot to begin. "I will never acknowledge you. Never," the white tiger insisted. In a swift motion, a flying sword flashed across the white tiger's forehead, leaving it feeling a sudden chill atop its head, transforming it into a bald tiger. Bear with it. Skinning a tiger is usually done while alive. "A clean cut is essential for perfection," El Dongbin remarked, raising his sword, preparing to thrust it into the white tiger's mouth. The white tiger, alarmed, exclaimed, "I will acknowledge you as my master. You are powerful. I cannot defeat you. I submit." It sensed that this male cultivator was not jesting. He would indeed skin it. El Dongbin paused his actions. "It is not I whom you must recognize as master, but another. Is he as powerful as you?" the white tiger inquired. El Dongbin shook his head. "Currently, he should not be, but who can say what the future holds?" Outside the ring space, 2 young children and Li Ran were walking when they suddenly noticed Li Ran had vanished. They looked around in confusion. "Where's Ran Gu?" one exclaimed, eyes wide in search. "The secret he possesses is immense. I told you he was extraordinary," the other remarked, a small ginseng spirit. Li Ran, upon entering the ring space, opened his eyes to see the very white tiger that had been fleeing from them lying sprawled in the stone array. "Indeed, it is El Shangxian," he mused. "Yes, him. Acknowledge him as your master," El Dongbin instructed, pointing at Li Ran. The white tiger recognized immediately that this was the prey it had been pursuing moments ago. "Him? No way. He is unworthy of being my master." El Dongbin shook his head. "I am offering you a great opportunity. You will come to understand in due time. The white tiger insisted, no, he is unworthy. He is too weak. Li Ran, listening to their telepathic exchange, felt helpless in the face of the white tiger and Appo's disdain for his strength. Eldon sighed, since you were so obstinate, then there is no alternative. Prepare to have your tiger whip severed for brewing. Such a potent ingredient will surely benefit you in the future. Li Ran, understanding the implication, took the sword and moved beneath the white tiger. Shangxian, I have never done this before. Should I cut the whole thing off, or just a section? As he spoke, his sword pressed against the white tiger and Appo's vital parts. Cut the whole thing off, Eldon instructed. Be careful not to damage the fur around it. I have use for the skin. Understood, Li Ran replied. Feeling the cold blade, the white tiger instinctively recoiled. I acknowledge. Fine, I will acknowledge you. Ultimately, the white tiger yielded. It realized it had no choice. It was at the mercy of its captor. Eldon nodded approvingly. That is more like it. Those who know the times are wise. Do you understand? The white tiger's expression was one of unwillingness and humiliation. It never imagined that as a descendant of the ancient white tiger divine beast, it would have to submit. It was loath to acknowledge anyone. Yet the threat of losing its tiger whip loomed large. With a resigned sigh, it opened its mouth and expelled a radiant golden inner core. Just let a drop of your heart's blood fall upon it, Eldon instructed. Elated, Li Ran wasted no time in removing his shirt and making a cut with his sword. Guided by the surge of energy, a drop of blood fell upon the inner core. From that moment on, the bond between the human and the tiger was forged. The white tiger acknowledged Li Ran as its master. Should it ever betray him, Li Ran could destroy its inner core with a mere thought, rendering its millennia of cultivation utterly void. Meanwhile, outside, the small ginseng spirit and the young Hisho were idly gazing at the sky while waiting for Li Ran. Suddenly, a massive creature leapt into view. Startled, they turned to flee. Do not be afraid. It is I. Chapter 62. Is that you? Two young children witnessed the most astonishing scene since their transformation. They saw Li Ran perched upon the neck of a majestic white tiger, beaming at them with a radiant smile. In that moment, they perceived Li Ran as a being of ancient divinity. Brother Ran? They inquired, uncertainly. It is indeed I. Come. Climb aboard. Li Ran beckoned. After exchanging incredulous glances, the two children felt as though they were in a dream. Why are you dawdling? The tiger is an ally now. Climb up. I'll take you for a ride, Li Ran urged, patting the tiger's bald head. With disbelief etched on their faces, the children finally mounted the creature. Let us go. Charge. In the vast expanse, one could see a nearly 4-meter-long white tiger galloping with 3 passengers, 1 adult and 2 children. Initially, the children struggled to maintain their grip and occasionally found themselves nearly shaken off. Shenhu Goza had traversed the desolate mountains for a day and a night, cursing under her breath countless times. How had her 1,000-mile escape led her to such a place? With her power sealed by the 100-flower ring, she was now merely an ordinary person, forced to rely on her own legs to navigate the wilderness. But where exactly was she? Not a soul in sight. Starved and exhausted, she dared not stop to rest. The thought of being devoured by a wild beast sent shivers down her spine. As dusk approached, she gazed into the distance, fervently hoping to spot another person. Even a ghost would suffice, for she needed answers about her whereabouts. Perhaps her sovereign sensed her desperate plea, for she suddenly caught sight of a figure moving toward her in the distance. Rubbing her eyes to dispel any illusions, she began to wave frantically at the approaching individual. Li Ran, riding the white tiger, heard someone calling out, albeit faintly due to the distance. Is someone there? Over there. As they drew closer, Shenhu Goza discerned the nature of the approaching creature. Goodness, it's a giant white tiger. Fear overtook her, and she turned to flee, only to stumble over a gnarled root and tumble to the ground. Witnessing her fright, Li Ran realized the white tiger had terrified her. Stop. Don't scare her, he called, hastily dismounting to check on the frightened woman. Hey, don't be afraid. This fellow won't harm you. We merely seek directions, he reassured her. But Shenhu Goza, in her panic, paid no heed and continued to flee, tripping again and landing hard. She was on the verge of tears, feeling both fearful and astonished at how the esteemed daughter of the Shenhu family had fallen to such depths. Young lady, please don't be afraid. We mean no harm, Li Ran urged as he rushed over to help her up. Upon seeing her face, he exclaimed, Oh my, it's you. It was indeed Shenhu Goza. A surprise encounter for Li Ran, who had presumed she was still in the capital. Shenhu Goza, equally taken aback, pondered, Is it really you? Aren't you in the capital? Have you been pursued here? With that thought, she attempted to escape again, but Li Ran firmly held her wrist. At that moment, the white tiger and the two children approached. Shenhu Gongza's struggle ceased. Well, little brat, you've run quite fast, haven't you? From the capital to Chabai Mountain in just one night. Now, where are your companions? Li Ran inquired, observing her hesitation. The white tiger bared its teeth and growled menacingly. Shenhu Gongza glanced between Li Ran and the tiger, realizing they were allies and that escape was futile. Big White, devour her. This little brat is uncooperative, Li Ran commanded. The white tiger obediently opened its massive jaws, lunging toward Shenhu Gongza. At that moment, she was utterly terrified. No, she cried, uttering a stream of incomprehensible words in her native tongue. Silence. Speak plainly. Where are your companions? How did you end up here? If you don't cooperate, I'll let it eat you, Li Ran threatened, the tiger's jaws hovering mere inches from her head. All right, I will tell you. Please don't eat me. Shenhu Gongza hastily replied, struggling against Li Ran's hold. Faced with the tiger's gaping maw, she felt death was imminent. Li Ran interjected, Big White, hold on a moment. Let us not consume her just yet. Shenhu Gongza, tearfully, recounted the events following her separation from Li Ran and his companions in the capital. Upon hearing her tale, Li Ran and Appo's understanding deepened. What a coincidence. It seems your 1,000-mile escape spell is rather flawed. How did it bring you here? I suspected you were trouble, but I didn't foresee you causing chaos in Huaxia. Li Ran never anticipated that Shenhu Gongza had inadvertently transported herself to Changbai Mountain. How fortuitous that their paths crossed in this vast world. I've already stated I want to flee. I wish to return with you. Just don't let it eat me, and I'll comply with anything, she pleaded. Li Ran, resting his chin on his hand, mused, Oh, now you're willing to be obedient? You'll truly comply with anything? His gaze inadvertently drifted to Shenhu Gongza's remarkable figure. Understanding his implication, she began to prepare to disrobe, but hesitated upon noticing the two children and the imposing white tiger nearby. Must it be done here? What about them? She asked timidly. This girl is quite perceptive, Li Ran thought, surprised by her quick response. Clearing his throat, he remarked, What are you thinking? Do you really believe I am that kind of person? Please, behave yourself. Shenhu Gongza scrutinized him, contemplating, Aren't you? Recalling his earlier behavior. The two children simultaneously scoffed. Boring. Li Ran retorted, You youngsters ought to learn better. The white tiger inquired, Master, may I not eat her? Li Ran replied, Don't eat her. She's from the island and has nuclear contamination. You might mutate if you do. The white tiger, oblivious to the concept of nuclear contamination, complied, refraining from its meal. Given the tiger's formidable presence, Li Ran communicated with it, asking if it could shrink in size. While it couldn't transform into a human, it could easily reduce its size. In the blink of an eye, the white tiger shrank to the size of a small cat, resembling a tabby. With an additional member in their party, Li Ran and his companions continued their journey southward. They walked until past 8 o'clock in the evening before finally exiting the small barrier. Li Ran's phone regained signal, allowing him to reconnect with Yuan. Immediately, he pulled out his phone to make a call. The others stood quietly by, observing Li Ran, while the white tiger lay at his feet like a small kitten. Just as Li Ran awaited the call to connect, he turned and was startled to see a yellow creature standing before him, waving. Fellow villager. Do I resemble a human or a deity? Chapter 63. Do we resemble humans or deities? As Li Ran halted his phone call, his gaze fixated on the yellow-skinned creature standing atop a mound of earth. Astonishingly, he had encountered a yellow weasel seeking a title. The creature, roughly the height of a primary school student, repeatedly bowed toward Li Ran and his companions, inquiring, Fellow countrymen, do you perceive me as a human or a deity? On the other end of the line, the Fairy of Peonies answered, Hello, Li Ran. Where are you? Upon receiving Li Ran's call, her anxious heart finally found solace, and she hurriedly inquired about their well-being. Li Ran, observing the weasel and Appo's incessant bowing, felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. We should be at the foot of Changbai Mountain. We are fine, and I will send you our location shortly. However, there is a matter at hand. So I must hang up now. After ending the call, Li Ran continued to stare at the weasel. This was indeed his first encounter with the legendary creature seeking a title. The two young children exchanged peculiar glances, seeking Li Ran's opinion. While Shenbao Gongza exhibited a face full of curiosity, as it was also her first time witnessing such a phenomenon. The weasel persisted in its inquiry, Fellow countrymen. Do you see me as a human or a deity? Yet, no one responded. It sensed something amiss in the way these individuals gazed at it. In a rush, Li Ran opened his phone and Oppos, gallery and snapped a photo. I can Oppos. Do you believe this phenomenon exists? I must share it on social media. The two young children chimed in. Brother Ran, you must respond to it. Otherwise, it will yield no favorable outcome. Should we? One of them gestured towards their neck, mimicking a choking motion. The weasel paused. Bewildered. What is happening? This is not how things are supposed to unfold. Li Ran understood that answering the weasel and Oppos' question was not an option. Although the weasel and Oppos' cultivation surpassed his own, it paled in comparison to the might of the white tiger. Thus, Li Ran felt unperturbed. After a moment and Oppos' contemplation, he addressed the white tiger. Big White, reveal yourself. The massive creature lying at Li Ran and Oppos' feet shook its head and let out a mighty roar. In the blink of an eye, a nearly 3-meter-tall white tiger materialized before the weasel. This sudden turn of events halted the weasel and Oppos' bowing. Confusion, fear, and disbelief filled its tiny eyes. This was a white tiger, and by the aura it exuded, it was evident that its prowess far surpassed the weasel's. Though the weasel sought recognition, it was merely a creature of the great golden core realm, while this white tiger was several times more formidable. Moreover, the instincts of animals were undeniable. Would the weasel dare to confront a tiger? That would be akin to courting death. Li Ran chuckled and retorted, "Oh, great one. Do you see us as humans or deities?" Accompanied by a thunderous roar from the tiger, the weasel and Oppos' fur bristled, and its entire body trembled. Big White, do you think it resembles your meal for tonight? Upon hearing this, the weasel turned tail and fled, not bothering to seek any title. The white tiger made no attempt to pursue, dismissing the weasel as too foul for its taste. The following morning, Li Ran and his companions returned to the medicinal garden. Shenbao Gongza re-entered her familiar cell, only to learn that her brother and others had been annihilated by the medicinal garden. A shadow of despair crossed her face. Knowing that revenge was beyond her reach, she lingered in her cell, her eyes filled with hatred. The near demise of the two children had rung alarm bells for the medicinal garden. With spiritual energy on the brink of depletion, some old-timers in the cultivation realm could no longer remain idle. 3 days later, the medicinal garden and Oppos' destruction of Liuli Temple became a settled matter, sending ripples throughout the entire cultivation world of Huaxia. However, prior to this, the elder of the Hunk family, accompanied by his 3 sons, Hong Qingyun and his grandson Hong Tianfei, arrived in Kuan City. The Kuan City Drug Administration had reached out to the Fairy of Peonies multiple times, eager to meet her. In truth, the Hong family had come to offer their apologies. The events surrounding the medicinal garden and Liuli Temple had stirred not only the cultivation realm but had also reached the upper echelons of the Huaxia government, of which the Hong family was well aware. Such an unyielding stance indicated the medicinal garden and Oppos' considerable wrath. Though the impending depletion of spiritual energy would render all equal under the might of aircraft and artillery, that time had not yet come. If the medicinal garden were to dig in its heels, the Hong family, aside from those in the capital, would likely suffer dire consequences. The Fairy of Peonies remained unresponsive and had no desire to meet with the Hong family, leaving them in a state of unease. Vigio, could you speak to Li Ran on our behalf? He is your fiancé, after all. He wouldn't and Oppos' to ignore you, would he? A middle-aged man implored, his tone bordering on desperation. He could not fathom why the esteemed Hong family would seek out a member of the Lushan Herbal Medicine Company with such humility. Ordinarily, when a person of such significance arrived, a company would rush to welcome them, yet they were being ignored entirely. The Hong family awaited patiently in Kuan City, their postures a riddle to decipher. However, as a leader in his field, he understood that some matters were best left unexamined. Action was paramount. Recalling that fateful night, Shangguan Vigio felt a lingering sense of terror. She had numerous questions for Li Ran, yet after sending him messages and making calls, it seemed as if he had vanished without a trace. Leader, let me try again. I've already called him several times without response, she said. Elder Hong, standing nearby, bowed to Shangguan Vigio and implored, I beg you, young comrade, see if you can locate Li Ran. I wish to explain matters thoroughly to him. Shangguan Vigio promptly replied, I will do my best. With that, she dialed Li Ran and Oppos' number once more. Before long, the call connected. Hello, Jiao, are you all right? My phone has had no signal these past few days. I only just saw your messages. Upon returning to the medicinal garden, Li Ran had indeed seen several missed calls and messages from Shangguan Vigio, Xiong Yunyun, and even Lu Baiwa. However, He had not yet responded, intending to return their calls today. Hearing Li Ran and Apos' voice, Shengwan Vigio felt an immediate sense of relief. After he had pushed her onto the sofa that night, she had lost consciousness. By the time she awoke, the battle had concluded, and Li Ran was nowhere to be found. I and Apos am fine. Where are you? Where have you been these past few days? Li Ran replied, I and Apos am at the company. I mentioned going to Changbai Mountain, and I even encountered a tiger. Can you believe it? Shangwan Vigio was taken aback. You went to Changbai Mountain and encountered a tiger? That sounds unbelievable. Upon hearing that Shangwan Vigio had successfully connected the call, Elder Hong and the middle-aged man exchanged eager glances, signaling her urgently. Are you busy at the moment? Li Ran responded, not particularly. Why? Are you back? Did they give you any trouble? In truth, Li Ran was aware that Shangwan Vigio had returned to Kuan City, and his inquiry was merely an expression of concern. The middle-aged man grew increasingly anxious, gesturing for Shangwan Vigio to call Li Ran out, whispering, The leader wishes to see him. Reluctantly, Shangwan Vigio said, I would like to meet you. Is that possible? Li Ran hesitated. All right, I'll come find you. Chapter 64. The Withered Branch. An hour later, Li Ran arrived at the reception room of the Kuan City Drug Administration. As soon as he stepped inside, his eyes fell upon Hong Chungyun. Li Ran had been pondering whether his childhood friend might have developed deeper feelings for him due to their previous encounter. On the way, he had considered inviting Shengwan Weijiao for dinner and perhaps a movie afterwards. However, upon arriving at the Kuan City Drug Administration, he sensed an ominous atmosphere. Li Ran's expression darkened as he realized that Shengwan Weijiao had likely summoned him at the behest of these people. The presence of the Hong family was never a harbinger of good news. Observing the shift in Li Ran's demeanor from relaxed to serious, Shengwan Weijiao understood that she had indeed placed him in a difficult situation. After all, the events surrounding the Hong family were not easily forgotten. She approached Li Ran and spoke softly, her voice laced with regret. I'm sorry, Li Ran. Li Ran waved her off, saying, I understand. It's not your fault. There was little he could do. The Hong family loomed large over ordinary people. Moreover, as someone within the system, Shangwan Weijiao had her limitations. Upon seeing Li Ran enter, the patriarch of the Hong family, Hong Yi, immediately rose and approached him. You must be Li Ran. I am Hong Yi from the Hong family. Li Ran, maintaining a stoic expression, plopped down in a chair and waved dismissively. You called for me, didn't, and Apos, to you? Speak your purpose. If there and Apos, as nothing important, I'll take my leave. I have urgent matters to attend to, like watering the herbs in my garden. Li Ran showed no respect for the Hong family. Their fickleness had nearly led to the annihilation of the ginseng, and he showed who he was cultivating. The elders of the herb garden had long harbored murderous thoughts against them. While the Hong family might be formidable among ordinary folks, they were not untouchable in the eyes of the herb garden. Even if they did kill, the worst that could happen was a rift with the upper echelons of Huaxia. But so what? If they acted unjustly, why should he be bound by righteousness? Hong Tianfei was taken aback by Li Ran's blatant disregard. After all, this was his grandfather, a man who commanded respect even from the highest officials in Kuan City. Ah, Li Ran, you certainly have a grand demeanor. It seems your company has no intention of continuing operations, and neither do you and your family wish to remain in Huaxia. Is that so? In response, Li Ran stood up and declared, I am merely a lowly employee and do not represent my company. I am more amenable to kindness than harshness. But if you threaten my family, you may find the consequences dire. I will take my leave now. Having no fondness for the Hong family, Li Ran still vividly recalled the dark muzzle of a gun pointed at him. Angered by Hong Tianfei's words, he had lost all patience, especially when his family was used as leverage. Hong Yi, the elder, slapped Hong Tianfei hard. Enough. Hong Tianfei was stunned, realizing that Li Ran and Apos' company held significant influence. Yet that did not justify Li Ran and Apos' dismissive attitude towards the Hong family, whom he regarded as mere pawns. Grandfather, Hong Tianfei began, but fell silent at the sight of his grandfather's furious countenance. Hong Qingyun quickly interjected, Brotherly, there has been a misunderstanding regarding our previous encounter. This is our fault, and we sincerely apologize. He bowed deeply to Li Ran, his demeanor earnest. The middle-aged men present were taken aback by this display. Here was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the leaders of Kuan City, humbling himself before Li Ran. Li Ran felt even more incensed at Hong Qingyun's approach. Although he was influenced by the machinations of the cultivation world, He knew that had he been an ordinary man that night, those two brats would have been annihilated. Without the backing of the herb garden, they might have truly killed him, with no one to advocate on his behalf. Such was the privilege of power, especially at the highest echelons. To them, sacrificing a few commoners for their interests was merely acceptable. Their current posture stemmed solely from the herb garden and Apo's might overshadowing the Hong family and Apo's. I am not concerned with misunderstandings. As I mentioned, I am just a lowly employee. You would do better to explain yourself to my superior. Li Ran remained resolute. The herb garden had already displayed considerable mercy by allowing the two youngsters to assist with the life-prolonging elixir. Yet they had sought to kill him. If he were to let this slide easily, he could very well find himself in peril in the future. Hong Yi and Hong Qingyun wore expressions of bitter resignation. Knowing Li Ran's superior was none other than Shennong, how could they explain their transgressions? Would mere words suffice? Hong Yi is here sincerely to apologize for our previous actions. I, Hong Yi, am willing to return the lives of those we wronged and compensate for the losses incurred. We are open to any conditions, he offered. Li Ran regarded Hong Yi silently, unsure of his stance. Given the fury of the herb garden and Apo's elders, he felt ill-equipped to voice his opinion. The middle-aged man, sensing an opportunity, urged, Mr. Li Ran, regardless of the misunderstandings, if we can clarify matters, it would suffice. General Hong is here with genuine intentions. Let us sit down for a meal and resolve this misunderstanding, shall we? He cast furtive glances at Shangwan Weijiao, realizing that her influence was their only hope now. Shangwan Weijiao's expression was one of distress. She feared that if she spoke again, her relationship with Li Ran would be irreparably altered. Yet, remaining silent was not an option. This was her superior and Apo's superior. Unless she intended to resign, her silence could spell doom for her future prospects. As she prepared to speak, another voice broke through. Let us not burden the younger generation. Discuss matters with me instead. The elegant figure of Mu Dan, clad in professional attire, appeared at the door, catching everyone off guard. Mu Dan, what brings you here? Mu Dan replied nonchalantly, I knew when you left. Li Ran shrugged. Well then, do relay your concerns to her. I am but a minor figure in this matter. I truly cannot make decisions. Hong Yi's expression shifted as he recognized Mu Dan's status. She was the deputy head of the herb garden. Her words carried weight. The middle-aged man had also encountered Mu Dan before, but in his eyes, she was merely the general manager of Lishan Pharmaceutical. Anything beyond that was beyond his comprehension. Hong Yi addressed Mu Dan. Miss Gu, could you please step outside for a moment? I wish to speak privately with this young friendly Ran and you. Hong Qingyun led the bewildered Hong Tianfei and others out of the reception room. Now, only Hong Yi, Mu Dan, and Li Ran remained. Thank you for your presence. Mu Dan, Hong Yi is here sincerely to apologize for the prior incident, and I hope you will allow me to speak a word, Hong Yi said respectfully, bowing slightly. Mu Dan responded coldly. We can discuss matters once we have dealt with the Liuli Temple. Hong Yi's face turned grim. If they did not apologize now, it was likely that once the herb garden dealt with the Liuli Temple, the Hong family would be next in line for retribution, unless they could hide in the capital. Shielded by the National Guardian, they might not survive the impending storm. However, this is clearly impossible. Old Master Hong said, Fairy Peony, please do not be angry. It is our Hong family's fault from the outset. I realize that no matter what I say, it will be futile. Nevertheless, as he spoke, Old Master Hong produced a rectangular box and opened it. Inside lay a desiccated branch, appearing rather ordinary. This object was acquired by me several years ago. I believe the fairy may recognize it. Perhaps it can help to atone for some of the mistakes previously committed by the Hong family. Chapter 65. The growth of the heart seed. Upon encountering the withered branch, a flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of the Peony Fairy. How did you come by this? Old Master Hong replied, Years ago, during the war, I seized it from the invaders. A wise individual once claimed that it was a priceless treasure, which is why I have kept it until now. Li Ran felt an uncanny familiarity with the withered branch, as if it were intrinsically his. An overwhelming urge to claim it surged within him, yet he managed to suppress it. The Peony Fairy lifted the branch, examined it, and remarked, How intriguing, Li Ran. This is now yours, accept it. It has granted you a second chance at life, so live as you ought to. Without a backward glance, the Peony Fairy handed the branch to Li Ran and exited the reception room, leaving him in a daze, along with Old Master Hong. Thank you. Fairy, the Hong family will repay your kindness in due time, Old Master Hong expressed. The Peony Fairy's demeanor signified her clemency towards the Hong family. a favor attributed entirely to the withered branch. However, old Master Hong understood that the years he had gained in life were a substantial debt owed to the medicinal garden, one that must eventually be repaid. It was clear that such matters could not simply be brushed aside. As Li Ran's fingers brushed against the withered branch, the heart seed within him began to stir intensely, as if yearning for the branch. The sensation was overwhelming, but with old Master Hong present, Li Ran could only forcefully suppress the heart seed's agitation. I'll take my leave now. Li Ran casually greeted old Master Hong before stepping out of the reception room. Old Master Hong nodded with a smile. Safe travels, young friend. Outside, a crowd awaited, their expressions filled with curiosity as they observed the Peony Fairy and Li Ran emerge, wondering about the nature of their conversation. Hong Qingyun and Hong Tianfei were the first to enter the reception room, while Shengwan Weijiao followed Li Ran outside. Father, what was the outcome? Hong Qingyun inquired anxiously. Old Master Hong nodded. It has been temporarily resolved. We shall make further amends later. Grandfather, who were they to act so arrogantly? Hong Tianfei questioned. Old Master Hong, exasperated, retorted, silence. Do not let our family's standing embolden you to act tyrannically outside. If you do not change your ways, I shall break your legs. Hong Tianfei recoiled. Falling silent, Old Master Hong continued. You should cultivate a good relationship with Li Ran. It will benefit both you and our family. Li Ran? He is just a lowly employee. What merit is there in befriending him? Old Master Hong chastised him with a kick. What? Do you consider yourself superior? Let me tell you, if he wished, he could easily erase the Hong family from existence. Hong Tianfei was baffled, unable to comprehend the rationale behind this. Shangguan Weijiao rushed outside, calling out to Li Ran. Li Ran, I'm sorry. I didn't mean for things to turn out this way. I was left with no choice. When Li Ran had exited, he had not acknowledged her, appearing flustered, assuming Li Ran was upset with her. Shangguan Weijiao hurried out to clarify. However, Li Ran was actually preoccupied with the agitation of the heart seed, eager to refine the withered branch, which compelled him to leave in haste. Upon hearing her words, Li Ran smiled and said, It's all right, I understand. I have something urgent to attend to. We can talk later. The tumult within the heart seed was nearing an uncontrollable threshold, and any disturbance in public would likely land him in the headlines the next day. Seeing Li Ran in such a state, Shangguan Weijiao presumed he was genuinely angry. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please don't be upset. Li Ran scratched his head. Really, it's nothing. Don't overthink it. I truly have something pressing to deal with. As he rushed away, Shangguan Weijiao stood there, gazing after him, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over her. It was understandable, given the circumstances of that fateful night when gunfire erupted. Li Ran, however, had no time to dwell on such matters. If he lingered any longer, the heart seed would surely erupt. He swiftly returned to the medicinal garden, where the heart seed erupted into a frenzy, causing turmoil within his energy center. Li Ran extracted the withered branch, and in an instant it vanished, only to reappear within his energy center. The heart seed and the withered branch intertwined like long-lost lovers, or perhaps they were always one, merely reuniting. At that moment, the heart seed began to voraciously absorb the spiritual energy within Li Ran's energy center, transforming him into a vortex of spiritual essence. The medicinal garden and Appos' spiritual energy was drawn into him, and the diminutive heart seed began to merge with the withered branch. Remarkably, the heart seed visibly expanded at an astonishing rate. How thirsty I am, Li Ran's subconscious urged him, craving the sacred waters of the jade pool. He opened the door to the Cheongtai pavilion and leaped inside. Before long, his consciousness was fully immersed within his energy center. The heart seed continued to grow 20 centimeters, 30 centimeters, 40 centimeters, 50 centimeters, until it reached 60 centimeters, at which point it ceased to expand. The withered branch had been entirely absorbed, becoming one with the heart seed. Li Ran felt a refreshing clarity wash over him, as though something extraordinary had transformed within. The sensation was akin to strolling through a forest after rain, imbued with vitality. Invigorated by newfound strength, feeling euphoric, he stretched languidly. Wait, why have more roots grown out of me? To his surprise, he noticed numerous tendrils sprouting from his body. Yet, with a mere thought, the heart seed retracted them. They must have emerged while absorbing the sacred water. Energized, Li Ran exited the Cheongtai pavilion, feeling an overwhelming sense of warmth and familiarity envelop him in the medicinal garden. Brother, you smell wonderful. The little tea tree, Lingling, exclaimed, nuzzling against his leg. Wonderful? Li Ran sniffed his own nose, detecting nothing aromatic. Lingling just smells delightful, she insisted. Li Ran scratched his head. Is that so? What is going on? Am I like a charming rogue captivating innocent maidens? However, soon enough, he observed that it wasn't he just lingering. All the medicinal herbs in the garden were gravitating towards him, eagerly pressing against him. The Peony Fairy enveloped him in a hug, proclaiming that he was the most fragrant man she had ever encountered, far surpassing those with chiseled abs. This was the most belovedly Ran had ever been since arriving at the medicinal garden, as the herbs vied for his affection. Curious about the source of this alluring scent that eluded his senses, he speculated that it must be a result of the heart seed's growth. Though he had not anticipated such an effect, he even mused about the potential for enchanting women to flock to him upon stepping outside. Now was not a time for restraint. Perhaps he could truly indulge in freedom. Chapter 66. The Response of the Glazed Temple in the Glazed Temple. A multitude of individuals congregated. In the face of the impending tempest, the temple had devised its own strategies. The monk Jiuzhan, upon learning of the apothecary garden's intentions, felt a deep unease within. Could it be that the Glazed Temple, with its millennia of heritage, was destined for destruction at his hands? Yet, his trepidation was alleviated today by the presence of the visiting practitioners. This was not only a great calamity for the Glazed Temple, but also an opportunity for many aspiring immortals. The apothecary garden, determined to annihilate the temple, would undoubtedly mobilize a significant number of its spiritual beings. For those practitioners, should they manage to refine and consume even a single herb, it could elevate them to the ranks of immortals in one fell swoop. Esteemed guests, I trust we all share a common purpose for our presence here. I kindly ask for your assistance in helping this humble monk weather this storm, Jiuzhan implored, surveying the assembly in the grand hall. Among them were several monks of considerable stature, particularly a monk of the SH surname. There were also reclusive wandering cultivators and even a few foreigners, all seeking to gain some advantage amid the forthcoming conflict. For Jiuzhan, the more allies, the better. Despite the potential backlash from righteous practitioners should word get out, he recognized that their support could be invaluable in overcoming the imminent threat. The monk SHXN rose to address the assembly. Esteemed colleagues, the apothecary garden has declared its intent to eradicate our sect, an act no different from that of nefarious demons. We must unite to uphold justice for the Glazed Temple. Some of the nefarious practitioners below expressed their displeasure, but remained silent. It was common knowledge that Jiuzhan had provoked the apothecary garden, leading to its relentless pursuit. However, their interests aligned, prompting them to echo SHXN and Oppo's sentiments. Indeed, the apothecary garden's monopolization of spiritual herbs hinders our ascension, Jiuzhan concurred. These herbs have existed in nature since time immemorial. Why should the apothecary garden claim them all? With the depletion of spiritual energy imminent, our inability to ascend is solely due to their interference. Prominent figures like the demon Lord Baimu and the thousand-handed Arhut were present, both formidable beings who had not faced expulsion from the Buddhist order. Having spoken at length, should we not allocate our targets? Proposed the thousand-handed Arhut. My brother and I shall claim the Emperor Huangfu Bian and the 9-story pagoda. The rest may divide the spoils among themselves. With this declaration, silence enveloped the hall. The demons were straightforward, lacking the duplicity of others. Then I shall take the Lotus Fairy, declared Tianlang, determining his own target for the spiritual herbs. For figures clad in black robes stood up, proclaiming, we, the 4 generals of Demon Mountain, seek the 4 Gentlemen of Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum. Did any here object? It was said that these 4 were descendants of the demon lineage, their combined strength rivaling that of immortals. With their claim on the 4 gentlemen, none dared to contest them. Old William, too, made his presence known. Clearing his throat, he stated, I desire a ginseng. All eyes turned to him, the foreigner among them. Jiuzhan and SHXN exchanged glances but remained silent. However, some practitioners expressed their discontent. When did matters of Huaxiao become the concern of foreign outsiders? I shall take the ginseng, and he show will. If you disagree, let us settle it through combat, declared a burly man adorned with strange tattoos. While many shared similar sentiments towards the foreigner, none wished to be the first to confront him. Indeed, I shall claim the ginseng as well. The joyous sect demands it, echoed another voice. The assembly voiced their dissent, yet old William remained quiet, aware that challenging them could lead to a thrashing. His gaze shifted towards Jiuzhan, recalling their prior agreement. Esteemed guests, may I request your attention for a moment? Jiuzhan implored, prompting the hall to quiet down as all awaited his guidance. It is undeniable that the apothecary garden's spiritual herbs are of exceptional quality, and naturally, all present wish to refine them. However, let us not forget that these herbs are not easy to obtain. especially in the presence of their formidable spiritual beings. My humble suggestion is that when the apothecary garden's representatives arrive, we first capture the herbs, and the subsequent allocation can be determined by individual merit. Jiuzhan sought to prevent discord before the apothecary garden even arrived, recognizing the disorganized nature of the practitioners. Thus, he aimed to unify them against the common foe. As for any ensuing conflict over the spoils, he could always chant a sutra for absolution, perhaps even securing a spiritual herb for himself in the process. The practitioners present understood Jiuzhan's intent, recognizing that unless they possessed the strength akin to the demon lord Baimu, their aspirations for securing herbs were futile. Thus, it was imperative that they first unite to confront the apothecary garden, with subsequent divisions based on merit. The survival of the fittest remained the steadfast principle within the realm of cultivation. Simultaneously, numerous practitioners hastened towards the glazed temple, not opting to join either faction but rather to observe the unfolding events. Yet, should an opportunity present itself, they would not hesitate to seize it. Such practitioners were far more numerous, including even less skilled wanderers, all eager to witness any potential gains. The prospect of acquiring even a fragment of a spiritual herb would be immensely beneficial to them. The movers and shakers of the apothecary garden were well aware of these dynamics. In truth, the magnitude of their actions against the glazed temple stemmed from considerable pressure. However, decisive action was necessary to avert future complications. The likes of the Peony Fairy, Emperor Huang Fubian, the Four Gentlemen, and the Lotus Fairy began deliberating their plans, while the Jiuli Miao Mountain and the Lu family firmly aligned themselves with the apothecary garden. An array of formidable figures also made their way to Kuan City. "Oh, my goodness, what is that delightful scent emanating from you?" exclaimed Xiong Yuyan, clinging to Li Ran and Amp, Apos, arm, leaning in closer. Li Ran found himself at a loss, bewildered by how Xiong Yuyan could perceive a scent that others did not. He had even invited other young ladies to take a whiff, only to be met with confusion and inquiries about his well-being. Yet, Xiong Yuyan seemed uniquely attuned to it. "Hey, could you step back a bit? This is rather uncomfortable," he implored. Xiong Yuyan pressed her head against his neck, occasionally leaning in closer, her breath brushing against him, igniting an insatiable yearning within him. "Why are you so fragrant?" she cooed. Li Ran, exasperated, attempted to extricate himself from her clinginess, but she was as persistent as a stubborn adhesive. "I really need to use the restroom. Could you let go for a moment? It would be awkward if someone saw us like this." He shot her an irritated glance, finding her practically draped over him. Chapter 67. The Battle of Liuli Temple. The 7-day deadline has arrived. Liuli Temple has denied all pilgrims entry. The entire temple is enveloped in silence, awaiting the arrival of those from the medicine garden. In contrast, at the foot of Liuli Temple, the Peony Fairy, Huang Fubian, and others stand relaxed. "When do we strike?" inquires Lu Zhang's head, Lu Lingfeng. The Peony Fairy waves her hand dismissively. "Not yet. Let us wait a little longer." No one knows what they are waiting for, but given the Peony Fairy and Amp, Apos, words, they remain patient. "Move a bit further away. It's crowded here." Li Ran pushes Xiong Yunyun aside, exasperated by her incessant clinging. Amidst the tense atmosphere, the two appear rather unique. Lu Baiwei watches in frustration. How shameless can that wooden spirit believer from Jiuli Miao Mountain be? She has been told to keep her distance, yet she clings on. The Jiuli Miao mountainside feels equally helpless. How is it that their wooden spirit believer behaves like this with the medicine garden's apprentice? It feels as if their prized cabbage is being courted by a pig. The troubling part is that the cabbage itself seems eager to approach, leaving them at a loss for words. Li Ran cradles a large cat resembling a tiger, a stark contrast to his demeanor. At this moment, the Lotus Fairy approaches the Peony Fairy, saying, "There are no ordinary people nearby, and Ling Xiao has already taken his position. Should we proceed?" The medicine garden operates on principles, ensuring that ordinary people remain uninvolved. The Huaxia government is aware of the impending battle today and has implemented some control measures, for after all, when deities clash, they cannot intervene. The Peony Fairy nods. They must have set up various formations within the temple, waiting for us to walk into their trap. A bunch of rabble. Prepare to act. Huang Fu Bian signals to the Four Gentlemen to commence. The Four Gentlemen, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, nod in agreement and soar off in the four cardinal directions. Noticing the movements of the medicine garden members, the experts from Jiuli Miao Mountain and the Lu family grow tense. "Stay behind me. I'll protect you." Xiong Yunyun smiles at Li Ran, her entwining vines sprouting. Li Ran nods, concerned. "Be careful. Don't overexert yourself." Xiong Yunyun chuckles. her enchanting peach blossom eyes captivating. Lu Baiwei, seething with anger, can only watch. Ugh, shameless couple. Had I known, I wouldn't have come. Humph. She stomps her foot in frustration, aware that her cultivation is insufficient to participate in the battle. It was her insistence, pestering her father Lu Lingfeng, that led her here. Lu Lingfeng shakes his head helplessly, harboring some dissatisfaction towards Li Ran. He understands his daughter's nature. She likely has feelings for Li Ran, which explains her behavior. Li Ran pats the great tiger's head, saying, when the fight starts, make sure to take down a few monks, or don't bother coming back. The white tiger lets out a roar, leaping from Li Ran's arms, transforming into its true form, a majestic white tiger, startling all the experts present, who had not anticipated that the large cat Li Ran held was indeed a white tiger, and a powerful one at that, possessing the bloodline of a divine beast. With a delicate leap, the Peony Fairy ascends into the air. Jiuzhan, if you dare to strike at my medicine garden today, the entirety of Liuli Temple shall serve as your burial ground. Today we shall eradicate Liuli Temple, ensuring its complete obliteration from the realm of cultivation. Her voice resonates throughout Liuli Temple, thick with an aura of impending slaughter. Two figures soar out from the temple, Jiuzhan the monk and Shixin the great monk. Shixin, with hands clasped, proclaims, Amitabha, Peony benefactor, let mercy prevail, cease the bloodshed and refrain from creating further karmic retribution. To an outsider, he might appear as a reincarnation of the Buddha, his demeanor seemingly virtuous. Great monk, our medicine garden typically does not provoke others. But if anyone dares to lay a hand on us, they shall face the consequences. It is a disgrace to the Buddhist sect to have you hypocrites among us. Huang Fu Bian retorts coldly. Although he practices the ways of Buddhism, he holds disdain for this monk, who nearly brought the temple to ruin. The Peony Fairy icily commands, enough with the idle chatter. If we are to annihilate Liuli Temple, let us proceed. With a thunderous shout, the ground begins to tremble ominously. Is it an earthquake? The crowd wonders, only to quickly realize it is not. Cracks appear in the ground, revealing vines that grow wildly from within. Is this the medicine garden and Appos' vine? The Lingxiao vine? Was and Amp, Appos, T it's said to have vanished? The Jioli Miao Mountain and Lu family members express their astonishment. The medicine garden's Lingxiao vine had been absent for quite some time, yet here it is today. The Peony Fairy truly intends to leave no remnants of Liuli Temple. The Lingxiao vine grows ferociously, spreading throughout the mountains underground. The structures of Liuli Temple begin to crumble, or rather, are dragged into the earth by the frantically growing Lingxiao vines. Initially, a few small buildings at the mountain's base succumb, but the vines continue to spread upward. Jiuzhan and Shixin display surprise. They had not anticipated the vine and Appos' emergence. If not halted, it seems that Liuli Temple might indeed be dragged into the ground, permanently buried. Everyone, why are you still hesitating? Act now. Jiuzhan urgently calls to those concealed within Liuli Temple, urging the many cultivators to take action. Ha ha ha, Huang Fu Bian. I have set my sights on you. Let us duel. The Demon Lord, Bai Mu, declares, seeking to challenge the strongest among them, Huang Fu Bian. Where are the four gentlemen? I, the four generals of the Demon Mountain, am here. Prepare to meet your demise. For dark clouds emerge, revealing the four generals of the Demon Clan. The ground shakes violently, as four vines shoot up like towering pillars. The four gentlemen stand atop the vines, invoking the four gentlemen and Amp, Appos' four symbols formation. Come forth. Let us discuss the Tao, they announce, combining their powers with the Lingxiao vine to create an expansive formation that envelopes the entire mountain, trapping everyone inside without desire to escape. The white tiger roars furiously, charging at Shixin the great monk, the most corpulent among the monks, whom he finds particularly displeasing. Seeing this, Xiong Yunyun swiftly flies onto the white tiger's back. Big White, you cannot face him alone. Let us attack together. Everyone, let us unite. Lu Lingfeng exclaims, flicking his wrist to send 3 tea leaves spiraling around him like small blades. Meanwhile, Tao Yao Yao has already set her sights on Jiuzhan the monk, launching herself into the air like a missile. The cultivators on the side of Liuli Temple are equally unwilling to be outdone, summoning their artifacts to attack. The clash of energies reverberates through the air. The Peony Fairy, however, does not rush to engage. Her true opponent has yet to reveal themselves. Master Panlong, come forth. I know you are within. Your previous attack on my medicine garden was likely instigated by this false dragon. Chapter 68, The Battle of Liuli Temple 2. Amidst the many cultivators, an elderly man clad in traditional Tang attire slowly emerged. His aura seemed ordinary, unremarkable at first glance. Yet, In that moment, he stood before the Peony Fairy without a hint of fear. It was well known that the Peony Fairy of the Medicine Garden had relinquished her celestial status. Upon their meeting, it was evident that her immortal essence still remained. A perfect opportunity. If I were to consume her, I could transform into a dragon and ascend to immortality. The Grand Master of the Coiling Dragon, rumored to be descended from the Coiling Dragon itself, was also said to be a transformed flood dragon. After the founding of Huaxia, he had taken the initiative to ally with them, a hidden, formidable cultivator. However, with the depleting spiritual energy, he could no longer hold back. Should he fail to ascend before the spiritual energy was completely exhausted, he would inevitably regress, step by step, back into a serpent. The distance to dragonhood would become impossible. His strength was undeniable. Below the realm of immortals, he had virtually no rivals. Humph, merely a worm, and yet you dare to call yourself a dragon? In a swift motion, the Peony Fairy appeared before the Grandmaster of the Coiling Dragon. With a delicate hand, she gently struck out, seemingly tender. Yet the surrounding space was stirred into a vortex by her palm. Coiling Dragon Palm. The Grandmaster of the Coiling Dragon bellowed, retaliating with a powerful strike accompanied by the roar of a dragon. As their palms clashed, the surrounding air was set ablaze by the shockwaves. Nearby cultivators, caught off guard by the intensity of the battle, hastily retreated. It was wise to maintain a safe distance when titans clashed. The ground continued to collapse, and several buildings of Liuli Temple were pulled into the earth by entwining vines. Jiao Chan watched with a heavy heart, wishing to intervene on behalf of the fallen Ling Xiao. Yet, Tao Yao's fists were overwhelmingly fierce, leaving Jiao Chan's Vajra bowl battered and dented while attempting to withstand her iron fists. Facing such an opponent was indeed a frustrating ordeal. Tao Yao played no games. Every strike was direct and forceful, and to simply endure would likely mean being pounded to death. The 9-story pavilion, now part of the Medicine Garden, also fought with ruthless intensity, brandishing a 9-ring knife, each strike aimed at taking lives. 2 monks found themselves firmly suppressed. Had it not been for the Medicine Garden's intervention, he would have likely been refined long ago. Now, facing these hypocritical monks, he spared no mercy. The Jioli Miao Mountain and the Lu family worked in concert, jointly confronting the numerous cultivators. If the Medicine Garden fell, they would be next in line. They understood the principle of mutual dependence. Thus, having engaged in battle, they intended to thoroughly subdue these cultivators. Those who had come under the pretense of aiding Liuli Temple were, in truth, coveting the Medicine Garden. Upon engaging, they quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Not only were they divided and overwhelmed by the harmonious cooperation of Jiuli Miao Mountain and the Lu family, but the vines on the ground also proved to be a bane, often ensnaring their feet, allowing their foes to exploit openings to attack. Several cultivators of notable strength and status were dragged into the earth by the vines, likely to never resurface. Previously, they had deemed the Medicine Garden merely a relic of its former glory, feared only because of its long-standing reputation. They believed that once they engaged, the Medicine Garden's strength would be no greater than their own. However, the reality was starkly different, a lesson most profoundly experienced by old William. His opponent was the Lotus Fairy. As the Peony Fairy struck, countless dewdrops shot forth, resembling a barrage of bullets that brought down the white birds beneath old William and Amp Apos' feet. The great monk and Apos' robe, crafted from tiger skin, was assaulted by the relentless vines wielded by Xiong Yun. Yet, Monk Shirshin held firm, erecting a colossal Dharma wheel. Each time Xiong Yun attempted to ensnare him, the Dharma wheel repelled her efforts. However, the ferocious bites of the white tiger, a descendant of a divine beast, forced Shirshin to remain vigilant. The Dharma wheel often found its movement hindered by the overwhelming killing intent emanating from the beast. The magical artifacts summoned by the 4 generals of Demon Mountain imitated those of the Demon family and Amp Apos' 4 generals, the Azure Origin Sword, the Hunyuan Umbrella, the Jade Pipa, and the Flower Ferret. In contrast, the 4 Gentlemen of Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum appeared far more cultured, embodying the elegance of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. As the Qing hand of Demon Mountain wielded the Azure Origin Sword against the Plum Gentleman, the ethereal music resonated, summoning forth a fierce white tiger. The Qing from Demon Mountain, brandishing the replica Azure Origin Sword, held his ground against the onslaught. Each move was deliberate, with white representing the yang and black the yin. The Orchid Gentleman interpreted the patterns on the Hunyuan Umbrella as a complex chessboard, where the righteous aura of Confucianism clashed with the overwhelming demonic energy of Demon Mountain. The 4 gentlemen embodied the authentic righteous spirit of Confucianism, while the 4 generals of Demon Mountain represented the essence of countless demons. In their fierce exchanges, Neither side yielded an inch. Starry robe, protect me. The starry robe of Monk Jiu-chan enveloped him, radiating waves of stellar energy that momentarily pushed Tao Yao back. Thieving monk. Like a turtle, let's see how your tattered robe withstands my onslaught. Tiao, fierce in close combat, found it unsatisfying to be unable to land a blow on Jiu-chan, who relied on the starry robe to keep her fists at bay. Stars, you say? Have you ever seen the petals of a peach blossom swirl? Not wishing to remain in close quarters, Tao Yao transformed her fists into open palms, stepping into an unusual dance. As a beauty, she became even more enchanting, and behind her, a vast peach orchard materialized. With the spring breeze, countless peach blossoms swirled around her. Had it not been for the battle, many would have paused to admire the peach fairy dancing amidst the blossoms. Suddenly, Tao Yao flicked her long sleeves, causing the flying petals to coalesce into a sharp arc of energy that sliced toward Monk Jiu-chan's stars. Are infinite. Shield me. At that moment, Monk Jiu-chan elevated his starry robe, spinning like a great bell. Countless starlights converged, resembling an expanse of stars uniting as one. With a swift motion, the arc of energy formed by the peach blossoms struck the starry shield. Jiu-chan believed he had successfully defended against it, confident in the robustness of the starry robe. Alas, he was mistaken. The petals clung to the starry shield, refusing to dislodge, as though they were an inseparable part of it. A smile crept onto Tao Yao's lips. Explode. With a swift clench of her delicate fist, the petals detonated in an instant. Oh no. Monk Jiu-chan and Appo's face blanched in shock. He attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The successive explosions tore open several gaps in the starry shield. Tao Yao flicked her sleeves once more, sending forth another arc of energy composed of countless peach petals toward Jiu-chan. Seeing this, Jiu-chan gritted his teeth and abandoned the starry robe. Devoid of its source of power, the starry robe became akin to a tattered cloth, suspended in the air, rendered useless by the ongoing explosions. With the starry robe now a ragged remnant, Jiu-chan fled, leaving his allies to fend for themselves. Tao Yao and Appo's onslaught was not something to be easily endured. Some weaker cultivators were outright killed by the exploding petals, while others, caught off guard, cried out for their leader. Master, save me. Bloodied and battered, they groaned on the ground, pleading for Jiu-chan and Appo's assistance. Yet, he had already vanished from sight. Chapter 69. The Battle of the Glazed Temple. 3. Jiu-chan was aware of the disparity between himself and Tao Yao, yet he had not anticipated the extent of this difference. Even his celestial robe could not provide adequate defense. At this moment, he found no inclination to continue battling Tao Yao. Qianshou, come swiftly to my aid. Seeing Qianshou Luohan engaged in fierce combat with the elite of the Lu family, Jiu-chan hastily sought assistance. Qianshou Luohan, upon noticing Tao Yao pursuing Jiu-chan, felt a stirring within. Ha ha ha, I have long heard of the formidable prowess of the Peach Fairy from the apothecary garden. Today, I shall witness it firsthand. At this juncture, Qianshou Luohan's lower body had assumed the form of a centipede, while his upper body remained human, creating a bizarre and disjointed appearance. Enough of this prattle, Tao Yao scoffed as she swung her delicate fist with fervor. 1,000 hands, 10,000 demons' fist. Qianshou Luohan conjured thousands of hands behind him, each one clenched into a fist aimed at Tao Yao. In response, Tao Yao and Appo's figure flickered, her speed surging dramatically. The air was filled with the shadows of her fists, multiplying in intensity and velocity. Is having many hands truly impressive? Tao Yao declared, landing punch after punch with increasing force. Despite the multitude of hands, Qianshou Luohan struggled to concentrate his power. Soon, he found himself unable to withstand the onslaught of Tao Yao's fists. With a resounding crack, the force of her blows began to shatter Qianshou Luohan's arms. One by one, the thousands of arms fell victim to her relentless strikes. It was then that Qianshou Luohan realized he had been deceived by Jiu-chan. Tao Yao was no trivial opponent. Poisoning the world, Qianshou Luohan had come seeking opportunity, not demise. If this continued, he would surely perish. He exhaled, releasing a thick cloud of toxic smoke. As the swirling peach blossoms surrounding Tao Yao came into contact with the poison, they quickly wilted and turned black. She dared not underestimate the situation and retreated. I shall deal with this scoundrel. At that moment, Lu Lingfeng, the head of the Lu family, leaped into action, tossing 3 leaves into the toxic smoke. The leaves, remnants of the tea left by Lu Yu, countered the white poison. Once they entered the noxious cloud, the aroma began to neutralize the toxicity. The smoke, once dark as ink, began to clear. Qianshou Luohan was alarmed, expelling more toxic gas. He wished to flee, but was trapped within the constraints of the Junzi Force symbol's barrier, rendering escape impossible. As the Grandmaster of the Coiling Dragon unleashed his power, a golden-red coiling dragon spiraled through the air. Upon seeing Qianshou Luohan in peril, he expelled a breath of dragon energy to assist him. Coiling Dragon Grandmaster, you dare to divide your focus while battling me? Do you truly believe yourself invincible? The Peony Fairy grasped at the void, summoning a sword into her hand. Is that the twin swords? The Coiling Dragon Grandmaster's brow furrowed upon recognizing the sword as the weapon of the immortal Lu. How did it end up in the hands of the Peony Fairy? This sword can slay dragons. The Peony Fairy pointed the sword, invoking the Taishu Nine Swords. She, too, wielded the Taishu Nine Swords, and with great precision. It was evident she had been taught by the immortal Lu himself. Ah, this is not good. The Coiling Dragon Grandmaster called forth the 9 dragons of the skies. The twin swords transformed into 9, pursuing him relentlessly. In desperation, he reverted to his true form and attempted to escape on clouds. You shall not escape. The Peony Fairy, with a deft movement, pursued him. The twin swords sliced through the air, unyielding in their pursuit. Regardless of how the Coiling Dragon Grandmaster twisted and turned in the sky, he could not evade them. With a swift strike, a deep gash appeared on the massive dragon's body, causing him to roar in pain. Do you intend to annihilate me? The Coiling Dragon Grandmaster bellowed, spewing dragon breath at the approaching swords. Without the twin swords, he believed he could hold his own against the Peony Fairy. However, with the twin swords in her possession, he was no match for her. This was the sword of El Dombin, having slain countless formidable demons. His dragon scales were no defense against its edge, especially as he was not a true dragon. You sought to disrupt the apothecary garden. You must have known the consequences. Today, I shall eliminate you. Another sword shot forth, cleaving the air before the Coiling Dragon Grandmaster. Ah! The Coiling Dragon Grandmaster's claw was severed, plummeting to the ground, causing him to howl in agony. Xian, come save me. In that moment, he disregarded the dignity of the Grandmaster. If this continued, he would perish here today. Xian, the monk, had long been aware of the battle and Apos' dire state, yet he was entangled by Xiong Yun and by Hu, Daruma and Apos' Golden Bell. Go. But now, rescuing the Coiling Dragon Grandmaster was imperative. If he fell, no one could contend with the Peony Fairy. Thus, Xian retrieved the temple and Apos' sacred artifact. A golden bell whirled and flew, enveloping the fleeing Coiling Dragon Grandmaster. Clang, clang, clang. The twin swords struck the golden bell, producing a resonant clangor. The Coiling Dragon Grandmaster rejoiced, coiling around the bell to augment its power. Daruma's demon-suppressing seal. Xian soared to catch the bell as a large swastika seal erupted from it, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. Targeting the nearest Baihu and Xiong Yun. Baihu roared, baring his fangs, yet the swastika was as heavy as a mountain, and a beam of Buddha light sent Baihu hurtling away. Xiong Yun hurried to catch him. At that moment, the Peony Fairy, with the twin swords beneath her feet, approached Xian. Benefactor, lay down your weapon and become a Buddha. Turn back while you can. Xian adopted a benevolent demeanor, attempting to persuade the Peony Fairy. Daruma's golden bell, is it? Let us see if I can shatter it. The Peony Fairy waved her hand, and amidst the rippling void, a small cauldron materialized. What is this? The Peony Fairy declared, I shall see whether your bell is harder or my Shennong cauldron. Indeed, the Shennong cauldron. Xian's smile faltered in disbelief upon realizing the Peony Fairy possessed the legendary artifact. As the Peony Fairy summoned it, the cauldron expanded in size. Soon, she elevated the Shennong cauldron, resembling a true deity. Feeling the oppressive power of the Shennong cauldron, the combatants ceased their fighting, their gazes fixed upon the Peony Fairy and the cauldron. The apothecary garden was indeed formidable. Its power spoke volumes. To endure for millennia in Huaxia was no mere coincidence. While Daruma and Apos' golden bell was a significant treasure of Buddhism, it paled compared to the Shennong cauldron. The two were not of the same caliber. Realizing this, Jiao Chan knew he must unleash his ultimate treasure. Glazed Buddha lamp, come forth. With a flourish of his monk robe, a resplendent, 7-colored glazed lamp soared into the air. Chapter 70. The Battle of Lioli Temple. For the Lioli Buddha lamp hovered in midair, emanating waves of fragrant medicinal aroma that instilled a sense of serene tranquility. This lamp was a precious artifact forged by the medicine master Lioli Buddha, merged with the Dharma golden bell. The radiant light of the two artifacts complemented each other perfectly, effectively countering the oppressive force of the Divine Farmer's Cauldron. However, the Divine Farmer's Cauldron remained a divine relic. its overwhelming power rendering the multitude of cultivators below unable to lift their heads. Fellow cultivators, hasten to my aid. We must not underestimate the might of the divine farmer's cauldron, Jiuzhan urged, struggling to activate the Liuli Buddha lamp. Should they falter, every individual present would be unable to withstand the cauldron and amp, Appos, S formidable force. No one anticipated that the Peony Fairy possessed such a divine artifact as the divine farmer and amp, Appos, S cauldron. Nor did they foresee that the divine farmer would leave such a treasure in the medicinal garden. The complexity of the situation became apparent to all. Originally engaged in their own battles, the scattered cultivators swiftly gathered behind Jiuzhan and monk Shirshin, channeling their vital energy to assist in activating the Dharma golden bell and the Liuli Buddha lamp. In an instant, the Buddhist light shone brightly, even pushing back the Peony Fairy and Appos' side. Dharma demon suppression seal, break. Monk Shirshin forcefully propelled the Dharma golden bell, sending forth a colossal swastika towards the Peony Fairy. Do you think you have the advantage in numbers? Huangfu Bian roared, standing behind the Peony Fairy, collectively channeling power into the divine farmer's cauldron. With a resounding crash, the swastika was blocked by the cauldron. Aside from the four gentlemen maintaining the gentleman's four symbols barrier, the rest of the individuals in the medicinal garden converged behind the Peony Fairy. With their combined efforts, the divine farmer and Appos' cauldron radiated divine light, suppressing the once brilliant Buddhist glow. We have come to lend our strength to the Peony Fairy. The experts from Jioli Miao Mountain and the Lu family soared upwards, joining forces with the Peony Fairy to activate the divine farmer's cauldron. The tide of battle shifted dramatically as the two streams of Buddhist light were firmly subdued. Yet, this was not the end. With a pointed gesture, the Peony Fairy commanded, "Go." The yin and yang sword shot forth towards Jiuzhan in a swift and furious manner. Jiuzhan was taken aback. If he could not withstand this strike, it would mean his demise. There was no time for hesitation. He quickly distanced himself and pushed the Liuli Buddha lamp to its utmost limits. Layers of Buddhist light enveloped him, shielding his entire being. The once harmonious streams of light weakened considerably, yet the pressure from the divine farmer and Appos' cauldron remained unabated. Suddenly, the lower-ranked cultivators were struck by a wave of force. Spitting blood in response, they began to curse Jiuzhan bitterly. Jiuzhan, however, paid them no mind. Survival took precedence. Enough, enough. The four generals of the Demon Mountain, will no longer engage. The leader of the Demon Mountain, Qing, suddenly called for withdrawal, overwhelmed by the two monks' detrimental influence. The cultivators, already lacking unity, now had to guard against the potential treachery of the two formidable monks. The four generals of the Demon Mountain swiftly concluded that continuing the fight was unwise. If the Peony Fairy had not revealed the divine farmer and Appos' cauldron, there might have been a chance, but now it was evident that their odds of victory were slim. Each cultivator present was a cunning fox, having survived for so long for a reason. I will not fight any longer. We withdraw. As the four generals opted to retreat, many cultivators followed suit. Continuing would lead to significant losses for all. Rather than risk everything, it was wiser to cease hostilities. If death was inevitable, let the two monks perish alone. They had no desire to endanger themselves without securing the precious medicinal herbs. Though the Peony Fairy remained silent, she made no move against the retreating cultivators. This was precisely the outcome she sought. Today, while they aimed to annihilate Liuli Temple, the medicinal garden had already secured a decisive advantage. However, should the battle persist, the medicinal garden would inevitably incur its own losses. Forcing the cultivators to the brink would likely result in some casualties on their side. Clearly, this was not the desired outcome for the medicinal garden. Huangfu Bian declared loudly, "In this battle, those who wish to withdraw shall not be harmed by the medicinal garden." Upon hearing these words, the previously wavering cultivators promptly chose to retreat. Fellow cultivators, do not be swayed by their deceitful words. The medicinal garden has always acted tyrannically, obstructing our path to immortality. Today, we must unite against the medicinal garden, and we shall all share in the spoils of the divine herbs. Jiuzhan exclaimed in desperation. If his allies abandoned him, how could they continue the fight? What nonsense! They cannot bear the pressure of the medicinal garden. I, the Lord of the 100 Eyes, will no longer play this game. I shall break the barrier and depart. The Lord of the 100 Eyes soared high, attempting to breach the barrier and escape. He bore a grudge against the medicinal garden. Once the Liuli Temple was resolved, it would likely be his turn to face consequences. Thus, it was prudent to flee. Baimu, others may leave, but you cannot, Peony Fairy coldly stated. Indeed. Baimu was now in a perilous situation. Fellow cultivators, the medicinal garden has no intention of sparing us. We must unite to repel the enemy, Monk Shirshin urged urgently. Yet the other cultivators merely observed, unwilling to take action. Establishing control over the world, the Peony Fairy forcefully activated the divine farmer and amp, Appos, S cauldron. It suddenly expanded to the size of a small mountain, crashing down towards Jiuzhan, Monk Shirshin, and the other monks. Not good. Monk Shirshin hurriedly raised the Dharma golden bell, striving to withstand the descending cauldron. With a thunderous sound, as the cauldron plummeted, Jiuzhan was the first to flee, closely followed by Monk Shirshin. Only the unfortunate monks behind them bore the brunt of the impending doom. Master, save me. Abbot, I do not wish to die. These were their final cries beneath the shadow of the divine farmer's cauldron. As the heavens collapsed and the earth quaked, the cauldron engulfed the small monks entirely. Observing this, the Peony Fairy showed no signs of restraint, bringing another cauldron crashing down. This one struck the main hall of Lioli Temple, reducing it to ruins. You vile creature, I shall contend with you. Jiuzhan, witnessing the destruction of his beloved temple, was consumed by rage. He spat forth a mouthful of his essence blood, infused with a century's worth of cultivation, onto the Lioli Buddha lamp. The flames of the lamp surged, sending waves of fragrant medicinal aroma piercing through the gentleman's four symbols barrier towards the western heaven. Seeing the divine farmer's cauldron's unstoppable advance, Monk Shirshin gritted his teeth. I beg your pardon, Pandragon. Pandragon sensed impending danger and attempted to extricate himself. However, the Dharma golden bell ensnared him completely. Shirshin, what are you doing? Monk Shirshin struck the Dharma golden bell with force, sending ripples of sound waves outward. The Pandragon ancestor, ensnared, coughed up blood, his spirit shaken to its core. The bell's resonance was refining him, harnessing his power to connect to the Western Buddhist realm. Dharma ancestor hastened to suppress the malevolent spirits. The Dharma golden bell rang incessantly, its sound expanding outward. The members of the medicinal garden looked on, their expressions tense. These two monks, unable to best their foes in combat, shamelessly began to summon their ancestors. Chapter 71. The Battle at the Glazed Temple 5. At this moment, Jiuzhan and Shennong found themselves utterly cornered. They were unable to overcome their adversaries and thus felt compelled to summon their master for assistance. Otherwise, both monks would surely meet their demise today. In the realm of the medicine garden, the notion of peace was but a distant dream. It demanded a sacrifice of life to restore balance and deter future cultivators. Seeing this, Fairy Peony ceased her manipulation of the divine farmer and Appos, S cauldron. If they could call for aid, so could she. The four gentlemen dismantled their four symbols barrier, for it was evident that their protective formation was insufficient for the impending battle. The once azure sky began to ripple with layers of spatial waves, prompting onlookers to gaze upwards. A long staircase appeared in the heavens, seemingly leading to the celestial realm, an embodiment of immortality. At the pinnacle of the staircase, a figure gradually emerged, ascending the infinite steps, none other than the revered Bodhidharma. The assembled cultivators gasped in awe, recognizing him as the foremost martial monk of the Buddhist order. Shennong, the venerable monk, revealed a joyful countenance. Master, save us! Master, save us! He implored, bowing deeply with tears streaming down his face. At this moment, another staircase materialized, revealing a monk clad in glazed monk robes. Indeed, it was the glazed medicine Buddha. The crowd gasped once more, realizing the truth of the lineage that Jiuzhan had inherited from the glazed medicine Buddha. Both figures were prominent in the Buddhist realm, and their manifestation today signified a dramatic turn in the conflict. Jiuzhan knelt and declared, Master, your incense has been sullied by malevolent forces. I beseech you to eradicate this evil swiftly. The situation shifted, and the medicine garden now found itself at a distinct disadvantage. Some cultivators who had previously withdrawn from the fray contemplated returning to join Jiuzhan against the medicine garden, for with two masters intervening, the odds seemed dire for their opponents. Ah, the twin swords? Bodhidharma's gaze lingered on the weapons in Fairy Peony's grasp. She replied, Master Bodhidharma, it has been a while since we last met. Upon recognizing her, Bodhidharma frowned slightly. Peony, you were meant to ascend to the celestial realm. Why have you chosen to descend to the mortal plane? Fairy Peony retorted, Are you here today to defend your disciple? Bodhidharma glanced at Shennong, who was kneeling and beseeching, and sighed deeply. Might you grant me some leniency? My lineage has traversed a difficult path, albeit with some deviations. Just as Fairy Peony was about to respond, the glazed medicine Buddha thundered, Impudent. Peony, Have you dared to undermine my teachings in the mortal realm? Do you truly believe my lineage is so easily trampled upon? Witnessing his temple reduced to ruins, the glazed medicine Buddha and Apos' fury ignited. Even the divine can harbor wrath, especially when their sacred lineage is defiled. Fairy Peony and Apos' expression turned icy. Glazed medicine Buddha, why not inquire what transgressions your disciples have committed to warrant such calamity? Jiao-chan burst into tears, exclaiming, Master, the medicine garden is utterly unreasonable. They seek to obliterate your teachings over trivial matters. Please take charge. The assembly collectively inhaled sharply, astonished by Jiao-chan and Apos' audacity. Fairy Peony scoffed, what a shameless monk you are. It was you who first attacked the spirits of our medicine garden. How can you now claim it is but a trivial matter? Do you think summoning your master will instill fear in us? Silence. Has the divine farmer been too lenient with you? Do you truly believe the medicine garden can act without consequence? To dare destroy my teachings is unforgivable. The glazed medicine Buddha, unwilling to entertain Fairy Peony's justifications, could only see the destruction of his lineage. As he spoke, the glazed medicine Buddha raised his hand to strike down upon Fairy Peony and the others. The colossal Buddha palm loomed ominously, shattering the layers of void as it descended upon them. The cultivators felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. This was the might of a true Buddha, far more formidable than any celestial being. Some nefarious cultivators, overwhelmed by the Buddha's presence, collapsed to the ground, wailing. When did a bald monk dare to challenge my medicine garden? A resonant voice echoed. A series of canes pierced through the void, effectively blocking the immense Buddha palm. Divine farmer, your timing is impeccable. The glazed medicine Buddha turned towards the space ahead, where an elderly figure clad in a crimson imperial robe materialized. This was the divine farmer, also known as the Flame Emperor. You monks, peddling your twisted doctrines across the land of Huaxia, dare to set your sights on my medicine garden? Do you take me for a mere decoration? The glazed medicine Buddha regarded the divine farmer with a glimmer of apprehension, his demeanor lacking the benevolent aura typically associated with the Buddha. Insult me as you will, but do not drag me into this. I have no intentions of intervening, Bodhidharma declared, his expression one of resignation. The divine farmer snorted. What? Are you attempting to bully the younger generation? Both of you, come at me together. I shall not be accused of unfairness. The glazed medicine Buddha was taken aback by the divine farmer and Apos' blatant disregard for face-saving. Glazed great Luo heaven. He unleashed a colossal palm strike toward the divine farmer, shattering the void with its sheer force. Unfazed, the divine farmer casually pointed his cane and the Buddha palm, despite its grandeur, cracked and shattered in the air, revealing the disparity in their strengths. Engaging with me? Perhaps Shakyamuni would suffice, but you are far from my equal. Bodhidharma. Will you merely stand by and watch? The glazed medicine Buddha directed his gaze at Bodhidharma. Bodhidharma replied, I am aware of this matter. My lineage has been led astray by this young monk. Divine farmer, might you grant me a favor and spare him this time? The divine farmer chuckled heartily. That is not out of the question, but your little monk harbors rebellious thoughts. If I let him off so easily, it may tarnish your reputation in the future. Bodhidharma nodded in agreement. That is a valid point. Then, I shall strip him of his cultivation, reclaim the golden bell as punishment, and allow him to reflect on his actions. The divine farmer remained silent, tacitly consenting. No, master, I have done nothing wrong. Xian panicked upon hearing the prospect of losing his cultivation, prostrating himself repeatedly. However, Bodhidharma merely shook his head, stating, My lineage has been misled by you. Thus, I will take your cultivation. In due time, once you have achieved true understanding, I shall guide you again. With that, Bodhidharma waved his hand, and in an instant, the golden bell flew from Xian's grasp to Bodhidharma. Xian, feeling as though his very essence had been drained, collapsed to the ground in utter despair. Jiao-chan, you have led me astray. Now stripped of his cultivation, he was left as an ordinary person, filled with regret. Chapter 72, The Battle at the Liuli Temple 6. He could not fathom why his revered master had forsaken him. Why did he not offer him protection? Now, stripped of his cultivation and without the Dharmakaya golden bell, Xian and Apos' life ahead seemed to consist solely of fasting and chanting, with no hope of attaining immortality or enlightenment. Shennong nodded, saying, Very well, let us cease this discussion. Dharma, you may depart. The path to immortality is long, and I hope you will catch up soon. His tone was imbued with an undeniable finality. Should the master of Dharma express dissent, he would indeed face Shennong's wrath. Goodness, I shall take my leave. The Master of Dharma said, beginning to ascend the steps, his figure gradually fading from view. Humph. The medicine master Liuli Buddha scoffed inwardly. Regarding the Master of Dharma as a foolish ally, he realized that facing Shennong was not a trivial matter. Liuli, what about you? Shennong inquired. The journey to immortality is extensive. Your astral projection must have cost you dearly. Do ensure you do not falter. Your concern is unwarranted, the medicine master Liuli Buddha replied. Feeling caught between a rock and a hard place. If a confrontation ensued, he would likely suffer greatly. Yet, failing to assert himself would compromise his dignity. At that moment, the Peony Fairy pointed her sword decisively. Go. The twin swords flew forth, their tips aimed directly at the Jiochan monk. Master, save me. Jiochan never anticipated that the Peony Fairy would dare to strike at such a moment. Impudent. The medicine master Liuli Buddha attempted to intervene, but was halted by Shennong's command. Let the juniors settle their disputes. Shennong, you. Jiochan, realizing his pleas were in vain, hurriedly activated his evasion technique. However, the twin swords were not so easily evaded. A piercing scream echoed as the swords pierced through his chest. The medicine master Liuli Buddha watched in horror, helplessly witnessing the slaughter of his disciple. The Peony Fairy withdrew the twin swords, bowing to Shennong. Master, the one who attacked my medicinal garden has been eliminated. Good. Shennong replied. The medicine master Liuli Buddha seethed. Shennong, do you truly wish to wage war against the Buddhist sect? And what of it? Are we to fear you? Besides, you do not speak for the entire sect. Return to your path of immortality. Shennong dismissed the threat, stamping his foot. A surge of ethereal power swept toward the medicine master Liuli Buddha. In midair, he felt unsteady as the celestial ladder beneath him began to tremble. Humph. This monk will not forget this. For now, he could only stabilize his ascent. Should he falter, it would be catastrophic. As the medicine master Liuli Buddha departed, Shennong did not linger. He communicated with the Peony Fairy, disciple. The celestial beings have already embarked on the path to immortality. There is no turning back until the journey ends. I can only project my consciousness here. Watch over the medicinal garden diligently. The Peony Fairy nodded. Yes, master. Suddenly, she recalled something. Master, what of Donghua? She inquired about the whereabouts of El Dongbin. Donghua has transformed into the 9 great primordial spirits, forsaking the path of immortality to seek a way for the practitioners of the world. If that young man can unravel the mystery within, it shall herald Donghua's return. With that, Shennong vanished completely. The multitude of practitioners remained in a daze. The path to immortality? What sort of path was that? Did it lead to eternal life? They hadn't even attained immortality, leaving them utterly oblivious. At that moment, the 100-eyed demon lord saw that the people from the medicinal garden had not yet reacted, and hurriedly transformed into a wisp of demonic smoke to escape. Where do you think you're going? Huang Fu Bian was the first to notice the fleeing 100-eyed demon lord. Tao Yao Yao and the 4 gentlemen quickly pursued. Old William cursed under his breath, wishing he had left sooner instead of lingering to watch the commotion. Now that his ally Jiochan had been slain, he found himself utterly isolated. But Fairy Furong had already blocked his escape route. Thinking you can leave after coming here? The Peony Fairy, wielding the twin swords, also obstructed Old William's path. The remaining practitioners scattered like birds and beasts, seeking to avoid doom. The people from the medicinal garden made no effort to chase after them. With Jiochan's demise, they were but a disorganized mob, unworthy of pursuit. Spare me, and I shall pay a price. Old William, seeing no way out, could only hope to negotiate his life with some form of recompense. Humph, no need for that. I shall send you to meet your maker. The Peony Fairy was resolute. This foreign scoundrel had opposed the medicinal garden twice. In truth, he symbolized the Western practitioners' and Oppo's stance. Should the medicinal garden spare them this time, the Western cultivators might perceive the practitioners of Huaxia as easy prey, emboldening their advances. Eliminating Old William would serve as a warning to the Western practitioners. Faced with the onslaught of the Peony Fairy and Fairy Furong, Old William stood no chance. Here in Huaxia, he could not summon his maker. Should he arrive, he would likely receive a sound thrashing from Shennong. He could only blame his own greed for attempting to gain benefits in Huaxia. The 100-eyed demon lord, however, had managed to escape, having survived the trials of the journey to the west. Unfortunately, his disciple, the 1,000-handed Arhut, was not so fortunate. Captured by Huang Fu Bian and Tao Yao Yao, he was swiftly returned to his original form, a slightly larger centipede. No one had anticipated that the battle at the Liuli Temple would conclude in such a manner. In truth, from the outset, Victory had never been in the cards. Many factions were unwilling to confront the medicinal garden. Their allies were but a ragtag bunch, utterly incapable of matching the strength of the medicinal garden. Even summoning their master would not suffice to turn the tide. One could only blame Jiu Chan for his excessive greed, leading both himself and the entire Liuli temple to ruin. From this battle onward, many factions harboring designs against the medicinal garden would suppress their ambitions. Li Ran and Lu Baiwei, at the foot of the mountain, remained oblivious to the battle above. It was only when Shennong and others manifested their presence that they caught sight of the two Buddhas and the emperor from afar. Upon seeing Shennong, Li Ran quickly recognized him as the old man who had tricked him into signing a contract, thus sealing his fate. Li Ran, I know you blame me, but I had my reasons back then. Why didn't you tell me you were from the medicinal garden? Lu Baiwei stepped in front of Li Ran, her gaze fixed intently upon him. And what of it? Would I have sent you a message only for you to ignore me? Is it still my fault? Li Ran replied, his patience wearing thin. Lu Baiwei pressed on. What is your relationship with that Xiong Union from Jiuli Miao Mountain? Li Ran shrugged. Why do you care? When you were pursuing your own interests, you ignored me. Am I not entitled to change my affections? Lu Baiwei, exasperated, shot back. Li Ran, you've gone too far. Do you think I like you? Is it wrong to ask? Li Ran retorted. Think whatever you wish. What is our relationship now? Please be mindful. Li Ran found Lu Baiwei's domineering attitude increasingly irksome. Where were you before? Taken aback by Li Ran's retort, Lu Baiwei fell silent. You. Li Ran ignored her and began to ascend the mountain. The once tumultuous area had now returned to tranquility, suggesting that the battle had indeed reached its conclusion. Chapter 73. The supreme calligraphy of the world in the battle at Liuli Temple. The apothecary garden vanquished the 9 Zen monk, Old William, and the 1,000-handed Arhut. This conflict showcased the formidable strength of the apothecary garden, even amidst the crisis of depleting spiritual energy. Any consideration of confronting the apothecary garden demands a careful assessment of one's own capabilities. Can one withstand the wrath of the apothecary garden? If so, perhaps one might contemplate the acquisition of its transformative spiritual herbs. If not, then such thoughts should be discarded, lest one faces dire consequences. As exemplified by the 9 Zen monk, who, despite summoning the ancestral figure of the medicine master Liuli Buddha, still met his demise. Notably, the 9 Li Miao Mountain and the Lu family aided the apothecary garden in this endeavor, forming a defensive alliance among the three. Should the need arise, the apothecary garden would undoubtedly take action. Following the conclusion of the battle at Liuli Temple, Li Ran briefly returned to a semblance of tranquility. During these days, Xiong Union frequently clung to Li Ran, overwhelming him with the fervor typical of a girl from Sichuan. Meanwhile, Lu Baiwei ceased sending messages to Li Ran, which was perhaps a fortunate turn of events, as her possessiveness was rather stifling. One morning, a young man clad in a purple robe entered the apothecary garden. This was Ling Xiao, who had shone brilliantly during the battle at Liuli Temple, a millennia-old wisteria vine. Many practitioners believed him to have vanished, only to reappear amidst the fray. Countless monks and practitioners had fallen before his ruthless methods. By the time Li Ran ascended the mountain, Ling Xiao had already departed. Thus he had not encountered him. Allow me to introduce Ling Xiao, a member of our apothecary garden. You likely have not met him before, stated the Peony Fairy. Greetings. I am Li Ran, he said. Ling Xiao smiled and nodded, appearing somewhat bashful. Is this the apothecary boy accompanying me? He inquired, gesturing towards Li Ran. The Peony Fairy affirmed, yes, indeed. Li Ran questioned, another business trip? Where are we headed this time? Ling Xiao replied, to the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties. Xian. Li Ran asked, will there be any danger this time? This question was crucial, as nearly every business trip he took carried some degree of peril. Thus, it was wise to inquire beforehand. The Peony Fairy shot him an exasperated glance. Do you think that if there is danger, you can simply choose not to go? Li Ran sighed. Do I have a choice? I can't just summon someone to take my place. You all can't leave me to handle this alone. The Peony Fairy raised 3 fingers. Your salary will increase by 3,000 each month. All right then, I'll go. Sister Peony, you know me. I'm not afraid of danger, Li Ran replied. Ling Xiao chuckled quietly, remaining silent. The Peony Fairy added, take Su Hongdo with you. The 3 of you will go together. Li Ran suggested, why not invite one more person? With more hands, we'll be stronger, and it'll be more lively, right? In truth, he was somewhat skeptical of Ling Xiao and Su Hongdo's capabilities. He was unfamiliar with Ling Xiao, while he knew Su Hongdo's strength was limited. For safety's sake, it would be prudent to include a more powerful member from the apothecary garden. Ling Xiao, somewhat helpless, asked, "Do you doubt my strength?" Li Ran shook his head vigorously. "No, I just think more people mean more strength." The Peony Fairy remarked. Ling Xiao and Huang Fu were once known as the left and right protectors of the apothecary garden. "Do you think we need another person?" Realization dawned on Li Ran. It turned out that this seemingly shy Ling Xiao was on par with Huang Fu by an inch strength. That's good then. I didn't mean anything by it. It's better this way. From now on, I shall call you Brother Ling Xiao. I'll be relying on you. Ling Xiao, typically reserved, was taken aback by Li Ran and Appo's boldness. The Peony Fairy waved her hand dismissively, signaling that they could depart. Upon learning of Li Ran's business trip, Tao Yaoao and others could hardly contain themselves, clamoring to accompany him. However, Li Ran paid them no mind, happily conversing with Su Hongdou, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the fairy-like sister of Long Nu Li Ran. "Just you wait. When you return, I'll make sure you regret it," threatened the two children, who also wished to join. "Forget it. With your strength, I do worry about you getting cooked. Behave, children shouldn't wander about," he admonished, causing the two to declare that he would no longer be their Rango. Meanwhile, Bai Hu felt somewhat isolated within the apothecary garden, as the spiritual herbs regarded the great demon with trepidation. Aside from Li Ran, only the two children played with him. Ultimately, Li Ran decided to bring Bai Hu along. Thus, the group of 2 men, 1 tiger, and 1 woman set off for the ancient capital of Xi'an that very night. On the journey, Su Hongdou inquired, "Could it be that the old tree is broken free?" Ling Xiao nodded. "Yes, soon. Years ago, I ventured underground and discovered that the ancient ginkgo tree was about to emerge." Li Ran, somewhat perplexed, asked, "What ancient ginkgo tree?" Su Hongdou explained, "Are you aware that Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin, once rode beneath a ginkgo tree?" Upon hearing this, Li Ran recalled the ancient ginkgo tree, humorously dubbed by netizens as the one that seemed to erupt with excrement when its leaves fell. "Oh, so we're going to bring that ginkgo tree back?" Ling Xiao affirmed, "Sort of, but many practitioners will likely be present, especially Confucian scholars and some special factions. Moreover, the abbot of the ancient Guanyin Zen temple is involved. It won't be as simple as we think." "Why is that?" Both Li Ran and Su Hongdou asked in confusion, seeking clarification from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao explained, "Are you familiar with the most esteemed calligraphy in the world?" Li Ran replied, "Yes, the landing su by the sage of calligraphy, Wang Shiji." Su Hongdou added, "Does it have something to do with the ginkgo tree?" Ling Xiao replied, "Indeed, it is quite possible. Years ago, I visited the underground ancient Guanyin Zen temple, where there is a grand tomb." "A tomb?" Li Ran was taken aback. No wonder Xi'an is known as the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties. It is riddled with tombs. Ling Xiao continued, "The ginkgo tree is actually a spiritual guardian of the tomb, having cultivated within it for millennia." Li Ran asked, "Are you suggesting that the Lanting Su is hidden within the tomb?" Ling Xiao furrowed his brow. "It is quite likely. In fact, no trace of the Lanting Su has been found in the Zhaoling of Shangxi. It may very well lie beneath the ginkgo tree." He elaborated, "Another hypothesis is that Li Shimin himself is buried within the ancient tomb beneath the ancient Guanyin Zen temple. Years ago, the old abbot took great care to conceal the tomb from discovery. Why has it been uncovered now?" Li Ran inquired. Ling Xiao explained, "The ginkgo has long since become sentient, a fact known to many practitioners. Recently, Confucian scholars noticed a surge of cultural energy emanating from the ancient Guanyin Zen temple, leading them to discover the ancient tomb." Li Ran could not help but marvel. The greatest calligraphy of all time. If it were to emerge, I cannot fathom how much it would sell for, at least in the hundreds of millions, or perhaps it could never be sold at all, for it is a national treasure. Chapter 74. The Everlasting Vine. Indeed, our journey to Xi'an will not be smooth, numerous forces will converge. Su Hongdou possesses more knowledge than Li Ran. If it were merely a millennia-old ginkgo tree, it would not pose much trouble. While some cultivators may covet it, the medicinal garden's influence would compel many to retreat. However, should the ancient tomb harbor the Lantinggi Su, the situation would be drastically different. Confucian scholars would undoubtedly arrive, along with descendants of the Wang family and representatives from the Huaxia government, among other factions. The Lantinggi Su, revered as the foremost calligraphic masterpiece, transcends mere cultural significance. If it falls into the hands of Confucianists, it becomes an invaluable treasure. The millennia-old ginkgo tree, serving as the guardian spirit of the tomb, would naturally prevent these individuals from seizing the Lantinggi Su. The circumstances have suddenly grown exceedingly intricate. Having driven through the night, they arrived in Xi'an at 10 in the morning. There remained 2 days until the ginkgo tree emerges from its slumber. The group found temporary lodging in a hotel near the ancient Guanyin temple. Just as they prepared to indulge in a restful slumber, Li Ran's phone rang. It was none other than Xiong Yunyun. "Hello, what is the matter?" "Open the door. I'm at your room," Xiong Yunyun replied. "What is going on?" A series of knocks echoed from the door. Li Ran furrowed his brow. Could she truly have come? He rose to open the door, and indeed, Xiong Yunyun stood there, vivacious and captivating. The weather in Xi'an was still quite warm, and she wore a pair of shorts that accentuated her long, fair legs, drawing Li Ran's gaze involuntarily. "Do you find it appealing?" she teased. Xiong Yunyun appeared pleased with his reaction, entering without waiting for an invitation. Li Ran swallowed hard. Was she truly offering herself? Should he indulge or resist? However, recalling the advice of online acquaintances about marrying a woman from Sichuan or Chongqing, he restrained himself. "What brings you here?" Li Ran inquired. Without reservation, Xiong Yunyun sprawled across the bed, her long legs displayed enticingly. Li Ran's gaze drifted upwards, tracing her alluring curves, and he found himself captivated once more. "So comfortable. Come lie down with me," she beckoned playfully. Li Ran settled into a nearby chair, responding, "No, I fear you may take advantage of me." Xiong Yunyun laughed heartily. "You and Oppos, Ri also here for the ginkgo tree, Aran and Oppos, to you?" she asked. Li Ran saw no reason to conceal the truth. "Yes, and you?" "Not quite. I have something much more significant to pursue," she replied. "What could possibly be more important than the Lantingi Sioux?" he queried, suspecting she was aware of their quest. Shaking her head, she asserted, "No, there is something even more crucial. Come closer. I'll tell you." Xiong Yunyun suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. As if confiding a great secret, Li Ran stood and approached her, only to be abruptly pulled onto the bed by her. They landed with Li Ran hovering over her. Feeling the warmth of her breath, which ignited a wave of heat within him, he could not deny her beauty, particularly her enchanting, almond-shaped eyes that sparkled with mischief. "Do you find it beautiful?" she asked, noticing his captivated expression, a playful smile gracing her lips, while a hint of pink colored her cheeks. Though she had often boisterously declared her desire to be with him, she had never gone beyond mere flirtation. "Am I interrupting something?" Su Hongdo's voice broke the moment. Standing at the door with an expression that was both awkward and complex, Li Ran hastily disentangled himself from Xiong Yunyun. "No, don't misunderstand. We haven't and Oppos, done anything." Xiong Yunyun blushed, teasing, "Oh dear, you must take responsibility now." "Me? I haven't done anything to warrant responsibility," he protested. Su Hongdo chuckled lightly. "You two carry on. I'll take my leave." With that, she closed the door behind her. Initially, Su Hongdo had intended to invite Li Ran out for a stroll. But witnessing the scene before her, she lost any desire to do so. Her feelings for Li Ran had become an emotional anchor, leaving her with few alternatives. Yet, she remained rational regarding her feelings, not harboring excessive aspirations. Previously, she had paid little mind to Xiong Yunyun and Oppos' relentless pursuit of Li Ran, nor to Shangguan Weijiao. However, the sight of the two in such an intimate setting stirred an unease within her. "Oh my heavens," Li Ran exclaimed, breaking the silence. "That Su Hongdo is quite beautiful. She resembles the little dragon girl. Do you fancy her?" Xiong Yunyun inquired. "Of course not. What are you thinking?" he retorted. "That's good to hear," she replied. With a resigned sigh, Li Ran asked, "Did you truly come to find me for something important?" Xiong Yunyun nodded, her eyes sparkling with determination. "There should be a segment of the everlasting vine within the ancient tomb. I seek that segment." "The everlasting vine?" Li Ran echoed, surprised. "Yes, it is the essence of my former self, and I wish to reclaim it for integration. I have many memories yet to recover, and merging with that segment should help me recollect certain aspects," she explained. Li Ran's astonishment deepened. "Your former self?" "Indeed. My grandmother claimed I am the reincarnation of the everlasting vine, but I cannot remember, thus I must retrieve my past body." "Ah, I see," he responded, now understanding her quest. "That segment may have been transformed into a magical artifact by Taoists during the Tang dynasty. Even if we spot it, I may not recognize it. Hence, I sought your assistance," she concluded. "Me?" Li Ran asked, pointing to himself incredulously. Xiong Yunyun affirmed, "Yes, only you can assist me. That is what my grandmother said." "Your grandmother certainly holds me in high regard," he remarked, a mix of flattery and disbelief. After a brief discussion, Li Ran ultimately saw Xiong Yunyun off, wary of losing control over his impulses. Had it been Shangguan Weijiao, he might have considered it, but with Xiong Yunyun, he preferred to tread carefully. As he pondered the implications of becoming involved with the daughter of the Chang ethnic group, he understood the consequences could be dire. The distinction between a married and unmarried woman from Sichuan or Chongqing was a lesson learned through the bitter experiences of many. After some contemplation, Li Ran found himself at Su Hongdo and Appo's door. Earlier, she seemed to have something to discuss with him. Moments later, she opened the door. "Did you need to see me?" he inquired, noting her scrutiny as she searched for clues about him. "Oh, it and Appo's. That's not what you think. Am I that sort of person?" he protested. Su Hongdo nodded knowingly. "Yes, you are. Can we not have a proper conversation?" he implored. Chapter 75, Descendant of the Sage of Calligraphy. Around 4 in the afternoon, Li Ran and Su Hongdo arrived at the ancient Guanyin Zen temple. Tourists flocked in an endless stream. The weather in Xi'an remained rather warm. Many young women were dressed in hot pants or short skirts, their fair legs captivating the onlookers, including Li Ran. Were they beautiful? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Ran replied, "Yes, indeed." Turning around, he noticed Su Hongdo gazing at him with a look of melancholy. It seemed somewhat excessive for him to admire other young ladies while such a stunning girl was by his side. "Perhaps I should change my outfit and remove my mask," Su Hongdo suggested mischievously. Li Ran quickly interjected, "No, you look just fine as you are." The primary concern was that Su Hongdo bore a striking resemblance to the renowned Xiaolong Nu, and any misunderstandings among the tourists could lead to complications. Earlier, at the hotel registration, she had almost been mistaken for someone else by the front desk staff. The pair arrived by the 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree, where numerous tourists were taking photos. Some live streamers were even broadcasting from this spot. The railing was adorned with countless red silk ribbons, each inscribed with visitors' and Appo's wishes. Li Ran remarked, "Should I tie one as well? What if it comes true?" Su Hongdo inquired, "What would you wish for?" Li Ran casually responded, "For my parents' health, ample wealth, and a harem of wives." While the first two wishes were acceptable, the latter seemed rather inappropriate to Su Hongdo. "TCH, men truly are no good," she thought. Li Ran shrugged. "Aren't those wishes?" They both gazed at the ancient ginkgo tree planted by Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty. Now steeped in a millennium of human devotion and luck, surely transformed into something ethereal by now. Yet, who would have guessed that beneath the ancient Guanyin Zen temple lay an ancient tomb, possibly housing the legendary land Tingyi Su, a revelation that would astonish anyone who heard it. Suddenly, Su Hongdo halted. Noticing her change in demeanor, Li Ran asked, "What in Appo's wrong?" She pointed to a figure in the distance. "The Wang family has arrived." "The Wang family? Are they descendants of the sage of calligraphy, Wang Shiji?" Su Hongdo nodded. "His name is Wang Wenqian, the eldest son of the Wang family." Sensing the complexity in her tone and gaze, Li Ran felt something was amiss. "Do you know him?" Su Hongdo affirmed. "Years ago, he pursued me. However, he would always drone on about Confucian classics and compose poems, which I found rather sour, so I ignored him." Li Ran nodded. "Ah, I see." Just then, a man dressed in gray casual wear approached them. "Hongdo, is that you?" Wang Wenqian was surprised to encounter Su Hongdo here. Despite her mask, he recognized her. "Am I really that easily overlooked?" Li Ran mused, but then again, he was not a woman. Su Hongdo replied coolly, "What brings you here?" Wang Wenqian wore a humble smile, yet his eyes were filled with arrogance, exuding a sense of superiority despite his polite demeanor. No wonder Su Hongdo was uninterested in him. After all, he was a descendant of the sage of calligraphy and thus felt entitled. "I'm here for some matters." "What about you?" Wang Wenqian asked. Su Hongdo glanced at Li Ran and replied, "I'm here on vacation with my boyfriend. We happened to stop by." Wang Wenqian stared at Li Ran in disbelief. "Boyfriend? He's your boyfriend?" Su Hongdo nodded, linking her arm with Li Ran, presenting them as a couple on an excursion. Wang Wenqian looked between them, puzzled by their apparent mismatch. Li Ran appeared rather unsavory and certainly did not fit the mold of a good man. Furthermore, he was not particularly handsome. Under Wang Wenqian's scrutinizing gaze, Li Ran felt provoked. Deciding to take the opportunity to assert himself, he wrapped his arm around Su Hongdo and Appo's slender waist and raised an eyebrow at Wang Wenqian, declaring, "Brother, this lady is mine now. I and Appo's done what needs to be done. So don't even think about it. We're heading back to the hotel now." Wang Wenqian felt as if he had been struck by lightning. "What? You've done what needed to be done? Back to the hotel?" His coveted flower had been taken by this pick. Su Hongdo, whose smile had faltered, realized Li Ran's boldness was quite unrestrained. Not only did he embrace her waist, but he also made such suggestive remarks. Wang Wenqian watched as Li Ran strolled away with Su Hongdo, embracing her like a victor. He felt as if the righteous aura he had cultivated over the years was on the verge of collapsing. How do you like that? Am I quite adept at handling situations? Li Ran cast a triumphant glance at Su Hongdo. Su Hongdo shot him a fierce glare. You really know how to handle situations, don't you? Pray tell, what have we actually done? Li Ran replied nonchalantly. Just what one ought to do, for instance. Working together in the medicinal garden or brawling with the dual mandragora at school. Su Hongdo recognized that Li Ran was playing coy. And what about returning to the hotel? Li Ran maintained his composure. We're just returning to the hotel together, Arin and Amp. Oppos. Tiwi? Su Hongdo was left speechless as they reached the temple entrance. They unexpectedly encountered a middle-aged woman dressed entirely in red. Her striking attire drew the attention of many passing tourists, yet the woman appeared unfazed, standing at the entrance, seemingly lost in thought. As Li Ran and Su Hongdo approached, the woman suddenly blocked their path. You are. Li Ran did not recognize her. The woman coldly stated, You are the new medicine boy from the medicinal garden, Li Ran, correct? Identifying him so directly, it was clear she was a practitioner. Li Ran and Amp, Oppos, eyes narrowed with suspicion. What business is it of yours? The woman glared at Li Ran, her voice chilling. Humph. You and your medicinal garden have gravely injured my senior brother. Tell Mudan Xianzi that I will seek an explanation from her. Li Ran was clueless about her identity and found it difficult to respond. You're mistaken. Perhaps you got the wrong person, he said, turning to leave with Su Hongdo. The middle-aged woman did not follow them, remaining where she was. Once they were a safe distance away, Su Hongdo explained, That woman is Huijiao Xianzi, a disciple of the Panlong Master. During the last battle at Liuli Temple, the Panlong Master was nearly refined by Monk Shixin, although he was later rescued by Master Damo. He sustained severe injuries and likely struggles to maintain his human form. Li Ran remarked, Well, we can't be entirely blamed for that, can we? Is that woman being unreasonable? Su Hongdo sighed. It would be strange if she were reasonable. Huijiao Xianzi and the Panlong Master's master are Yazi. What do you think? Li Ran was at a loss for words. Yazi was known for its vengefulness, and they would not let anything slip by, making the situation all the more complicated. Chapter 76. Entering the tomb upon returning to the hotel, they found Ling Xiao waiting for them. They recounted their encounter with the Wang family and the fire dragon immortal. Ling Xiao, upon hearing their tale, furrowed his brow. The fire dragon's temperament was notoriously fiery, and her presence in Xi'an was likely linked to the grand tomb beneath the temple. Her involvement would undoubtedly complicate matters for them. Ling Xiao then began to elaborate on the origins of the fire dragon immortal. She was a disciple of the Panlong patriarch, both of whom were under the tutelage of a long-ascended elder. Additionally, they held the status of guest scholars in the capital of Huaxia. The fact that they encountered the fire dragon immortal in Shi and Oppos and indicated that the Huaxia government was also involved, while communication with ordinary guest scholars was manageable. The fire dragon immortal posed a significant challenge. There was a high likelihood that she might take action against those from the medicine garden within the tomb, which could be quite detrimental. Nevertheless, Ling Xiao reassured, the fire dragon immortal's cultivation does not compare to that of the Panlong patriarch. It is merely a minor inconvenience. The following afternoon, Xiong Union arrived to meet with Li Ran and the others. Many visitors had come, including Daoist Qingmu from Zhonganshan, with the Confucians appearing in considerable numbers, clearly intent on securing the landing preface. Ling Xiao nodded and said, I will descend into the underground first. You may enter later this evening. Remember, avoid confrontation unless absolutely necessary. I sense that this situation is not as straightforward as it appears. The others nodded in agreement without objection. At the ancient Guanyin temple, the influx of visitors continued unabated, yet amongst them were numerous cultivators, not a trivial number, although they masqueraded as tourists. A keen observer would notice their discreet glances towards the ground, which revealed the entrance to the ancient tomb. Master, who are those people? A young nun inquired of the abbess, Master Huixin, as she observed the disguised cultivators. The elder nun sighed. Alas, these individuals are drawn here by the treasures beneath. It seems that even after a millennium, they find no rest. As night fell and the last of the visitors departed, the once bustling temple grew quiet. However, the gates of the ancient Guanyin temple remained open, seemingly awaiting the arrival of guests. Master Huixin sat cross-legged beneath the millennium-old ginkgo tree, anticipating the night's visitors. The first to arrive were the fire dragon immortal and 3 cultivators. It seems Huixin has indeed considered the situation thoroughly. Let us proceed. The fire dragon immortal remarked dismissively as she glanced at the open door, determined to claim what lay within the ancient tomb. Following their entrance, several more groups arrived, including Wang Wenqian, a descendant of the sage of calligraphy, alongside other Confucians and Taoists from Zhongnanshan. Li Ran, accompanied by Dabai, flanked by Xiong Yunyun and Su Hongdou, stood at the entrance, contemplating whether to enter directly or climb over the wall. "Let us go in," Xiong Yunyun suggested. Master Huixin is different from the Buddhist disciples you encountered before. Once inside, they were met with the sight of numerous cultivators seated beside the ancient ginkgo tree, with several young nuns serving tea to them. This scene was not what Li Ran had anticipated. He had expected a fierce battle upon entering it. Yet everyone was simply enjoying tea. Taking their seats in turn, they decided to make the best of the situation. During this time, two pairs of eyes fixed upon Li Ran. Wang Wenqian's expression was a mix of complexity, tinged with jealousy and discontent, while the fire dragon immortal radiated palpable malice. Although he sensed this, Li Ran remained unfazed. As more unfamiliar faces appeared, Master Huixin rose and bowed to the assembly. "Amadba, esteemed guests, I am aware of your intentions for being here." The crowd responded with respectful gestures. It was inherently unreasonable to intrude upon another's territory to seize treasures. Yet the host graciously offered them tea, leaving many feeling somewhat embarrassed. Master Huixin continued, "I understand that I cannot prevent you from entering the tomb, but I have two requests." The crowd replied, "Please, speak, Master." Given the politeness extended, they were inclined to accommodate her requests. Master Huixin stated, "First, the Buddhist realm is one of purity. I hope that as you enter the grand tomb, you will refrain from violence. If you take what you seek, please depart without causing harm. Second, kindly do not disturb the tomb's inhabitants. You are merely seekers of treasures." Upon hearing these requests, the crowd found them reasonable. "We shall adhere to your wishes, Master." With their assurances, Master Huixin nodded in satisfaction. She then approached the roots of the ancient ginkgo tree and began reciting the Heart Sutra. Before long, a gentle breeze stirred, and the roots of the millennium-old ginkgo tree began to writhe. Suddenly, a passageway appeared in the ground, revealing the entrance to the grand tomb, evidently safeguarded by the tree. Unable to contain herself, the fire dragon immortal dashed forward, transforming into a streak of flame as she entered the passage, followed closely by her three companions. Witnessing her entrance, the others quickly followed suit. Li Ran and his companions, however, remained unhurried, for their true objective lay with the tree, not the treasures within the tomb. "Shall we proceed?" Xiong Yunyun asked, leading the way, with Su Hongdou bringing up the rear. The trio, though appearing to be a group of weaker individuals alongside Li Ran and Dabai, held a secret that, should Dabai revert to his true form as a white tiger, would render Li Ran the sole vulnerable one. The passage was barely wide enough for two to walk side by side, constructed entirely of stone, and though sealed for a millennium, it remained dry and devoid of any growth. They continued down the corridor for an indeterminate length of time until they spotted a flickering light ahead. As they approached, they discovered a spacious chamber where two figures stood, two women. Upon closer inspection, Li Ran recognized them as the sisters Zhong Lingxiu and Zhong Lingyu. "What brings you here?" Li Ran inquired, familiar with the pair. The sisters exchanged complex glances upon seeing him, yet as allies rather than adversaries, they felt a sense of camaraderie, having found Li Ran somewhat endearing during their previous encounter at the 9-story tower. Zhong Lingyu replied, "Our master has entered the Taoist realm. He instructed us to wait for him here." Li Ran looked up to see 4 passageways ahead, each marked with the characters Tao, Confucian, Buddhist, and human in prominent script, suggesting that those who entered would choose one of these paths. Chapter 77. The 4 trials. Could the term 4 signify 4 directions and principles? Li Ran inquired. Has Taoist Qingmu entered the Taoist realm? Zhong Lingyu shot Li Ran a glance and replied, "Then why not proceed to that door?" Li Ran remarked, "Just asking." Dawn and Amp, Oppos, be so stingy. Now it was Li Ran and his companions and Amp, Oppos, turned to ponder which door to enter. With the addition of the white tiger, there were 4 of them in total, allowing for separation into different doors. However, the white tiger was equally oblivious to the secrets within the doors. Xiong Yunyun observed Li Ran and Amp, Oppos, dilemma and said, "Wherever you wish to go, I will accompany you." Su Hongdou echoed, "I will follow you." The white tiger meowed in agreement, indicating it shared the same sentiment. Li Ran first glanced at the Taoist door. "I lack Taoist skills, so I shall not enter." He then approached the Sherman door. I absolutely refused to enter Sherman. As for the Confucian door, he was equally unprepared. Ultimately, only the Renzi door remained. Li Ran asked, "Has anyone ever entered the Renzi door?" Zhong Lingxiu replied, The Wang family entered through the Rinzi door. Is that so? Then we shall proceed to the Rinzi door. With that, Li Ran took the lead towards the Rinzi passage, followed closely by Xiong Yunyun and Su Hongdou. The passage sloped downward continuously, and the group was uncertain how long they had walked. At the end of the Dao passage, among the gathered individuals was indeed Daoist Qingmu. The terminus of the Dao passage revealed a portal constructed of white jade, presumably housing the precious treasures for which they had come. The disciples of the Dao paused in their tracks, for seated before the white jade portal was a figure clad in a Daoist robe, meditating with crossed legs. Initially, they assumed he was a corpse, yet faint sounds of breathing revealed he was very much alive. Could he be a cultivator? Had someone arrived ahead of them? That seemed implausible, as there had been no signs of anyone entering when they arrived. Daoist Qingmu, being the most senior among those present, naturally assumed a leadership role. He respectfully saluted the seated figure, saying, "Elder, we have come seeking opportunities. Might you be the one we seek?" Since their path was obstructed, it was essential to clarify the situation. Ignorance of the other and Oppo's depth could lead to grave consequences if they acted rashly. Upon hearing Daoist Qingmu and Oppo's voice, the seated figure stirred slightly, then began to twist his neck side to side, the sound of stiff joints cracking echoing in the stillness. The onlookers fell silent, a shiver running through them at the eerie sound. The figure then brushed aside the hair obscuring his vision and slowly rose to his feet. Instantly, the group became alert, channeling their vital energy in preparation to activate their magical artifacts. If anything were amiss, they would be ready to act. The Daoist man's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, revealing a brilliance that nearly overwhelmed the spirits of all present. A true master. Daoist Qingmu halted his movements, astonished. "May I ask your esteemed name?" The Daoist man stepped forward, gazing at the crowd. It was then they discerned that he appeared to be around 50 years old, though his visage was somewhat rigid, lacking any signs of decay or death. "I am Sheng Xuanzi." Sheng Xuanzi? The disciples of the Dao were momentarily bewildered. Yet, Daoist Qingmu swiftly recalled the significance of that name. "Ah, you are the esteemed Wang Yuanji?" Upon uttering this, those familiar with Daoist texts began to recollect the figure, particularly the lineage of Shangqing, who were astonished to encounter Sheng Xuanzi here. Wang Yuanji, a renowned Daoist from the late Sui and early Tang dynasties. Many might not recognize his name, but they would certainly know of his master, Tao Hongjing. In an instant, the crowd offered their respects, bowing in reverence. Junior Qingmu pays homage to the esteemed Sheng Xuanzi. We, the juniors, pay our respects to Sheng Xuanzi. No wonder they sensed this individual was powerful. He was indeed a venerable ancestor. Sheng Xuanzi remarked, "I am merely a remnant left behind after ascending to immortality. I am not worthy of such reverence." Oh, so it was merely the physical form of Sheng Xuanzi left after his ascension, a notion that gave rise to a profound sense of respect. Sheng Xuanzi continued, "It is clear we have now entered the end of the Dharma age. Your desires have been acknowledged. The treasures behind this door will depend on your abilities." Daoist Qingmu, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean, elder?" Sheng Xuanzi replied, "I possess two treasures. One is the Sandong method bestowed by my master, and the other is a pill for supplementing immortality. Acquiring either will grant you access through the door." The mere mention of Tao Hongjing and Oppo's Sandong method and the immortality pill was enough to incite fervor among the Dao disciples. What lay behind that door? "May I ask, elder, how can we obtain these two treasures?" Sheng Xuanzi stated, "Whoever can defeat me shall receive them." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances. However, it wasn't long before one individual stepped forward, declaring, "Elder Sheng Xuanzi, I shall take my leave." With that, he brandished his sword and launched an attack at the Sherman. The fire dragon fairy and her companions encountered an old monk as well. The monk, with kind eyes, patiently awaited their arrival. This old monk was none other than the physical remnant of Master Huining, one of the most renowned sixth patriarchs of Zen Buddhism. Unlike the Taoist path, which required skill, Master Huining was a master of discerning Buddhist teachings. Realizing the futility of words, the fire dragon fairy resorted to direct confrontation. Master Huining did not hold back, confronting her with formidable skill. Meanwhile, at the Confucian door, the disciples were equally intimidated by the guardian, none other than Kong Yingda, a descendant of Confucius. The requirement for entry was a handwritten copy of the Spring and Autumn Annals by the sage himself, a true treasure, rivaling even the Lan Tingyi Su. The method of passage involved interpreting the Spring and Autumn Annals. In simple terms, It required the application of one's cultivated righteous energy to elucidate the text. Naturally, those with abundant energy could interpret more, while those lacking would suffer. However, for the sake of the Lantingi Su and the handwritten spring and autumn annals by the sage, the Confucian disciples were determined to persevere. When Li Ran and his companions arrived, they found Wang Wenxian and his group already at the entrance. The Renzi door revealed a copper mirror, behind which lay the door itself. None dared to touch it. How were they to enter? The crowd scratched their heads in confusion. Inscribed in regular script above the mirror were 4 words. What constitutes a person? In essence, it posed the question, what is a person? What sort of nonsense was this? Were they not human? What are you all doing? Li Ran inquired as they circled the copper mirror, inspecting it from all angles. Wang Wenqian and Appo's gaze darkened and grew complex upon realizing Li Ran had arrived. Chapter 78. What is a human? Upon the arrival of Li Ran and his companions, the members of the Wang family displayed a hint of hostility. The Landing Su, their family was determined to succeed this time. Noticing their gazes, Li Ran raised his hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, please don't look at me with such eyes. I have no interest in your Landing Su. My attention lies solely with the beautiful women and that ancient ginkgo tree above. You gentlemen can keep your distance. Are you from the apothecary garden?" inquired a middle-aged man among them. Li Ran nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is correct. Being from the apothecary garden posed no conflict with them. Furthermore, knowing he was from the apothecary garden, the Wang family members would not foolishly oppose Li Ran. The last monk who had confronted the apothecary garden, the Zhejian monk, likely still had not settled into his grave. Why are you all staring at a copper mirror? If you wish to gaze, let the beautiful women do so. Step aside, please. With that, Li Ran took Su Hongdo by the hand and stepped inside. The next moment, everyone looked at Su Hongdo with expressions of astonishment. Within the copper mirror stood a red bean tree laden with crimson fruits, rather than the human form of Su Hongdo. It appeared that her true essence had been revealed. Su Hongdo, equally bewildered, attempted to move, and indeed, the red bean tree followed suit. The copper mirror unveiled the true nature. Could it be that this was a mirror to reveal one's true self? Li Ran lifted the white tiger from the ground and presented it before the copper mirror. Sure enough, a magnificent white tiger materialized in the mirror. The crowd gasped, astonished that this seemingly harmless white cat was, in fact, a ferocious white tiger. How amusing. Li Ran set the white tiger down and turned to look at his own reflection. While he saw himself, a towering tree unexpectedly appeared behind him. Why do I have a background tree? Do any of you? The Wang family members shook their heads, perplexed. I want to give it a try too. Xiong Yunyun approached and gazed into the mirror. Her reflection appeared, yet behind her sprouted a verdant vine reaching towards the heavens, seemingly entwined with a great tree. The onlookers grew even more confounded. Wang Wenqian took his turn, only to find himself unchanged, devoid of any background. How could this be? What does it mean to be human? Li Ran pondered the 4 characters, mirroring the confusion of the others. What is a human? Are we not human? He glanced at the Wang family members and remarked, Hey, are you not descendants of the Sage of Books? How could you lack insight? Wang Wenxian, with a bitter expression, replied, We attempted various methods before your arrival, but neither our qi nor our powers could unlock it. Is that so? Then what shall we do? Li Ran had no further ideas. Clearly, to enter, they must first pass the trial of the copper mirror. The Wang family members resumed their attempts through various means. Yet all were in vain. Suddenly, Xiong Yunyun seemed to have an epiphany. She grasped Li Ran's hand and exclaimed, Oh, I believe I understand why I was drawn to you from the very beginning. Li Ran looked up, puzzled. Oh, what do you mean? Is it not the special effect of the peach blossom spring wind technique? Xiong Yunyun gazed at him, her eyes brimming with affection. Darling, you are destined to marry me. For in our previous life, I was already yours. Li Ran was bewildered. In our past life, I was yours. Isn't that a bit far-fetched? Just to be clear, I want to be the one to propose. Xiong Yunyun chuckled softly. Darling, it is fated that you shall marry me, without a doubt. Li Ran protested. So you've made this decision without consulting me? Xiong Yunyun recalled some things her mother-in-law had mentioned, coupled with the revelations from the mirror. She had begun to piece together some truths, but the cosmic secrets were not to be spoken. As memories from her past life resurfaced, her gaze towards Li Ran softened, leaving him utterly flummoxed. What is happening? With a gentle laugh, Xiong Yunyun disregarded the crowd and kissed him passionately. The members of the Wang family, previously puzzled, were now left dumbfounded. We are currently seeking a solution, and you two come here to indulge in romance? Su Hongdo's expression dimmed upon witnessing Xiong Yunyun's boldness. Wang Wenxian remarked, "Hongdo, what are they? You and Li Ran are said to be a couple, yet what is the meaning of this?" Suddenly, a large character appeared in the mirror. Love. The mirror now displayed a single word, love. The crowd turned their attention towards the mirror. Moments later, a member of the Wang family exclaimed, "I understand now what it means to be human. I understand." "Then speak up. What is it?" "A human is merely a human," came the retort. "That is obvious. What else could it be?" The Wang family members pressed on. "A human is distinguished from an animal not by intelligence, but by the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The love we just witnessed signifies that this mirror requires us to express these human sentiments." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to grasp the concept. Soon, individuals began to try expressing their emotions. The 7 emotions are joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire, while the 6 desires are life, death, hearing, sight, speech, and smell. One person began to laugh heartily at the mirror, but it did not respond. Others observed the individual laughing in a rather unsavory manner, and soon joined in. As expected, the mirror revealed the character for joy. "So it is. This mirror senses the true emotions of a person," Li Ran mused. With love and joy already expressed, there was still more to convey. With a sudden thought, Li Ran turned to the white tiger and commanded, "Dabai, go, devour this one." The white tiger let out a roar and instantly transformed back to its true form. It opened its mouth wide, aiming to swallow Wang Wenxian, who stumbled back in alarm. In that instant, the mirror displayed the character for fear. "What do you mean by this, Li Ran?" Wang Wenxian shouted angrily. The mirror then revealed the character for anger. Li Ran shrugged. "I mean nothing by it. I merely want you to express your true feelings. Look, the mirror has already captured both anger and fear." With that, Li Ran returned the white tiger to its original form. Wang Wenxian, seeing this, reluctantly conceded. Li Ran's antics had only left the characters for hatred, sorrow, and desire remaining. "Sorrow? How do we express sorrow?" "Think of something sad, quickly," urged a middle-aged man from the Wang family. However, it was not so easy to conjure sorrowful emotions on command. Li Ran glanced at Wang Wenxian and then had an idea. He approached Su Hongdo and wrapped his arm around her waist. "Wenxian, look over here." Just as Wang Wenxian was lost in his thoughts of sadness, he heard Li Ran calling him. "What?" He gritted his teeth, striving to maintain control over his emotions. Li Ran had previously frightened him into expressing his anger and fear, which had already caused him some resentment. With a hearty laugh, Li Ran boldly kissed Su Hongdo before Wang Wenxian. Su Hongdo's eyes widened in shock at the suddenness of it all. "Wenxian, you must know that Hongdo and I have already pledged ourselves to one another. Henceforth, do not entertain such thoughts. My beloved has a partner. Is this not the greatest tragedy in the world?" Wang Wenxian's heart surged with anger. "Li Ran, do not take it too far." One of the Wang family members, understanding Li Ran and Oppo's intentions, remarked, "Wenxian, in this vast world, where can one not find fragrant grass? Why must you fixate on a single flower? Although Miss Su Hongdo is indeed your most suitable match, she is already taken. It would be wise to let go of such thoughts." Wang Wenxian responded, "Uncle, how can you? Which side are you on?" Su Hongdo immediately grasped the situation and said, "Young Master Wang, you are a good person, but my heart belongs to Li Ran." With each word, it was as if a dagger pierced deeper. Initially filled with anger, Wang Wenxian found himself utterly disarmed by Su Hongdo and Oppo's kindness, causing his spirits to plummet to an abyss of despair. The bronze mirror seemed to echo his turmoil, reflecting a character for sorrow. Chapter 79. The incident at Xuanwu Gate inspired by Li Ran. The Wang family members subsequently liberated themselves entirely. Soon, malevolence and desire manifested within the copper mirror, followed by the 6 desires. It is indisputable that every human harbors desires. Indeed, even celestial beings are not exempt. In contrast to the 7 emotions, the emergence of the 6 desires is markedly swifter. Once the 7 emotions and 6 desires coalesced, a vague figure began to materialize within the copper mirror. It was an indistinct silhouette clad in imperial robes, treading upon countless corpses, thus establishing his unparalleled achievements. Crack! The copper mirror developed fissures that rapidly spread across its surface. With a loud crash, the mirror shattered completely. Before the crowd appeared a grand white jade door. One of the Wang family members stepped forward and gently pushed against the door. With a creak, it swung open. "Excellent. Let us go retrieve the Lantingi Su." The Wang family members surged forward eagerly. Li Ran and his companions, however, remained unhurried, entering only after confirming that all Wang family members had safely crossed the threshold. Suddenly, the sounds of battle, war cries, and the clamor of horses echoed around them. The city gates were tightly shut, yet the cacophony of slaughter resonated within the city. Upon opening his eyes again, Li Ran found himself standing atop the city wall. The tumultuous sounds of conflict arose from below. What is this? Perplexed, he glanced at Su Hongdo and Xiong Yunyan beside him, seeking an explanation. Both bore expressions of confusion. Could this be an illusion? Yet, it did not seem to be so. Then, Li Ran noticed that on the opposite wall, Daoist Qingmu and others were also observing the chaotic scene of armored soldiers clashing below. To the left stood the Fire Flood Fairy and her companions, also watching the melee. The right side was occupied by Confucian scholars, with everyone positioned atop the four corners of the city wall. This was a confrontation between two factions, with one side significantly outnumbered. Suddenly, a burly general wielding an iron whip burst from the ranks, fervently pursuing the two leaders clad in python ropes. Not good. Block Wei Qi Jingda, one shouted, urgently directing the nearby soldiers to intercept the advancing Wei Qi Gong. Witnessing this, Li Ran's mind sparked with realization. Is this the Xuanwu Gate incident? Any person of Chinese descent would have heard of this historical event. Could it be that history is repeating itself? Silence enveloped them. Yet their thoughts aligned with Li Ran's. Today, they were witnessing the historical Xuanwu Gate incident anew. At that moment, Wei Qi Gong brandished his iron whip with unstoppable might, sweeping aside the soldiers attempting to hinder him. Seeing the inevitable momentum of Wei Qi Gong, the prince clad in bright yellow robes, and Li Yuanji hastily turned their steeds to flee. Nowhere to run, came a sudden, thunderous shout. At that moment, a general clad in armor, wielding golden twin mallets, charged forth from the city gates. Blocking the way was Qin Shubao, with Wei Qi Gong hot on their heels. Despite the multitude of soldiers, Prince Li Jianxing and Li Yuanji felt as though they were trapped with no escape. In a fit of desperation, Li Yuanji drew his bow and shot an arrow at the surrounded King Li Shimin. However, the urgency led to a hasty shot, missing its mark. Undeterred, he loosed another arrow. King Li Shimin, calm and composed, also knocked an arrow, his target being Prince Li Jianxing. In contrast, he released his arrow with precision, striking true. The arrow pierced through Li Jianxing and Appo's chest. In that fateful moment upon his steed, Li Jianxing could not fathom how he, a prince, met his demise so swiftly. Upon witnessing the prince's death, Li Yuanji's face turned ashen as he fled on horseback, with Wei Qi Gong hot on his trail, soon brandishing Li Yuanji's bloodied head. The prince is dead. Surrender or face execution. King Li Shimin raised the head of Li Jianxing high. The once valiant faction of the prince, seeing the tide turned, hastily discarded their weapons and surrendered. The Xuanwu Gate incident thus concluded decisively. The second prince, King Qin, who would become the future Emperor Taizong of Tang, was poised to usher in a prosperous era. Just when everyone believed the scene had reached its conclusion, the deceased princes Li Jianxing and Li Yuanji suddenly transformed into two golden dragons, spiraling above. In an instant, the dragons morphed into two ominous, tempestuous demonic dragons, swirling through the clouds. From atop the city wall, the onlookers witnessed a shift in the scene, revealing countless commoners in ancient garb kneeling in supplication. The entire Tang dynasty faced calamity. One side suffered a severe drought, while the other was inundated with torrential rains, causing numerous homes to collapse. The people were in dire straits, and Emperor Li Shimin was deeply troubled. At this juncture, a Taoist priest, an old monk, a Confucian scholar, and a soldier volunteered their services. United, this quartet succeeded in sealing the two rampaging demonic dragons beneath the ancient Guanyin Zen temple. Once the formation was established, Emperor Li Shimin utilized the finest calligraphy and a jade rui as the heart of the seal to contain the dragons. The spectators beheld Emperor Taizong himself planting a ginkgo tree atop the grand tomb. As they absorbed this sight, they noticed before them two colossal bronze coffins. Within the larger coffin stood a middle-aged man clad in a bright yellow dragon robe. The man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze seemingly encompassing the entirety of the realm. One among them suddenly exclaimed, "You are Emperor Taizong Li Shimin?" With this utterance, the assembled cultivators were taken aback. Could it be that Emperor Taizong Li Shimin still lives? Such a revelation would indeed be earth-shattering. The man shook his head, saying, "I am not His Majesty. I am merely a tree that His Majesty personally planted." The tree planted by Emperor Taizong Li Shimin? They realized it was the ancient ginkgo tree before them. A collective sigh of relief washed over them. Had he been the emperor, they would have fled at once, a living Emperor Taizong would undoubtedly be an extraordinary figure, far beyond their capabilities to confront. Yet, a transformed millennium-old ginkgo tree was another matter entirely. Goodness! If you are not the Emperor, why the elaborate attire? It's quite alarming. They exclaimed. I am the ginkgo tree named Gongsun Xing, planted by His Majesty, tasked with guarding this tomb. How am I to frighten you? The ancient ginkgo tree regarded them with a bemused expression. Indeed, they realized they had intruded upon this sacred space. A hint of embarrassment flickered across their faces. Yet none chose to retreat. Having arrived at this juncture, it was only fitting that they did not leave empty-handed. Chapter 80. A millennium of schemes. Gongsun Xing addressed the assembly, saying, most of you have come here in pursuit of the treasures within the tomb. However, I am not one to disregard reason. Present me with a justification for your presence, and I shall grant you an opportunity. The crowd was taken aback by her words. While they could have resorted to force, this was her domain. Engaging in conflict here would surely entail significant repercussions. A peaceful resolution would undoubtedly be preferable. Wang Wenqian stepped forward, clasping his fist in respect. Esteemed elder, I am a descendant of the sage of calligraphy, Wang Shiji. I have come to reclaim my ancestors' land Tingyi Su. I kindly request your permission. Gongsun Xing regarded Wang Wenqian thoughtfully and nodded. Ah, so you are a descendant of Wang Shiji. That indeed provides a reason for your presence. Taoist Qingmu advanced, stating, esteemed elder, I seek to retrieve a longevity talisman belonging to my sect. Thus, it became clear that Taoist Qingmu and Appo's objective was the Jade Talisman. Gongsun Xing nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, that is also a valid reason. She then turned her gaze towards the remaining individuals. The Fire Dragon Fairy scoffed. Humph. Is there any land beneath heaven that does not belong to the Emperor? Everything within this grand tomb is the property of the state. The Tang dynasty has been gone for many years. Do you truly believe you can impose such claims upon me? Her stance was resolute, yet her argument bore some merit. The crowd glanced at the Fire Dragon Fairy, astonished by her audacity to claim it all. Their attention shifted towards the Confucian scholars. One of them proclaimed, the land Tingyi Su is a treasure cherished by all literati. It rightfully belongs to those of virtue. This rationale struck a chord, and Gongsun Xing nodded in agreement. Now, only a few from the apothecary garden remained. Following Gongsun Xing's gaze, everyone looked towards Li Ran. Is it my turn to speak? Li Ran pointed to himself. Esteemed elder, you two have transcended into a spiritual form. We are from the apothecary garden, and while others seek treasures, my intent is singular. I have come for you. Come with me, and I shall ensure you are treated with the utmost respect. He gazed at Gongsun Xing with fervent eyes. Gongsun Xing and Appo's expression twitched slightly. Your justification is rather tenuous, yet it holds some validity. Taoist Qingmu inquired, in that case, esteemed elder, may we take the items within the tomb? Gongsun Xing shook her head. Not so. Once the land Tingyi Su and the longevity talisman are removed, the two demonic dragons imprisoned within the bronze coffin will undoubtedly be unleashed. Therefore, you still need to. The Fire Dragon Fairy interjected impatiently. Then let us take the dragons along with us. Gongsun Xing, unperturbed by the interruption, continued. A millennium ago, Yuan Tiangang foretold that you would enter this grand tomb today. For 1,000 years, I have maintained a great array here, awaiting your arrival. Today, with the Tao, Buddhist, Confucian, and Humanist factions united, you can jointly vanquish the dragons. What? The realization that their arrival had been anticipated by Yuan Tiangang sent a ripple of unease through the crowd. Although entering the grand tomb had required considerable effort, it had not been insurmountable. In truth, the guardians of the four sects acted merely as filters. As long as they met the criteria, entry was granted. Li Ran asked, what was the purpose of the questions you posed earlier? Gongsun Xing replied, I have been here for a millennium, and since you have arrived, I wish to engage in conversation. The assembled individuals fell silent. Gongsun Xing continued, if you wish to claim the treasures, you must pay a certain price. I shall activate the great array, creating a separate barrier. You need only vanquish the two dragons to exit safely. I appreciate your cooperation. With that, Gongsun Xing vanished, and the ground began to tremble violently. The iron chains binding the massive bronze coffin snapped one by one, and piercing roars erupted from within. As thick demonic energy spilled forth, the chilling roars sent shivers through the hearts of the crowd. These dragons were formidable. Despite being imprisoned for a millennium, their power was not to be underestimated. Some of the less experienced cultivators trembled at the sound, sensing the overwhelming demonic aura that was perilously close to rivaling that of celestial beings. We have been ensnared, someone exclaimed in alarm, attempting to retreat. However, as they reached the entrance, an invisible force blocked their path. The crowd erupted in curses directed at Gongsun Xing, trapped within as they faced the imminent threat of the two dragons. With a thunderous crash, the heavy lid of the bronze coffin burst open, shaking the ground beneath them. At this juncture, we must unite to confront the two dragons, Daoist Qingmu declared, being the most experienced and powerful among them. Many voiced their agreement, and each began to summon their magical artifacts, preparing for battle. Yet some cultivators felt a sense of trepidation. They had come merely to seek treasures, not to engage in a confrontation with dragons, which seemed a losing proposition. Another loud bang resonated as another coffin lid was flung aside, intensifying the demonic energy that clouded their vision. Suddenly, two objects soared from the coffins, hovering in midair, emanating a powerful aura that sustained the great array. One of them was the Lantingi Su. A sharp-eyed individual noticed a particular item among them. As the crowd turned to look, they beheld the scroll exuding a righteous aura, obstructing the onslaught of demonic energy. Is that the longevity talisman? Daoist Qingmu mused. A verdant jade talisman radiated a peculiar energy that also suppressed the demonic aura. Li Ran felt an inexplicable familiarity with the talisman, reminiscent of a long-lost friend, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it before. At that moment, a disciple from the Daoist sect could no longer contain himself. In a flash, he darted towards the floating longevity talisman, eager to seize it. No. Daoist Qingmu attempted to intervene, but it was too late. A shadow of malevolence erupted from the coffin, enveloping the disciple. Ah! A chilling scream echoed as the crowd and Apos' hearts tightened. When the demonic energy dissipated, they beheld a middle-aged man clad in a bright yellow dragon robe gripping the disciple and Apos' neck. The disciple had been drained of life, reduced to a lifeless husk, his essence completely consumed. Li Shimen, do you think you can suppress me forever? I am the emperor of the Tang, and I demand the return of all that is mine. Li Jianqing, engulfed in demonic energy, tightened his grip, causing the disciple to disintegrate into countless ashes. Ah! Another scream pierced the air. The crowd turned to see a Confucian disciple, who had attempted to snatch the Lantingi Su when no one was watching, meeting the same fate as the Taoist disciple, now reduced to a mere corpse. Li Shimen, we have returned. I demand blood for blood. Li Yuanji laughed maniacally, his voice echoing in the chamber. Chapter 81. The Riding of Benevolence and Righteousness. From within the copper coffin emerged two figures, Li Jianqing and Li Yuanji, both formidable demonic dragons. At this moment, a palpable aura of malevolence radiated from them, instilling a sense of dread in the hearts of lower-tier cultivators. Ah, you lackeys of Li Shimen, I offer you a singular opportunity. Pledge your loyalty to me and assist in reclaiming the Tang dynasty, and I shall ensure your lives are filled with wealth and glory. Li Jianqing proclaimed, looking down upon the multitude of cultivators. In that instant, he embodied the very essence of a nation and Apos, as crown prince, determined to reclaim the throne that rightfully belonged to him. The Tang dynasty has been in ruins for over a millennium. How dare a mere dragon like you expect our allegiance? The Fire Flood Fairy was the first to challenge him. Who are you? She inquired, gazing at Li Jianqing, who was clad in dark robes. The Fire Flood Fairy, known for her fierce disposition and few words, immediately launched an attack against Li Jianqing. I am the reincarnation of a true dragon. A mere fire flood is unworthy to contend with me, he scoffed, exhaling a plume of demonic energy. A thunderous roar echoed as he transformed into a pitch-black demonic dragon, releasing waves of malevolence. Unyielding, the Fire Flood Fairy reverted to her true form, a blazing fire flood, and engaged in a fierce struggle with the demonic dragon. Now, called out Daoist Qingmu, soaring into the air on his sword, directing one of his blades toward Li Yuanji. With a ferocious roar, Li Yuanji too morphed into a demonic dragon, unleashing a torrent of dark energy. Witnessing this, other disciples of the Daoist sect sprang into action to confront Li Yuanji's dragon form. The remaining Confucian and Wang family disciples exchanged glances. Which side do we support? A Confucian disciple inquired. Naturally, we shall confront Li Jianqing. The Lanting preface lies in his possession. Let us unite to vanquish him. With that, the Confucian and Wang disciples launched their assault on Li Jianqing. Despite facing numerous adversaries, Li Jianqing, as the crown prince, possessed unparalleled cultivation, maintaining an upper hand even in a one versus many scenario. Today, I shall hone my mastery of the supreme demonic path with you as my practice dummies. Let the demonic tide sweep across this realm. The demonic energy surged, overwhelming many cultivators who found themselves blinded and unable to move. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air as a Confucian disciple was reduced to a mere husk. What sorcery is this? gasped the onlookers. Be wary. This demonic dragon harbors 7 soul fragments concealed within the dark energy. The fire flood fairy warned urgently, engaged in combat with the main body of the dragon. Burn. Foul creature. Let my flames destroy you. She bellowed, unleashing fiery energy that began to consume the dark aura. Crackling sounds filled the air as the fire illuminated 7 shadowy figures lurking within. The Confucian disciples huddled together, rallying their spirits. Brothers, our righteous aura can suppress the demonic energy. Let us unite our strength with the righteousness song to combat this fiend, one of them declared, beginning to recite. In heaven and earth resides righteousness, manifesting in myriad forms. Below, the rivers and mountains; above, the sun and stars. In man, it is the grand and righteous spirit, filling the vast expanse. The imperial path must be clear and pure, embracing harmony and illuminating the court. In times of hardship, one's true character emerges, leaving its mark in vivid colors. In the annals of Qi, in the brush of Jin, the Confucian disciples recited the righteousness song in unison, and as their voices rose, waves of righteous energy filled the grand tomb. The once overpowering demonic aura began to dissipate. I am the crown prince of a nation, without my decree. You mere scholars are but commoners, Li Jianqing sneered, taking note of the waning effect of his malevolence. He swiftly distanced himself from the fire flood fairy, revealing the imperial seal of the crown prince. With a decisive motion, he struck the air, shattering the righteous aura that had begun to suppress him. Though he was not an emperor, the seal of a crown prince held significant authority over the scholars. The demonic energy surged once more, wild and rampant. The emperor is unkind. We shall admonish him with our lives. This mere crown prince lacks understanding of righteousness. He should yield, the Confucian disciples declared. Undeterred by Li Jianqing and Apos' display of power, we uphold benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, faith, courage, sincerity, forgiveness, loyalty, filial piety, and brotherly love. And we shall refute your claim as crown prince. The sky above bore witness as the Confucian disciples summoned the 10 virtues, their righteous energy piercing the demonic haze like nails. Boldly, you rebel against your superiors. You shall be punished. Li Jianqing roared in fury. Yet it was not too late. I shall inscribe these 10 virtues. Wang Wenxian exclaimed, producing a green bamboo brush, an artifact once wielded by the sage of calligraphy. Many recognized its significance. Wang Wenxian bowed slightly, then began to inscribe the character for benevolence. As the character formed, a tangible essence of righteous energy coalesced. In an instant, the character shot forth toward Li Jianqing. Impudent! He gasped, hastily expelling demonic energy in a futile attempt to block it. However, the character, sharp and unyielding, was akin to the world's most lethal blade. With a resounding crash, the character struck Li Jianqing, binding him with chains forged from the essence of benevolence. Roar! Li Jianqing, transformed into a demonic dragon, thrashed violently, desperately attempting to break free from the chains of benevolence. Wang Wenqian, drenched in sweat from the exertion of binding the crown prince with the sage's brush, gritted his teeth and began to inscribe the character for righteousness. Should the crown prince lack benevolence and righteousness, then he could be dismissed. Yet inscribing such virtues was no simple task. With trembling hands, he persevered. Grant him assistance. The Wang clan rallied around Wang Wenqian, channeling their righteous energy into his hand. With renewed vigor, he completed the character, and the fire flood fairy rejoiced, unleashing flames to suppress the dragon form of Li Jianqing. The enormous character for righteousness descended upon him, solidifying the essence of benevolence and righteousness. A group of pedantic scholars dares to bind me. I shall unleash a slaughter upon you. Li Jianqing bellowed, casting the imperial seal into the air, which erupted into a torrent of demonic energy. This energy manifested as a legion of armored soldiers wielding weapons, as he sought to crush the Confucians with sheer military might. The oppressive aura of authority silenced the scholars, leaving many feeling overwhelmed by the wrath of the crown prince. Could they endure the consequences of his fury? Chapter 82. The white tiger gains wings. Upon witnessing this, the fire serpent fairy hastily produced 2 bronze tiger tokens. Do you believe you can command legions? With the emergence of the tokens, the crown prince fell into chaos. She merged the 2 bronze tokens, thereby acquiring the authority to command vast armies. Instantly, a multitude of soldiers clad in crimson armor appeared behind the fire serpent fairy. At her command, they surged forth, charging towards the legion formed from the essence of demonic energy. The cacophony of battle cries echoed deafeningly within the grand tomb, as countless soldiers clashed. Yet, Li Jianqing found himself ensnared by the chains of righteousness, which tightened with each passing moment. Should the crown prince act without virtue? he would be subdued by the very principles he sought to disregard. This was a tug of war. Should Li Jianxing falter under the weight of righteousness, he would be annihilated. Conversely, if he withstood the constraints, he could ultimately emerge as a tyrant, a nightmare for all scholars across the realm. On the other hand, Li Yuanji appeared somewhat weaker than the crown prince Li Jianxing. Daoist Qingmu engaged him in combat, while disciples of the Daoist sect sought opportunities to strike from the sidelines. A moment's negligence could lead to a surprise attack. Big White, how goes it? Do you possess the confidence to bring that dragon down? Li Ran patted Big White's head. With a howl, Big White suddenly transformed, assuming its true form. A white tiger divine beast, exclaimed one of the Daoist disciples, startled by Big White's sudden emergence. Big White let out a fierce roar directed at the dragon-like Li Yuanji. Daoist Qingmu's face lit up with delight. I did not expect the descendant of the white tiger divine beast to appear. If this creature can return to the sect, it shall become our guardian deity. Li Ran glanced at Shennong Yunyun and remarked, that jade talisman feels oddly familiar to me. Do you sense it as well? Shennong Yunyun responded, that must be the everlasting vine. Very well, let us have Big White retrieve it. With a mighty roar, the white tiger lunged at the demonic dragon. The clash of tiger and dragon ensued, with one side representing a millennium-old demon and the other, a divine beast progeny. Who would ultimately prevail? I beseech the Holy General to lend me your strength. Daoist Qingmu gestured, for within the Daoist sect, the white tiger held a revered status. Often referred to as the Holy General, Big White was wholly cooperative. Defeating the demonic dragon was paramount for any further developments. Big White soared through the air, treading upon the demonic energy as if it were the descended white tiger divine beast, entangled with the dragon. Our sect possesses the technique of ascension, Daoist Qingmu stated. Holy General, I shall bestow upon you a pair of heavenly wings. Two small swords enlarged and affixed themselves to Big White's sides, and a pair of wings unfurled magnificently. With the white tiger gaining wings, it stood as a divine beast in its own right. Few creatures throughout history could rival the white tiger, rendering the demonic dragon somewhat inadequate by comparison. As the white tiger and the dragon wrestled, waves of demonic energy were torn asunder. You dare to lay a hand on this king? You seek death. Li Yuanji roared in fury, attempting to break free from Big White and Appo's grip. Yet, every time he sought to escape, the Daoist disciples unleashed their attacks upon him, leaving Li Yuanji in a state of defensiveness. With wings now sprouting, Big White grew ever more valiant, its memories and ancestral knowledge flooding back. The white tiger divine beast was known to consume dragonkind, and as the battle progressed, Big White became increasingly adept. Daoist Qingmu nodded in approval. The bloodline of this white tiger was exceptionally pure, and should its spiritual energy not wane, it might one day evolve into a true white tiger divine beast. The Daoist disciples below marveled silently, some even contemplating bringing this white tiger divine beast back with them. Witnessing this, Li Ran could only shake his head in disbelief. How dare these venerable Daoist priests covet Big White? With Big White firmly established in the lead, all that remained was to exhaust the powers of the dragon manifested by Li Yuanji. Li Ran felt a burgeoning desire to test his own strength. 9 swords of the void. 9 small swords swirled behind him, spinning incessantly. However, the power he wielded with the 9 swords paled in comparison to that of Peony Fairy. Many Daoist disciples turned their gaze towards Li Ran. You can wield the 9 swords of the void. Daoist Qingmu noticed Li Ran's actions. Li Ran remained silent, channeling all his energy into the 9 swords. Go. With a pointed gesture, the sword sliced through the demonic energy, targeting Li Yuanji. The sound of piercing filled the air as the sword swiftly penetrated the dragon's defenses and struck Li Yuanji, though the damage inflicted was minimal, only scraping off some of the dragon scales. Li Ran felt a twinge of disappointment. Again, he clasped his hands and thrust them forward. With a resounding thud, the 9 swords plunged into the dragon's body. How dare you, lowly wretch, inflict pain upon me? You seek death. Li Yuanji held in agony. The realization that he had harmed a creature of such higher caliber filled Li Ran with joy. However, the next moment, he hastily retreated to preserve his life. As Li Yuanji had turned his attention towards him, lunging forward with fury. How dare you harm my darling? I shall smite you. Shennong Yunyun leaped onto Big White's back, and green vines erupted forth, striking Li Yuanji and Appo's dragon form with a resounding crack. The dragon roared in pain as Shennong Yunyun relentlessly lashed out with the vines, resembling a herder driving cattle across the plains. This spectacle left many Daoist disciples, who were engaged in the assault against the dragon, utterly astonished. Well done. Keep striking him. Just as they had fully subdued Li Yuanji, a sudden scream pierced the air. It was Li Jianqing, bound tightly by the chains of righteousness, which were purging his demonic essence, causing him to wail in torment. You shall perish. Seeing this, the fire serpent fairy recognized a golden opportunity. In a flash, she transformed into a fiery blaze and charged towards Li Jianqing. However, just as she neared him, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Li Jianqing's eyes. The tail of the dragon lashed out suddenly, striking the fire serpent fairy like a flaming projectile. With a thunderous roar, Li Jianqing produced a regal crown. I shall ascend the throne and abolish Confucianism. What is this? Gasped the Confucianists in astonishment. It was the crown of the emperor. Li Jianqing intended to seize power, casting aside virtue to declare himself sovereign. With a resounding explosion, Li Jianqing donned the crown, breaking free from the chains of righteousness. This is bad. He intends to escape. Some realized Li Jianqing was employing the golden cicada's shedding technique and rushed to obstruct him. Wang Wenxian hurled his bamboo brush, seeking to immobilize the crown prince. The pen of the sage of books could also be swept into the dust of the mortal realm. Suddenly, an elderly figure appeared, wielding a broom. With a swift motion, he swept away the advancing bamboo brush. The once righteous brush, now sullied by the broom, was forced back. Who are you? The fire serpent fairy exclaimed in shock at the sudden appearance of this mysterious figure. Chapter 83. The Undying Herb. However, the elder did not respond to the fire serpent fairy. Instead, he swiftly darted towards Xiong Yunyun. A sudden shock gripped Qingmu Daoist's heart. The aura he sensed was likely that of an immortal. Be cautious, he urgently warned Xiong Yunyun. At this moment, Xiong Yunyun, too, sensed an approaching presence and hastily retreated. The choice of reincarnation was made. Whether undying or not, the elder chuckled softly. Suddenly, the elder struck with an open palm, causing Xiong Yunyun and Appo's expression to harden. She quickly attempted to block, but it was too late. The blow landed squarely on her back, and with a splatter of blood, she fell to the ground. Damn it. Die. Li Ran shouted in anger upon witnessing this scene. 9 swords of the void, kill. The 9 swords, propelled to their utmost limit by Li Ran, was towards the elder. Unfazed, the elder stood still as the swords pierced through his body. With a series of soft thuds, the 9 swords penetrated the elder. Yet he showed no sign of discomfort. Soon, everyone observed the elder's wounds healing at an astonishing rate. He cast his gaze towards the injured Xiong Yunyun and hastily pursued her. Undying is well and good, but I still seek eternal life. Stay here, eternal life fine. His objective was clear as he chased after Xiong Yunyun. Master, we are here to assist you. Li Yuanji and Li Jianqing rejoiced upon realizing the elder was there to aid them. These cultivators are the nourishment for your transformation. The method of undying I imparted to you. Why is it of no use? The elder inquired nonchalantly. A hint of hesitation crossed Li Jianqing and Li Yuanji and Appo's faces. However, with no options left, the two transformed into demon dragons, their forms reduced to mere skeletons. From these skeletal remains sprouted clusters of pitch-black grass, resembling hair. It appeared as though these bones had emerged from the earth itself, a terrifying sight indeed. At that moment, black grass erupted from the crevices of the ancient tomb. The grass bore strange patterns, as if it were breathing, absorbing the essence of all living beings nearby with each breath. These were true demon dragons. As they inhaled, everyone within the tomb felt a sudden instability beneath them. This is bad. They intend to siphon our essence. Everyone act quickly. Panic ensued as the crowd realized the identity of this sudden intruder. Li Ran felt a rush of urgency as he saw Xiong Yunyun on the verge of being caught. This elder possessed unparalleled power. Killing Xiong Yunyun would be effortless for him. Stop right there, Li Ran commanded. The 9 swords swirling around him in an attempt to thwart the elder and Appo's advance. Yet, the elder dismissed Li Ran and Appo's swords entirely, remaining unscathed even as they pierced his form. Was he truly unkillable? Eternal life fine, you shall remain. The elder and Appo's eyes gleamed with greed as he reached out to grasp Xiong Yunyun and Appo's back. The white tiger lunged forward to intercept. However, the elder swatted it down effortlessly, leaving the white tiger incapacitated on the ground, unable to resist. So, the undying herb. Is it? Let me see if you truly are immortal. A vine lashed out, striking the elder's waist with force. Ling Xiao soared into action, blocking the elder's path. The elder, already severed in two, quickly reassembled, healing in a manner that suggested true immortality. Suddenly, Ling Xiao and Appo's appearance obstructed the elder. At that moment, Li Ran hurriedly flew down to catch the falling Xiong Yunyun. Upon reaching the ground, Xiong Yunyun coughed up blood. Are you all right? Li Ran anxiously supported Xiong Yunyun, but she lay weakly in his arms, her complexion pale. She stammered, each word accompanied by a surge of blood. Li Ran's heart ached at the sight. Damn it! Ling Xiao, kill him! Kill him now! Rage surged within Li Ran towards this unexpected elder. The elder, however, merely scoffed as he surveyed the crowd, then leapt into the air. Block him. Do not let him take the treasures. Qingmu Daoist. Noticing the elder's intent to seize the eternal life jade and Lanting preface, rushed to intervene. The Fire Serpent Fairy, the Wang family, and Confucianists all joined in the effort to halt the elder. Humph. A man is trying to stop a chariot, foolishly overestimating yourselves. The elder unleashed a palm strike midair. In an instant, a surge of demonic energy erupted, sending numerous cultivators flying. Those with lower cultivation levels spat blood and fainted. Qingmu Daoist felt his vitality surge as he was struck by the force of the palm. What immense power! Who is this person? With each hand grasping the Lanting preface and eternal life jade, the elder laughed heartily. Ah, a bunch of ants. Today, you shall all remain. His arrogance was palpable. Yet he had the strength to back it, as everyone present was no match for him. The Fire Serpent Fairy glared fiercely at the elder. Who are you? Ling Xiao answered on behalf of the elder. He is the undying herb that Su Fu sought across the seas, or perhaps the herb personally cultivated by Giguzi. Haha. I didn't expect the apothecary to have such thorough background checks on me. Quite impressive. What? The undying herb personally cultivated by Giguzi? So it is a millennium-old spiritual herb. The undying herb, a legendary celestial herb, was said to be what Su Fu sought during his voyages, as it was a crucial ingredient in concocting the elixir of immortality. Little did they know that this elder was the undying herb itself. The Fire Serpent Fairy, true to her name, immediately expressed her defiance. How fortuitous! I shall refine you. The undying herb, and ascend as a dragon. Before she could finish her words, the Fire Serpent Fairy charged forward. The elder merely chuckled, his demonic energy flashing as he appeared before her. A mere fire serpent dares to speak so boldly? You seek death. With fingers interlocked, he lunged for the Fire Serpent Fairy's neck. In response, she exhaled a fiery orb. The intense heat evaporated the surrounding demonic energy. Yet, that was not the end. The Fire Serpent Fairy swiftly grasped, unleashing a massive fiery claw that obscured the sky. But she did not aim for the undying herb. Her true targets were the Lanting preface and eternal life jade. Unbeknownst to many, her seemingly reckless charge was a clever diversion. A clever ruse, the elder scoffed. Begone! With a wave of his hand, a torrent of demonic energy surged forth, overwhelming the Fire Serpent Fairy. The flames enveloping her were extinguished instantly. With a cry of despair, the Fire Serpent Fairy plummeted heavily to the ground, her aura in disarray, her hair disheveled, no longer resembling the celestial being she once was. Chapter 84. The Undying True Qi. How formidable! I never anticipated that the Fire Flood Fairy would be defeated so swiftly. The prowess of the undying herb truly surpasses expectations. Master, I wish to refine them to augment my cultivation. Li Jianqing approached the elder of the undying herb. Very well. Restore your strength promptly, so we may attend to matters together. With that, Li Jianqing and Li Yuanji transformed into two skeletal dragons and launched themselves at the crowd. Initially, they suffered considerable setbacks, but with the intervention of the undying herb, they managed to injure the Fire Flood Fairy and several cultivators, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. And the atmosphere grew tense. The undying herb showed no concern for the many cultivators present, directing its gaze towards Li Ran and Xiong Yunyun. To my surprise, the Chongqing vine has reincarnated as a human. It began to move slowly towards Xiong Yunyun and Li Ran. Ling Xiao stepped forward to block the undying herb's path. Is the undying herb truly immortal? I find myself intrigued. You will discover the answer through experience. In contrast, the elder of the undying herb regarded Ling Xiao with considerable trepidation. Ling Xiao's frequency of engagement was commendable, and the time of his transformation was merely a few centuries apart from that of the undying herb. Although the elder's cultivation was indeed superior, Ling Xiao belonged to the apothecary garden, a protector of spiritual herbs, equipped with numerous methods to counteract them. Do you believe your undying heart can withstand the refining of this artifact? Ling Xiao declared, conjuring an object from thin air. The previously relaxed expression on the elder's face shifted dramatically. The Shennong cauldron. How could it be in your possession? In Ling Xiao and Appo's grasp was a small bronze cauldron that began to spin rapidly with the activation of his powers. No spiritual herb remains unafraid of the Shennong cauldron, save for the legendary tree of life. Although the undying herb boasts immortality, it is still fundamentally a spiritual herb, if refined by the Shennong cauldron. Even immortality would succumb to death. I may fear the Shennong cauldron, but that depends on who wields it. Ling Xiao, you remain too feeble. Undying True Qi. The elder of the undying herb waved his sleeve, unleashing two peculiar energies towards Ling Xiao. Fear not. With a resounding clang, Ling Xiao struck the Shennong cauldron, which instantly expanded to the size of a small mountain, crashing down upon the elder. Undying True Qi. The elder spat forth another stream of undying True Qi, which transformed into a massive hand, supporting the descending Shennong cauldron. Once more, Ling Xiao lifted the cauldron again, but the clash between the two yielded no clear victor. While the elder wielded undying True Qi, the Shennong cauldron possessed the ability to suppress all spiritual herbs. Goodness, I cannot endure this. Xiang Yunyun coughed repeatedly. Having sustained a severe injury from the elder's earlier attack, her face occasionally displayed a dark aura, the result of the undying True Qi infiltrating her body. Xiang Yunyun struggled to suppress the invasive energy, yet the disparity between her cultivation and that of the elder was substantial. Moreover, the undying True Qi was exceedingly domineering, eroding her very bloodline. Nonsense, I will be fine. Li Ran held Xiang Yunyun, his heart heavy as he witnessed her suffering. The undying True Qi is corroding my Changxing essence within. It has been my nemesis since our previous life, a Changxing against an undying. The two are inherently incompatible. In the primordial days, the Changxing vine clung to the tree of life to comprehend the essence of longevity, while the undying herb grew beneath it, grasping the essence of immortality. Currently, Xiang Yunyun has yet to realize her previous life's understanding of longevity, rendering her incapable of suppressing the undying True Qi. Goodness. Tell me, did you ever harbor feelings for me? Xiang Yunyun gazed at Li Ran with sincerity in her eyes. Li Ran was momentarily taken aback, while Su Hongdo nearby felt curious. Ling Xiao and the undying herb were locked in a fierce struggle, leaving Su Hongdo unable to intervene. Her sole desire was to protect Li Ran, leaving everything else momentarily aside. Why you please don't say that. Generally, such inquiries precede calamity. Aren't you the reincarnation of the Changxing vine? Don't speak recklessly. Xiang Yunyun looked earnestly at Li Ran. Speak. Dear, did you ever like me? Faced with her gaze, Li Ran found himself at a loss for words. Did he have feelings for Xiang Yunyun? In all honesty, he thought she was truly wonderful. Aside from her being from Sichuan and Chongqing, initially he believed his affection was merely a fleeting effect of the peach blossom spring technique, thinking it would fade with time. However, Xiang Yunyun demonstrated through her actions that affection is an enduring sentiment. I do like you, Li Ran admitted. But right now, that is of little importance. You must recuperate quickly. I have ginseng essence and leaves of Hisho Wu for you to consume. With urgency, Li Ran retrieved the leaves they had gathered earlier and crushed them, feeding them to Xiang Yunyun. He then produced a vial of Yaoqi holy water, administering it to her as well. Indeed, after consuming it, Xiang Yunyun's complexion improved considerably. Yet, this state was fleeting. The undying True Qi surged once more, rendering her weak again. It's futile. The undying True Qi thrives on siphoning the vitality of other beings to sustain itself. No amount of medicine will avail me. Another cough escaped Xiang Yunyun. What then? Li Ran found himself at a loss. How could this be happening? At that moment, Ling Xiao was embroiled in a fierce battle with the undying herb. Ghost Valley illusion technique. The elder of the undying herb suddenly exhaled 3 streams of undying True Qi, enveloping Ling Xiao within. The 3 streams swirled like paintbrushes, intricately crafting a world around him, trapping Ling Xiao and making escape nearly impossible. This was the Ghost Valley illusion technique, a profound art from the lineage of Giguzi. After expelling the 3 streams of Ghost Valley True Qi, the elder's own aura waned significantly, indicating that even the undying True Qi was not infinite in supply. Repeatedly unleashing it took a considerable toll on him. I shall confine you for a moment. I will consume the reincarnation of the Changxing vine. Ha ha ha. The elder, seeing Ling Xiao ensnared, urged the Shennong cauldron to strike again. Knowing that this stalemate could not last long and that swift resolution was paramount. Gongsun Xing, how long will you remain a mere spectator? Ling Xiao bellowed. Recognizing that to safeguard Li Ran and the others, Gongsun Xing needed to intervene. Just as the undying herb hastened towards Li Ran, Gongsun Xing, adorned in royal robes, appeared abruptly to block its path. Begone. Do you think you can obstruct me? The elder roared, striking out at Gongsun Xing with a powerful slap. To his astonishment, Gongsun Xing could not withstand even a single blow, sent flying by the force. Li Ran felt a wave of dismay. I thought her a formidable figure. Turns out she is but a novice. Is this truly a millennium-old spiritual herb? Ha ha ha, Chongqing Vine, little did I suspect that after all this time, you would fall into my hands today. Once I refine your reincarnation, I shall attain immortality, the elder proclaimed, grasping eagerly with one hand while the other began to inscribe a seal to tear through space. Not a chance. Li Ran would not allow him to succeed, disregarding the disparity in their strengths, and threw a punch at the elder. Humph, little brat, step into my realm of immortality. The elder seized Li Ran and Shennong Yuan, pulling them into the domain of the undying. Chapter 85. A single-finger Su Hongdo wished to intervene, yet it was too late. Gong Sun Xing, you inept fool. How could you not stop him? Ling Xiao berated Gong Sun Xing, who had been sent flying by a single slap. Gong Sun Xing's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, "What can I do? That is an immortal entity. Even a mere immortal clone is beyond our capacity to contend with. Moreover, he possesses an immortal domain, arriving and departing without a trace. What can I possibly do?" It was astonishing that a mere clone could wield such formidable power. Ling Xiao, witnessing Li Ran and his companions being drawn into the immortal domain, urgently activated the divine farmer and Apos' cauldron, striving to shatter the illusions of the Ghost Valley. Though he appeared to remain stationary, he was, in truth, ensnared within an illusion. Before him loomed a towering mountain, obstructing his path. He could sense the outside world, yet escape was impossible. The only recourse was to strike the mountain with the divine farmer's cauldron until it collapsed, allowing him to break free. The white tiger let out a fierce growl. Though it had received a blow, it was not infused with immortal true energy, suffering only superficial injuries. Seeing Li Ran taken, it was consumed with rage. With a mighty roar, it shook its head and charged to attack the three streams of immortal true energy. Only Ling Xiao could save Li Ran now, and it was determined to ensure Li Ran's safety. Su Hongdo, too, employed her cultivation to unravel the immortal true energy from the outside. Meanwhile, on the other side, the brothers Li Jianqing and Li Yuanji were exuding a fierce aura, overpowering Daoist Qingmu and his allies. No one had anticipated the emergence of an existence like the immortal grass. The technique that had forced them back was already akin to that of an immortal. Within the immortal domain, darkness enveloped the surroundings, save for a few patches of grass. The elder of the immortal grass stood before Li Ran and Shennong Yuan, declaring, "In my immortal domain, no one can escape." Li Ran positioned himself to shield Shennong Yuan, summoning 9 small swords to encircle him. He had no choice but to confront the elder. Oh, the 9 swords of Taishiu? It bears a resemblance to El Dombin's true teachings. Alas, your strength is merely at the foundation establishment stage. Were El Dombin here, I might be wary of him. The elder of the immortal grass regarded Li Ran with disdain, as if observing an ant. With a single slap, he could extinguish hundreds like him. If you wish to harm her, you must first pass through me. Li Ran gazed at the elder, summoning all his might. Although he knew he could not kill the elder, he aimed to inflict some damage, perhaps granting him a glimmer of hope. Taishu, break the void, break. He unleashed his attack, and the 9 swords soared forth, their fierce momentum cleaving through the air toward the elder's forehead. And the elder of the immortal grass spat forth, unleashing a wave of immortal true energy to block the advance. The 9 swords were halted, unable to inch closer. The elder then extended his right index finger, spinning it through the air. The immortal true energy formed a vortex, drawing the 9 swords into its depths. The sound of shattering swords echoed. As the vortex crushed them to pieces, Li Ran's complexion paled, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. This was the chasm of power. His concentrated strike was effortlessly dispelled. The disparity was overwhelming. The elder of the immortal grass chuckled darkly. Do you wish to know how I will deal with that young lady? Oh no. It is the eternal life vine. Li Ran remained silent. The elder continued with a sinister grin. Before your very eyes, I shall seize the essence of the eternal life vine, drawing upon her life force, and thus I shall attain immortality. Ha ha. Gritting his teeth, Li Ran fixed his gaze upon the elder. I shall first take a piece of your skin, you decrepit old man. A toad wishes to consume swan flesh. Li Ran, in a desperate act, drained all the energy from his dantian, ready to sacrifice everything, even in death. He vowed to take down this wretched being who dared to threaten Shennong Yuan. Foolish child, I shall first drain your vitality, leaving you barely alive as you watch me claim her essence, the elder taunted. With a flick of his hand, he drew Li Ran toward him. Li Ran struggled fiercely, yet it was futile. He felt akin to a child being toyed with by an adult. Shennong Yuan watched, her heart aflame with fury and a sense of joy for Li Ran's bravery. Yet, she felt no urgency regarding Li Ran's impending doom at the hands of the elder. It was as if she believed he would emerge unscathed. The elder, oblivious to her gaze, felt secure in his dominion within the immortal realm. Grasping Li Ran's forehead, the elder began to absorb his life force using his immortal true energy. At that moment, Li Ran's heart seed within his dantian trembled violently. Suddenly, a massive tree's phantom appeared behind him, towering high, with numerous miniature worlds thriving beneath its trunk. Above it lay an endless starry expanse, while below, an abyss of darkness harbored great worlds clinging to the roots, surviving through the tree's lifeblood. The elder, witnessing this apparition, was taken aback. You? How could you be? The tree's phantom radiated immense pressure, akin to a supreme deity within the infinite void. The elder dared to belittle this divine presence, attempting to strike against it, inviting the wrath of the divine. Ha ha ha, immortal grass, you are but a mere plant. Even then, I never regarded you highly. Do you think a mere blade of grass can rival the celestial tree? Xiong Yunyun coughed, mocking the elder's arrogance. And no, how can you be him? This is impossible. The elder collapsed to his knees, trembling in fear. Li Ran turned to gaze at the towering tree, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Memories flickered through his mind, yet they unfolded too swiftly for him to grasp each frame. Observing the prostrate elder, Li Ran instinctively extended a finger toward him. No, no, no. As he pointed, it was as if a mountain had unleashed a tsunami. What appeared to be an unremarkable gesture was perceived by the elder as a harbinger of annihilation. You are merely a reincarnation. You are not him. He has countless avatars. I fear you not. The elder's visage twisted in rage, for he sensed that this single finger bore only a fraction of the power he remembered. Though formidable, it was insufficient for him to flee. Immortal true energy, eternal life. Through thousands of tribulations, eternally damned. The elder unleashed waves of immortal true energy, striving to evade the impending doom of that singular finger. Even celestial beings would retreat before such a strike. Yet Li Ran's instinctive gesture retained its formidable force. I shall confront you. You are but a reincarnation. I fear you not, for I seek true immortality. In the immortal domain, he cried. Explode. Chapter 86. Is it truly me? The ground began to tremble violently. The realm of immortality, constructed from undying energy, started to dissipate rapidly, akin to darkness retreating before the dawn's light, compressed by the sun's radiant force. The elder of the undying grass detonated his prideful domain in a desperate bid for survival. From ancient times to the present, the undying grass boasted 10 branches. Now, fewer than half remained. Should another branch be eradicated, it would exact an exorbitant toll. Despite its name, the undying grass's invulnerability depended on the adversary it faced. At the very least, should that finger descend, his demise would be certain. Nothing but ashes would remain. I refuse to accept this. The realm of immortality vanished entirely, and the 3 individuals found themselves back within the grand tomb. With a thunderous roar, the entire tomb erupted. The combatants, still engaged in battle, were momentarily bewildered. However, when the shockwave emanating from the elder of the undying grass reached them, panic ensued. Quickly, take cover. The tomb trembled ominously. The cultivators within hastily conjured protective barriers to shield themselves. A few, caught unawares by the shockwave, screamed in agony as they coughed up blood. At that moment, Ling Xiao and Appo's illusionary realm unraveled before his eyes, leaving him astounded. How could this happen? Where are Li Ran and the others? He searched frantically for their figures. Just then, the severely injured elder of the undying grass burst forth from the explosion, seizing the dazed Li Jianqing and Li Yuanji, preparing to flee. Not so fast. Leave them behind. Ling Xiao would not permit his escape and raised the divine farmer's cauldron to strike. The elder barely had time to react before the cauldron struck him squarely, after which he tore through space to escape. Ling Xiao chose not to pursue, but instead searched for Li Ran and Xiong Yunyun. This is bad. The tomb is collapsing. We must flee. Someone cried out as they noticed the ground beneath them cracking open. If we do not leave now, we shall be entombed. Li Ran, caught in the explosion's aftermath, lost consciousness, unaware of the impending collapse around him. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the room, Li Ran awoke groggily, bewildered to find himself in a hotel room. How did I end up here? Warren and Appo's, Tiwi in the grand tomb? Confusion clouded his mind. He attempted to rise, but was immediately struck by a wave of pain, as if his bones had shattered. You're awake. Thank goodness. Su Hongdo hurried over to greet him. How did I end up in a hotel room? Did I fall asleep after the fight last night? He paused, suddenly anxious. Wait. What about that old man? Did you manage to deal with him? Li Ran only recalled the elder of the undying grass seizing him with lethal intent. Then everything faded to black. Su Hongdo grasped Li Ran's hand reassuringly. It's all right now. You're safe. Her gentle gaze offered him solace. Glancing around, Li Ran spotted Dabai sprawled across the bed, fast asleep. Are you all right, Dabai? He remembered being knocked unconscious by Dabai's paw. Dabai lazily stretched, indicating he was fine. How did we return? What about Xiong Yunyan? Is she all right? Li Ran inquired, eager to understand how he had come back. Su Hongdo replied, Don't rush. You need to rest first. Sister Mutant and the others will be here soon. Xiong Yunyan will be fine. As for you, several of your bones are broken. You need to recuperate. Ah, no wonder I'm in so much pain, he winced. Su Hongdo then recounted the events that followed the explosion. After the catastrophic blast, Gongsun Xing's small world naturally collapsed, allowing the cultivators within the tomb to escape. Ling Xiao discovered the unconscious Li Ran and Xiong Yunyan and brought them out. Fortunately, he had also retrieved the longevity jade Rui left behind by the Elder of the Undying Grass. As for the landing preface, it was likely taken by the Elder. Ling Xiao then brought them back to the hotel and treated Li Ran. Now, Li Ran's bones had healed, though he required more time to recover. This minor injury doesn't necessitate a hospital visit. After all, we are from the medicine garden and the lineage of the divine farmer. Seeking hospital care would be akin to slapping our own faces. Li Ran attempted to circulate his energy and found that his dantian had regained most of its vitality. Aside from his heart seed being somewhat sluggish, he felt relatively well. Yet, a vague sense of loss nagged at him. He seemed to have forgotten something vital. He faintly recalled seeing a great tree, but then his memory faded. You're awake just in time. Sister Mutant said you should drink this to aid your recovery. Su Hongdo produced a small green vial and handed it to Li Ran. Upon uncorking it, a delightful aroma wafted forth. Observing Su Hongdo's gentle demeanor, Li Ran chuckled playfully. You have to feed me. I and Appos am injured. Su Hongdo couldn't help but smile at his antics. All right, I'll feed you. With great tenderness, she administered the medicine. Truly, the products of the medicine garden were extraordinary. After consuming the potion, Li Ran felt a tingling sensation coursing through him, and the pain that had plagued him dissipated. If this remedy were to be known outside, it would likely fetch a high price. Yet, knowing the tendencies of domestic capitalists, it might be diluted and sold in larger quantities. I must check on Xiong Yunyan. Once he felt capable of moving freely, Li Ran's first thought was to visit her. Su Hongdo cast a wistful glance at him but assisted him out of the room toward Xiong Yunyan's chamber. Upon arrival, they found Sister Mutant and Huang Fu Bian present, along with individuals from the Jili Miao Mountain. Xiong Yunyan lay pallid upon the bed, her complexion grave. What is the situation? Li Ran approached her bedside. The onlookers regarded him with complex expressions. At that moment, the undying energy surged once more, causing Xiong Yunyan to moan in agony. Why is she still like this? Even with all of you here? Li Ran had assumed that with Sister Mutant and Appos, as her rival, Xiong Yunyan would be recovering. Yet, the grim reality persisted. Ling Xiao, his expression filled with remorse, explained, the Elder of the Undying Grass infused her with a strand of undying energy. Now, regardless of what she consumes, it is absorbed by that energy, leaving us powerless to assist. Indeed, the undying energy was notoriously domineering. Even the medicine garden had no means to counteract it. At that moment, Sister Mutant turned to Huang Fu Bian and said, You must convey to him that I find this unsuitable. Huang Fu Bian appeared somewhat embarrassed, casting a peculiar glance at Li Ran. Why are you all looking at me? Someone save her. Why are you looking at me as if I can perform miracles? Huang Fu Bian and Appos, and nodded, This matter truly requires your intervention. Li Ran, bewildered, pointed to himself. Are you certain? Me? Chapter 87. Be gentle. Huang Fu Bian approached Li Ran and spoke softly to him. After listening to Huang Fu Bian's words, Li Ran looked at him in disbelief. Are you sure we should do this? Is it truly the right course of action? Isn't it a bit too hasty? Huang Fu Bian nodded. Only you can accomplish this. None of us can intervene. Is there no alternative? Li Ran inquired. Huang Fu Bian shook his head. None, unless a celestial being intervenes to transfer the immortal energy. Otherwise, this is the only way. Glancing at Xiong Yunyan, Li Ran conceded. All right. It seemed that the people from the medicine garden were also aware of the situation, creating an atmosphere tinged with ambiguity. The two elders from Jioli Miaoshan noticed the peculiar exchange and sensed something was amiss. Xiang Fei stepped protectively in front of Xiong Yunyan. His face contorted with indignation. What are you planning to do? Li Ran paused. I'm saving her. What else could I do? Then why that look in your eyes? Indeed, the gazes of those around him were odd, laced with ambiguity that was easily misinterpreted. Please don't look at me with that wary expression as if I were a predator. I'm simply out of options. Li Ran waved his hand dismissively. Xiang Fei became agitated. What do you intend to do with Yuan? I know your medicine garden possesses that dual cultivation technique. Don't act recklessly. Before Li Ran's arrival, Huang Fubian had already mentioned this method, which Li Ran was unaware of. To save the immortal energy within Xiong Yunyun, one option was to employ the dual cultivation technique, transferring the immortal energy to another person. However, this was a temporary fix, as the person receiving the energy would also perish. The immortal energy was indestructible and could only be eliminated by celestial beings. The relationship between Xiong Yunyun and Li Ran had long ceased to be a secret in Zhili Miaoshan. As Xiong Fei, Yunyun and Apos, uncle, observed Li Ran's actions, he felt as though he were watching a wild boar ravage his cabbage. Xiong Yunyun coughed lightly. Uncle Fei, it's fine. After all, I will eventually belong to him. Xiong Yunyun was not particularly concerned that Li Ran's transfer of immortal energy would lead to his demise, for she understood Li Ran's capabilities. Even the immortal grass would kneel before him in submission. Moreover, even if they were to engage in that act, she would be willing. Albeit the circumstances were less than ideal. Xiang Fei, visibly anxious, stammered. But, Huang Fu Bian cleared his throat to mask the awkwardness. Do you wish to save her? Besides, the young lady has no objections. What are you worried about? Xiong Fei deflated. Oh, this is a calamity. Your medicine garden has no good people. We're leaving. He shot a fierce glare at Li Ran, akin to a father scolding a wayward son. Fairy Mutant, rarely smiling, remarked, Do your best. We shall take our leave now. Su Hongdo's eyes brimmed with sorrow, yet she remained silent, following the others out. In an instant, the room was left with only Li Ran and Xiong Yunyun on the bed. The atmosphere was thick with tension. A faint blush appeared on Xiong Yunyun and Apos' pale face. Oh dear, I haven't tea-bathed in 2 days. Perhaps I should wash up first? Her eyes reflected a mix of shyness and anticipation. Li Ran stammered, Huh? Bathe? If you do, could you please close the curtains and turn off the lights? I feel a bit shy. It's my first time. Xiong Yunyun looked at him with a bashful expression. What is going on? First time? Li Ran echoed, bewildered. Isn't it just a kiss? It just needs to last a bit longer. Seeing Li Ran's reaction, Xiong Yunyun relented. Okay, could you close the curtains? I don't want to be seen by others. All right. Li Ran drew the curtains, plunging the room into dimness. The soft, yellow light combined with the intimate atmosphere created an enchanting setting. Xiong Yunyun shyly covered her face with the blanket, rustling within it, unsure of what to do. Hey, what's wrong? Be gentle, please. I'm scared. Li Ran hesitated, hand poised to pull back the blanket. Gentle? Fine, I'll be gentle. Xiong Yunyun peeked out from under the blanket, her eyes filled with shyness. Aren't you going to wash up? Li Ran scratched his head. Huh? Is that necessary? Xiong Yunyun replied softly. It's okay. You don't have to. Li Ran nodded. Then I'll begin now. Xiong Yunyun and Apos' voice was barely a whisper. All right. Li Ran abruptly pulled back the blanket, only to freeze in place. Before him was her porcelain-like skin, slightly trembling with nervousness, yet she did not shy away, allowing him to gaze upon her. Every woman experiences a mix of fear and anticipation, along with concern when taking that step with their beloved. Fear of being misunderstood, anticipation for a significant progression, and worry about whether their partner would be satisfied with their body. Even Xiong Yunyun, who usually exuded confidence, felt a twinge of nervousness at this moment. Li Ran's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected Xiong Yunyun to be so alluring. However, he quickly realized that she had misinterpreted the situation. Maybe you should cover up again. With a hint of panic in her eyes, Xiong Yunyun asked, Me? Don't you like it? Li Ran swallowed hard. Of course I do. But I think we might be misunderstanding each other. Misunderstanding? Li Ran nodded and recounted Huang Fu Bian and Apos' proposed method of treatment. Upon hearing this, Xiong Yunyun's face flushed bright red. Oh dear, before you arrived. He mentioned that we needed to before transferring the immortal energy. Li Ran couldn't help but reassess Huang Fu Bian and Apos' character. This rascal, appearing so earnest, was quite mischievous. Clearly, he had orchestrated a prank on both Li Ran and Xiong Yunyun. After a moment, Xiong Yunyun summoned her courage and asked, So, do you still want to? Li Ran recalled the captivating scene he had just witnessed, feeling a whirl of confusion in his mind. Claiming he didn't want would be a lie. But not at this moment. They hardly knew one another, and her current state didn't permit it. Xiong Yunyun gazed at Li Ran, lost in thought, remaining silent. In truth, transferring the immortal energy was quite simple. All it required was for Li Ran to circulate his energy and use his mouth to draw out the immortal energy. Of course, this would necessitate touching certain areas of Xiong Yunyun's body. Li Ran's mind was in disarray, but he quickly quelled the rising heat within him. I'm starting now. With that, he leaned down and kissed Xiong Yunyun. As he absorbed the energy, he also needed to channel his own spiritual energy from her lower abdomen upwards, continuing until it reached her crown, thus forcing the immortal energy out. In simpler terms, it involved starting from her abdomen and moving upward, a rather intimate position, hence the need for privacy. Chapter 88. Time is brief, however. This method truly tests Li Ran's self-control. Initially, Xiong Yunyun was somewhat caught off guard. Yet, as Li Ran continued to kiss her, she began to reciprocate. This left Li Ran feeling somewhat intoxicated. However, with the immortal qi gradually being absorbed into his mouth, he suddenly regained clarity. The immortal qi coursing through Li Ran's body surged like a dragon entering the sea, tumultuously swirling and threatening to burst forth from his meridians. As the immortal qi flowed into his energy channels, it ravenously consumed his vital energy, causing him excruciating pain akin to being pierced by countless needles. It was unbearably painful, and cold sweat broke out on Li Ran and Appo's forehead. He never anticipated that Xiong Yunyun endured such torment. Seeing Li Ran in such agony, Xiong Yunyun felt a pang of sympathy. She wanted to speak, but realized her mouth was blocked by Li Ran. Finally, Li Ran completely absorbed the immortal qi into his body, directing it toward his dantian. Xiong Yunyun had been suppressing the immortal qi within her energy channels to prevent it from entering her dantian, for once it did, it would consume her completely, leaving her cultivation in ruins. However, Li Ran was different. As soon as the immortal qi entered his dantian, his heart seed detected this peculiar energy. Leaves rustled, ensnaring the immortal qi within. What had once been a ferocious force was instantly subdued. Subsequently, the heart seed stirred again, drawing the immortal qi in, and after absorbing it, it let out a satisfied burp, banishing the previous lethargy. Seeing this, Li Ran sighed in relief, realizing that his heart seed was extraordinary, and he had not anticipated that dealing with the troublesome immortal qi would be so effortless. After a brief moment of teasing, Li Ran turned to Xiong Yunyun. Her face flushed. She declared, "Goodness, I am now yours. You have seen, kissed, and touched me." Li Ran felt a wave of embarrassment. "Are you really claiming me now? I did this to save you." Xiong Yunyun replied, "I don't care. You must take responsibility for me from now on." Resigned, Li Ran waved his hand and said, "Fine, I will take responsibility for you. Is that satisfactory?" Xiong Yunyun chuckled, grasping Li Ran and Appo's hand and rubbing her face against it. "You should rest now. The immortal qi has been extracted, and there is nothing to worry about." With that, Li Ran opened the door to the room. As soon as the door swung open, he was met by Xiong Fei and a group of others, including the intriguingly amused Huang Fubian. Ling Xiao remarked fittingly, "Is this it? Wasn't he a bit quick?" In truth, the entire episode lasted only about 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, even Xiong Fei and the others regarded Li Ran with peculiar eyes. This young man had finished so swiftly? They expressed concern over whether their Mu-Ling divine maiden would find happiness. Perhaps he should be given a few remedies from the Miao family for supplementation? Feeling somewhat uneasy under their strange gazes, Li Ran turned to Huang Fubian, who appeared to be suppressing laughter while feigning seriousness, and felt a surge of annoyance. "Huang Fubian, I never expected this from you. You seem so earnest yet make such jokes. You should clarify things to everyone. Xiong Yunyun and I are innocent." With that, Li Ran departed. During their journey to the ancient Guanyin Zen temple, the unexpected emergence of the immortal grass had caused quite a stir. The ancient immortal grass, once consumed, not only grants instantaneous ascendance, but also bestows immortality. Even the alchemist Su Fu had sought the immortal grass to concoct elixirs for eternal life, causing quite a buzz in the cultivation community. Some antiquarians had even set their sights on the immortal grass. Though its individual strength was formidable, it was just one entity. While the herbal garden was a veritable hive, by the next day, Xiong Yunyun had fully recovered. The people of Jiuli Miao Mountain acknowledged Li Ran's status and accepted his relationship with Xiong Yunyun. Of course, Xiong Yunyun now identified herself as Li Ran's woman. Given the intimate circumstances, Gong Sunxing was reluctant to leave the ancient Guanyin Zen temple, but after some persuasion, she agreed to stay. Currently, Gong Sunxing was quite safe, with Master Huixin present to deter any ordinary threats. Upon returning to the herbal garden, news of a plea for assistance from the Liu family arrived. 5 days prior, the Liu family had discovered a spirit tea in Taishan, only to find themselves trapped in a strange realm. The Lu family had dispatched experts, but they found themselves powerless against the situation. Consequently, their only option was to seek help from the herbal garden. Among those sent to collect the spirit tea was Lu Baiwei. The Peony Fairy outlined the situation and then turned her gaze toward Li Ran. What on earth? Why is it always me? Can't someone else take this on? My goodness, I've just recovered from an injury and still feel unwell. He feigned discomfort, groaning. Oh, it hurts. I can't manage this. The Peony Fairy shot him a disapproving glance. Your little girlfriend is also trapped inside. Are you sure you want tea help? Li Ran lamented. What girlfriend? I have no girlfriend. I'm injured and need rest. The Peony Fairy retorted. The year-end bonus should be coming soon. If I'm in a good mood, I might give you a few extra thousand. Li Ran moaned. If I don't get at least 40 or 50,000. I doubt my injury will heal. The Peony Fairy held up 5 fingers. 50,000. If you refuse, I'll find someone else. Li Ran sprang to his feet, exclaiming. I suddenly feel much better. Could this be the power of motivation? Tao Yaoao immediately rushed forward, volunteering herself. The Peony Fairy replied, this time, Tao Yaoao. You and the 4 gentlemen shall go together. I sense that this matter is not as simple as it seems, so be cautious. The 2 little rascals wished to join, but were promptly dismissed. They were hardly competent, and sending them would only be a liability. Therefore, Li Ran, Tao Yaoao, and the 4 gentlemen set off for Taishan. Throughout history, emperors have made pilgrimages to Taishan to pay homage after achieving great feats. Taishan is steeped in rich mythological significance within Chinese folklore. Some say it is guarded by an ancient deity, while others claim it is a gateway to the underworld. In any case, numerous legends surround Taishan. Upon learning of the herbal garden's involvement, the Lu family had already arranged a private plane for their arrival. Time was of the essence for this rescue mission. Once aboard the plane, Lu Chengfeng, the Lu family's second-in-command, recounted the situation. 5 days earlier, Lu family members had discovered a spirit tea deep within Taishan. However, during the collection, it was revealed that the spirit tea was a key to a small world. Those who ventured in were inadvertently drawn inside, and several members of the Lu family vanished without a trace. It seemed that this small world could only be entered, not exited. The Lu family had sent 2 teams, both of whom had gone missing. Desperate, they sought assistance from the herbal garden. Chapter 89. The ethereal veil. Upon entering the heart of Mount Tai, it became evident that the Lu family had enveloped this mysterious realm in an impenetrable embrace. Lu Lingfeng, the head of the Lu family, had been awaiting their arrival with a mixture of urgency and anticipation, his gaze anxiously scanning the crowd. Ah, you have finally arrived. Upon spotting Li Ran and his companions, he hurried forward, his voice laced with joy and eagerness. Quickly, follow me, he beckoned, leading them deeper into the enigmatic surroundings. Lu Lingfeng had but one daughter, who had unexpectedly become ensnared in this unpredictable microcosm, amplifying his worries and anxieties. The arrival of Li Ran and his comrades felt akin to the advent of a savior, alleviating some of the burdens weighing heavily on his heart. The group trailed behind Lu Lingfeng, traversing dense woods and rugged paths, until they finally arrived at the threshold of the enigmatic microcosm. Mei Junzi wasted no time and directly addressed Lu Lingfeng. Please, lead the way. We wish to witness the rare spirit tea firsthand. At this, Lu Lingfeng guided the members of the medicinal garden to the location where the spirit tea thrived. Upon sighting the tea plant, the expressions of the 4 gentlemen shifted to one of solemnity. Before them stood a tea tree, entirely white as snow, with leaves and branches shimmering in silver, resembling a creation sculpted from ice. The sight was nothing short of extraordinary. Li Ran gasped in astonishment. Good heavens, why is this tea tree white? Does it not require photosynthesis? Zhu Junzi shot him a disapproving glance, privately musing about the oddity of his question. Yet, the situation was far more complex than it appeared. This tea tree was not merely a white tea tree. It possessed an eerie vitality, drawing breath as if it were a living being. Profound black mist emanated from its branches and leaves, swirling like dark phantoms dancing in the night, strange and mysterious. Tao Yaoao approached cautiously, her eyes glinting with curiosity and caution. She extended her slender fingers to lightly touch the black mist, as if testing its substance. A slight frown creased her brow as she seemed to sense something amiss. Whispering in astonishment, this is the ethereal veil. Her voice brimmed with surprise and confusion. Lu Lingfeng felt a pang of unease at her words, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his features. He was aware that he had concealed certain truths, yet now, faced with Tao Yaoao's insight, he had no choice but to confront the reality. Mei Junzi regarded Lu Lingfeng with a cold stare, his tone imbued with discontent and reproach. Lu family head, you summoned us to rescue someone, yet failed to disclose the full situation. Are you testing our patience? Lu Lingfeng, acutely aware of his shortcomings, lowered his voice in an apology. My brother, Miss Tao, I sincerely apologize. It was not my intention to conceal the truth. The matter is too bizarre for even me to articulate clearly. I only wish for your assistance in rescuing the individual in peril. Beyond that, I truly struggle to explain. His tone resonated with helplessness and confusion, as if he too were ensnared by the enigma of the peculiar tea tree. Tao Yaoao and Mei Junzi exchanged glances, recognizing the shared uncertainty and vigilance reflected in each other and Oppo's eyes. They understood that this undertaking was likely more intricate than they had initially presumed. Although Lu Lingfeng had not completed his thoughts, Mei Junzi gleaned the essence of his silence. You fear that once we comprehend the true nature of this place, we will withdraw our aid, correct? Mei Junzi spoke with a hint of understanding. Lu Lingfeng nodded subtly, an acknowledgement of Mei Junzi's speculation. Indeed, he feared that the medicinal garden might refrain from offering their help, if this hidden microcosm lay on the brink of the ethereal and the mortal realms. Then venturing within would undoubtedly lead them into perilous territory. Even those with extraordinary abilities would find themselves vulnerable to the encroaching ethereal veil, potentially facing dire consequences. Moreover, they were far from the realm of the celestial beings. The Lu family had dispatched 2 groups into this perilous domain, yet to date, no news had returned. It was not difficult to surmise that they might have encountered unforeseen calamities in that treacherous realm, perhaps even facing grave fates. Lu Lingfeng's expression turned slightly awkward as he clasped his hands in apology. I sincerely regret that I did not adequately inform you of the dangers ahead. I hope for your understanding. Tao Yaya shot him a sidelong glance, her tone cool yet resolute. In our medicinal garden, we treat our allies with utmost sincerity and unwavering trust. Lu family head, I hope this will be the last instance of such misunderstandings. Since we have pledged our assistance, we shall endeavor to overcome whatever challenges lie ahead. Lu Lingfeng bowed repeatedly, guilt etched across his face. Miss Tao, your magnanimity shames me. Once this matter is resolved, I shall personally express my profound gratitude. Tao Yaoyao did not cast another glance at Lu Lingfeng, but instead turned her attention to the 4 gentlemen. Her voice took on a serious tone. What do you discern? Have any of you perceived any clues? Zhu Junzi remarked, indeed, there is the ethereal veil, though it does not necessarily indicate a boundary. Although the deity of Mount Tai has departed, this space appears relatively stable. I suspect it may be a hidden abode. A hidden abode? Tao Yao inquired, perplexed. Yes, a hidden abode. Zhu Junzi nodded lightly, explaining, it is merely a hypothesis and may not be accurate. However, since we have arrived, we might as well enter and investigate further. The others expressed no objections. Mei Junzi reached out, grasping a leaf from the white spirit tea, and with a swift tug, revealed a tunnel of collapsing space. Quickly, stay close to me. Tao Yaoyao seized Li Ran's hand without hesitation and stepped into the mysterious spatial tunnel. The 4 gentlemen followed closely behind. As they vanished into the tunnel, the previously collapsing space began to heal rapidly, as if it had never existed at all. Outside, Lu Lingfeng and the others fixed their anxious gazes on the spot where the tunnel had once appeared, worry etched across their faces. Elder brother, do you think they will be able to rescue Xiaoya and the others? Lu Qinfeng's expression was fraught with concern. Lu Lingfeng replied, for now, we can only place our trust in them. If even the medicinal garden cannot help, who else can we turn to? Those celestial beings have ascended the path to divinity and will not return. At this, Lu Qifeng fell silent, his eyes locked on the former location of the passage.